Being so close to the three Xianxia apes gave the experts the chance to inspect them. Yet, Noah and the others refrained from expanding their consciousness to study those creatures. Even King Elbaz would struggle to study those creatures secretly. The Xianxia species was incredible in the mental field, so the three lower-tier apes would notice every form of inspection meant to uncover the secrets carried by their flesh. Noah and the others knew how they had to behave, but refraining from fulfilling their curiosity turned out to be hard, especially since those creatures didn't bother to answer their questions. They had fallen silent as soon as the two groups reunited, which left the team of experts in the dark and confused. The matter was even harder since Noah's group could theoretically defeat those creatures. After all, the Xianxia apes had struggled to face the crackling giant, while the team of experts had defeated it rather quickly. It wouldn't take much to seize one of those three bodies if everyone attacked at the same moment. The temptation was incredibly strong. The Xianxia apes in front of the group probably contained the secret behind the ability to wield two elements. Also, that species definitely knew where the piece of heaven and earth's old sky was. Such a valuable resource would normally be enough to make Noah's group decide to face some risks. But the experts decided to stay put anyway. Where are your superiors? Why were they away? Do you have sworn enemies? Why were heaven and earth so set about destroying you? Do you have two elements? Do you have the piece of the old sky? Noah threw similar questions at the Xianxia apes whenever the weight grew too dull, but the creatures never said anything. They limited themselves to turn to look at Noah before moving their gaze back to the distant storms again. The chaotic laws had finished fixing the crack created by divine demons' massive attack by them. Everything had returned to normality, but the scene never grew more interesting. Noah and the others didn't even want to go to the ground and cultivate for fear of disrespecting the Xianxia species. The experts couldn't even speak properly since the Xianxia apes could understand them. Even the mental conversations risked ending up in the creature's range due to their powerful innate ability. Noah preferred to remain silent rather than underestimating those creatures, especially since he wanted to study the city and its insides. Many rulers had controlled those structures throughout the eras, but they remained part of the old sky. He couldn't miss such an interesting chance. The wait ended when a flicker ran through the three creatures' faces. Everyone on the scene could notice that change in their expression since their fur rose and actual emotions appeared in their eyes. Noah and the others instinctively tensed up. They did their best not to show any reaction, but their minds went battle-ready, and the Xianxia apes sensed that change. Their innate ability made them incredibly sensitive to mental energy, so that faint new vibe that seeped out of the experts inevitably alerted them. The whole area grew tense at that point. The two groups knew exactly what their opponents were experiencing. One side featured the careful and driven Xianxia apes, while the other had experts that didn't mind ending up in a battle if the peaceful approach failed. Still, both sides didn't have the chance to express their intentions since a powerful consciousness shot out of the city and expanded to cover the entire area surrounded by storms. Noah's group didn't even need to inspect the power of those mental waves to understand the level of their source. It was evident that a rank 9 creature in the middle tier had stepped into the scene. "It's rare to see your kind here." An ancient female voice spread through the consciousness that enveloped the entire area and sent words directly toward the mental walls of Noah's group. "You destroyed your space and defenses before helping against heaven and earth's puppet. Tell me, what's the reason behind your presence here?" King Elbaz and the others instinctively turned toward Noah. It was in his role as a leader to speak in those situations, and his species made him more suitable than the others anyway. "We are some of heaven and earth's enemies," Noah growled to express his words. "We wanted to study the architecture of the city and the rumored piece of the old sky contained in its insides. We didn't expect to encounter traps that used the ruler's power and a dimension meant to steal power from the storms. Did the rumors tell you about us?" The ancient voice continued. "We didn't care about eventual rulers," Noah honestly revealed. "Defeating heaven and earth comes before the ownership of a mere dead zone." King Elbaz and Stephen glared at Noah after they understood the meaning carried by his growls, but the silence that followed his answer surprised them. Noah remained still as he waited for an answer. A cold smile even appeared on his face as vague understanding dawned upon his mind. The strongest troops in a force would never leave such a valuable area unprotected, especially when the punishments sent by heaven and earth were powerful enough to kill the creatures that remained behind. The only reasons that could justify such reckless behavior were the presence of a stronger enemy or the chance to obtain something incredibly valuable. Noah couldn't confirm which motive had drawn the powerful apes out of the city, but the event made him sure that those creatures weren't in a good spot. They would never act so recklessly otherwise. There was a high chance that their lack of power led to cooperation. Noah didn't hesitate to imagine the countless benefits that such an alliance could bring, especially when it came to the Xianxia rune in the sky and heaven and earth sparks. Still, a sudden surge of bloodl.udas.t flared out of his separate space and his figure before flying across the land. The destructive power carried by his bloodl.t naturally tried to affect the consciousness that had covered the area, and a few cracks inevitably appeared on that powerful but frail mental energy. Black branches that radiated a scarlet halo expanded among the sky as their power continued to increase. Still, Noah didn't hesitate to activate both his pulling forces to draw that ability back into his body. Shafu and Duanlong activated their pulling force and forced part of the bloodl.t to return inside his body. However, the remaining parts were outside their range, so they dispersed in the area and spread destruction until they depleted their energy. The experts, the 3 Xianxia apes, and even the consciousness lingering in the area glared at Noah, but the latter was as surprised as them. His hand quickly entered his chest and drew the cursed sword, but he could quickly understand that something had changed. Its structure had grown redder, and the bloodl.t that it radiated was so intense that Noah almost struggled to wield the weapon. "What has even happened?" Noah shouted, uncaring that the apes and the powerful creatures could hear him for that position. "Master," the cursed sword announced in an ancient but timid voice. "I've reached the upper tier. Couldn't you warn me first?" Noah cursed without even bothering to hold back his angry voice. The situation was extremely delicate, but the cursed sword had ended up hurting the mental waves that covered the area during its breakthrough. It had literally shown that Noah and the experts weren't worthy of trust. After all, who could even believe experts that have no control over their abilities? "It's not my fault, Master," the cursed sword replied in a voice that everyone could hear. "Defeating the giant gave me a lot of power, but your ambition ended up pushing me toward the breakthrough. I didn't notice it until it was too late." Noah wanted to scold the weapon some more, but he had to take care of other important matters first. The 3 lower-tier Xianxia apes were looking at him while showing clear hostility, and the consciousness that covered the dead zone had yet to react to the sudden event. The silence was worse than the evident hatred. Noah didn't know what to say in that situation. Every word that he could think of sounded like a lame lie. Noah cleared his throat before continuing with a human voice. "Well, some of my abilities are strange. This sword isn't even the strangest in my arsenal." King Elbaz felt the need to rip off his hair when he heard his leader. Stephen, Robert, and Wilfred experienced a similar feeling. Alexander remained completely speechless, and Divine Demon exploded into a loud laugh. Meanwhile, Sword Saint materialized a silver blade and prepared himself to fight, but his action only caused another wave of anger to spread around him. His companions and the Xianxia apes were shooting furious stares toward him. "What?" Sword Saint asked when he noticed that reaction. "We are crazy. They'll never trust us." King Elbaz opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out of it. He couldn't say anything against that statement. Sword Saint was completely right. Noah rolled his eyes and scratched the side of his head with the base of the cursed sword. He had tried to be polite, but that approach seemed doomed to fail every time. "Look," Noah eventually shouted in a human voice. "Tell me what you want to do. We can fight or talk. It's honestly the same at this point." Noah wasn't delusional. He knew that his opponents had at least one middle-tier creature in their ranks. However, the cursed sword had just advanced, so the potential battle didn't appear completely hopeless anymore. Yet, the cursed sword had advanced to the upper tier now, which put its new output of power in the 9th rank. Noah could even empower that ability with his many methods, which could potentially create attacks capable of hurting rank 9 magical beasts in the middle tier. Of course, that math was purely theoretical. The Cursed Sword had just advanced, so it might struggle to reach the 9th rank in terms of power on its own. The same went for his empowerments. He could defy logic, but he might lack the potential needed to push his power to the DSIRED level. Still, Noah didn't want to continue with that pretense, especially after the Cursed Sword shattered it. He would fight if the Xianxia species wanted a battle and talk if they were okay with a peaceful approach. The silence became deafening, and only Divine Demon's occasional laugh broke that suffocating environment. Everyone waited for the leader still hidden inside the city to speak, but its words struggled to come out. Noah's group didn't know whether that was a negotiation tactic, but they could only wait and see what the pack would do to decide their next move. "Did you just scold your weapon?" The ancient female voice eventually resounded again, but a tinge of liveliness had appeared in it at that time. "That's not its first time either," Noah snorted while glaring at the Cursed Sword. "It announced its power once. Can you imagine? You should be a trump card, not an announcer. How come that's not the strangest weapon in your arsenal?" The voice resounded again, and it sounded even more lively now. "You'd be surprised," Noah sighed. "All the strange and crazy in this world ends up under my banner." "We don't have a banner," King Elbaz coughed. "What's the point of having a banner when we are the last organization in the world?" Noah complained. "It's a matter of pride," Stephen announced. "You literally came from a force that hid the names of its members," Noah rebuked. "The banner was in our minds," Stephen shouted while raising a hand to the center of his chest and raising his face to wear a melancholic expression while looking in the distance. "Even the demon sects had banners," Divine Demon commented in a low voice. "And the Legion," Alexander added. "And heaven and earth," Robert whispered. Noah shot a cold gaze toward Wilfred at that point, but the expert limited himself to shrug his shoulders. "We'll get a damned banner," Noah eventually sighed. "It's quite pointless now that I think about it," King Elbaz exclaimed. "Who would even see it? Our figures are enough to spread fear in this empty world." Divine Demon continued. "Being alive is our banner." "Is this finally happening?" Stephen asked. "Are we throwing challenges at defying demon?" "We are getting better at this," Alexander commented. "It took us millennia of training, but we have finally reached the point when Noah has to remain silent." "If only the pig were here," Wilfred sniffed while pretending to wipe away tears from the corners of his eyes. "Please, tell me that you want to fight," Noah shouted. But the Xianxia species didn't satisfy his DSIRE. The mental barrier that covered the city fell as a pale orange halo ran through its invisible surface. The buildings changed shape as the illusion fell and revealed their true form. The old and crumbled buildings transformed into tall and shining structures covered by an array of lightning bolts that connected all their roofs. A pale orange halo surrounded the entire city and shot into the environment now that the barrier was down, but the heavy consciousness made sure to suppress that radiance. The scene was quite spectacular, especially for experts who claimed to be part of the last organization in the world. The city appeared as the most advanced fusion between architecture and inscriptions. It was majestic, functional, and powerful. The palaces on the black landmass felt like poor imitation built by children in comparison. "The apes build better than the humans," King Elbaz heaved a helpless sigh. "The higher plane desperately needs an Elbaz family." "Did Second Prince and the mansion meet in the end?" Noah asked. "I'm actually curious about that story." "We found perfect allies," Divine Demon shouted, and Noah could only shake his head. The cultivation journey resembled a dive toward madness rather than a constant struggle to reach the peak. Everyone who got into the high levels was simply too crazy to understand those details. The incredible city covered by the pale orange halo and the rank 9 Xianxia ape in the middle tier that sat lazily on the floating throne created a spectacular scene. The experts would even forget that the environment featured magical beasts if it weren't for the obvious furry creatures standing in front of them. The structures simply didn't seem to suit those usually wild species, but their eyes weren't lying to them. King Elbaz glanced at the middle-tier creature before taking out a few inscribed items. Sensors of various kinds started to float around his figure and study the city. His expression changed whenever he understood part of the inscriptions deployed in the area, but his eyebrows never stopped showing his surprise. Instead, Noah and the others moved their focus on the middle-tier creature. Its heavy consciousness didn't press on their minds and only covered the area. It suppressed the orange light radiated by the city and prevented it from spreading in the area, but it didn't seem to carry any ill intention. Noah and the others stored their weapons and recalled their energy to express their peaceful intentions, and 8 large cups materialized in front of the ape when it waved its hand. The event slightly surprised the 8 experts, but they relaxed when they realized that the Xianxia ape had only activated the storage properties of the throne with its mental energy. The creature wasn't like divine demon. The cups flew toward the experts, and the latter promptly grabbed them. A gray liquid already filled their insides, and the Xianxia apes in the area fixed their gazes on the group as they waited to see their reaction. "Do we dash?" Stephen began to ask, but his companions glared at him before he could finish his line. The expert could only take a deep breath before raising the cup to his lips and taking a sip of the gray liquid. His companions did the same, and a dense warmth soon spread through their insides. The liquid appeared meant for existences with powerful mental energy. Noah sensed the warmth rising toward his sea of consciousness and enveloping it into an aura that loosened his mental walls. The process didn't affect the overall firmness of the mental walls. It applied a temporary effect that made them easier to enlarge, and Noah's internal pressure didn't hesitate to join that power. His mind improved at an incredible pace for a few seconds before the effects of the sip vanished. Noah couldn't help but glance at the middle-tier Xianxia ape again after experiencing that process. The creature was inspecting the experts while showing a confident expression. It knew exactly how valuable the gray liquid was, but it had still decided to offer it to its violent guests. What is it thinking about? Noah wondered as he took another sip of the gray liquid. The black hole stepped in at that time. The warmth that tried to flow toward his mind entered the 4th center of power and went through the usual empowerment that the organ applied to every form of energy that it touched. However, the warmth didn't change at all inside the black hole. The organ failed to improve it due to its already perfect state. It seemed that the Xianxia species had created or found the best possible drug for the mental spheres. That discovery made the whole matter even stranger. Noah couldn't explain why the magical beast would ever offer something so valuable. Still, he didn't lose his chance to drink all of it. His companions did the same once they confirmed that the liquid didn't have any negative effect. Only King Elbaz limited himself to a single sip before deploying even more sensors and inspecting the fabric of that substance. A frown appeared on the expert's face as his sensors slowly uncovered the secrets behind the liquid's fabric. It turned out to be relatively easy to find out of what it contained, but his stupor came from that precise detail. King Elbaz could see the very fabric of the Xianxia runes into that liquid. The substance carried a shattered and dense version of the best training method for the seas of consciousness. Still, its dense structure made it far more powerful than a simple rune. "How did you even create this?" King Elbaz asked. "Do you really belong to the Xianxia species?" Confusion spread among King Elbaz's companions, but the latter promptly threw lumps of golden light toward their heads. Noah and the others could experience King Elbaz's reasoning and look at the clues he had gathered since he first noticed the strange aspects of the Xianxia species once that energy fused with their mental spheres. The fact that the main materials for the liquid were Xianxia runes didn't stop the experts from emptying their cups, but it made them curious about the whole procedure. Noah even experienced a faint disappointment. The Xianxia species usually could ignore their innate aggression due to their intelligence, but the pack encountered of the Dead Zone was clearly different. Those creatures built marvels and went beyond the limits of the inscription methods known in the world. Still, they seemed to have sacrificed their connection to their peers to achieve that. The Xianxia apes could fuse their runes to empower their leader or other specimens, but the current version appeared unable to use that ability. They lacked the unity that usually reigned among their packs, and Noah saw that as a step back in their evolution. "Of course we belong to the Xianxia species," the middle-tier specimen announced in its ancient female voice. "We just tweaked ourselves to improve our potential." The middle-tier specimen pointed at its head before continuing its explanation. First, we improved our mind. Having an incomplete sea of consciousness has always been pointless. Luckily for us, our species already strived to unique completeness. Then, we made sure to rebuild our society. Magical beasts have always experienced deep flaws in that aspect. The blinding hunger and the instinctive submission are pointless restraints for creatures that aim to defeat the sky. We got rid of them and optimized our value. Noah couldn't help but feel strange when he heard that explanation. He could sense those words coming out of the creature's mouth, but they didn't seem to come from a living being. It was as if he was in front of a program. In the end, the middle-tier specimen concluded, "We built our home to express the apex of the inscription world." "How could you achieve all of this?" Noah asked once the explanation ended. "A piece of the sky isn't enough to give you so much knowledge and determination. It doesn't explain why you are telling us all of this so easily either," Alexander commented. "Siding with organizations that have the same enemy is only logical," the middle-tier specimen replied. "Also, you can remind us of our previous emotions. That alone shows your power." Noah's group felt more confused than ever. Entire pieces of that explanation didn't make sense, and the creature even expressed a unique detachment. They weren't completely sure they were talking with that magical beast. "Your confusion is understandable," the middle-tier specimen exclaimed before turning toward the city. "Come inside the city. I'll let you meet us." "Us?" Noah wondered, and his companions showed a similar confusion. The middle-tier specimen's explanation had blank spots that the group couldn't fill, but the situation was too interesting to refuse answers. The Xianxia ape had stated that the creatures had modified their species, changed their instincts, and built a city at the apex of the inscription world. Still, simple magical beasts couldn't accomplish that with some knowledge and a bit of power. Those transformations and feats required far more, especially since they had to affect an entire pack. Noah knew that the city could hide traps, but he found it impossible to hold back his steps. The other experts felt similar fears and curiosity, so they followed him toward the buildings while chasing the floating throne. The lightning bolts that ran from roof to roof intensified as the group approached the city, but no defense appeared in sight. Noah and the others didn't even trigger the hidden traps, so they could reach the buildings in no time. The vast city expanded in their vision as the group continued to follow the floating throne. Many inscriptions and glowing formations shone of the various experts as they crossed building after building, and the array of lightning bolts above them applied a constant pressure that tried to make them land on the ground. Smooth and clean streets divided the various buildings. Xianxia apes of different levels occupied those areas and stared at the group floating above their heads. Noah and the others replied to those stares with inspections devoid of mental energy, but even their mere eyes could understand that something was off in those creatures. Most of them wore the same resolute expressions of the three lower-tier specimens that had fought heaven and earth, but a few seemed detached like the middle-tier creature. Noah and King Elbaz often exchanged meaningful gazes to express how off the situation appeared. Both of them had initially thought that those magical beasts were trying to imitate cultivators, but there seemed to be far more to the matter. Space seemed to bend inside the city. The dead zone was relatively big, but it couldn't even come close to the size of the black landmass outside of the storms. Instead, the area among the buildings stretched immensely. It almost appeared endless when that multitude of structures hid its edges. One of the most stunning aspects of the city was its population. The group flew past countless divine Xianxia apes that featured the same odd features as the rank 9 specimens met outside. The creatures with blank or detached expressions even increased as the group continued to follow the throne. The group flew until the pale orange light intensified so much that the shapes of the buildings disappeared. The experts had to use their mental energy to keep track of the throne, but the journey proceeded smoothly nonetheless. "Sorry." The ancient female voice eventually resounded among the blinding halo that blocked the expert's vision. "We didn't prepare for guests. It seems that the city still needs improvements." The halo slowly dimmed and revealed an area devoid of buildings. Noah and the others could finally inspect their surroundings. The area above them still had the dense array of lightning bolts, but the ground featured countless shining lines converging into a deep pit. It seemed that all the inscriptions of the city passed through that hole. "You can descend," the middle-tier specimen said as its voice started to change source. It began by coming out of the creature's mouth, but its source slowly moved across the sky until it came out from the pit. The middle-tier specimen's expression changed. A resolute face replaced its previous lazy look as the creature abandoned the throne and flew back to the city without saying a word. Noah and the others wanted to say something, but the magical beast disappeared among the pale orange halo that surrounded the visible area before words could escape their mouths. The group remained alone, with the throne floating next to them. Yet, the item descended toward the pit and disappeared among the blinding light released by the countless inscriptions converging toward the hole's bottom. "I don't like this," Robert whispered. "It's too similar." Robert didn't need to explain himself any further. His companions were experiencing similar sensations. The pale orange light carried a faint trace of heaven and earth's aura, and the pit wasn't an exception. "Noah?" King Elbaz asked while fixing his eyes on the pit. "The storms hide old secrets," Noah uttered as a cold smile appeared on his face. "I didn't think they could be so interesting." "Are you having strange ideas already?" Alexander laughed. "I know nothing right now," Noah replied, "which leaves countless possibilities open." Noah began to descend after those words, and the other experts followed him. They immersed their bodies into the light and flew until their mental waves found a large chunk made of an orange material connected to all the inscriptions that flowed into the hole. "What should we call you?" Noah asked as the light slowly dimmed and allowed the group to inspect the orange chunk with their own eyes. "I believe heaven and earth is taken. We've heard whispers about your Xianxia, Noah Bulvin." The same ancient female voice from before resounded from the orange chunk. "We are happy to see that they were correct." "Happy?" Noah asked. "Didn't you forsake your emotions to conquer the world? Who spread this false rumor?" The orange chunk asked. "We live so we feel. That has always been the main issue with the world. Planes should just exist, not think. I'm surprised heaven and earth let you live for so long," Noah revealed. "Aren't you a major threat to their current power?" "We are but a shadow which still retains a faint connection with the world," the orange chunk explained. "Our knowledge is outdated, and our power is unstable. Yet we are smarter than they will ever be." "Is this even possible?" Stephen asked. "How can you exist when your existence transformed?" "We don't really exist," the orange chunk stated. "We are rumors, voices, and ideas that the magical beasts have defeated and forgotten a long time ago." "Stop playing with words," Noah snorted as he descended further. "Why didn't heaven and earth destroy you? You might be weak, but you remain dangerous. This city proves that. Do you know how we took control of the world and filled it with breath?" The orange chunk asked before replying right away. "We summoned the world's will and absorbed its power. We might have failed to attune with it and contain its laws, but we still ruled over everything for eras. We even had loyal followers grateful for our gift and our fair system. I don't even recall the number of dimensions ready to hide us. But the world fell apart," King Elbaz contradicted the chunk. "Many times even. You don't realize it, do you?" the orange chunk exclaimed while giving voice to a faint laugh. "The breath is our law. We would only reappear somewhere else if this metal of ours falls apart." "I thought you dealt with lightning bolts," Divine Demon declared, "with fairness and other stupid rules as the main aspects of your law." The experts were too caught in the situation to realize that Divine Demon was behaving seriously. His questions even expressed one of the most common theories behind heaven and earth's law. "We had a lightning aptitude," the orange chunk explained. "We have evolved it until we became part of every storm on the plane and made their power converge to synthesize the breath. That became our law." King Elbaz moved his fingers oddly. He seemed to take mental notes whenever that ancient voice resounded inside the hole. "What's the reason behind your plural state?" Noah asked. "Weren't you a single existence? How did your personality split?" "Our personality has always been one," the orange chunk explained while giving voice to a laugh. But our centers of power had to split once the world had turned out to be too hard to control in one piece. Each organ then evolved independently according to its task. Our mind set the fairness and handled the earth tribulations. Our dantian became the sky and dispenser of breath, and our body fused with the plane to facilitate its evolution. If we have to be completely honest, the title Heaven and Earth has always failed to express our triple nature. A broad smile appeared on Noah's face before a loud laugh came out of it. His roars even mixed with his happy outburst now that the orange chunk had confirmed one of his older guesses. "You are turning into divine demon," King Elbas sighed. "Maybe we should rely more on your guesses," Alexander calmly analyzed. "We already do," Wilfred snorted. "It's not like we can stop him or go somewhere else. It was a perfect system." A sigh escaped the orange mineral. Existences worthy of grasping the secrets of our superior energy could strive toward the sky. We were even so close to the 10th rank, but a world can't hope. We failed to see the system of the universe while we were busy building our utopia. "Perfect," King Elbas sneered. "How can you call your fairness perfect? It does nothing but punishing those truly exceptional among us. You are nothing but a boy who has only seen the corruption of our perfection," the ancient voice remarked. "Our fairness was a worldwide training method. We wanted our world to advance as a whole, but the magical beasts have ruined our plans." A wave of anger suddenly spread through the whole. The pale orange light became blinding and started burning the experts immersed inside it. Even the inscriptions connected to the mineral began to deploy their effects in the area. Still, the burst of anger vanished in a mere instant. The anger in the area dispersed quickly, and everything returned to normality. Part of the light even separated from the main halo and healed the superficial injuries inflicted on the experts. "We are sorry," the ancient voice expressed in a tired voice. "Part of the anger that has corrupted us still resides inside us. We now understand why we failed. Our fairness favored our old species, and a word can't do that. We had to be more to pull that off." "So, did the current heaven and earth just throw you away?" Noah asked. Noah couldn't stop himself from asking questions. The orange mineral knew all the secrets of the previous world, and it had even approached the breakthrough to the 10th rank. He would directly try to rip away its memories if he felt confident enough in his ability. "How can you throw yourself away?" The mineral laughed. "We decided to evolve past the breath and become something that could defeat the magical beasts while maintaining control over the world, and we ended up separating in the process. The process turned out to be easy enough to understand by everyone without further explanations. After all, everyone had to abandon or adjust some aspects of their existence as the cultivation journey continued. They could imagine how heaven and earth's previous core simply left their law once they moved toward the chaotic laws. "What's your plan then?" Noah asked as a frown appeared on his face. "What are you even doing here?" The orange metal clearly contained heaven and earth's previous existence. Yet, it was so different that even Noah struggled to find similarities with the current state of the rulers. He had spoken with Earth a few times, but she had always lacked that humbleness and openness. However, Noah and the others could sense that heaven and Earth's old version wasn't angry at the current rulers. They didn't even hate their previous destroyers too much. Still, they were building something with the city and the Xianxia apes. The only issue was that Noah couldn't see that meaning or purpose. "We want to stop ourselves from forsaking our previous dreams," the ancient voice explained. "Our hatred toward the magical beasts and our obsession has corrupted us. We wanted to elevate the world to reach the 10th rank, but we are devouring it to seize chaotic power now. Our story has to end. We failed once, and the repercussions were immense. We can't allow ourselves to fail again. We are afraid to say that the same would happen if we succeeded." "How do you plan on doing that?" Robert asked. "You said it yourself. You barely have power left, and your knowledge is also outdated. How can you help us win against your better versions?" "They aren't better." A snort came out of the orange metal. "They have more power and influence, but their power is chaotic. They can only devour and sever away laws from their existence. Everything else doesn't matter to them." "This pride was expected," King Elbas commented. but voices continued to come out from the mineral. "We have worked together with packs of magical beasts during our life in hiding," the mineral explained. "It took us a long time before we could find a species that could exploit us properly. The Xianxia apes have now evolved and inherited part of our power. They even lost their dangerous instincts. You have turned them into a brainless army," Wilfred complained. "They have retained their minds," the chunk explained. "They are free to leave and behave as they prefer. We don't want pawns. We need warriors capable of evolving on their own and without our help." "And how do we fit in that plan?" Noah asked. "From what I've understood, you can take control of their minds quite freely, and they even believe in you deeply enough to let you do it. This city might be a weapon of some sort, but the issue remains. I can only see heaven and earth's work here. You fit because an army needs a commander," the chunk explained. "This is the best force in the entirety of the plane. Take it and assault the sky. Bring destruction to me and all the other creatures that have decided to side with heaven and earth. This world needs to go back to its previous state as soon as possible." The first real chance to affect the world in its entirety appeared in front of the group. Noah only had to accept to gain access to a force groomed to oppose the rulers. It was even unclear how strong it was. Yet, Noah shook his head and announced his position. "I refuse." Victory could be in sight, but that didn't matter. The strongest ally had appeared, but Noah didn't care. He didn't mind getting help nor receiving benefits from powerful existences. Still, obtaining that army would put his very journey at risk, and he couldn't allow it. "Why?" the orange mineral asked in shock. "We are giving you the chance to end it all. Your defiant influence, this army, and our knowledge together can remove heaven and earth's rule once and for all. You can achieve the victory that the world needs." "Who cares?" Noah shrugged his shoulders. "I'm no savior. Why would I even answer the world's call for help?" "But," the orange mineral exclaimed, "you can achieve greatness with a single decision. It's not about saving. It's about removing the last hurdle." "What would I even gain from that?" Noah asked as Caesar's words resounded in his mind. "I will destroy heaven and earth, but I won't do it by wielding a power that doesn't belong to me. My journey is more important than life, death, right and wrong." The other experts couldn't help to go through different emotions at that scene. The orange chunk had clearly offered the army to Noah, but the situation was opening a chance for them. All of them knew that they could seize the army if they played their cards correctly. Yet, hesitation, doubts, and worries inevitably spread inside their minds at those thoughts. Sheer power generally was a good thing. It didn't matter where it came from as long as the experts could use it to pursue their goals. However, everything became more complicated when they considered their cultivation journey. Noah and his companions weren't existences who simply wanted to reach the peak. They also desired to accomplish that feat on their own terms to give value to their laws. All of them had different goals that would be easier to seize if heaven and earth weren't in the way. Yet, those rulers were also one of the threats that pushed them to work harder. Divine Demon had proven multiple times how defeating powerful enemies brought benefits, and every existence at that level was aware of that feature. Of course, Noah and the others wouldn't leave heaven and earth alive just to have a powerful enemy to defeat and give more value to their existence. Still, they didn't deny that the feat could help them complete their law. That wouldn't happen if they used foreign powers to accomplish their feats. Their existences might even suffer since they had accepted such a huge help to deal with one of their greatest problems. It might create doubts in their confidence and ruin them forever. Everything depended on what they desired, but none of Noah's companions founded their existence on their enmity with heaven and earth. Even Noah only saw the rulers as mere opponents on his endless path. "How can you refuse the easier path?" The orange chunk continued its desperate rant. "Are you trying to make your journey harder on purpose? That method has a clear limit. We already tested it." "Worsening it on purpose?" Noah asked. "What nonsense are you even saying? I'm preserving my existence here." The silence that followed his statement described how the severed piece of heaven and earth didn't understand his position. Couldn't see the matter from Noah's perspective. It only considered the world as a whole. What do you think would happen if I accepted the help of a power that doesn't belong to me? Noah continued. I would normally do that to absorb it, but you are asking me to take care of one of the major threats of my journey. I simply can't do that. We don't understand. The severed piece of heaven and earth exclaimed, and Noah sighed while deciding to explain himself better. Where would my power end and yours start once I accept this army? Noah asked while spreading his arms. You even reek of heaven and earth. Do you have any idea of what getting your help would do to my existence? His companions had reached similar conclusions in those seconds. Even Stephen, who wanted to avenge the death of his underlings, wasn't willing to put his existence at risk for the chance to destroy heaven and earth. I think you have forgotten how to think about a single existence, Noah explained. The world will keep living or just die. That's none of my concern. I only care about bringing my path forward, and your path won't work for me. Not even in front of victory? The chunk asked. It won't be my victory, Noah replied in an easygoing tone. It will help on one side and hurt on the other. I'm willing to sacrifice something about myself to reach higher realms, but not putting the entirety of my existence at risk. Heaven and earth is only another wall on my path. I'd take a look at your knowledge if you don't mind, King Elbaz added once Noah was over. I bet you have amassed good food throughout this period, Alexander stated. Can I see your stashes? I'm with him, Wilfred promptly announced. Do you have training areas in this city? Divine Demon asked. I feel the need to stretch. I'll go for the training areas too, as long as they have something worth cutting, Sword Saint exclaimed in a bored tone. It would be interesting to discuss heaven and earth's current power with you, Robert confessed. I don't mind conversing a bit more. I also have a lot to ask, Stephen declared. I hope your current state won't make you remain silent in front of my questions. All the experts asked to use the immense city or the detached piece of heaven and earth for their own benefits. Those with paths that shared similar goals naturally banded up together and waited for a reaction from the orange chunk. I told you, Noah commented while pointing at his companions. This sheer power is useless for us. You should have offered your power to existences on the verge of giving up on their journey. We won't care if it doesn't suit us. The fallen piece of heaven and earth didn't understand their point. It had been too long since they last considered themselves as a single existence. They only saw their version as a world, so they struggled to get what Noah and the others were saying. However, the scene awakened memories inside those fake rulers and made them recall some of the emotions they had lost after becoming a barrier that controlled the plane. A faint emotion spread throughout the light that filled the environment at that point. Noah and the others could sense a strange form of excitement inside the halo, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on the orange chunk. I won't accept your power, Noah announced while crossing his legs to sit midair. But I won't run away from a talk that gives us insights on heaven and earth's power and goals. The orange chunk didn't know what to say, but its defensive mechanisms activated on its own before opening. It seemed that the old heaven and earth wanted to let the group pass, and the experts didn't hesitate to enter it. Noah and the others crossed multiple layers of orange light that featured different defenses before reaching a completely white area. That sudden change in shades initially worried them, but an orange humanoid figure quickly materialized among that whiteness. The humanoid figure didn't seem to belong to a proper human. It was 3 meters tall, and its arms appeared oddly long. Its legs also resembled the empty monster that had invaded the insides of the sky. Moreover, its facial features seemed unable to stabilize on precise details. The fabric on its head continued to shake and tremble without ever solidifying. It wasn't hard to differentiate the features founded on heaven and earth's memories from those depending on their forgetfulness. Their unclear face proved how they struggled to remember their existence, even if they recalled vague details about their old body. Why is it white? Noah immediately asked while inspecting the separate space around him. We didn't create our new existence out of thin air, the figure replied while waving its hand to materialize a series of praying mats. We already had that project in mind. Our defeat forced us to make that drastic change. The figure sat on the mats and waved its hands to create a series of cups filled with the gray liquid. Noah and the others didn't hesitate to sit at that sight. The drink was impossible to refuse now that they had confirmed that the old heaven and earth didn't have any hidden intention. "You won't accept our perfect army nor our city," the orange figure commented while drinking from its cup. "But you want our knowledge and tools. We don't get it, but something tells us that we used to get it." Noah instinctively glanced at King Elbaz. It had become a habit for him to search for his companion with his eyes whenever a troublesome matter escaped his areas of expertise. King Elbaz didn't disappoint Noah. The expert had already fallen deep into his thoughts as he studied the matter. His curiosity forced him to consider solutions and fixes to every problem he encountered, and the old heaven and earth were going through something that he might be able to solve. The issue wasn't with what the old rulers had lost during the severing. Their features had to be somewhere, since it was almost impossible for existences that had approached the 10th rank to lose those parts forever. After all, even weaker experts like Great Builder and Supreme Thief had managed to continue to exist after their death. The same had to apply to the old heaven and earth. The problem consisted in the locations of those features, and King Elbaz could only identify 3 possible places. His first idea saw those memories and lost features still inside the sky. That would obviously make them untouchable unless the experts defeated the current heaven and earth or performed a theft. Still, that sounded like the most unlikely of his guesses due to the even more evident lack of personality of the current rulers. The second idea involved internal damage in the old heaven and earth. King Elbaz believed that the old rulers were preventing themselves from gaining access to part of their memories. That guess even saw the new heaven and earth as possible culprits behind an eventual sealing of those features, but that didn't sound reasonable to the expert. Keeping those features in the sky or throwing them into the void made more sense, especially since the current rulers already did that. The third idea, which also was the most reasonable, saw the rest of the old rulers' features in the breath itself. Heaven and earth themselves had identified that energy as their existence in the end. It felt only normal for their memories to be there. Still, that guess created multiple problems, especially since the new rulers were still in control of that fuel. King Elbaz didn't hold back from explaining his ideas, but he didn't go further even if plans that could improve the old heaven and earth formed in his mind. The expert didn't completely trust the ancient rulers, so he didn't want to help them until he was strong enough to deal with the possible negative consequences of that action. Noah and the others understood that point, so they quickly switched the topic of the conversation while they drank as much as they could. They had many questions about the sky and the stormy regions, and the existence in front of them probably had many answers. "You were fighting someone else when heaven and earth attacked, right?" Noah promptly asked once King Elbaz's speech ended. The sudden question startled the old rulers. They didn't think that Noah would have noticed that detail so quickly. Their delay in helping against the tribulation wasn't a small thing, but everyone could come up with multiple explanations. Instead, Noah had gone straight for his theory, and the old heaven and earth could only confirm that his guess had been correct. "The old fairness was perfect," the orange figure repeated in its ancient female figure. "We tainted it by favoring our old species, but the new us corrupted it, and the world naturally reacts to their suppression." The figure waved its hands and created tiny figures that depicted the 4 upper-tier dragons and other random magical beasts. The first magical beasts were the unbeatable opponents that we deserved. That's why we moved on and opted for corruption. We thought that the world wouldn't be able to counter us if our power went beyond what it could accomplish. King Elbaz couldn't help but take out scanners that recorded those revelations. He was learning about the changes in the world from the old rulers. He didn't know if he could find something more valuable than that. "We already belonged to the old core as the corruption began," the orange figure explained, "but we know how we think or used to think. We continued to exploit the fairness and successfully approached realms that the world's will couldn't touch. However, we became our own enemy at that point." The figure pointed at Noah before continuing. "You are just one of the counters naturally generated by our corrupted fairness. This city is another one, and other existences that had the potential to defeat the system have appeared throughout history. Many have died, most of them actually, but some still survive inside the storms, maybe even in the sky. How did they defeat so many of them?" Noah asked, deciding to ignore the last revelation for the time being. They did what the flaws in their fairness did, the orange figure announced. They created counters to the counters. The mighty dragons have tiny COC croaches as their sworn enemies. The unique existences with a chance to touch the sky have specific tribulations tuned for their power, and we have something similar too. An enemy? Alexander asked. Ghosts, the old heaven and earth described. Ethereal creatures capable of feeding on light and mental energy. We are suppressing those in the area, but we know that heaven and earth didn't forget about us. An army will invade us as soon as we show weakness. How strong are these ghosts? Noah asked. Can we defeat them? You might have it a bit hard due to our similarities, the old heaven and earth explained. But the others should be fine against them, especially the horned one. Noah didn't feel offended by old heaven and earth's words. The similarities that they mentioned referred to his creation and destruction that the rulers shared. The statement concerning the ghosts actually interested him. Noah didn't know if his desire to prove heaven and earth wrong was preventing him from thinking straight, but he couldn't help himself nonetheless. The group turned toward Robert. For some reason, the orange figure had marked him as the ghost's counter, and they tried to guess why. Luckily for them, the old rulers explained themselves before they wasted too long. His hatred toward us will improve his effectiveness against the ghosts, the orange figure explained. What about my hatred? Stephen snorted to express clear annoyance. Your feeling is a childish desire for revenge, the figure replied. It can't compare to an existence reborn to hurt us. How much do you even know? Noah asked as he arched his eyebrows. Robert's rebirth had happened on the other side of the immortal lands after a cocoon of mutated laws had surrounded his figure. Noah believed that the current heaven and earth had learnt about his abilities only after he expressed his power, but that didn't involve the old rulers at all. Noah couldn't even understand when they had the chance to study Robert's life. The breath can speak, the orange figure explained. Even if it changes form, we can sense your feelings and existence resonating deep inside our core whenever you speak, move, or breathe. King Elbaz almost regretted mentioning his ideas about old heaven and earth situation after learning that. The orange figure had stated that its power was only a shadow of its actual existence, but that was enough to surprise a group of experts who could defy common logic. He couldn't even imagine how strong it could be at its peak. Can they really win like this? Noah asked as doubts formed in his mind. Isn't there a limit to this cycle of counters? It depends on how many of them remain alive, the orange figure answered. Also, yes, heaven and earth aren't trying to solve the issue with this method. They are just stalling to have enough time to defeat the dragons. The images in front of the orange figure never stopped moving and depicting what it said. They didn't represent the ghosts, but they added visuals to the explanation. Do the stormy regions have other existence worth keeping in mind? Noah continued to ask. It felt strange to be at that point in his cultivation journey. The mysteries of the world unfolded themselves in his vision with each answer he received or step he took. Noah almost couldn't believe that his idea of heaven and earth system was almost complete. The only completely blank spot was the sky. Everything else was understandable, even if his power had yet to reach the 9th rank. Every rank 9 existence who opposes heaven and earth will eventually face a counter, the orange figure assured. The stronger they are, the more unique the counters will be. Heaven and earth have yet to make specific counters for us then, Noah confirmed when he thought about his companions. The rulers had already built inscribed items that could counter his abilities. The same probably went for his companions and the other experts, but none of them had stepped on the 9th rank yet. Heaven and earth were still holding back their power in their punishments. Noah didn't hide his curiosity toward his counter, but his thoughts soon returned on his current situation. His group could have access to many interesting structures and knowledge inside the city, but taking everything for granted was the same as accepting the army. He wanted to pay the price to give more value to his gains. Also, he desired to hurt heaven and earth's plans as much as possible. We can't say much about the sky, the orange figure continued its explanation. It was only a barrier before. We had ideas about cities and homes, but we don't know how far that project has gone. We suspect pretty far. Noah and the others almost expected that answer. It felt only normal for the last destination in the plane to be so unreachable, even for heaven and Earth's previous core. "Let's make a deal," Noah eventually exclaimed. "We will take care of the ghosts in exchange for some structures in the city." "We are already offering the city to you," the orange figure contradicted, and the experts couldn't help but shake their heads to express their helplessness. "You really had to repeat that," Noah sighed before showing a cold smile. "I have something else in my mind, luckily. You are too valuable to remain here. Start working on getting out." "We are just a Shah dash," the orange figure started to repeat, but Noah promptly interrupted it. "Shadow of your former something," Noah snorted. "I know. I don't care. You created this mess. You don't get to watch everything unfolding from the stages. I want you to become a core part of the last battle." "But that's impossible," the orange figure complained. "Make it possible," Noah replied. "Welcome to heaven and Earth's cancer. I hope you have fun." Noah stood up at that point. He had a plan, a complicated one even. It would require millennia of work and far more power than he wielded. But it seemed his best bet at stalling heaven and Earth's victory. "Come on," Noah laughed. "We have ghosts to catch. Do we take souvenirs first?" King Elbaz asked as he stood up. "Of course," Noah grinned. "I want this spectacular drink in huge quantity, a rank 9 Xianxia rune, and multiple weaker Xianxia runes for my experiments." "What?" the orange figure asked in confusion, but the other experts soon stood up and imitated him. "I'll take everything you have to the origin of inscriptions," King Elbaz announced. "Don't forget the drinks either." "I'll have as many exotic materials you can gather," Robert continued. "Food," Alexander whispered. "Good food." "I'll go for food too," Wilfred exclaimed. "I'll see if the city can give something better once we return." "I want the wine version of this drink," Divine Demon said. "Give me your understanding of the sky," Stephen snorted. "I'll show you how my hatred can keep up with the horned one." "Don't take it on me now," Robert laughed. "Can I cut the ghosts?" Sword Saint asked once the experts were done. "You can," the orange figure slowly answered. "Are they strong?" Sword Saint continued. "Strong isn't the exact word we'd use to describe them," the old heaven and earth explained. "They have unique powers meant to affect wills and us. We can actually kill all of them then." Noah laughed again. "I was sure you were sending us against another unbeatable opponent," King Elbaz sighed. "What a surprise. Some of us has to reach the 9th rank sooner or later," Noah commented. "Do you plan on facing the breakthrough with no experience against beings in the 9th rank?" "We have fought rank 9 creatures since we entered the stormy regions," King Elbaz rebuked. "I remember you taking care of rank 8 cultivators," Noah joked. "Because you ordered so," King Elbaz corrected. "It won't happen again." The orange figure inspected the bickering in confusion. The other experts soon joined Noah and King Elbaz, but the old rulers continued to fail to understand the reason behind their actions. However, the inspection slowly gave birth to a feeling that it had experienced before. It almost felt the need to laugh when watching the experts. The group didn't immediately leave the city. Noah and the others had to seize the various rewards requested for the mission against the ghosts. They even had to spend some time with those materials and prepare a tactic against that unknown enemy. Maps of the stormy regions were almost impossible to create since the chaotic laws constantly transformed the lands. Only the dead zones remained the same, even they moved from time to time due to the changes that involved their surroundings. The group let the old heaven and earth create a tracker that could lead them to the ghosts and back to the city, but that was the best they could do. "I finally understand," Noah laughed in his mind as he browsed through chunks of fur featuring Xianxia runes. "I still don't know everything, but I understand." The end of the known cultivation journey was far away but in sight. Noah could finally gaze at the world without feeling lost. Many of its secrets still escaped his eyes, but he understood their functioning, especially after talking with the old heaven and earth. Noah knew about the beginning of the higher plane. He had seen the world transforming into a hellish whiteness, and he could even study its current functioning. The new heaven and earth created perfect counters to every existence that benefited from the unavoidable flaws of their system. Those beings relied on and exploited the DSIRE of the ruler's fairness to crumble to reach a threatening state, but only a few of them managed to remain alive long enough to become real problems. Moreover, the only purpose of those counters was to buy some time until heaven and earth managed to defeat the dragons and take complete control of the world. The path for the 10th rank might open for them at that point, and everything else would die if they succeeded. The best tactic still is to defeat the other counters and keep them busy until we become strong enough to affect the world. Noah thought as black roots came out of his palm. The parasite instinctively stretched its roots toward the pieces of fur in Noah's hands. The magical plant recognized food that would benefit its foundation, and it didn't hesitate to turn them into a source of energy that fused with its structure. Noah could feel that the parasite's base stretched and thickened under the careful inspection of the black hole. The magical plant's foundation improved a lot. The process allowed the creature to generate more roots at the same time and absorb energy faster, but it didn't cause any transformation. Noah sighed at that scene. He didn't know what to expect from the process, but those results were rather disappointing. The parasite had improved as a living being, but it didn't gain any immediate increase in power. Absorbing the other Xianxia runes could only benefit its future growth. The parasite worked like cultivators. Eventual improvements would lead to better results after the upgrades to its foundation, but Noah didn't gain anything now. He only had made the magical plant even hungrier. Is that really all I can do? Noah wondered as his mind continued to review the topics concerning the world as a whole and heaven and earth. The main issue in the topic was his low cultivation level. Noah was amazing and could cross the limits of his centers of power at ease. He could even fill the gaps among the ranks and stages with only a brim of his power. Yet, he remained a rank 8 expert, and that led to limits. Heaven and earth and their system acted on higher realms. The simple 9th rank might even fail to be enough to defeat them. Of course, Noah felt sure that his actual power would be incredible once he completed the known cultivation journey. The problem was getting there without having to migrate toward different planes. Taking care of heaven and earth's counters was a sound plan that could make them waste a lot of energy and time. Yet, that approach would also accelerate the appearance of the counters meant for Noah and his group. Noah was willing to make the trade since he felt more confident in surviving anything heaven and earth tried to throw at him. The same went for his companions, but he still wanted to do more. How can I even affect the sky? Noah wondered. Can I do something more than this? His question led to a simple negative answer. He was incredible, but he was already doing everything in his power to hinder heaven and earth's plans. The path ahead didn't feature anything that could damage the rulers even more. Finding more existences who could one day be worthy opponents seemed the only possible option other than gaining more power. At least for now. Noah knew that his breakthrough might give him the chance to find new weaknesses in heaven and earth and the sky as a whole. His destruction would finally approach its peak once he reached the 9th rank, and even the rulers would have to fear him. The group uncovered multiple features of the city as they prepared to hunt down the ghosts. Some of its aspects were spectacular and magnificent, while others were so gruesome that even some magical beasts would struggle to stick with them. It turned out that the old heaven and earth had told the truth. They didn't subjugate the Xianxia species. Those creatures had decided to follow the old rulers to break free of their innate restraints. The old rulers had been completely selfless in their efforts since they had always planned to give away the city to someone else. However, that had created a solid loyalty among the Xianxia apes. That feeling had only intensified after the life among those buildings continued. The old heaven and earth had modified the Xianxia apes to make their bodies able to absorb one of the previous aspects of their existence. The lightning element that had managed to conquer the world was in the hands of magical beasts that already had a threatening innate ability now. Still, the process wasn't perfect, especially when it came to the strongest specimen. Many Xianxia apes had died or suffered severe injuries, and the old heaven and earth didn't throw their valuable bodies away. Noah and the rest of his group discovered how the city produced the gray liquid, and the sight left some of them slightly disgusted. The old heaven and earth had basically created an imperfect breeding ground that never stopped making new Xianxia apes. Yet, the system's flaws gave birth to mutated and barely alive specimens, but that was enough to ensure a constant stream of Kaiser runes. The most surprising aspect of that discovery was that the Xianxia apes were aware of the factory, but they let it be. They seemed to worship the old heaven and earth, so they didn't care about all those deaths meant only to produce materials useful for the city. That event didn't even affect their willingness to give control of their bodies to the old rulers. The city had far more to explore, but the experts ended up completing their preparations after discovering the factory. Noah and the others left at that point, and they even felt relieved when they left the range of those buildings. Some of them wondered if they would return there at all. The cruelty and coldness showed by the old heaven and earth didn't affect the group's mood. Noah and the others were monsters who had done their fair share of nefarious acts. Still, the existence in charge of the city was the reason behind the current state of the world, and their mission was to help it. Noah even wanted the old heaven and earth to regain a part of their previous might, which inevitably created doubts in the experts' minds. Noah had always preferred crazy plans that could give huge benefits over the steady and slow improvements. Helping the old heaven and earth would cause many problems for the current rulers and directly benefit his situation, but the dangers connected to the plan were quite massive. A lot could go wrong, but Noah considered his situation bad enough to pursue seemingly bad ideas. He didn't care if the old rulers ended up going against his plans as long as they bought him enough time to explore the 9th rank. Dealing with one, two, or countless versions of heaven and earth wouldn't be a problem anymore at that point. Noah firmly believed in the power of his existence. He knew that he would be the strongest, so he didn't care about how many problems appeared as long as they helped him stalling until the 9th rank. The experts had the tracker created by the old rulers, but the item didn't work as everyone had initially imagined. It didn't lead to the ghost because those creatures didn't technically exist. Heaven and earth had created them to be the counters to their shadow, which made them even fainter than their target. Placing a bait was the only method that could work against them, and the tracker did exactly that. I didn't only point back at the city. It even carried a piece of the old rulers that the experts could spread in the land that they chose as a battlefield. The tracker also worked as a shield for the old rulers' existence, so roaming across the stormy regions didn't attract unwanted attention. The group could keep flying until they found an area that seemed to suit them. 2 tall mountains that created a large valley where their bases connected attracted the group's attention as soon as they passed through the area. The storms were relatively thin there since the ground absorbed energy quickly and transformed it into an azure glow that never stopped illuminating the scene. The area appeared quite marvelous, but the experts could only consider it for their needs. A few formations placed in specific spots could turn the mountains and the valley into the perfect ambush zone. The old heaven and earth had described the ghosts as an army ready to invade the city, but the group didn't meet any of them after leaving the city. The creatures were using their peculiar existence to hide somewhere, and King Elbaz used that knowledge to come up with formations that could counter those opponents. The old rulers had also provided crucial information to counter the ghosts, but they couldn't be too specific either. After all, heaven and earth had created them to go against their old version. There was a limit to how much the old version could understand even after fighting those creatures for so long. The group immediately got to work. Noah and the others knew that Robert had to be the core of their offensive, but they didn't limit their traps to his power. King Elbaz could easily imitate the features of Robert's law through many quasi-rank 9 inscribed items, and Alexander had innate abilities that could unleash similar effects. Divine Demon could also help in the matter, but the experts would rather avoid relying on his unstable power unless it was necessary. The ambush required a lot of planning, and the cultivator could almost become everything he wished for. Still, his law required time to activate properly since he had to develop techniques, which made him unsuitable for the plan. The remaining experts would cover other roles. Noah and Wilfred would make sure to send the ghosts back inside the valley whenever they tried to escape, and Stephen would use his determination to keep the formations active and increase their efficiency. Sword Saint probably was the expert with the highest piercing power in the group, but he had to go through a few exchanges to tune his sharpness to the ghosts. The group decided to leave him free to act as he wished, and the expert didn't mind that role. It took a while to prepare everything, and the mountains changed color after all the defenses were in place. Their previous azure shades vanished to make room for a faint golden light that made the area hard to inspect with mental energy. Noah and Wilfred were at the two entrances of the valley, while the other experts occupied specific positions on the mountains. Everyone was ready to start the hunt. The old ruler's aura spread through the sky as the sphere flew toward the other mountain. A formation even activated and helped move that presence throughout the entire valley and its surroundings. King Elba's inscriptions were basically enhancing what that small brim of power actually carried, but that was enough for their mission. The sphere stopped flying once it reached the exact center of the area. It floated above the sky and in the middle of the two mountains to make sure that the ghosts needed to pass through the formations if they wanted to reach it. A long wait started at that point. The group didn't go too far away from the city, but they still traveled for a few months. That distance shouldn't be much for existences that could threaten the old rulers. But the ghosts didn't come even after the experts remained in those areas for a few years. Waiting wasn't a problem for existences at that level, especially after the few initial gains from the city. Noah even had the 4 spheres to handle, so he never wasted time during that dull period. Strange tentacle-like dark flares of mental energy seeped out of the ground at some point. The event was almost unnoticeable, but some of King Elba's formations reacted to that event and alerted all the experts busy cultivating. Everyone went battle-ready at that point. Something was finally coming, and Noah didn't hesitate to make the first move. The tentacle-like flares were shooting toward the bait, but their power didn't seem too dangerous. Actually, those attacks only appeared powerful only on the outside. Noah couldn't sense much with his mind, and even his instincts felt conflicted about the whole matter. Night quickly came out of the separate space and flew forward. The creature could sever the laws, so the texture of its opponents didn't matter as long as it had enough time and power to cut. Noah didn't even need to blink to see the scenery changing immediately. More than a dozen tentacles had appeared, but the pterodactyl severed all of them in no time. Night severed the tentacles from the ground, but those structures detonated instead of dispersing their energy in the area. The fabric carried an ethereal fuel that seemed able to affect the expert's sight, but the formations lit up before Noah and the others could suffer from its effects. A pale golden aura that targeted ethereal forms of energy fell in the valley and blocked the dark power spreading toward the mountains. The formations slowly pushed the fuel back into the ground until the entire area returned to normality. The first exchange between the experts and the ghosts ended quickly. Night and King Elba's formations had taken care of the enemy attacks in mere seconds. Did the old rulers exaggerate? Noah wondered when he saw how easily his team had suppressed the first attack. But a strange sensation suddenly filled his mental connection and made him search for Night with his eyes. The pterodactyl had remained near the center of the valley after severing the laws contained in the tentacle-like structures. Noah could feel that the creature was experiencing intense confusion, but he couldn't understand the source of that emotion. Still, Night didn't answer his mental messages even after he started to shout. Noah knew how much the mission could mean for his group and his existence in general. Gaining enough time to complete the cultivation journey was mandatory to have a chance to defeat heaven and earth. Yet, he didn't hesitate to abandon his position when he saw Night in that state. Noah teleported next to the pterodactyl, and his consciousness didn't hesitate to cover the creature. The formations in the area tried to stop his mental waves, but they couldn't do much when Noah was right next to his companion. His mental waves seeped inside Night's strange fabric and studied its functioning. Noah had created that body and had kept track of every improvement even after it fused with the red crystals. He quickly confirmed that everything was working perfectly, but that only increased his worry. "Light!" Night suddenly cried while Noah was busy with his inspection. The pterodactyl turned toward Noah before transforming into a sharp dot that shot inside his CHST and fused with it. His instincts started to scream in fear at that point, but his reaction arrived even before the black hole could understand what was happening. Noah had been with Night too long not to recognize its iconic offensive. The pterodactyl had fused with his fabric to sever it, and he didn't hesitate to stab his fingers in the left side of his CST and tear apart a large chunk of his flesh. Night reappeared in the outside world when the gory piece of flesh landed on the ground. The creature promptly pointed its unique head toward Noah again, but hesitation suddenly spread through its mind and made it stop its offensive. "What?" Knight roared. "What does this mean? What did you see?" Noah asked as dark matter filled the hole in his CHST and stopped the blood loss. "I saw the light," Knight replied before pointing its attention to Noah's injury. "Did I dash?" "It doesn't matter," Noah promptly interrupted the pterodactyl. "Retreat inside the separate space. I might need all of you to understand if I'm under the effect of an illusion." Noah and Knight didn't need to add anything else to understand what they were both thinking. They had shared sensations and thoughts for millennia already. They could basically read each other's minds. Knight had only needed to feel Noah's anger to understand his plan. On the other hand, Noah had comprehended the ghost's innate abilities after that short exchange, and he had already developed a reckless tactic that would make him face them directly. The ghost's energy could tamper with the seas of consciousness, but the experts had already understood that from the old ruler's vague descriptions and study of their current state. Yet, Noah didn't believe that Knight could suffer so much after a single attack. The creature had barely touched that dark power, but the event had affected it enough to make it attack Noah. It was unclear whether his mental sphere could resist that influence better than Knight. The best course of action would be to avoid touching the ghost's dark energy completely in that situation, but Noah felt unable to suppress his instincts. The mental connection allowed Noah to sense Knight's regret. The pterodactyl had the resolve to die for its master if the situation required it, but the ghosts had actually made it turn its offensive toward him. It was impossible to describe how angry, disappointed, and depressed it was about the matter. Noah experienced all of that, and anger inevitably spread from his figure. His bloodlust intensified and created a dark red aura that covered his skin and made his reptilian eyes release a scarlet light. "That wasn't the plan, Noah," King Elbaz shouted when he understood what Noah had in mind. "You can't face them on your own." "I'm not trying to," Noah growled as a cold smile appeared on his face. "I'm just venting here." "But our formation dash," King Elbaz started to complain, but Noah quickly cut his speech short. "I know," Noah continued to growl. "Use me as bait and launch attacks over my body if you need." King Elbaz and the others remained speechless at that statement, but they know Noah well enough to understand that he felt confident in his abilities. Moreover, his flesh was one of the most resilient aspects of his power, so he could endure a few direct attacks as long as they hurt the ghosts. Noah's emotions appeared on fire, and he didn't hesitate to draw the demonic sword from his CHST. It had been a long time since he had felt so angry, but that time didn't make him forget how to vent it. He only needed the other ghosts to come out so that they could play with him. Humanoid heads eventually came out of the surface to inspect the area, but blackness immediately covered the valley. Noah launched an attack that leveled the entire region and left only the mountains intact. The heads shattered in a wave of dense energy since they couldn't survive the attack. The cursed sword had finally reached the upper tier, so its slashes were deadly blows that could kill in one exchange even creatures in the 9th rank. The valley caved in as the surface shattered and vanished under Noah's offensive. Some of the modified golden patches of ground transformed into black metal as his influence spread, but those effects were only the last of one of the surprising details that appeared in the area. The shattered ground revealed the countless ghosts hidden under the surface. Noah didn't hesitate to point his swords at them at that point, but his companions suddenly cried and roared inside his mental sphere to confirm that he was committing a mistake. The black hole quickly filled his mind with dark matter and covered the insides of the mental walls to bring him back to his senses. The scenery suddenly changed, and Noah found himself pointing his weapons toward Wilfred in the distance. He had almost attacked him. "This is annoying," Noah thought as the black hole poured even more dark matter inside his mind. The higher energy didn't stop there. It flowed inside Noah's eyes and ears to enhance his perception as much as possible. It was clear that his other fuels couldn't keep up with the ghost's abilities. Only his black hole could give him a chance to avoid hurting his friends. "Do you mind stop pointing them at me?" Wilfred asked while raising an eyebrow and punching the air. An explosion quickly resounded behind Noah and flung one of the ghosts that had come out of the cracked surface back. It seemed that only half of the scene had been an illusion. Noah had really destroyed the ground and turned part of the environment into products of his ambition. The effects of those creatures had started to affect him only during his last move. The ghosts didn't have any unique features. They resembled dark shadows that could launch dark energy and give it different shapes. The tentacle-like flares from before were only one of the countless forms that their strange fuel could gain. Noah's Xianxia featured another injury now due to the previous attack with the cursed sword. A cut had opened on its right side, but the blood loss had already stopped. Even the drawbacks caused by a weapon that could achieve power in the 9th rank weren't enough to affect his body anymore. His base level had become so high that the simple empowerment with the unstable substance was enough to bring his body close to the 9th rank. Noah was a true monster, and he was livid now. His blood filled the shattered valley and made his destruction seep inside the ghosts that were coming out of the broken surface. Multiple black lines appeared on those ethereal dark creatures and marked the flaws in their structure. They seemed pretty unstable as living beings, and Noah could only rejoice to learn that. "You are with me because you can match my power, right?" Noah asked, and a chill suddenly ran down his companion's spines. King Elbaz and the others didn't even try to complain. They activated defensive techniques as soon as those words reached their ears and prepared themselves to endure the incoming blow. Everyone in the group had grown used to Noah's reckless character by then. They could understand what was going through his crazy mind after a single glance at his angry expression. They only had to think about the most reckless but most effective approach in a situation to learn what he would do. Noah felt relatively sure that the scene in his view wasn't an illusion, but he had experienced the same confidence before. He didn't know if the higher number of ghosts had managed to affect him past the shield of dark matter, and he had no way to confirm it. Yet, he trusted his companions enough to know that they would be able to block one of his best attacks after a warning. Noah was still holding back 2 of his best attacks because he didn't want heaven and earth to develop counters so soon. He would gladly waste them to inflict massive losses on the rulers, but that didn't feel like the right situation. Still, his normal attacks were enough, especially after the breakthrough of the cursed sword. He could hurt the ghosts, and that was enough for him. The demonic sword and the cursed sword reached Noah's forehead before a pillar of dark matter covered his figure. Faces of his previous stronger opponents filled that wave of higher energy and spread a threatening aura in the shattered land, and a dark halo further enhanced that structure. Noah's ambition didn't need to enhance much in that situation. He didn't know the actual power of the ghosts, so improving his senses remained a gamble. Yet, those creatures didn't seem to have attacks powerful enough to threaten him, so improving his body felt useless. The same went for his other centers of power since he didn't need a massive discharge of energy. Focusing everything on one attack was everything the battle required from him. King Elbaz voiced countless curses as his hands moved non-stop to protect all the formations in the area. The group had chosen to exclude Divine Demon from the main offensive due to his unreliability, but Noah had ended up taking his place after the ghosts made Night attack him. It was up to King Elbaz to preserve the initial plan from those emotional brutes, but he didn't hold back from expressing his annoyance. He even started to insult his other companions from time to time since he was the only one who could do something about the sudden situation. His annoyance only increased when he saw that azure energy covered the mountains and fused perfectly with his formations to apply many defensive layers. That azure power also seemed to counter the destructive aura seeping out of Noah's pillars. It was a perfect shield, but that didn't improve King Elbaz's mood. "Don't be so shy about asking for help." Divine Demon appeared behind King Elbaz and started patting his shoulder as the azure energy continued to empower the formations. "Pride is useless when we have a common enemy." "I swear," King Elbaz whispered. "I'm starting to think that feeding you to heaven and earth might solve everything in no time. The higher plane won't last a single day with you as part of their existence." "I've always known that you had great respect for me," Divine Demon laughed. "No wonder you ended up following my disciple." "It wasn't a compliment," King Elbaz cursed. "Of course it was." Divine Demon continued to laugh, but a sudden detonation of the power Ascension formulate under them forced that conversation to an end. Noah launched his attack without bothering to focus on the ghosts. His consciousness couldn't sense much in that situation, so he limited himself to attack everything. He didn't care if mountains or friends stood in his way. Everything inside the region had to fall prey to his destruction. The attack manifested itself as a dense black sea that expanded as the pillar shortened. All the empowered dark matter in that structure fell and spread throughout the area, destroying everything on its path. A black spot was filling the region and destroying every hindrance it found. It also pierced the bases of the two mountains and came out of their other side. The dark matter even tried to expand over their surface, but the azure and golden glow coming out of Divine Demon and King Elba's protection made that energy change direction on its own. Blocking Noah's attacks was impossible. However, the two experts could convince them to change direction. The dark matter basically chased after fabric to destroy, so they only had to make it believe that everything on the mountains was already in pieces. The black sea of destructive power devoured everything before transforming into dark gales that flowed back toward Noah and sent the absorbed energy toward the black hole. The gains were disappointing, but he didn't care about that aspect of the battle right now. A strange spectacle unfolded in his senses when he inspected the area. The uneven and shining plain had transformed into a large hole that featured a smooth landmass made of black metal at its bottom. Only the two mountains covered in the azure and golden halo were standing on that black landmass. The ghosts were nowhere to be seen. Did we win? Noah wondered as injuries opened on his torso before the energy absorbed during the last attack healed them in an instant. The smooth black surface of the metal landmass at the bottom of the hole didn't feature any ghosts, and it even lacked their strange energy. The same went for the entire cavity and the areas past its edges. Sensing those creatures was hard, but they were out of hiding spots. Noah wouldn't even know where to look for them with the region in that state. Of course, a counter capable of keeping the old rulers busy for a long time couldn't die after a simple discharge of energy. Actually, it could crumble and fall apart, but it had so many specimens carrying its power that losing a platoon barely affected its army. Noah's consciousness couldn't sense much, but his instincts warned him about the arrival of a new threat while he continued to inspect the area. His eyes promptly rose toward the sky, where he saw countless ghosts seeping out of the spots that featured the intense storms. King Elbaz and the others had also sensed the arrival of that threat, and their faces couldn't help but darken at the sight of the massive army slowly descending from the sky. The valley had featured less than 100 ghosts, but thousands of them came out of the storms now. King Elbaz forgot about his bickering and started giving orders. It didn't matter that Divine Demon could surpass his methods with his unreasonable law. He remained the only one to know what the formations in the area did, so he was in charge of changing the layout of the battlefield. Everyone had abandoned their position after Noah's reckless discharge of power, but they were still close enough to hear and execute King Elbaz's orders. They didn't hesitate to take new spots in the area and prepare specific abilities as the battle formation deployed by the group adapted to the new threat. King Elbaz took care of moving the orange brim of energy that radiated the old heaven and earth's aura. The expert moved it to the ground and quickly created a series of inscriptions that spread its aura throughout the transformed region. It was essential to control the direction of the enemy offensive in that situation due to the enormous difference in number and power. The ghosts were peculiar creatures that didn't even seem to have a cultivation level, but their influence depended on the quantity of dark energy they carried, and the army had a lot of it. The formations prepared beforehand were still in place thanks to Divine Demon's help, but they couldn't cover such a large area. The group had to find a way to draw as many ghosts as possible between the mountains without losing the core of their offensive, but the situation seemed quite dire. The army seemed able to overwhelm them with a simple charge. Noah, Alexander, Sword Saint, and Divine Demon didn't need orders. They had one role there, and King Elbaz could only ask them to benefit the general strategy with their reckless approach. Meanwhile, Wilfred and Stephen had to take care to move the battlefield in the group's favor. Their pure destructive power was great, but it couldn't match the other four experts. It was better if they focused on manipulating the energy in the area. Robert had yet to unleash his attacks against the ghosts, but he didn't remain still during the battle. His law could study their targets and improve its corrosive abilities, So King Elbaz had created a formation that inspected the dark creatures and sent what it learnt to Robert. That inscription had never stopped working since the beginning of the fight, so the expert's toxic power had reached insane levels. The expert felt already confident enough to kill many ghosts in a single attack, but he didn't want to waste time sending attacks on an immense army. It was better for him to fuel the formations connected to his power before limiting his offensive to his own power. The army of ghosts didn't show any emotion as they descended toward the massive hole, attracted by the old ruler's influence. They didn't care about the experts on their path. In fact, they would even ignore them if they simply left. Noah, Alexander, Divine Demon, and Sword Saint didn't even consider stepping out of that battlefield. The 4 experts flew higher in the sky until they stood above the 2 mountain peaks. All the ghosts would converge there. It was up to them to kill as many of them as possible. How will they avoid the illusions? Stephen asked when he looked at the 4 in the sky. They won't, Wilfred snorted. The madmen will go all out and trust their power. Prepare for the first wave. The ghosts are still far away, Stephen commented. The ghosts won't take part in the first wave, Wilfred explained before glancing at King Elbaz on the other mountain when the expert did the same. Noah and the others higher in the sky couldn't allow themselves to hold back their blows. They didn't know the actual resilience of the ghosts, but they couldn't risk going easy on them. Better to die by your hands than theirs, Alexander laughed. Don't you have 7 different abilities to come back to life? Noah mocked. I really have one. Alexander laughed again before explaining himself better when the 3 experts turned toward him. It requires many preparations, and it's worth it only if I'm suffering from a curse that I can't fix. If I die, I die. I guess we'll find out who is the strongest among us, Sword Saint smirked. Overconfidence is a curse, young one, Divine Demon announced in a deep voice. I would need the energy of the world to say that in his situation, Alexander announced before spreading his arms and cracking a joke. World, give me the power to say such nonsense. The 3 experts next to Alexander laughed, but they all showed cold expressions once the ghosts entered their range. Their dark energy even shot out of their figures to fly toward the group. The 4's auras shot outward as their abilities activated. They all knew that they had to deploy both offensive and defensive techniques at the same time to make sure that their companions didn't kill them in one blow. Noah wore his usual demonic armor and let corrosive roots cover his figure. Trails of dark matter that depicted faces came out of the 2 swords in his hands and Aces under formulat power for the next attack. Azure energy gathered around Divine Demon before flowing inside his body. The expert transformed into a monster-like giant humanoid figure with long nails and sharp fangs. His muscles even bulged to the point when they resembled boulders. A silver aura covered Sword Saint and surrounded him in a sharp membrane that seemed able to cut every material in the world. A blade even materialized in his grasp, and he wielded it with both hands before pointing it forward. Alexander glanced at the sky before closing his eyes. The whiteness contained in the environment condensed before shooting toward his figure and filling him with raging energy. A blinding radiance came out of his gaze when he lifted his eyelids. The 4 monsters were ready to fight. Sword Saint was the first to release his attack. The expert swung his silver blade and gave birth to a horizontal slash that clashed with the incoming waves of dark energy and pierced right through them. The attack didn't exhaust its energy after the clash. It continued to fly forward and explode into a wave of sharpness once it reached the first line of ghosts. The detonation destroyed many creatures, but their dark influence spread through the area anyway. Noah followed with 2 diagonal slashes that flew toward the army. The fabric of space shattered and gave energy to the attacks to increase their size. Large cracks that connected the area to the void appeared in the sky before a wave of dark matter engulfed everything above them. Alexander bent forward before giving voice to a monstrous roar and spreading his mouth to launch a white beam. The attack pierced Noah's blackness and Sword Saint's sharpness to end on the surviving ghosts behind them. His ability was able to reach the army's backlands, and the expert made sure to move his head to disintegrate multiple enemies. Divine Demon glanced at Alexander and decided to imitate him. His mouth opened and spread until it went beyond human limits. The expert gained facial features similar to Duanlong as azure energy gathered in his throat before shooting forward in the shape of a wide beam. The 4 attacks destroyed most of the army's front lines and even affected its insides. But the ghosts showed no fear. They crossed the sharpness that cut their figures, the blackness that devoured their darkness, and the beams that disintegrated their bodies without showing the slightest hesitation. Moreover, the energy released by the dead ghosts spread through the environment as it continued to converge toward the ground. That power seemed able to expand toward the orange glow on the surface even if its raw form. It was clear that heaven and earth had been thorough when creating those creatures. Noah and the others couldn't do much to stop that energy. Deploying their abilities to create a shield that could slow it down would leave them open against the incoming ghosts. Also, they didn't know if that power had already affected them, so their eventual protection would put them at risk for nothing. King Elbaz snorted and stomped his foot on the mountain peak to activate a formation at the arrival of the dark energy. A dark purple halo spread from under him while radiating a specific aspect of Robert's law. Everyone in the area became able to sense the expert's hatred toward heaven and earth at that point. Robert's feelings didn't feature any for childish revenge or a simple deep grudge connected to important losses. He had served under heaven and earth's rule for too long to consider intense emotions enough to express his mental state. Robert's hatred came from his initial failure. He had tried to avoid falling prey to heaven and earth system with his previous law, but the rulers had eventually suppressed him and forced him to serve as a mere pawn who wielded a fake existence. Noah had saved Robert from his predicament and had given him a new law that had gone beyond his previous peaks. Noah had even given him a power that naturally opposed heaven and earth's fixed system, and his gratitude for that act had fused with his real feelings. His hatred didn't come from pure negative feelings toward the rulers. His to pay his debt with Noah back gave him a profound resolve that even Stephen, with his law, couldn't reach. Robert would help take down heaven and earth, but not only because of his hatred. He had to do it to serve his leader. The fusion of those emotions gave birth to a form of hatred that enhanced his toxic abilities and made them quite effective against heaven and earth even if they had started to develop counters. The purple halo burnt the dark energy stretching toward the orange glow of the old ruler's aura in no time. That strange fuel couldn't do anything against Robert's law and vanished before it could affect anyone. Wilfred and Stephen took care of sending as much energy as possible toward the dark purple halo. Wilfred punched the air and delivered palm strikes that exploded far in the distance and pushed the dark fuel toward King Elbaz' formation. Stephen did something similar, and the two invisible energies worked toward reducing the ghost's influence. Robert limited himself to study the entire situation and used the information given by the formations and his understanding to improve the properties of his toxic laws. He was basically honing his true meaning to turn it into the perfect weapon against the ghosts, and the defenses that used his power benefited from that. The dark energy didn't manage to reach the mountains and the metal surface due to the joint efforts of the group, but Noah and the others couldn't stop it from engulfing them. Their defensive techniques fended it off, but nothing was clear against that power. As far as they knew, the illusion could have started before their first wave of attacks. That uncertainty didn't make the 4 hesitate. Their minds were ready to receive allied attacks in that situation, so they launched another wave of attacks that landed on the army and killed countless ghosts at that same time. The dark energy tried to spread again toward the surface, but King Elbaz had a formation ready for the task. Wilfred and Stephen helped, and nothing managed to reach the surface again. Noah and the others continued to launch attacks without bothering about the potential consequences of their offensive. The army shrunk quickly, and victory even appeared in sight after multiple exchanges. The ghosts never managed to reach their position. Their attacks were too strong, and their companions always succeeded in fending off the dark aura. That battle had been completely one-sided. Noah truly believed in what he was seeing, but cries and roars suddenly filled his mind and made the whole world around him shake. The fabric of space started to shatter, but that didn't create cracks that led to the void. Instead, the event opened passages that showed a different version of the battlefield, and Noah felt inside it when he flew to peek inside it. Everything suddenly changed, and pain even spread from multiple spots of his body. Noah quickly noticed that his fiendish armor and roots had disappeared, and the same went for his right arm. The demonic sword was still inside him, but he didn't have enough free hands to wield it. Claw marks covered his sturdy waist, and a long burn had appeared on his left shoulder. None of those injuries was too severe for his incredible body, but his expression still darkened when he inspected the rest of the battlefield. Alexander was floating through the air. His body didn't feature injuries, but he was unconscious. Sword Saint was farther away, and the sharpness that made his law flowed out of the deep wound on his cinder to fight against the corrosive power that filled its edges. The ground featured King Elbaz sitting on top of a golden cage that contained the monstrous divine demon. The expert slammed his head on the shining bars, and cracks opened on their surface, but King Elbaz threw a fireball inside it that made his prisoner burn in pain and healed his cage. Wilfred was sitting on the ground, with his hand on the deep hole at the center of his torso. The injury seemed severe, but Stephen was attending him. The expert had multiple claw marks on his torso, but his wounds appeared relatively stable. Robert was on the metal surface at the center of the battlefield. His dark purple aura shone from his missing leg, but he didn't show any pain. His regret came from the small hole next to him. The formations that contained the old ruler's small brim of energy had vanished. The battlefield was a mess of cracks and destroyed areas. The ghosts had disappeared, but their aura continued to fill the region. Noah felt almost able to smell its peculiar scent, while his companions confirmed that he was back into the real world. "It has been a while since we lost so badly," Noah thought as the black hole covered the injuries with dark matter. Noah's first instinct was to laugh. He didn't really care about the old rulers, and all his companions were alive. He had no reason to feel sad over a mere defeat. Part of him even felt glad that the world could still put him in front of challenges. Those who had fainted slowly awakened as their minds became aware of the situation and activated their centers of power. Everyone learnt about the outcome of the fight at that point, and their attention instinctively converged on Noah. Almost everyone in the group had suffered deep injuries. They had even lost the peace of the old rulers. The mission had been a complete failure, and the path ahead appeared unclear. The experts usually relied on Noah to develop a brazen plan that could force their power to increase, but he shared his confusion at that time. The group couldn't bait the ghosts out without the peace of the old ruler's existence. Noah felt sure that the old heaven and earth would happily give part of their law again, but he didn't know whether fighting those dangerous creatures so soon was the right move. The issue was with the lack of solutions to their innate ability. That power felt too troublesome to deal with, and the ghosts were even unsatisfying opponents to defeat. Noah and the others had destroyed many of them, but that feat didn't seem to lead anywhere. It almost appeared pointless. Noah flew toward King Elbaz, and the experts imitated him. The group soon gathered around the expert, and their attention couldn't help but fall on Divine Demon, who was still inside the golden prison. "Do I really have to break it to get out?" Divine Demon asked while looking at the expert sitting on the golden bars above him. The expert had regained his normal appearance after his body dispersed the azure energy Ascension inside it. That power had tried to flow back into the world, but the gold bars had burnt it before it could seep past them. "I want to," King Elbaz revealed. "But my hands won't move. Can't you stay inside it for a little while? I think I've never been happier in my entire life." The azure energy eventually took the shape of ice that spread through the golden prison and froze one of its sides. Divine Demon punched the frozen bars at that point, and they crumbled without opposing any resistance. "You all are in pretty bad shape," Divine Demon commented after King Elbaz stored his cage. "You are to blame for most of our injuries," Stephen snorted before turning toward the 4 experts who had dealt with the army's frontlines. "Thought you all helped him. Did you manage to see the entirety of the fight?" Noah asked. "Not everything," Stephen admitted. "My thoughts become messy after the dark aura filled the surface." "Same here," King Elbaz announced while taking a circular golden disc from his pace ring. The disc lit up and depicted the previous battle. Noah, Divine Demon, Sword Saint, and Alexander could quickly notice that some parts didn't match their memories. That didn't only involve the images where they could clearly divide the real events from the illusions. Those different scenes started before the first time the dark aura touched them. The recording continued to show how the four of them had started launching attacks toward each other while they believed to be fighting the ghosts. Everything turned out for the worst after the experts on the ground also fell prey to their effects. But the scenes went through a sudden change once they reached the last part of the battle. The experts went from attacking each other back to the illusion. The recording played everyone's memories before the images changed again and showed the scenes that had welcomed Noah when he went back to reality. That recording revealed two scary features of the ghost's power. It became obvious that the dark aura could affect minds without directly touching them. It was enough to be in its range to risk suffering from its effects. The second feature was even scarier. It seemed that the ghost's power didn't only affect experts with mental spheres. It could also influence inscribed items. That seemingly simple but powerful ability turned out to be far worse now. Some in the group even felt worried about their current situation. They didn't know if they were in the middle of another illusion, and they felt unable to solve their doubts with their abilities. "How can they affect your recording?" Noah loudly asked. "What's the explanation there?" His vast knowledge in many fields felt useless in that situation, especially since he didn't know much about King Elba's item. Its functioning was a mystery, so only the expert could correctly evaluate the type of influence that the ghosts had to carry to affect the golden disc. "I have a few," King Elbas replied as a conflicting expression appeared on his face. King Elbas also felt worried about the ghost's power after seeing what it did to his inscribed item. He had already imagined what it would take to affect the golden disc, and the answer sounded completely unreasonable. "Does he want to create tension on purpose?" Sword Saint asked since King Elbas remained silent. "He likes to be dramatic," Divine Demon commented. "Brutes." King Elbas shook his head while heaving a helpless sigh. "I'm trying to sort my thoughts. We might be able to be in front of something stronger than Divine Demon's law here." "I like how you use me to measure power," Divine Demon smirked. "This inscribed item doesn't have a mind," King Elbas explained while ignoring Divine Demon's words. "It simply records what happens around it, which can only mean that the illusions aren't only illusions." Everyone's eyes lit up before surprised gasps resounded among the group. Some experts directly saw to accept that explanation. The situation was worse than they had initially thought. "I know for a fact that the ghosts didn't tinker with the disc," King Elbas continued. "I'd be surprised if they knew how to surpass its innate defenses and changed the images in its insides. The issue is with the actual recorded scenes. It's as if the real version of the battle didn't exist at all." "But our injuries are real," Alexander contradicted. "They must have come from somewhere." "I think that reality and illusions happen at the same time," King Elbas responded. "Both versions exist until one of them wins and takes roots into reality. The existences affected during the process would obviously maintain their changes, but things like inscribed items would forget about the losing side." "Are you talking about actual bending of reality?" Noah asked while suppressing the surprise that was filling his mind. "How sure are you about this?" "Pretty sure," King Elbas announced. "Our power works against us in this situation. I believe the illusions use the intensity of our influence to solidify in reality. The stronger we are, the more the world will recognize the illusions are the truth." The concept sounded quite hard to understand. The experts often inspected the battlefield before playing what they recalled in their minds. They wanted to know when the illusions had turned into reality to gain something to study, but that also felt quite hard. They were trying to find clues in something that didn't exist in their minds and the recording. The injuries suffered after everyone fell prey to the illusion were the only proof of the alternative version of the events. But studying them only gave information about their companion's power. "Can you counter it?" Noah asked after he felt unable to find a solution to the issue. Those matters involved the actual flow of reality. They went beyond space and time as far as Noah understood. The fact that they needed external powers to establish themselves as the exact version of the events even vaguely explained that insane ability. Doubts remained in his mind since strong effects would require a hefty price to pay for their activation. Noah knew that his group had enough power to transform multiple regions at the same time, so it made sense for the ghost's illusion to become real after affecting them. Yet, it left him confused about the old ruler's situation since they didn't have enough power to offer for the solidification of the new reality. Nevertheless, his to understand the functioning of that ability didn't make him forget his goal. Killing the ghosts had the priority. His knowledge could wait for his level to increase. I might be able to come up with a counter for myself, King Elbaz explained. However, these illusions can affect different existences on multiple levels. They probably transform themselves to adapt to each target, which makes creating a general counter almost impossible. I would need to know every detail of the entirety of your laws to build something that suits you, and we all know how unreal that is. A simple description wouldn't work. King Elbaz would need to understand the different laws of his companions to make something that could work. However, that would require him to make those true meanings part of his existence. Even thinking about it felt impossible. In theory, Noah suggested, you would lower the effects of the ghosts by becoming immune to their ability, right? You would remove one of their sources of energy. I don't know what good that would be, King Elbaz sighed. 2 or 3 of us are enough to make entire regions transform with mere thoughts. Maybe even a single one is enough, and I don't think that you'll come up with counters in the imminent period. We might need to consider abandoning this plan. Leaving was always an option since the group didn't need that victory. The ghosts were the old ruler's problems. Noah wanted to help to make things harder for heaven and earth and justify gaining benefits from the city, but he didn't strictly require that. The group had only 2 priorities right now. They had to get stronger and slow down heaven and earth's conquest of the world. Everything else was situational, even when it came to tasks that could indirectly benefit their priorities. Is there anything we can do? Wilfred asked. I don't get the reality talk, but I understand that their illusions need our energy, which means that they don't have much fuel in their bodies. Did anyone find centers of power inside them? I was too busy cutting, Sword Saint replied. I didn't sense anything, Robert announced. They feel like masses of energy. Noah's eyes lit up at those words, and other experts experienced the same feelings. Some understood that they had failed to notice a simple detail. The ghosts didn't have centers of power, but they continued to appear in the world. Moreover, it was clear that heaven and earth had created them that way since their innate ability allowed them to ignore that flaw. Those details led to an obvious conclusion. The ghosts were peculiar existences, but they still had to respect some general rules about living beings. Their power had to come from somewhere, which probably involved a breeding ground or a special spot inside the chaotic laws. The experts didn't have to defeat the ghosts. The small amount of energy contained in their figures wouldn't keep them alive for long, so succeeding in taking out the source of those creatures could inflict more damages. Heaven and earth could easily recreate the eventual breeding ground, but that was fine as long as they wasted energy. Can you track them down? Noah asked while glancing at King Elbaz. Impossible, King Elbaz revealed while shaking his head. I did use multiple trackers, but they have fallen prey to the illusions. They can't sense the traces of their passage through the chaotic laws. We must go back to the city then, Noah concluded. We can win if we create another trap and focus on putting trackers on them. We only have to make sure not to make the illusions affect the items and we're good. We don't need to go back, Alexander suddenly exclaimed while covering his right eye. It's lucky that the effects on my existence remain. You have no idea how many tracking abilities I can use. Some even border proper divination if I pay the right price. A white aura started to come out of Alexander, but Noah suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder and interrupted the technique. The hybrid shot a confused glance toward him, and Noah didn't hesitate to point at the injuries that the group had suffered during the battle. It's pointless to find them now, Noah explained. Let's rest, recover, and learn from this battle. We can get them after we are back at our peak. Alexander's resilience was so off the charts that he didn't even consider resting as an option. He could express his peak power even after that defeat, but the same didn't go for his companions, especially the simple cultivators. The black bottom of the hole was already an area that heaven and earth couldn't see, so the experts didn't need to complete many preparations to create suitable training areas. King Elbaz even took a few portable ones for those who required special treatment. Noah preferred to cultivate on the surface and use his flames to heal his body. Taking care of a missing limb was a bother at this current level due to the immense energy required to rebuild his flesh. He had to devour large lands and flatten entire regions just to gather enough power. Still, his condition eventually returned to his peak, and the same happened to his companions. A few decades spent cultivating preceded the group's decision to leave. None of them could gain a massive increase of power in that period, and Alexander's abilities were starting to lose track of the ghosts. The situation forced them to move, but none of them was against that. Actually, they all wanted payback for their previous defeat. Alexander had to rely on multiple tracking abilities since the trip forced the group to fly across the raging storms that filled almost the entirety of those regions. The chaotic laws kept interfering with the faint trace of the ghosts that the hybrid was using to lead his friends, so he had to use different techniques depending on what the environment favored. King Elbaz helped Alexander choosing the best tracking ability since his understanding of the environment was unmatchable. The two experts had to work together to get the best out of their knowledge and techniques. Flying through the dense storms never stopped being a strange experience. The raging chaotic laws suppressed the mental waves and made distant areas impossible to see. The experts could see countless true meanings moving around them, but they couldn't feel the progress in their advance. Their surroundings only had winds that blew endlessly. The years passed slowly in that situation, but Noah's group had grown used to that unique environment by then. King Elbaz and Alexander had it harder than their companions since they had to focus on the tracking abilities and the study of the area. Instead, the others could spend their time cultivating. Noah even started giving his everything on the four spheres since the journey appeared endless. Noah's understanding of the four fundamental aspects of the world continued to increase. Life and death remained the quickest to study, and space followed closely, but time didn't stop being that complicated subject he didn't know how to approach. Still, Noah didn't feel too disappointed or in a hurry. His study already improved his base abilities. It even gave him new ideas on how to improve, which he desperately needed due to heaven and earth's counters. He had yet to reveal two abilities to the world, but they weren't enough against the rulers. The situation felt even worse when Noah considered his peculiar relationship with heaven and earth. The rulers would definitely focus on him once he became strong enough to force their hands. He didn't believe for even a second that they would ignore him to concentrate on other existences. However, an existence, even one as broad as Noah's, had limits. It expanded and deepened specific fields, but it couldn't endlessly generate new abilities. Noah's laws had many aspects, but he already expressed them at their best. He had even fused some of them to create threatening abilities, but he didn't know how to expand further. Part of him believed that his battle prowess had reached the extreme limit of the 8th rank. His law would need to hit the next realm to gain access to meanings that could expand the variety of his attacks or show him new ways in which he could deploy his already incredible techniques. That belief felt quite reasonable when Noah considered his many achievements. He had been incredible in many fields of the cultivation journey, but only the battles managed to make him express his entire greatness. His battle prowess had been the main aspect that had sealed his position as a monster among monsters. The journey through the sky eventually led to another area where the storms grew thinner. That spot resembled a dead zone, but it didn't feature the natural absence of winds iconic of those unique regions. The space didn't have lands. The chaotic laws there flowed toward a massive dark structure that floated midair and monopolized the energy in its surroundings. The structure resembled a cauldron with large openings at its sides, above, and below its massive form. Those four holes generated a pulling force that attracted the laws in the area and forced them to condense in its insides as multiple inscriptions lit up on its surface. The inscriptions created complicated drawings that the group struggled to memorize. Moreover, they didn't seem to stay still. The various lines dug the thick metal surface of the peculiar cauldron, but they ran through its surface as if they were snakes slithering freely on the item. King Elbaz forgot about his mission as he deployed an army of sensors to study the item. Those inscriptions matched the studies that the old rulers had given him, but they appeared improved. He could also sense that they tried to express a specific meaning, but he couldn't understand those details during that short inspection. Noah didn't let the eerie aura of the massive cauldron distract him from the goal. His senses had noticed something disheartening. His mental waves could reach the structure and understand its level. The group was in front of an inscribed item in the middle tier of the 9th rank. Well, Noah sighed while scratching the side of his head. It's not in the upper tier. It could have been worse. It doesn't make this good, Wilfred snorted. How do you plan to destroy it? Are we even sure that this is the source of the ghosts? Stephen asked. It should be, Alexander revealed while uncovering his right eye and revealing its poor condition. I can't see anything else past this. They must be inside. We have found our target then, Noah exclaimed before turning toward Sword Saint. Do you think you can cut it? Eventually, Sword Saint replied while wearing a faint smile. How many millennia can it even survive my slashes? I'm glad that we are on the same page. Noah showed a broad smile, and Divine Demon stepped forward to express his desire to join that offensive. Elbas, Noah asked while activating the empowerments of his abilities and focusing everything on his attacks. Go ahead, King Elbas replied while wearing a frenzied expression. I'll see how it reacts to a few attacks before stepping in. Wilfred, Robert, and Stephen stepped forward without waiting for Noah to call them. Alexander healed his red eyes and returned it to a normal condition before joining the experts. Everyone except for King Elbas prepared their best abilities and launched them toward the cauldron. The item didn't seem to have defenses or dangerous barriers, so they didn't hesitate to do their best to destroy its incredible structure. The attacks illuminated the area and generated intense shockwaves when they exploded on the cauldron. A deep clanging noise spread through the sky and made the fabric of space tremble. The world couldn't endure that clash. The sky began to shatter, but the chaotic laws couldn't fix it since the pulling forces monopolized that energy. Noah's expression darkened after the mess of energy dispersed and allowed him to see the outcome of the attacks. The cauldron didn't show any mark on its surface. Its inscriptions had continued to move normally, and the structure didn't even tremble after that powerful offensive. Again, Noah ordered and the experts attacked. The second wave of attacks didn't do anything, and the same happened with the third, fourth, and fifth offensive. The item didn't budge, but Noah expected as much. The 9th rank wouldn't be so spectacular if a group of rank 8 experts could overcome the difference in power by grouping up. Understanding flowed inside Noah as the waves of attacks continued to land on the cauldron. His destruction did its best to find flaws in that seemingly seamless item. He felt like staring at perfection, but he knew that something had to appear sooner or later. His group only had to assault it with a relentless offensive. King Elbas eventually joined the offensive, but his attacks didn't carry the entirety of his power. He was still testing the different reactions of the item, so he made his golden flames gain various features to see how that dark metal behaved. The experts had enough energy to keep attacking for months. They had an endless number of chaotic laws behind them, so refilling their centers of power wasn't an issue. Noah had to deactivate his ambition from time to time, but he didn't feel overwhelmed by the constant use of his law. A blinding white light suddenly appeared after the experts completed their first year of a relentless offensive toward the cauldron. A male figure with long white hair descended through the storms and revealed his cultivation level in the gaseous stage. His deep words even resounded in the area as an army of ghosts came out of the cauldron's 4 openings. You are really annoying. The rank 9 cultivator in the gaseous stage filed the area with heavy pressure. Long white hair combed into a simple ponytail fluttered in the winds generated by the chaotic laws. His young face didn't have any beard, and his eyes shone with a green light that seemed to carry white shades. The cultivator's robe was completely white and radiated heaven and earth's iconic aura. The storms seemed unable to make his long sleeves flutter and revealed the presence of inscriptions hidden in their fabric. Moreover, the thousands of ghosts that came out of the cauldron flew toward him and created a dark army ready to obey his commands. Needless to say, the sudden appearance of the expert left the expert speechless. They expected heaven and earth to do something about their interference, but that had happened after only 1 year of relentless offensive. The ruler's decision to send reinforcements so soon could lead to two conclusions. The first saw heaven and earth willing to invest enough energy to teleport a cultivator on the battlefield to handle the matter because Noah and the others were high-value targets. Instead, the second hinted at the fact that the cauldron was already reaching its limits. Did we come close to destroying it? Noah wondered as the tragic scene unfolded in his eyes. Fighting the ghosts with the item that could produce them right behind the army felt quite pointless, especially since the cauldron didn't stop absorbing the winds after those creatures came out. Noah's group could end up in an endless battle if they didn't take care of the source of that problem. Of course, that could only provide part of a solution to the issue, but Noah found no point in falling prey to desperation. He was only thinking of plans that could get him out of that dangerous situation. Noah had never deluded himself. He knew exactly how strong he was, and he felt able to give a proper evaluation of his friend's power too. His entire group was close to the 9th rank, and all its members had enough energy to launch attacks at that level. Only a battle against an actual rank 9 existence could prove that their battle prowess had reached the 9th rank, but the experts didn't have the chance to meet opponents at that level so often. Noah had managed to fight Lord Lewis on his own, but that was a mere exception. Still, he believed that they had enough power to succeed in the task, which meant that they could potentially threaten the cauldron. The experts couldn't do much against a single rank 9 item in the middle tier on their own. Even Noah would struggle to make his destruction understand the flaws in the cauldron's structure. Yet, the situation changed when those 8 experts worked together. They could very likely reach the peak of the gaseous stage in terms of pure destructive power. The cauldron carried another aspect that Noah didn't dare to ignore. The slithering inscriptions were on its surface, on its most exposed part even. He had initially thought that heaven and earth didn't bother to build defenses due to the sheer power of the item, but he had started to consider a different possibility now. Those inscriptions had been so interesting that King Elbaz had continued to refuse using his real power for an entire year. Those lines had caused an intense reaction in his curiosity, leaving him unable to stop studying them even after that period. It was clear that the inscriptions were incredible. The sole fact that they could generate creatures capable of rewriting reality explained their power. Still, that feature didn't speak for their resilience or requirements in terms of the smoothness of their material. There was a high chance that the inscriptions required a perfectly kept cauldron with a completely smooth surface to generate ghosts. Noah could understand how a small dent could ruin the overall harmony that the item needed to achieve to allow that process. That would explain why heaven and earth had intervened so soon. The rulers had to prevent even the slightest damage from appearing on the cauldron's surface, and Noah's group had probably come close to that result. We can put an end to the ghosts, Noah eventually concluded, but his problems didn't end there. His reasoning had lasted for less than a second. The cultivator had yet to give orders. His annoyed voice had yet to disperse even. Noah had the time to think about the situation as a whole, but everything appeared quite hopeless even after his recent conclusion. Noah didn't fear the rank 9 cultivator, but the ghosts behind him were too strange to deal with. A defeat would arrive as soon as the illusions replaced the reality, and Noah had no counter for that. "Do we run?" Wilfred asked after he completed his inspection of the area. The hybrid had reached the same inevitable conclusions. The group had already lost against the ghosts, and they had a rank 9 cultivator on their side now. The battle only had one conclusion that Noah and the others didn't seem able to avoid. "How long can you remain immune to the ghosts?" Noah asked, and everyone knew the target of his words. "In theory," King Elbaz pondered. "Endlessly. The problem is their aura. It will affect you at some point, and everything will fall apart." "What if I gave you a place where to keep them busy?" Noah continued. "Like a separate dimension?" King Elbaz asked before a faint smile appeared on his face. "That might work, but the cauldron will create more of them in the meantime. So we destroy it before it's too late," Noah announced. "We have a plan then." Noah and the others had obviously shielded their words with their mental waves to prevent the cultivator from understanding their conversation. However, their intentions were quite clear. Heaven and Earth's follower could see how determination appeared on their faces as they prepared themselves to attack. "Thank you for not escaping," the cultivator snorted. "I didn't want to chase you through the storms. It would have been too annoying." "I bet you'll take care of him," Alexander smirked. "Someone has to keep him busy," Noah confirmed. "And I need to have a complete view of the battlefield to keep the ghosts away. I can't focus only on the item." "Someone might complain about your greed sooner or later," Robert laughed. "I'm sorry if a rank 9 inscribed item in the middle tier isn't a worthy opponent," Noah mocked. "I'll see if Heaven and Earth are available next time. Tell them to send more of them next time." Sword Saint shouted as his sharpness exploded outward and pierced the barrier of mental energy before condensing in a silver blade. "Maybe a spear is better for this task," Divine Demon wondered while scratching the side of his head and closing his eyes to focus on his law. Part of the storms changed color before converging toward his figure and creating a tall trident that radiated an ominous aura. The experts next to Divine Demon couldn't help but shot curious glances at him. It was surprising to see the cultivator activating the full power of his law without challenging anyone. The other experts also deployed and prepared their techniques, but the cultivator didn't let them complete everything after the overall power that they generated made him worry. His hand pointed at the group, and the ghosts moved toward them. The dark army resembled a tainted sea expanding through the white area, but an even darker figure suddenly appeared on their path. The cultivator tried to make them dodge the attack, but ghosts had nowhere to run. Shafu's mouth had materialized around them, and it was blocking every escape route. Shafu was a living being, so the ghosts could affect it. However, Noah didn't have to worry about separating reality and illusions when it came to his companions, since the mental connection would tell him when something was off. The rank 9 cultivator's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Shafu's massive mouth closing on the entire army of ghosts and bringing them into the separate space inside its body. He didn't sense the arrival of the dragon at all. Noah had relied on the shadow domain to make it appear in the area. Shafu made sure not to destroy the creatures during the process to limit the spreading of their dark energy, and Noah kept the mental connection in check to confirm that everything worked as planned. The ghosts ended up at the center of his companion's separate space without affecting its mental state, but they immediately tried to spread their influence. The separate space was immense, but it had clear limits, and the ghosts were quite fast. They immediately started roaming through the incomplete lands made of the dark matter inside Shafu's body, and they came dangerously close to their edges. Their peculiar nature even made them able to affect the very higher energy around them, and Noah soon sensed a force trying to take control of his companion's mind. Noah didn't hesitate. His hand stretched to reach King Elba's, but the expert's shoulder transformed into golden flames when Noah tried to touch him. The two exchanged meaningful glances at that point. Noah scolded him with his eyes, and King Elba's didn't hide his intense annoyance. Yet, the latter still solidified and gave Noah the chance to grab him. "Don't hurt my dragon," Noah warned before throwing King Elba's toward Shafu. The dragon made his figure disappear as soon as he touched the dark matter that made his scales. It was up to King Elba's to handle the ghost situation inside Shafu now. Everyone else could focus on the events unfolding in the outside world. "You never learn, do you?" The cultivator sighed when Shafu's figure returned inside the shadow domain. The cultivator took a white thorn from inside his large sleeves and stabbed it in the fabric of the world. Cracks in space appeared around the spot where the weapon had pierced the sky, and they spread until they covered the entire area. They were so fast that they crossed Noah and the others before they could do anything to dodge them. Still, the cracks didn't seem to aim for them. They were looking for a specific type of space, and they found it all around Noah and through most of the area that separated him from the cauldron. The cracks spread until they became large enough to make enough pieces of the sky crumble at the same time. A dark world unfolded in everyone's vision as the whiteness fell, but those fissures didn't end up leading to the void. Instead, they uncovered a separate dimension that contained Shafu and a few hundreds of instabilities that Noah had put inside the shadow domain before attacking the ghosts. The sky remained stable in the spots that didn't have the shadow domain under them. It seemed that the white thorn was one of the counters made for Noah's techniques, and its effects ended up being exceptional. Heaven and earth know your techniques, the cultivator announced while storing the thorn and picking something else from his sleeves. They even believe that you are holding something back. Why don't you do all of us a favor and reveal what you have developed in these years? The cultivator took a flask filled with a shining white liquid and unsealed its lid before tilting its edge. The fluid started falling toward Shafu, and the dragon instinctively roared at that substance. Noah reacted differently at that sight. He could sense his black hole shake in fear when his focus converged on the white liquid. It seemed that heaven and earth had created something meant to counter his higher energy. You can't fight the world, the cultivator laughed. We will always be one step ahead of you. You can devil dash dot. The cultivator stopped speaking when he saw that Shafu vanished all of a sudden. He didn't sense any energy running through the area, but that immense dragon had disappeared without leaving any trace. Your understanding of space has increased, the cultivator eventually announced as he turned to show a smile toward Noah. It's how we feared. You might be a suitable successor to those annoying dragons. How is the study of time going? I bet it must be your worst subject. Noah didn't say anything at those comments. He limited himself to show a cold expression as his attention moved from the spot of the uncovered shadow domain where the liquid had fallen and his separate space. Shafu was safe inside his separate space. Noah had managed to teleport the creature directly into his storage technique since it was still connected to the shadow domain. Still, the cultivator had been correct. He couldn't have teleported something so big and at such distance so quickly before his study of the dragon spheres. Noah had even left a brim of dark matter in the spot of the shadow domain targeted by the white liquid. The fluid's effect turned out to be as he feared. His higher energy simply fell apart and transformed into primary energy when the first white drops fell on it. Alexander and the others turned toward the cauldron at that point, but the cultivator didn't like that. His hand rose toward the group and started amassing white flames, but two black slashes suddenly filled his vision. However, his robe lit up before the slashes could land on their target. Noah saw the sharpness contained in his attacks vanishing right before the impact. His techniques crashed on the cultivator in the form of clouds made of dark matter and darkness that didn't have any specific meaning. We had also improved our counters, the cultivator revealed as the pressure radiated by his flames dispersed the dark cloud that had enveloped him. You always fight with experts stronger than you, so it's enough to remove one aspect of your law from your attack to render you harmless. The white flames shot forward after the line ended. They crossed the sky in an instant and almost landed on Robert, but a figure appeared in front of him and shielded him from the dense bullet. Robert's eyes widened when he saw Noah's fuming figure standing in front of him. Anger filled his mind, and his aura expanded in the environment, but Noah raised a hand to stop him. "What are you doing?" Noah asked in a chilling voice. "He has attacked you because he knows that your law can counter the ghosts. You can't join this battle." "We can help," Alexander responded. "Elbas can't keep the ghosts at bay for long." Noah explained as a layer of dark matter covered his front and filled the injuries caused by the flames and the previous slashes. "My mind will be at risk once they manage to leave Shafu, so we have to make sure to destroy this item before that. Leave the cultivator to me and focus on your task." Noah didn't use an overbearing tone when giving his orders, but his companions could only focus on the pride that leaked out of his figure during the scene and add intensity to his words anyway. The experts could barely help themselves in that situation. They couldn't see Noah's front, but he had just endured the attack of a rank 9 cultivator with his bare chest. The two swords in his hands covered his figure with an ominous aura, and the smoke released by his charred skin highlighted his innate pressure. No one dared to say anything after his order. The group shot toward the cauldron and resumed their relentless offensive. They even tried their best to make their attacks converge on the same spot to maximize their destructive effects. All of them had reached Noah's conclusions. Even those who couldn't understand much became aware of the cauldron's flaws after listening to the plan. They could connect their offensive with the sudden arrival of Heaven and Earth's follower and move their focus on damaging the item. The cultivator couldn't help but follow the group with his eyes before gazing at Noah again. His broad smile remained on his face, but something had changed in his overall aura. It seemed that his confidence had taken a blow. The cauldron can last for entire millennia under such a weak offensive, the cultivator scoffed. Me too, Noah growled as the fiendish armor covered his figure. Do you plan of being my punching bag for a few millennia? The cultivator laughed before raising his hand and creating a mass of white flames. Meanwhile, his free hand went inside his sleeve to pick another flask containing the dangerous white liquid. The expert didn't hesitate for even a second before picking another counter. Do I really have to reveal something? Noah wondered as some hesitation spread inside his mind. Shafu was busy containing King Elbaz and the ghosts, so Noah only had one trump card at his disposal. Yet, he didn't want heaven and earth to learn about it already. He would rather reveal his final slash once he could cause substantial losses in the rulers. On the other hand, death was an outcome that he had to avoid. Noah didn't feel threatened enough to go all out, but he didn't want to risk falling for traps that would make the entire mission fail. Also, stalling didn't benefit him since the ghosts would eventually overwhelm his group. King Elbaz might be able to contain them for a long time, but more of them would soon come out of the cauldron, and Noah couldn't put them inside Shafu with the cultivator's interference. Defeating the cultivator and taking care of the battlefield without external influences was the best option. But Noah didn't know if he could succeed. Still, he had the chance to test his limits for a few exchanges before it would be too late to make up his mind about an approach. His time spent with the 4 dragon spheres deepened the features of his law connected to space, creation, and destruction. The problem was that his abilities didn't evolve with those improvements. They had only experienced slight improvements that only involved their sheer power. Let's see if these counters can keep up with me, Noah thought before disappearing from his position. The cultivator smirked before throwing the flash behind him. Noah materialized in its trajectory, and the item exploded before threatening to cover him with its dangerous fluid. The helmet of the fiendish armor opened and allowed Noah to spat his flames without mixing them with dark matter. His fire burnt the liquid easily, but the energy that it brought back to his body damaged his flesh instead of healing it. Moreover, it continued to carry the white fluid features, so the layer of higher energy that covered his figure opened in multiple spots. The cultivator didn't let that chance go to waste. He threw the mass of flames that had accumulated above his figure, and the fiery attack reached Noah in an instant. Noah was still busy dispersing the toxic energy injuring his flesh, so he couldn't dodge the attack in time. However, a wave of dark matter shot out of his figure and ignored that holes opened in its structure while it clashed toward the incoming flames. The black hole had acted on its own, but that turned out to be a mistake. The dark matter tried to use the abilities of Noah's flames to absorb energy from the cultivator's technique, yet more toxic aura ended up flowing inside his body. It seemed that the entirety of the expert's existence could counter Noah. The dark matter around Noah eventually vanished as the effects of the liquid continued to spread. He tried to restore his armor, but he discovered that the white fluid had left a trace of its aura on his skin, which continued to activate its power. Noah found himself unable to keep higher energy above his skin, and even his demonic sword had to give up on using that power while it remained in his grasp. This is annoying, Noah thought before the cultivator's sudden movements claimed his attention. The rank 9 expert didn't shoot after Noah right away. He turned toward the cauldron and pointed his arm at the expert's launching attacks relentlessly. An annoyed expression appeared on the rank 9 cultivator's face when he launched his flames and saw them exploding before reaching their targets. Noah appeared among the dispersing white fire and made sure to let the attack go over most of his skin. The white fire left large red patches on his figure. Some denser patches of fire even succeeded in digging through his skin and reaching his muscles, but that amount of damage was nothing for Noah. What are you even doing? The cultivator asked once Noah started chasing after the dispersing flames to let them burn more parts of his skin. The answer to his question arrived quickly. The cultivator's expression grew solemn when he saw the fiendish armor covering Noah's figure again. The latter had used his opponent's attack to remove the effects of the white liquid. He could protect his skin with dark matter again. This won't do, Noah thought while making sure to irritate his opponent by making the fiendish armor wear a devilish grin. I can't even start attacking in this condition. What limits should I even test? Noah felt sure that the cultivator could counter all his other known abilities. After all, the expert could already deal with some of his best attacks. It felt only normal that his companions couldn't do anything either. How is it going down there? Noah asked through the mental connection. Shafu played his thoughts inside its separate space and filled the battlefield where King Elbaz was fighting the ghosts. His eyes were bloodshot, and pieces of his body transformed into golden flames from time to time, but he seemed to be alone and without opponents. The situation was quite different from how it appeared. King Elbaz didn't have problems dealing with the ghosts since they were pretty weak without their illusions, but their auras had remained in the separate space around him. King Elbaz was slowly disposing of the aura, but the process had started to affect him. He couldn't even ask Noah to push it outside of Shafu since the battlefield had to remain clear of illusions, so he was only doing his best to endure that situation. You should worry about yourself, King Elbaz shouted when Noah's voice resounded inside the separate space. That's the issue, Noah revealed. I can go all out, but it might take a while to defeat him anyway. I need to know for how long you can survive. Is he so strong? King Elbaz asked in a surprised tone. He is quite weak actually, Noah explained, but he has items meant to counter my abilities. I need to show something new to defeat him. Why bother? King Elbaz snorted. Just throw someone else at him. Alexander should be perfect for the task. Noah fell silent, but a curse resounded in his mind. He suddenly realized that pride had played a trick on him. It had made him believe that he would lose control of the battlefield if he didn't fight against the cultivator. But that assumption didn't reflect the truth. The vastity of Noah's law didn't cause problems only when it came to the requirements for its growth. Its many features only increased the number of issues that could appear as his level increased. His ambition alone made Noah unable to stop, but each aspect could cause different misconceptions. His destruction and creation could work against each other and slow down improvements on both paths. His greed could make him unable to give up on benefits accompanied by great threats. Even his understanding of space could cause dangerous overconfidence in his ability to bend a situation to his advantage. The same could happen with his pride, and Noah had just experienced how easy it was for flaws to appear in his judgment. It didn't matter how carefully he had analyzed the issue beforehand. He had still failed to modify his approach to a battle that could only bring negative consequences. Noah could probably defeat his opponent. The world had yet to witness the power of his final slash, but he knew of incredible it could be. Counters wouldn't matter anymore at that point. However, defeating the cultivator wouldn't bring any benefit. Noah had already proven that his battle prowess put him in the 9th rank. Revealing one of his new trump cards would only allow heaven and earth to prepare a counter for the next battle. Achieving that small victory could hurt the rulers, but the damage didn't match the price he had to pay. Alexander! Noah roared, and his cry transformed into a deep roar that shook the sky and left his opponent confused. The hybrid turned toward the battle in confusion. He didn't expect Noah to disturb him when their time was so short, but the sudden expansion of the dark world made him feel even more surprised. The rank 9 cultivator snorted and took out another white flask from his sleeve. The expert threw the item and the incoming dark matter, and the pressure carried by the higher energy shattered it to release the white liquid inside the technique. A massive hole immediately appeared inside the dark world before that destruction continued to expand throughout its entire structure. The dark matter fell under the effects of the white liquid and revealed its insides. The white sky reappeared in everyone's vision, but surprise also spread in the area. The rank 9 cultivator didn't find Noah in front of him anymore. Alexander had replaced his previous opponent, and the same surprise filled his expression. The hybrid turned to look at the massive cauldron and discovered that Noah had joined the offensive with the other experts. I thought you had to be here to control the battlefield, Alexander complained. I was wrong, Noah limited himself to explain, but that simple answer managed to generate a third wave of surprise. Noah had correctly guessed core aspects of heaven and earth with little more than vague clues and crazy ideas. Moreover, His battle prowess was hard to evaluate since none of his companions could calculate how long he had actually fought. Even June would struggle to recall all of them. Noah wasn't the type to be wrong, especially when it mattered the most. However, he had admitted his mistake quickly in that situation. The matter clearly didn't come from the cultivator's dangerousness. It was something deeper that came from his very existence. "I guess you are against me now," Alexander announced while turning toward the cultivator and spreading his arms. The cultivator snorted before raising his arms toward the sky. The stormy area above him lit up and opened to reveal that a pillar of light was falling from the whiteness. Alexander prepared himself to dodge the attack, but a frown appeared on his face when he saw the light engulfing the cultivator. The beam carried heaven and earth's aura, so the hybrid didn't lower his guard. Yet, he remained confused about the actual purpose behind that event. The pillar slowly dispersed and revealed the same young rank 9 cultivator as before. Nothing seemed to have changed in his hair, aura, expression, and power. Only his robe had gained a series of gray marks on the edge of his sleeves. "Don't think that heaven and earth have prepared counters only for Noah Bulvin," the cultivator shouted while placing both hands under his sleeves and taking out 2 different weapons. One of the weapons was a silver-spiked mace that had lightning bolts running through its metallic surface. Its spherical head also seemed able to store those sparks and turn its spikes into fuming and scorching sharp edges. The other was a long metal spear that radiated heaven and earth's aura as soon as it came into contact with the world. Its white material almost fused with the fabric of space, and its edges became blurry whenever it waved in the air. What would they even counter? Alexander asked as a faint smile appeared on his face. "Your existence is another troublesome flaw," the cultivator explained while glancing at Noah in the distance. "You used to belong to the fairness, but do you have counters or not?" Alexander repeated. "Of course," the cultivator announced while pointing both weapons toward the hybrid. "Heaven and earth have made a list of your most troublesome abilities. I'll deal with the others with my own law." "It technically isn't yours, is it?" Alexander asked while scratching his chin. "It's a replica created by heaven and earth after a fundamental transformation. I'm sorry to say that you actually died when you joined the rulers." The cultivator snorted again, and energy converged in his 2 weapons before attacks shot out of them. Lightning bots came out of the spiked mace, and white bullets rained out of the spear. Alexander raised his hands, and 2 different abilities activated on his palms. A dark vortex that resembled a weak black hole and a dense green jelly appeared before him and flew forward to endure the incoming attacks. The jelly clashed with the lightning bolts and absorbed them. It didn't matter if Alexander's spell was 1 stage weaker than the attack. His ability blocked that enemy attack easily and continued to move forward. Something similar happened with the black vortex. The rotating darkness generated a suction force that dragged all the white bullets in its insides. Both attacks came from rank 9 inscribed weapons in the lower tier, while Alexander's abilities were at the peak of the 8th rank. Yet, the rank 9 cultivator never had a chance against the hybrid. The latter had simply deployed techniques that countered those attempted counters. The cultivator felt forced to switch his weapons. A sharp rapier appeared on the hand that would have to face the green jelly, and a seemingly liquid blue shield replaced the spear. Both weapons did really well against the incoming abilities. The rapier pierced the jelly and made it explode into a wave of lightning bolts, the same that it had absorbed before. Meanwhile, the shield made the black vortex enter its fabric and fuse with it. The weapon seemed to grow darker, but it endured the attack perfectly. Still, Alexander had far more to offer. His hands rose toward the sky and gave birth to 2 more abilities. It seemed that he wanted to turn the battle into a war of counters. Noah had resumed launching an endless wave of attacks while Alexander and the rank 9 cultivator started a long exchange that saw countless different weapons and abilities facing each other. The deep destructive understanding built inside Noah during the year spent in the relentless offensive began to grow again. Each attack taught him more about the cauldron's fabric and made his techniques more effective. Faint black lines even started to appear on the item's surface as his bloodlust led his destruction toward new levels. The injuries suffered during the battle against the rank 9 cultivator healed quickly. Noah had expanded the dark world behind him, and the storms that didn't manage to escape his technique transformed into energy that his body used to heal. The surge of energy that filled his body was also important to balance the drawbacks caused by his ambition and cursed sword. Noah couldn't go all out forever, but his resilience and smart alternation between a weaker offensive and some of his strongest attacks allowed him to assault the cauldron non-stop. His role felt relatively easy. Noah didn't have a real opponent, so he didn't have to keep the entirety of his concentration on his attacks. He did his best to provide his demonic deduction technique enough attention, but part of his focus still shifted toward other aspects of the battlefield. King Elbaz was still inside Shafu, which was inside his separate space. The expert was struggling to keep going, but he had so many items and resources inside his storage items that the ghost's peculiar aura never managed to bring him to his limits. Instead, Alexander was doing far better. The hybrid had been at the peak of the 8th rank for a while by then, but his base power was more than enough to face a rank 9 cultivator that had countless rank 9 weapons at his disposal. Alexander had always been the closest to the 9th rank in Noah's group, but he needed more than expected to complete the requirements for the superior realm. The problem came from his peculiar existence. After all, he was the strongest natural hybrid that the world had ever produced. His species had limitless potential due to its power. Alexander could learn an endless number of innate abilities and deploy them without taking into consideration normal limitations. The matching element and requirements that usually afflicted other hybrids and magical beasts didn't apply to him. It was clear that such a powerful existence couldn't belong to heaven and earth's fairness without huge drawbacks. In theory, every member of Alexander's peculiar kind was fated to regress to the state of hungry beasts and fall prey to their instincts. That had also been his destiny, but the meeting with Noah had changed his life. Noah had removed Alexander's drawback. He had cleared his mind from all the ghostly residual wills of the magical beasts and had brought clarity in an expert who had already absorbed countless innate abilities. That process resulted in a monster who had a nigh-endless number of different attacks at his disposal. Alexander didn't even need Noah's help anymore at his current level since he had prioritized developing a technique that could clear his mind after achieving clarity. The hybrid basically belonged to a perfect species now, and he was making heaven and earth regret to have let him live for so long. That change in his existence had inevitably increased his requirements and delayed his breakthrough, but the hybrid didn't care. Alexander would have paid any price to achieve his current clarity, but Noah had done everything freely. Alexander's life had gone from being a living hell that required a periodic venting period to a stable, unreasonably powerful state. Divine Demon shared similar majestic abilities, but Alexander was better in terms of species and control over his immense might. The rank 9 cultivator was doing his best. He used the right counters at the perfect time, but he never managed to seize the upper hand in the battle. Alexander deployed new abilities that worked against heaven and earth's weapons. The fight would have been already over if it weren't for the difference in their cultivation level. Still, it was clear that the cultivator couldn't let the situation go on like that. He was only wasting heaven and earth's resources without managing to affect the battlefield. Noah and the others would destroy the cauldron at that pace, and the expert wouldn't weaken that side at all. The experts would even come out stronger than ever after that victory. A series of spikes that released a toxic substance in the air shot toward the rank 9 cultivator, but a white light suddenly enveloped him and burnt the incoming attacks. The radiance didn't come from the sky at that time. It flowed out from his sleeves and covered his figure. I, Dwight, have served heaven and earth for hundreds of thousands of years. The cultivator's voice seeped through the whiteness. I now request my reward from the mighty rulers. The world seemed to stop after that statement. The storms didn't blow anymore, and even the other experts remained stuck in that peculiar state. The event resembled a stronger version of Chandal's Law, but it carried a far different vibe. It wasn't an attack or an ability. It was as if the world recognized it as a natural occurrence and made everyone stop moving to admire it. The white light around Dwight was the only thing that moved on the scene. That glow flickered, rotated, and dimmed depending on the changes happening in its insides. Noah couldn't help but link those images to the chrysalis he experienced during some breakthroughs, but he could clearly feel heaven and earth's aura coming out of it. The light didn't take much to complete its process. Dwight's robe soon reabsorbed it and revealed his new form. The cultivator didn't show any different features, and even his aura felt the same as before. The world began to move again, and Alexander couldn't help but frown. He quickly activated one of his innate abilities to study Dwight, but his inspections didn't reveal anything. He was in front of the same expert that he had fought before. "Is everything okay?" Alexander asked while scratching his head in confusion. "Do heaven and earth need some time to try again? You always like to mock existences that you can't understand." Dwight sighed while revealing that his hands were now empty. Alexander had never considered his weapons a threat, so he didn't notice that they had disappeared after the white chrysalis. Still, that gesture didn't solve his doubts about Dwight's power. "Do we resume then?" Alexander asked as his confusion slowly transformed into helplessness. "It's a bit disappointing that heaven and earth thought that my law wasn't enough to defeat you," Dwight revealed while ignoring his opponent's words. His hands went inside his sleeves and took out a large cubical structure. The item was nothing more than a mass of smaller cubes attached through sparks. The weapon seemed able to open and reassemble itself at will, but it remained in its united form while it studied Alexander. "Beware," Dwight announced in a proud tone. "Heaven and earth have granted you the honor to be the first of your group to see your personal counter." Those words alerted the experts in the distance, but movements suddenly happened inside the cauldron. Noah and the others couldn't help but take a step back when they saw dark figures coming out of its four edges. The item had completed its new batch of ghosts. Dangers appeared on both sides of the battlefield, and King Elbaz wasn't doing too well either. The expert was reaching his limits. New ghosts had come out of the cauldron, and heaven and earth had built a final counter for Alexander. Everything had turned to the worse for Noah's group. The ghosts crawled out of the cauldron before floating in front of the item. Their appearance forced the group busy damaging the middle tier structure to interrupt their offensive and take a step back. None of them wanted to risk touching the dark aura of those creatures. That was the event that Noah had feared since the beginning of the battle. In theory, the appearance of the new batch of ghosts would mark the game over. The situation could only worsen from that point onward. However, Robert stepped forward after wearing a determined expression. His aura surged as he shot toward the hundreds of ghosts and dived right through their ranks. Noah and the others couldn't stop their companion. His actions had been too sudden, but they inspired Stephen to do the same. The expert quickly chased after Robert and soon found himself next to him, with ghosts everywhere in his surroundings. The dark aura radiated by the ghosts immediately affected the two experts. Noah and those still in the distance could see how Robert and Stephen fell in a daze and lost control of their abilities. Still, it turned out that they had prepared themselves for that event. Robert and Stephen turned toward their companions and pointed their hands at them. They wanted to attack their friends, but their energy was already busy fueling other abilities. A dense suction force seeped out of Stephen's figure and forced the ghosts to converge toward his position. Even the dark aura that had started to come out of their bodies began to flow toward the two experts and made them fall deeper into the illusions. Robert's ability activated in the middle of that process. A dark purple substance came out of his pores to cover his skin before expanding into a giant sphere that enveloped the entire platoon of ghosts and even touched the cauldron. Stephen's skin burnt under the effects of Robert's toxic energy, but the illusions didn't make him sense that damage. His body continued to suffer injuries, but the ghosts had it far worse. Robert had perfected a version of his law after the previous battle. He had the ideal weapon against the ghosts now, and those creatures could only turn into lumps of smoke as the toxic substance consumed them. That smoke would normally remain a threatening material to leave on the battlefield, but the toxic substance consumed it too. It removed every trace of the ghosts in the few seconds that remained active before dispersing in the sky. Robert found himself able to use his energy again after the attack dispersed. The illusions made him turn toward the companion at his side and point his hands at him to prepare a new ability. Stephen had fainted. The energy around his figure allowed him to hover in the sky, but his condition was awful. The toxic energy had made his skin disappear, and his muscles were now in the open. No defenses covered his body either, so another attack could directly take his life. Yet, a dark figure suddenly arrived in front of Robert and kicked him toward the cauldron. The expert couldn't stop that attack nor his momentum. He slammed hard on the middle-tier item and spat a mouthful of blood as his internal organs suffered severe injuries. Noah reappeared in front of Robert. The expert's empty eyes converged on him as his energy surged again to create another attack. He was still under the effects of the illusions, but his movements were too slow to stop what was about to arrive. Noah slammed his palm on Robert's forehead, and a wave of dark matter flowed inside the expert before transforming into barriers that isolated the centers of power from the rest of the organs. Robert suddenly found himself unable to summon his energy, so the next slap made him faint. Robert's body disappeared when Noah stored him inside his separate space. He teleported next to Stephen and did the same before letting the dark matter suppress their injuries. The battle was over for the two of them, but they had done more than enough already. "All right, fuck it," Noah announced once he teleported back among his companions. Sword Saint, Wilfred, and Divine Demon shot confused expressions toward him. They could see that he wasn't in the best mood, but they remained silent for the time being. They had been with Noah long enough to know that such sudden curses usually preceded crazy orders. "I know that it's stupid to reveal out trump cards so soon," Noah confessed. "But it's also stupid planning to defeat the rulers when we have yet to reach the 9th rank. Just go all out now and come up with something new in the next years." "Are we betting everything on the old rulers?" Wilfred asked as a bit of worry filled his mind. Noah had been near Robert while the expert was under the effect of the illusions. The group didn't know enough about the ghosts to confirm that they didn't affect Noah. It was even unclear whether they could make him decide to give orders that would hurt his companions. "You do have trump cards, right?" Noah questioned in a tone that expressed how obvious the matter was in his mind. "A few," Sword Saint replied. "More than a few," Divine Demon stated while shooting a challenging glance toward Sword Saint. "Are you sure that this is the right path?" Wilfred expressed his worries. "We would be in heaven and Earth's power afterward. Then we'll come up with something new," Noah snorted. "Alexander is already fighting his unique counter. The rulers have already started to take us seriously. No point holding back when we have the chance to mess with their plans. Don't tell me that you'll throw the old rulers into the stormy regions afterward." King Elba's voice suddenly came out of Noah's chest and attracted everyone's attention. "Can you hear us?" Noah asked in a worried tone. "Is there a leak in Shafu's separate space?" "I managed to make a few sensors sneak past your dragon," King Elba's explained. "I'm getting bored inside here. How did you even pierce Shafu's defenses?" Noah questioned him again to make sure that he wasn't under the effect of the illusions. "I'm the best," King Elba snorted, and the topic ended there. "I plan to throw the entire city into the open," Noah revealed as a cold smirk appeared on his face. "That's the least the old rulers can do to repay us." "That should give you enough time to develop something else," King Elbas commented. "Who knows? Some of us might even reach the 9th rank in that period." "It's set then," Noah declared. "Go all out. Let's break a middle-tier item." Wilfred could only sigh at that scene. The experts who had decided to follow that plan had been near the ghost's dark energy. Those creatures could have affected both of them, but he was the only one with doubts about that plan. The two cultivators next to him had started smiling since they had received permission to go all out. "It's always a gamble with you," Wilfred sighed while shaking his head. "Find a calm leader in your next life." Noah laughed before his aura surged and started releasing dark matter and darkness in front of him. "Mind giving your master a hand?" Divine Demon reminded after clearing his throat. "Why?" Noah continued to laugh. "Can't you damage the cauldron without us? Is that a challenge?" Divine Demon uttered as his eyes lit up. "Of course," Noah shouted. "Have fun." The events that had unfolded near the cauldron had made the four experts unable to keep their companion in check. The situation for Alexander had turned for the worse during those short minutes. When Noah and the others glanced at him to reaffirm their resolve, they found him bent forward, with blood flowing out of his eyes, mouth, ears, and nostrils. Alexander could understand what was happening, but he was struggling to accept it. Injuries filled his insides, and blood rained out of his face. He couldn't see, hear, smell, or taste, but his consciousness took the place of his occluded senses and allowed him to keep track of the menacing giant cube inspecting his every move. It feels hopeless, doesn't it? Dwight heaved a helpless sigh. This is the true power of the rulers. This is what they can do after taking away your place in the world. Honestly, I don't understand how any of you still hopes to defeat them. Dwight didn't need to do much in that situation. He didn't attack nor move. His focus was on providing energy to the cube, but his mental waves didn't affect its functioning. The item moved on its own, and it was doing an exceptional job even without the cultivator's help. I must admit that their path can be hard to accept. Dwight continued as his eyes moved toward the sky and lost themselves in the endless whiteness. Look at me. I've spent hundreds of thousands of years chasing the peak inside their system, but they bind me to the counter of a rank 8 hybrid. Normal experts would never accept this outcome, but that's when faith comes into play. The faith in a system that pretends to strive for fairness. Alexander responded, and the blood flowing out of his mouth made his words hard to understand. That's the whole point of owning the system, isn't it? Dwight chuckled. Don't be a hypocrite. All of us would have bent the rules in our favor if we had the chance. The only difference between us and heaven and earth is that we don't sit above the whiteness. And you dare to call yourself a cultivator? Alexander snorted as a pale azure light seeped out of his skin. His body began to absorb energy at his speed and fix some of his internal injuries, but the cube released crackling noises as soon as the ability activated. The sparks that ran among the small cubes that made the entire item intensified and made those pieces create some distance among themselves. They started to move at that point, and the weapon condensed again after it gained a different internal arrangement. The cube began to fill the sky with faint white energy after its structure returned to its previous size and the sparks calmed down. The white fuel fused with the air and became part of the laws that Alexander's body shattered to gain nutrients and keep his healing ability active. Still, those true meanings soon became toxic for his flesh. Alexander's body directly rejected the energy flowing inside his figure. Pieces of his flesh exploded as the toxic power made the innate ability malfunction and caused backlashes. His skin opened on its own, and patches of muscles fell from him before he managed to stop his technique and suppress its effects. You just don't want to learn, Dwight sighed. This is already the 11th countered ability. How many more do you want to test before you understand what's going on? As many as I need to, Alexander shouted as dark silver energy covered his figure and made his skin gain metallic properties. The new innate ability couldn't heal his injuries, but it forced his skin to condense and reflect the white shades that fell on it. The patches of missing flesh shrunk as they experienced the same transformation. The exposed muscles changed color and obtained a tough membrane that covered their surface. The wounds remained, but they stopped bleeding and remaining weak spots on his defenses. The cube didn't let that matter go. The pieces of its structure moved as it studied the ability, and a red lightning bolt shot out of its center once it condensed again. Alexander was in no condition to dodge the incoming attack. The lightning bolt fell on his head and spread its energy throughout his body. The scarlet sparks destabilized the pieces of skin and flesh that had gained metallic properties and made them crack, opening a new series of injuries. 12. Dwight commented in an annoyed tone. How long do you want to keep going before understanding that you have no chances to win? Dwight was the embodiment of confidence in that situation. But a wave of intense energy suddenly spread from near the cauldron and filled the entirety of the stormless area. The cultivator couldn't help but glance at Noah and the others at that point. He had also lost track of the battlefield after the cube arrived, so the sudden discharge of power startled him and moved his focus back to the main reason behind his presence there. Heaven and Earth had sent Dwight to protect the cauldron, but the item was in the middle tier of the 9th rank. Its materials weren't something that rank 8 experts could affect quickly, even when it came to the strongest existences in the 8th rank in the entire world. Dwight was even aware of heaven and earth's calculations. He knew that the rulers had sent him to the area before the cauldron approached a critical condition. The rulers wanted to give him a long window and ensure his victory, but doubts appeared in his mind after the discharge of energy. Noah, Divine Demon, Sword Saint, and Wilfred had noticed Alexander's injured state, but they had decided to deploy their strategy anyway. Rendering the cauldrons useless would make all their efforts worth it. Instead, moving to help Alexander would only give the item enough time to generate more ghosts. The best choice appeared obvious when inspecting but the main issue remained. The 4 experts didn't know if they could destroy the cauldron quickly, but there didn't seem to be another solution. It was time to reveal their trump cards and show to Dwight their power of paths free of heaven and earth's influence. Dwight inspected the energy that was flowing into the environment. Fear spread in his insides as he experienced the raging waves of power that the 4 experts could generate. Nothing made sense anymore in his mind at that point. His body shook as he sensed the pure destructive force that mere rank 8 existences could wield. Dwight instinctively moved toward the group in the distance, but a sorry figure appeared on his path and blocked his advance. Alexander was on the verge of fainting, but determination seeped out of his bleeding eyes. He was ready to give his life to make that mission succeed. Still, the cube never left him off the hook. The item chased after Alexander and prepared an ability that could put an end to the hybrid's life, but the latter also unleashed a massive surge of energy that made his level unclear. A crazy laugh followed his gesture. Alexander couldn't help but feel elated. His recent exchanges with the cube had reminded him of something that his previous condition had forced him to forget a long time ago. He felt whole for the first time in millennia, and the cube tried to prepare countermeasures when it became aware of the dangerousness of his state. The item studied Alexander's intense aura, but it didn't discover anything specific. The cube became ready to reassemble and cast something that could counter the incoming ability. Still, an overwhelming hunger suddenly came out of the expert's mind and made cracks open in the sky around his figure. Noah had found Alexander in a pitiful state. The hybrid made periodic trips to the stormy regions to relieve the unstable hunger and instincts that the countless ghosts inside his mind caused. Alexander's condition had been so bad that he had initially desired for Noah to become his successor as leader of the Legion. The hybrid had lost all hopes for himself, but he didn't fall prey to his desperation. He had continued to put the well-being of his organization above him and do everything in his power to ensure its future. Nevertheless, that behavior wasn't completely selfless. Alexander loved the Legion with every inch of his body, but many reckless and selfless decisions didn't come only from that feeling. His helpless situation and lack of hope for his condition had forced him to bring his affection toward his organization past healthy limits in a desperate attempt to justify the reason behind his existence before he completely lost his mind. Noah's arrival had changed everything for him. Alexander had gained the chance to obtain a clear mind and regain hope for his future. Still, Noah couldn't fix the issue that his companion had developed after spending years controlled by his desperation and obsessive love. Alexander had lost the ability to see a future for himself. He had struggled to express his desires even after his mind became empty, and that issue had continued even after the group reached the stormy regions. That mindset had affected his growth. Alexander had always been close to the 9th rank. Yet, the thoughts in his mind had kept him away from the breakthrough. The cultivation journey simply wouldn't accept someone who had no desire to advance. It was as if his centers of power had given up on his growth since his mind didn't believe that process to be possible anymore. However, Alexander was far from doomed. His desire returned after each adventure completed with his friends. Noah's influence also continued to affect him and brought his desire to reach the peak of the cultivation journey back among his priorities. That change in his mindset brought back something that his mind had forgotten after the many years spent in confusion. Alexander suddenly recalled his original element, which inevitably reminded him of the aspects of his character that he had lost alongside his hope. The return of his core brought back desires and dreams that Alexander had forgotten to have. The event caused his existence to gain a superior harmony and generate a massive surge of power that affected the sky and made it shatter. Still, it also led to other unexpected results. A deep understanding of his nature filled him once everything returned. Alexander could review the entirety of his path in the span of a single second and learn where it led. The journey ahead of him had never appeared clearer, and the ecstasy of the realization filled his body with energy that he didn't know to have. The many injuries that afflicted the insides and outsides of his body didn't matter anymore. Alexander barely felt them as his existence filled his laughs and seeped out of his injured body. The power released by his figure in that situation was so scary and unreasonable that Dwight instinctively took a step back to let the cube handle that dangerous opponent. All those years spent trying to suppress my hunger, Alexander shouted among his laughs. All that time wasted escaping my true vocation. All that suffering caused by a petty desire to balance paths meant to strive beyond common understanding. Different roars mixed with Alexander's voice. His cries made him sound like multiple magical beasts at the same time, but they slowly fused into a deep melodic tone that made the sky shake and shatter with each word that escaped his mouth. Dwight felt scared, but his feeling didn't come from the innate fear that his instincts generated in front of his powerful opponent. Alexander had already proven himself to be stronger than him, so he knew that his emotions were describing something different now. His fear came from the inactivity of the cube. The mighty counter created by heaven and earth to put an end to that existence didn't move an inch during that event. "Thank you, heaven and earth," Alexander roared as his eyes gazed at the immensity of the sky. "Thank you for underestimating the ants that try to seize your throne. What are you even saying?" Dwight snapped in front of that clear mock toward his leaders. "I'm telling the truth." Alexander laughed as he brought his eyes back on his opponent. "Your rulers have so little foresight that they are incapable of predicting our growth. They can only look at who we are, but they can't see what we can achieve. That's why they strive to obtain complete control, even when it comes to their loyal underlings." "Have you finally gone crazy?" Dwight showed an ugly smile during his response. "Did you finally reach the state that the rulers had planned for you? Didn't they tell you?" Alexander laughed maniacally as he raised his hand and pointed his palm toward Dwight. "Only maniacs can strive to reach the peak. Do you think that stable existences would ever endure millennia of bloodshed, pain, and death to elevate themselves?" A scarlet color gathered on Alexander's palm. Dense energy flowed toward that spot and intensified its shades. It didn't take much before the cracked sky around him became completely red. The cube promptly put itself between Dwight and Alexander. The many pieces that made its structure separated before reassembling according to what it learnt of the incoming ability. A heat wave came out of Alexander's palm, but the cube replied by freezing the area in front of it. The scorching energy crashed on the pale azure ice and tried to melt it, but it failed to dig through it. The attack even appeared weaker than Alexander's previous abilities. "You did go crazy." Dwight smirked as confidence returned to his expression. "You got me scared for a second. I thought you wanted to achieve true rank 9 power now. That's what you fail to understand," Alexander explained with his deep roars. "The potential to achieve that power is inside every living being. I don't need to look for it outside of my existence. My path had always been inside me." The heat wave intensified as its scarlet aura gained different features. Flames with various shapes appeared in its insides, and flares even started to shoot forward. The ice began to lose its ground against the attack, but the cube promptly rearranged itself again and added different layers of ice, meant to counter all the new features carried by Alexander's technique. The frozen layer slightly reformed at that point, but Dwight remained stunned when he saw that the item appeared unable to overwhelm that ability. "It seems that you are trying to fuse different innate abilities with similar features to create stronger versions of your attack," Dwight commented as his confidence intensified. "That won't work. The cube can counter each feature simultaneously. You need something stronger before even hoping to reach the rulers." "But I have that," Alexander laughed as the many features inside his heat wave disappeared to fuse with the original scarlet aura. His attack transformed when all the different innate abilities of the fire element in his possession fused with his heat wave and turned into a scorching, blinding wave of power that destroyed the ice in an instant and engulfed the area ahead. Dwight had lived under heaven and earth's rule for a long time. He had seen experts rise until they almost reached the very peak of the cultivation journey. But he had also witnessed his leaders suppressing them without exception. Many of those existences had earned the title of monster in their generation. But even their incredible power couldn't do anything once heaven and earth made up their mind to suppress them. It was a mere matter of available energy and expertise. A single expert couldn't compete with the vastness of the rulers. Only unique existences could make the rulers struggle to achieve their seemingly inevitable victory. The monster outside the sky, the dragons, and the old heaven and earth were beings that came from greater powers, so getting rid of them would require far more than a single battle against perfect counters. The dragons were the last desperate attempt of a dying world to oppose the invaders. They were basically immortal since they existed as counters of heaven and earth, but the rulers were slowly gaining the upper hand in that endless battle. The old rulers obviously were tough opponents since they carried the original power that had put heaven and earth on their throne. That battle was tricky and involved issues on multiple levels due to the shared knowledge between the two sides and the various problems that their influence could cause. The empty monster outside the sky was the son of heaven and earth's new approach to the cultivation journey. The rulers had created it, so it naturally expressed enough power to threaten them. Yet, it also naturally feared the whiteness due to the memories of the severing. Only those three factions had enough power and foundation to make heaven and earth commit mistakes and make them face setbacks. That had been an immutable truth for eras. All the other existences that still managed to escape their counters were in hiding or had been lucky enough to find special methods to avoid attracting the ruler's attention. Still, they weren't worthy of being real threats to the sky. Yet, Dwight was witnessing the very exception to his belief. He saw a counter explicitly made for an existence fail to suppress its opponent. Alexander's attack didn't destroy the cube, but it destroyed the counter created for his ability. The item endured the scorching heat wave due to the high quality of its materials. Its surface turned red and created a safe conical area behind it where Dwight could float. Still, it also failed to remain in its position. The scarlet energy was slowly pushing it back and damaging the sparks that connected its many pieces. The red light shone everywhere around Dwight. The heat wave was large enough to fill his surroundings and leave only the conical area created by the cube as a safe spot. He could only retreat in that situation, but he didn't dare to move. The scene was tearing his belief apart, and he wanted to see it until the end. The cube was a rank 9 weapon at the peak of the lower tier. Its many components could transform the energy in the world at will and create a perfect counter for each ability. Its attacks had limits due to its immense potential, but it remained perfect for fighting someone like Alexander. The hybrid had accumulated countless innate abilities throughout his life. He could deploy them without experiencing losses of power. It didn't matter if their elements or nature went against Alexander. He didn't have limits to the number of techniques that he could use at the same time either. It was evident that Alexander's power was incredible and his potential theoretically unlimited, but that didn't apply to his abilities. They would retain a set power even if he used hundreds of them at the same time. At least, that was what heaven and earth had believed when they created the cube. The heat wave eventually dispersed, and Alexander blew on his scorching palm while wearing a beaming smile. The cube immediately deployed cold abilities to cool down its burning surfaces, revealing that it had barely suffered damage after the clash. "You didn't beat it," Dwight whispered as a tinge of hope reappeared in his mind. "Of course I didn't," Alexander snorted. "Heaven and earth are dumb, but not bad at what they do. Also, I'm still getting the hang of this." Dwight wanted to question Alexander, but another wave of intense power surged from the expert and spread through the sky. The cultivator could clearly see that the energy wasn't breath or other personal fuels created during the cultivation journey. It felt like a dense force capable of bringing harmony with its raging might. That conflicting nature didn't seem to affect Alexander. Instead, his power continued to increase as he bathed in that energy. His existence had stagnated for a long time, but it was finally taking meaningful steps forward toward the destination that every expert wanted to reach. "Let me try with lightning bolts," Alexander announced. "I want to see if I can get something better than heaven and earth." Alexander raised his other hand and pointed 2 fingers at the cube. Sparks gathered on his fingertips, but no lightning bolt shot out of it. Instead, the small crackling mass continued to expand as different shades manifested inside its glow and fused to create a white color. Dwight's eyes widened when he watched that scene. The aura radiated by the sparks was dense and overbearing, but his surprise came from its shades. Its whiteness was almost identical to heaven and earth, even if the attack clearly didn't have any similarity with the ruler's power. The sparks continued to condense until they gained half-transparent properties. They seemed to go beyond their natural state and strive for a type of fabric that didn't exist in the world. They even expressed the deep desire to go forward and touch realms that no one else had ever witnessed. "I think I get it now," Alexander announced through his deep growls. "I've spent so long relying and worrying about my many abilities that I've never focused on what could link them together. I have always been the connection, and you have made me discover my purpose today." Alexander's power continued to increase as the sparks continued to thicken. His current cultivation level became unable to contain him and slowly expanded into the last known realm of the cultivation journey. "Which is?" Dwight asked as genuine curiosity filled his mind. The cultivator had long since fallen in a daze. His belief, existence, and purpose in life had vanished in front of that incredible scene. He felt utterly captivated and interested in that historical moment. "I'm the best hybrid to ever step on the immortal lands," Alexander explained. "It's only normal for me to express superiority in every aspect of the cultivation journey." The sparks released their attack at that point. They seemed to vanish for an instant before materializing in the form of a long, sharp needle. A weak smile appeared on Dwight as his eyes went on the half-transparent needle. The attack had pierced the cube and his chest at the same time. It had been so fast that he couldn't even think about dodging it. The needle released sparks that destroyed its surrounding laws. The sky cracked, the cube started falling apart, and a hole began to expand on Dwight's chest. He became certain that death was about to arrive for him, so he didn't hesitate to voice the last doubt that still lingered in his mind. "What about Noah Bulvin?" Dwight asked. "He is artificial, but he remains a hybrid. Who is better between you two? You are fools to consider defying demon only as a hybrid," Alexander stated, and the area around the needle vanished. The laws touched by his sparks had crumbled to open fissures that led to the void in front of Alexander's superiority. His law made them unable to accept their inferiority, and that effect seemed to spread to heaven and earth since they didn't make any attempt to resurrect Dwight. Turning time back a bit before Alexander's grand demonstration of power, Noah, Sword Saint, Wilfred, and Divine Demon had just accepted that they had to reveal the trump cards developed in those years to ensure the destruction of the cauldron. Robert and Stephen had sacrificed themselves to stop the new batch of ghosts, so the cauldron was at its emptiest now. It would take a while to create those dangerous beings, and that gave the 4 experts the chance to prepare their next attacks carefully. Noah and the others had enough time to launch multiple techniques before the arrival of the next batch of ghosts. But that wasn't their plan. They knew that numbers wouldn't help in that situation. Their attacks could have enough power to damage a rank 9 inscribed item in the middle tier or not. There was nothing in between at that point. The 4 experts were aware of Alexander's awful condition, but they had to prioritize their target. Their unfolded minds and spread concentration would only go in the way of the gathering of energy for their last attacks. Noah didn't give any order, but they all decided to retrieve their mental waves and focus everything on a single spot. Wilfred's attacks had always been relatively simple. He wasn't a complicated existence. His power came from his physical strength. His abilities focused on turning that limited type of offensive into ranged techniques that he could apply against every opponent. However, the cauldron didn't move and didn't have defensive methods. It was nothing more than a giant target floating in the sky. Wilfred could fly forward, plant his feet on its flawless surface, and close his eyes to accumulate his energy. Divine Demon had used sword attacks during the previous offensive, But Noah's challenge forced him to change his approach. His existence activated and converged all its efforts to a nigh impossible but simple task. It had to provide the expert with something that could damage an item standing 2 tiers above his current level. The gaps among tiers technically were easier to fill than those involving stages due to the difference between the sheer amount of energy required in the task. Yet, that didn't improve Divine Demon's situation too much. That theory applied only when the difference in power was of 1 tier or stage. It was nonsensical to think that a single expert could cover a larger difference of strength. The classification of the cultivation levels would lose its meaning otherwise. Still, that was exactly what Noah had challenged Divine Demon to do. The words used by Noah also forced the expert to damage the cauldron on his own, and he could only consider their literal meaning. The world had to come up with an attack capable of making Divine Demon win the challenge. The expert's influence spread through the world even if his consciousness remained on the cauldron. Pieces of the sky and parts of the storms shattered to transform into azure energy. But that power didn't immediately change. The azure energy usually worked together with the divine deduction technique's conclusions to create new abilities meant to win the challenges. However, the task was too tough at that time. The world had to improve the expert's iconic ability before the latter could develop a method that could grant him victory. The energy started flowing inside Divine Demon's mind and fill its insides with power that rushed toward the lines dug into the mental walls. The mental sphere inevitably expanded due to the internal pressure, and the light radiated by the divine deduction technique intensified. The expert's mental sea started boiling as the azure light shone on its surface. Waves surged as the mental energy evaporated to quicken its flow inside the divine deduction technique. Divine Demon saw more than half of his mental energy disappearing in the span of a second. The sudden consumption of his thoughts made him feel dizzy, but a radiant smile appeared on his face once he found a solution to his issue. A spiderweb of cracks spread from his figure at that point, and strange formations came out of his palm when he stretched it toward the cauldron. The divine deduction technique didn't come up with a new skill. It actually made him recall the ability used against the crackling giant and had allowed him to improve it. The cylindrical structure made of multiple rings formed in front of Divine Demon and began to absorb energy. The sky and the storms paid most of the price for that gathering of energy. The actual creation of laws meant to destroy the item didn't require a lot of power. The parts of the formations that depleted the largest share of fuel were those busy studying the cauldron. Sword Saint glanced at Noah without raising his long eyebrows, but the latter sensed his gaze and understood the meaning behind that gesture. The expert felt curious about his new technique since it involved his blades, but he already had a vague idea of what it would involve. After all, Noah had asked his help to find something that could surpass his current realm. The two experts had even performed the final slash together during the trap placed after returning from the other side of the Immortal lands. It wasn't hard for Sword Saint to understand what Noah had developed in those years, but he remained curious about it anyway. Still, the expert couldn't waste time inspecting him since he also had to do his part in that situation. Sword Saint's sharp aura surged and created an ethereal world that stretched high in the sky. The raw expression of his energy had the same appearance of a catastrophe ready to fall into the world, but the expert didn't let it disperse in that brutish form. The aura expanded and cut the laws of the world before returning inside Sword Saint's figure. The expert eventually took it out again and repeated the process until he felt satisfied with its results. His energy grew sharper whenever it cut the laws in the environment. He was sharpening his power by sacrificing the fabric of space. Sword Saint sat cross-legged in the air at that point and closed his eyes. His energy went silent, and nothing leaked past his skin. It seemed that the expert was preparing his existence for the imminent clash, and no one dared to interrupt him. Noah knew exactly what to do. He had developed his final technique after being with Sword Saint's memory for a long time. He had even executed it once and tested it after completing all the minor details. He felt confident in his ability not to commit mistakes, especially in that situation. His understanding of space helped condense his darkness and dark matter in front of him. The two energies thickened and fused before creating a rotating mass of power that soon took a circular shape. Noah had built a black sun, but that wasn't enough for him. More energy flowed inside the rotating star and forced it to condense. Noah's understanding of space allowed him to use that ability without sending the world his ruin. Everything remained stable, even if a black hole was appearing right in front of him. The initial idea behind the final slash was simple. More energy would transform into more power released during the attack. Noah's law would take care to turn it into a carrier of the many aspects of his existence and create a massive technique that could theoretically stand above everything else. Yet, that version of the attack was clunky, it required a long preparation, and it would often fail to express the true potential that the accumulated energy could release. Noah was copying the final slash from a magical beast and was adapting it to his abilities, but he didn't want to leave it as a sheer discharge of power. He was more than that massive armadillo, and his attacks had to show that. The black hole continued to accumulate his energy and seize power from its surroundings. The sky had already cracked in multiple spots due to his companion's preparations, but it still contained laws to steal. The singularity's suction force took care of taking everything it could from the environment, shattering it into the form of primary energy, and absorbing it into its structure. The whiteness that managed to seep through the storms dimmed as the black hole and the other experts destroyed the sky. Their techniques even started to affect the gales of chaotic laws, and a silent battle for the ownership of those winds began. The cauldron remained on top, but Noah's singularity managed to take the second spot. The forceful absorption intensified as the energy inside the black hole increased. More power caused a stronger suction force and allowed it to reach farther areas. It didn't take much before Noah's technique started affecting areas that even the cauldron couldn't touch. The singularity could match that feature of the rank 9 item even while it remained in the 8th rank. The black hole wanted to affect the experts around Noah, but they were strong enough to fend off that force. The influence put their preparations at risk at some point, so they spread through the shattered sky to continue their work. Noah's cold reptilian eyes kept track of the growth of the black hole until a faint smile appeared on his face. The singularity had started to sever the connection with his mind once it gained enough power. It wanted to become an independent existence, and he even started to feel its desires. Not this time, Noah thought as he placed a hand on the small calamity. The sheer power and pressure contained inside the black hole tore apart the skin on Noah's palm, but his face didn't show any pain. Instead, the energy contained inside the singularity started flowing inside his injuries and enter his body. An unclear sound that carried a primordial meaning of pain came out of the black hole before it completely disappeared from the outside world. Noah suddenly sensed an intense pressure spreading through his insides and trying to drag them toward a specific spot. The singularity was still active inside his body, and it was trying to tear him apart to break free of that prison made of flesh. Noah's 4th center of power activated to suppress that raw imitation. The second black hole had more energy than the first, but it lacked its intelligence, experience, and purpose. It was a simple mass of power that had gained the chance to touch the 9th rank. The main issue in improving an ability that contained so much power was in his low level. Noah was incredibly strong, but he had clear limits regarding how much energy he could handle. Yet Noah didn't need to control that vast mass of power. He only needed to deploy it during his attack, which was entirely different from using it to fuel one of his techniques. The 4th center of power absorbed the black hole and made Noah desire to roar toward the sky. His body felt the need to vent power to that massive energy. It could contain it only because his black heart was one of the most incredible organs in the entire world. Even thinking about controlling so much energy to perform an attack felt nonsensical. Noah could hear his instincts begging him to release part of it to appease the internal pressure that threatened to make his chest explode. His body had stepped on a unique realm, but that power was too much at its current level. Of course, Noah had no intention to keep that energy sealed inside him. His many empowerments were still active, so pointing his blades forward was enough to complete the preparations for his attack. He only had to activate one last process to end that gathering of energy and unleash his offensive. Noah allowed himself to focus on his surroundings at that point. His friends sensed his gaze and turned to nod. Only Alexander didn't bother looking at him, but he appeared busy suppressing a giant cubical item with a scarlet heat wave. Wilfred had joined his hands above his head and was ready to hammer them down on the cauldron. Divine Demon had risked falling into the void multiple times due to all the energy that his formations had absorbed from his surroundings. Still, he smiled happily as he looked at his complete cylindrical structure. Sword Saint was sitting cross-legged in the distance, but his eyes opened a series of cracks in the sky when they opened to glance at Noah before moving toward the cauldron. Everyone was ready, so Noah didn't hesitate to start that offensive. The fourth center of power lowered its barriers and let the energy forcefully contained in its insides flow toward different parts of Noah's body. The raging energy filled Noah's dantian, muscles, and mind. It forced his centers of power to overload and go further beyond their already empowered state. Damages inevitably spread on their surface, but Noah's resilience gave him the chance to endure that damage and continued releasing his technique. Noah had already prepared everything else for his technique. His position and intentions were already in place. He only needed the energy to activate it, and the arrival of the raging waves of power covered that part. His sword suddenly lit up and released a blinding black light that quickly flowed toward their sharp tips before discharging a slash with the shape of a beam. The attack crossed the sky that separated Noah from the cauldron in an instant, and a painful cry spread throughout the whiteness when his technique touched that metal surface. Noah's companions released their attacks as soon as they saw their vision growing dark due to the slash's preparations. Divine Demon activated the energy accumulated inside his cylindrical formations. Sword Saint closed his eyes, and Wilfred lowered his arms to deliver a powerful blow toward the cauldron. The effects of the clash spread far farther than the empty area. An explosion happened on the side of the cauldron and flung Wilfred away before the other attacks could discharge the entirety of their power. The entire item shook due to the sheer might released by Wilfred's attack. His condensed physical prowess allowed him to make the whole structure tremble and weakened its innate resilience. The other attacks showed their true might at that point, and heaven and earth roared. Even the rulers couldn't believe that their precious cauldron could suffer so much against mere rank 8 experts. Wilfred's attack had brought the cauldron's stability at its weakest, so the discharge of power of his companion's abilities caused far more damage than expected. Still, they would have been enough to ruin the inscriptions even without the hybrid's help. Divine Demon's cylindrical formation released laws that were the direct opposite of those contained in the cauldron. Of course, his current cultivation level didn't allow him to consider the item as a whole during his attack. Even if his law was incredible, he had to limit the effects of his technique to a small spot. The cylindrical cannon made of formations ended up releasing a condensed bullet instead of a wave capable of covering the massive item. Moreover, the laws carried by the attack appeared slightly different compared to the last time. They weren't only the opposite of the true meaning inside their target. There was something else in their fabric, but it seemed that Divine Demon had yet to completely manifest that feature. The bullet didn't create any explosion when it touched the cauldron. The impact opened a fist-sized hole in its structure. The long preparation and the immense amount of energy stolen from the world could only lead to that small effect, but that was already incredible when considering the situation. Divine Demon had launched an attack capable of cutting a rank 9 item in the middle tier from side to side. He had opened a circular hole in something that was near the very peak of the cultivation journey, and he had done that without even stepping into the 9th rank. Sword Saint didn't use any special move. He embodied sharpness. He was the realization of the sword path. Techniques, spells, and complicated preparations meant to enhance his power were useless with his existence. He only had to express more of himself to become able to cut more things. The method through which Sword Saint decided to release his energy didn't matter. A blink, a sigh, or the simple flicker of his pinky were enough to bring out the entirety of his power and launch his strongest attack yet. At that time, the expert limited himself to close his eyes to attack. His energy was too fast to appear in the space between him and the cauldron. The fabric of the world was also in pieces in that area. His attack simply cut through laws before opening a long cut on the item. The cut wasn't deep. Some would even struggle to notice it from a distance. However, it clearly existed in the form of a long, vertical, and narrow line that connected 2 of the cauldron's openings. Sword Saint's sharpness even continued to linger over that cut after the energy carried by the attack dispersed. His understanding of the sword path was too profound to disappear due to a mere lack of power. Noah's slash was a piercing beam that carried an amount of energy that his centers of power couldn't generate yet. They could barely endure that intense discharge even. No other existence at his level would be able to endure so much energy and even force it to flow into an attack. Still, Noah's centers of power had reached realms that the world could only envy. His structural limits had reached the 9th rank a long time ago. Moreover, that massive wave of energy had flown through his centers of power and had executed his technique. It had gained Noah's features and had abandoned its state as a raw mass of fuel, ultimately surpassing the quality of the original idea behind the final slash. The attack slammed on the tough surface before unleashing its effects. The features of Noah's existences became unstoppable when energy capable of touching the 9th rank fueled them. His destruction and creation even fused to enhance the amount of damage that the ability could inflict. Noah's destruction dug small holes before his creations condensed the former and generated black lines on the cauldron. The destruction activated again at that point, and the cycle continued until the attack exhausted its energy. The result of that powerful piercing slash was a spiderweb of deep cracks that spread for a few meters. The damage was more profound at the center of that spot, but Noah's attack didn't manage to reach the other side even there. Heaven and earth's angry roar followed that event. The sky shook and reformed as the storms blew back into the area and echoed the ruler's deafening voice. Alexander had seized his victory by then, and his cultivation level continued to increase. But the arrival of the storms forced him to focus on those chaotic laws. The same went for Noah, Sword Saint, Divine Demon, and Wilfred in the distance. The echoed cry tried to seep inside their mental spheres and crack the rebellious minds that hosted those troublesome plans. However, Noah and the others had fought against the cauldron fairly. Heaven and earth had even sent reinforcements to balance the event. The experts had managed to win even after 2 batches of ghosts. A rank 9 cultivator armed with counters, and a perfect counter had gone against them. The rulers couldn't find any loophole in their fairness to kill those annoying ants on the spot. Moreover, Noah and the others were even holding their ground against their pressure. Heaven and earth had limited their power in the hope of finding a loophole in their restrictions, but everything ended up being in vain. The experts endured the cry long enough to make the rulers accept that they had to recall their voice. The storms slowly lost their deafening voice and returned to a wild state. They slammed on the experts and tried to taint their laws, but their power couldn't even make a dent in those existences, especially after their last achievement. That seemingly random day had gained a profound meaning that every existence connected to heaven and earth could sense. Both allies and enemies of the rulers could hear from the world that something incredible had happened. A group made of 8 rank 8 existences had just established a new record. Noah and the others had surpassed everything and everyone in terms of potential that day. Their joint power had allowed them to defeat something that they should have never been able to approach. Cultivation levels and labels lost meaning. Noah's team existed, so the world had to invent a new classification. It wasn't a matter of exceptions anymore. The group was creating a new standard that even heaven and earth failed to conceive. Wilfred slowly flew back toward his companions. Blood flowed out of his nose and ears after facing part of the shockwaves of the trio's attack, but he appeared mostly fine. Noah made Shafu come out of his separate space. The 6-armed dragon spat the energy from the ghosts contained in its insides in the distance and allowed it to disperse among the storms. A sorry-looking King Elbaz came out of the creature's fabric, but his bloodshot eyes regained some life when he glanced at the inactive cauldron still floating in the sky. A wave of dark matter came out of Noah's chest when Shafu went back inside the separate space. Robert and Stephen were still unconscious, but the higher energy had patched up their external injuries. It was only a matter of time before they woke up and started to handle their wounds on their own. Alexander also rejoined the group, and his growing cultivation level immediately attracted the experts' attention. They all wanted to comment about his new state and injuries, but the hybrid spoke before they could. "I need to approach the breakthrough to the 9th rank. Do it inside the city," Noah promptly suggested. "We also need to have a talk with the old rulers." Noah glanced toward King Elbaz afterward. An understanding smile appeared on his face when he saw that the cultivator had never moved his gaze away from the floating cauldron. The expert was completely captivated by that powerful but inactive item. "Do you need a hand storing it?" Noah asked, and the expert limited himself to shake his head before revealing the insides of his palm. His curiosity had gathered there on its own. It had created a proper rank 9 space ring at the peak of the lower tier while he was in a daze. The group didn't remain among the storms and moved as soon as they seized what they could. The cauldron wasn't the only valuable item. The ghost's aura that had remained inside that structure and the chaotic laws affected by heaven and earth's cry were materials that King Elbaz couldn't leave behind. Moreover, the team had to wait for Stephen and Robert to wake up, but that didn't take long. The group departed once they took care of looting and resting, and the old ruler's tracker led them back to the pale orange city in a matter of years. The improved Xianxia apes let the experts pass without even bothering to check them. The sensors among the buildings were enough to confirm that heaven and earth didn't tamper with their existence. So the creatures opened the path for the center of the city right away. Noah wanted to attend the meeting with the old rulers immediately since he didn't have pressing projects at hand. But the same wasn't valid for some of his companions. Stephen and Robert had yet to recover completely, and their battle against the ghosts had even brought a new understanding over heaven and earth's laws and their existence as a whole. Stephen had proven his determination and hatred toward the rulers, and Robert could directly improve his true meaning after studying the ghosts so accurately. Alexander required a unique area for the breakthrough to the 9th rank. Heaven and earth would probably send a tribulation to hinder the event, so he had to prepare for the event. He could also use specific buildings inside the city to improve his situation, and he didn't hesitate to request them. King Elbaz had a lot to study after his battle inside Shafu and seizing the cauldron. He had ancient and powerful inscription methods at hand, and he couldn't postpone their inspection for a mere talk that he could already imagine in his mind. Sword Saint didn't care about talking. He preferred to spend his time in seclusion and review the previous battle to deepen his understanding of the sword path. Everything else in his cultivation journey was simply pointless. Divine Demon was the same, but he didn't want to spend his time cultivating. The city offered him something far more interesting than training. He could become part of the production of wine made from Xianxia runes. In the end, only Noah and Wilfred ended up attending the meeting with the old rulers. They returned to the orange pit and reached the separate space inside the mineral to arrive inside the white area and talk face-to-face with a humanoid representation of the old heaven and earth. "The ghosts did leave the areas under our control," the old rulers revealed when Noah suggested that they left the city and caused some mess. "But what you are asking will take some time. Besides, we don't really exist either." "I thought you would have fixed that by now," Noah scoffed. "What's the point of being able to conquer the world when you have so many restrictions? Why even desiring the plane at all? You can't go against yourself." The old rulers sighed as their orange humanoid figure trembled. "It was the same for us. We wanted the world, so we took it." "Well, do something with the freedom that we have given you," Noah ordered. "Using the city is nice and everything, but I want to slow down heaven and earth. That has always been the main plan." "We don't need too long," Wilfred added. "One of us is already approaching the 9th rank. It's only a matter of time before we all go through the breakthrough. Reaching the 9th rank won't fix your problems," the old rulers explained. "It will only worsen them. It will give heaven and earth the chance to use more of their arsenal against you." "We are already aware of that," Noah snorted. "That's not the point. Facing the breakthrough will enhance our superiority. The growth in the cultivation journey is exponential, so we'll be far stronger in comparison with their methods." "Is that the confidence that wants us to risk our life in the outside world?" The old rulers chuckled. "Confidence comes from achievements," Noah replied. "You know how off the charts we are. Indeed, you are extraordinary both in numbers and quality of achievements," the rulers stated. "The idea of joining you almost makes us feel something again." "They have yet to realize that they are already in," Wilfred sighed while shaking his head. "It takes a while with newbies. They always try not to mention the issue." Noah shrugged his shoulders. "It was the same with Elbaz. All his arrogance gone to waste in front of a madman and a pig. I think I can't get enough of their talks, Wilfred laughed. I miss the foolery already. It made its choice, Noah smirked. You can't blame it either. Its singular existence gives hope to its entire species. What do you even want us to do in the world? The old rulers asked, interrupting that change of the topic. You know the world better than almost anyone else, Noah announced. You even know the rulers in ways that we can only hope to understand. I only want you to go outside and cause as much damage as you can. I'll fine with everything as long as you can make heaven and earth divert their focus from the dragons and us. The old heaven and earth seemed to consider the matter seriously. Noah's words had been on point in the end. The dragons might be the sworn enemies of the world, but they couldn't be as dangerous as a previous version of the very rulers. The only issue was with the old rulers' existence. They were almost empty and vague. Their power consisted of knowledge and meaningless energy. They could achieve a lot even in that state, but Noah couldn't even begin to imagine the power that they could wield as actual independent beings. I bet you also want us to regain our existence in the meantime, the old rulers commented. Your greed doesn't fail to appear in your actions. We had to reveal our trump cards in the last battle, Noah emphasized. We didn't only need time to approach the 9th rank. We must also hurry to create new secret techniques that can keep heaven and earth surprised. The old rulers were about to say something, but Noah interrupted them by continuing his explanation. I know that we can be safe inside the city, but I don't want to remove threats from the world. I wish for more of them to appear, countless even. I don't care about their nature as long as it doesn't let heaven and earths keep their focus on the dragons. Noah's enthusiasm and confidence in his methods continued to make the old rulers recall part of their old memories. The old heaven and earth didn't even know if those visions and the emotions that accompanied them were real parts of their existence or were something entirely new. The old heaven and earth knew about Noah's ability to force everything to evolve, so its state was unclear. However, they didn't hate the idea of developing new features, especially if that could get them out of their awful condition. They would gladly cause a mess if that were the price to pay. The old rulers agreed to take care of the challenging mission, but Noah knew that they wouldn't depart right away. Such a unique task required a long period of study, even when it came to beings that represented the original version of heaven and earth. The mission would involve a deep understanding of the current state of the world and expertise in different abilities, and the right mindset. Destruction was nowhere near simple to spread, and Noah knew that far too well. The lack of proper tasks or missions for Noah's group forced them to remain inside the city. Their existences could accept the many magnificent buildings and their functions more easily after defeating the ghosts. They felt like a reward for their efforts, so their laws didn't cause any problem when they settle inside specific structures to continue their training. Alexander requested more items than his companions since he was approaching the 9th rank. The process required a massive amount of energy and inspiration, and many buildings inside the city could help him in those fields. The old rulers only had to help prepare the conditions that could benefit the hybrid the most. The other experts limited themselves to pick training areas that suited their existence and weight. Everyone's priority was to develop new trump cards before their inevitable return among the storms, which required a deeper understanding of their laws. Sadly, only a long period of seclusion could provide that. The old rulers kept everyone updated about their discoveries. They took their mission seriously, and they even acknowledged that the order came from a relevant figure in the stormy regions. They wouldn't consider Noah at the same level as the dragons, but he had stepped on the right path to gain the same recognition and even surpass it. First of all, the rulers confirmed that the ghosts had vanished. They used sensors and decoys that radiated their energy, but nothing appeared. Those creatures weren't hunting for them anymore, and that already improved their situation a lot. The freedom gained after the achievement of Noah's team wouldn't only improve the old rulers' study of the world. It could also allow a thorough inspection that they were desperate to obtain after remaining in the dark about many details that involved the storms and chaotic laws as a whole. The end of the study would give the old rulers the knowledge required to create the perfect weapon for the current situation of the world. The mess would start at that point, but Noah's group would most likely remain outside of it. After all, they only needed it as a distraction. Noah's cultivation didn't proceed as well as he wished. His existence was ready to step into the 9th rank, but he had energy requirements to fill. Moreover, he wanted more. His current understanding didn't satisfy him, especially when it came to some of the new aspects of his law. Luckily for him, the dragon had given him part of the knowledge involving 4 features that greatly interested him. They had even revealed how he had to improve his current state, which saw adding time to his law. The study of the spheres proceeded smoothly due to the straightforwardness of the process. The dragon's items were pure knowledge that he only needed to absorb and transform to improve his current abilities. Yet, Noah didn't want a simple improvement. He needed something stronger than that. Ideally, he had to create something entirely new that could take heaven and earth by surprise. Noah was quite lost about the matter. The idea of creating a new ability when his understanding had yet to improve felt impossible. He had already perfected everything he had after completing the final slash in Shafu. The other aspects of his power didn't work well together or were too weak to suit his current strength. It felt almost necessary to expand his understanding of his aspects, and the dragon spheres were the perfect tool for that. They had profound meanings that could stretch even beyond his usual approach to laws. Noah had a path. He felt only annoyed by its sheer length. The slow absorption of the sphere's knowledge didn't make Noah forget about King Elba's desires. The expert had never truly requested them, but it was clear that he wanted the dragon's understanding too, and Noah didn't refuse to help him simply because he had lost the bet. Noah began a translation of the sphere during their study. He couldn't replicate them perfectly because his understanding would inevitably alter the knowledge contained in those ethereal items. Yet, King Elba's was fine with that, so Noah used his dark matter to copy their structure and fabric. Noah had yet to complete his study of the spheres, so his copies would come out as incomplete. Still, King Elba's wouldn't care about that either as long as he increased the number of resources at his disposal. He was a maniac in that sense, but that was fine at his current level, necessary even. The rulers didn't say anything for entire months, and that silent period stretched through the years. The experts couldn't do much to quicken the process. They could only do their best to make use of the safety generated by the city while an existence stronger than them took care of the inspection. Noah didn't remain inside his building all the time. He often visited King Elba's or Divine Demon to exchange ideas on the path ahead. The 2 experts represented paths that went in opposite directions, so their insights on the development of new abilities could help him in the issue. Divine Demon was pure inspiration. The world and his mental ability would fuse to create the perfect technique in each situation. He didn't need a trump card since each of his powers was a trump card. King Elba's was the exact opposite. He was pure calculations. His vast storage items had numerous techniques and inscribed materials meant for an endless number of situations. He never stopped creating, and his habit had only worsened after getting his hands on the cauldron. The 3 experts even gathered in the same building from time to time. Their conversations were mostly lighthearted, but they ended up touching on the cultivation fields, especially when Noah passed part of the copied spheres to King Elba's. The sharing of opinions and ideas helped, but only on a superficial level. Their existences were too unique by then, so they could never affect each other too much. King Elba's, Noah, and Divine Demon had a few common traits, but they became completely different when they touched their laws. It felt strange to know that they all knew how to move forward, but they found their companions' words almost impossible to accept completely. Their minds had started to work in unique ways that matched their existences, so foreign ideas inevitably transformed into something different that matched their laws. It was during one of those gatherings that a change in the routine inside the city happened. The old rulers had yet to provide an overview of the world, but their companion led his special training area and made sure to expand his aura to announce his new cultivation level. Everyone in the group immediately gathered around him at that point. They wouldn't miss listening to Alexander's experiences for anything in the world. His breakthrough had been a success for all his centers of power, which instantly made him the most knowledgeable among them about the path ahead. "I believe it will be different for all of you," Alexander explained as his eyes moved among Divine Demon, Noah, and King Elba's, "especially you 3. His words didn't carry any mockery or insults. Wilfred, Robert, Stephen, and Sword Saint knew that their laws were relatively simple compared to those three experts. Divine Demon could accomplish miracles with the help of the world. King Elbaz was an even vaster version of Alexander, and Noah was Noah. Their potential was boundless, and that would inevitably affect their breakthrough to the 9th rank. What we concluded with Lord Lewis has been quite correct, Alexander continued while lifting his palm to show a small tongue of scarlet flames. Different energies flowed toward the flame and altered its power. Alexander made sure to show the effects that mental energy, breath, and primary energy had on the ability so that the experts could notice when he called upon a different power. The mental energy only made the flame flicker, the primary energy expanded it, and the breath made it far bigger than before. Those were natural reactions that the experts could immediately recognize. After all, that fire was a simple innate ability seized by a magical beast. They knew exactly how they worked. A different type of energy started flowing through Alexander's hand after the hybrid finished the initial demonstration. That power felt ethereal but haughty. It carried an intense feeling even if it were hard to study. The flame didn't only expand when that energy flowed inside its structure. It went through a qualitative change that transformed its scarlet color into a pale red blinding radiance. The fire wasn't a simple fire anymore. It became so intense that the expert had to take a step back to endure the heat waves that it radiated. The inspection slowly revealed something else about its features. The flames had retained their nature, but they had reached a realm that didn't exist in the world. Even specific abilities from cultivators who used flames couldn't achieve that sheer level of power. My law is superiority, Alexander explained. I can apply to all the abilities that I have seized throughout my life, and the same goes to my physical strength and mental prowess. In short, I express my innate role in the food chain. Noah and the others couldn't help but find everything highly suitable to Alexander and his journey. He had gone from being a hybrid cursed by his own power to the best possible specimen once those flaws vanished. Alexander had stepped on the last part of his journey. All the experiences amassed in his life had converged to create the current state of his law, but he could still improve it. He had seized his throne among the hybrids, but those creatures weren't the only living beings in the world. The storms hide many monsters, Alexander eventually sighed. Go. Noah interrupted the hybrid before he could finish his phrase. We are past the need to group up to survive impossible threats. The purpose of the storms is to complete our path, so go and complete it. Noah, Alexander gasped before clearing his throat. You might still need me. I can delay my departure for a few millennia. Nonsense, Noah snorted. Cancer isn't an organization that suppresses its underlings. We strive to take down the sky. We can't put any limit to our growth. The other experts remained silent during that interaction. Some didn't understand the topic, others didn't care enough to say anything, and a few managed to sense the deep meaning carried by those words. Alexander had found his superiority when he reached the 9th rank. Yet, he needed to build on top of it, which meant proving his law in front of other worthy opponents. The stormy regions were full of strange, unique, and powerful beings that met those requirements, but Alexander hesitated to leave for multiple reasons. He didn't want to leave his companions alone right after making heaven and earth angry while they were still in the 8th rank. Also, he felt that he didn't spend much time with those grand experts, so he regretted departing so soon. A normal organization in that situation would force its members to stick together. 7 peak rank 8 experts and 1 rank 9 hybrid didn't make a powerful force inside the stormy regions. Noah and the others had seen packs featuring upper-tier specimens and armies with solid-stage cultivators in the span of a few centuries during their travels through the winds. Their joint power didn't appear worthy of recognition in that environment. The weakness of an organization was often the reason behind the decision to make its members stick together, but Noah had the opposite mindset. The power of his force had never come from the high number of underlings. Its foundation was on the few exceptional beings who could ignore common labels and go beyond what the world considered mandatory limits. Moreover, Noah couldn't stand the idea of an organization suppressing its underlings. He had spent a meaningful part of his life fighting and overcoming similar forces. He had proven how flawed they were even before stepping on the divine ranks. In his mind, Alexander had to follow his path and return once he fulfilled it. That was the meaning behind the cultivation journey, and the experts had to face it on their own. There was no way around it. Otherwise, June would be with them now. "Do you have some last orders, defying demon?" Alexander sighed before wearing a proud smile. Alexander had been one of the few experts standing today with Noah who had accepted his leadership without voicing any complaint. His situation had been special since his mental condition had made him prioritize finding a successor, but he had never stopped to respect Noah, even after the ghosts in his mind vanished. Noah liked Alexander's character. The hybrid had developed a humility that most divine existences lacked after spending millennia submerged in the drawbacks of his power. It had taken him the breakthrough to the 9th rank to retrieve the pride in his ability, but he still didn't show any arrogance toward Noah. "Don't die," Noah chuckled. "Don't switch sides, and don't be late for the final battle if we end up remaining apart until then." "That sounds easy to follow," Alexander laughed. "Oh, right," Noah exclaimed as he recalled something. "Make sure to reach the peak. I have the faint sensation that the last battle will be bloody. We need as many powerful experts as possible." "I would have done that even without your orders," Alexander laughed again. "I know," Noah shrugged his shoulders. "But maybe my ambition will help if I say something. Well, I suspect I'll learn more about my law after reaching the 9th rank. I'm pretty sure something will notify me about your breakthrough." Alexander laughed to cover his obvious compliment. "I don't even want to think about my requirements," Noah cursed. "I'll probably have to do something crazy again just to meet the requirements of my body." "The sky is always there," Alexander hinted at the vast amount of energy contained inside the white layer. "It is indeed," Noah sighed while raising his head to stare at the sky clouded by the orange halo of the city. "How is it? How does the 9th rank feel?" Alexander also raised his eyes toward the sky while thinking about that question. An answer came up in his mind, and he smiled when he realized how fitting it was for his leader. "Cramped," Alexander explained, and Noah's gaze couldn't help but intensify. Alexander didn't leave immediately, but everyone could feel that the time for his departure would arrive soon. The hybrid had to make sure that his abilities expressed his new cultivation level, and that he understood the depths of his new power before venturing into the stormy regions alone. However, that was a solitary process that the other experts couldn't affect. The end of the meeting started another long period of seclusion that culminated in another exchange of goodbyes, orders, and promises. Alexander left the Orange City right after that. The team of 8 that left the Black landmass lost its current strongest member, but no one felt sad about it. Actually, Alexander's departure inspired his companions to do better and approach the last realm of the cultivation journey quickly. The 7 who remained in the Orange City knew that their existences would force them to imitate their companion. Staying in a group would only slow down the growth of their laws once they entered the 9th rank. The silent understanding that the team would shatter in the following year fell on the experts' minds, but no one spoke about it. They took it as the natural progression of the cultivation journey. Noah continued his dull training in those years. He had never been the type to enjoy the low and steady improvements, but that process appeared mandatory due to his lack of other options. The environment of the stormy regions only had powerful forces that he couldn't affect. The mission with the old rulers had been a spectacular achievement, but it had also forced Noah's group to face their limits. Everyone had gone all out, and Alexander even had to experience a surprising power-up to overcome his challenge. That threat marked the edges of their power, which couldn't help but appear incredibly low in their minds. The events involving the cauldron weren't too dangerous when Noah thought about it. The ghosts and their peculiar power were the main threat in the mission, but everything around it barely touched what his mind considered as a threat. A simple rank 9 cultivator in the gaseous stage could only force Noah to go all out, but that was it. Dwight's power came from the counters that heaven and earth had developed, but switching opponents had been enough to solve that issue. The cauldron was a rank 9 inscribed item in the middle tier, but it did nothing other than generating ghosts. That massive tool had no defenses. It relied on the innate toughness of its materials, which turned out to be quite unreliable since its inscriptions required a seamless surface. Noah could argue that finding the item was already a spectacular feat, but his standards were completely off due to the fantastic experts in his group. Seeing existences who wielded multiple elements or could ignore the limits among the ranks had become normal after spending so long with King Elbaz and his other companions. Destroying the cauldron had been a challenging mission for his group, but Noah believed that his group had to aim to do more than that. Challenging had to become their new normal since the stormy regions mostly contained monsters. His team's influence on the balance of the world would remain negligible otherwise. "I'm back in the mortal lands," Noah thought when he managed to find the hilarious aspect in his situation. "I'm a small force in a world filled with monsters. The only difference is the lack of intermediate challenges. The storms only have the lowest and the highest level. Well, many realms of highest." The storms had random rank 9 existences roaming among the regions and major forces involved in the struggle against heaven and earth. Some of those powers didn't end up against the rulers by choice. Still, that didn't change the overall situation in that environment. There didn't seem to be any middle ground that Noah could exploit as his cultivation level increased. The constant threat of the rulers had polarized the living beings inside the storms into 2 separate categories. One of them contained existences that minded their own business and focused on their personal cultivation journey, while the other had forces busy fighting heaven and earth. Still, even those trying to remain outside of the struggle against the rulers would eventually end up facing their suppression once their level reached threatening realms. Those existences could either join heaven and earth, fight them, or hide at that point. Noah reviewed that layout multiple times. Ideally, he wanted to find a force on heaven and earth's side that he could face at his current level, but they didn't seem to live inside the storms. Yet, approaching the sky wasn't a viable option, and fighting against forces that opposed the rulers felt stupid when he considered the world in its entirety. "Maybe I should stop thinking like a leader and go on a hunting spree," Noah wondered as his reasoning and seclusion continued. The storms seemed to put Noah in front of a crossroad. He could do his best to help against the great battle against heaven and earth, or ignore everything and focus only on his cultivation level. Finding a balance between those 2 paths seemed hard, but he didn't want to commit to either one yet. Those thoughts and issues afflicted Noah's mind while he tested the understanding that the 4 spheres provided continued to deepen. His priority was to develop new techniques while the old rulers come up with a plan to create a mess. It was unwise to go out of the city now since he had basically revealed all his techniques. The next punishment sent by heaven and earth would probably lead to his defeat if he decided to face it before improving. Luckily for Noah, the city offered something that even the constant pressure released by the sky struggled to provide. He didn't only focus on deepening his understanding of the 4 aspects of his law. He had access to countless resources that could benefit his mind in ways that the whiteness failed to achieve. The Orange City was a paradise built on Xianxia runes. Noah could enjoy potions meant to expand his mental walls, a rank 9 Xianxia rune, drinks that improved his mental sphere, and a constant pressure that lacked negative effects. Noah's mental walls had set a new record of sturdiness when it came to rank 8 existences since he had forsaken the protections against the whiteness for millennia already. He could go all out with his training, and his mind even approached the limits of the 8th rank. However, something seemed to hold him back from touching the actual edges of that realm. Noah didn't hesitate to investigate the reasons behind that issue, but something interrupted his study while he was about to find an answer. The entire city suddenly shook, and a violent earthquake spread among its firm streets and buildings. The experts in Noah's group immediately came out of their training areas to inspect the nature of the event, and they remained speechless when they saw a raging array of white lightning bolts fighting against the orange sparks that hid the area. The barrier around the city was inactive. Noah and the others immediately prepared for the worst, but the old ruler's ancient voice echoed from the buildings and streets before they could act. "Do not worry," the old rulers said through the materials that made the city. "We had to bring something back, and the barrier was on the way." The experts immediately shot higher in the sky to inspect the edges of the city. The buildings stretched almost immensely, but faint figures eventually became visible in the distance as the tribulation continued to rage. Noah and the others noticed hordes of magical beasts led by rank 9 Xianxia apes entering the city from every direction. "We were thinking really hard about your request, right?" The orange humanoid figure inside the white separate space explained. "And then it hit us. Getting our existence back will take a long time, so it's better to focus on what we can do to mess things up with our current assets." Noah's group had gathered in the separate space inside the orange mineral to question the old rulers after the recent events. A horde of magical beasts had joined the city. Many of those creatures were in the 9th rank. Still, some featured weaker beasts due to the packs that had managed to hide their presence inside the storms. "The city is our greatest achievement after separating from the sky," the old rulers continued. "But we can't deny our feats with the Xianxia apes. Our knowledge gives us the chance to improve magical beasts. So we sent some of our underlings to gather weak packs." The world had experienced a massive migration after the destruction of the higher plane. Noah had tried to gather as many magical beasts as possible. Yet, many had already left toward the storms, fallen on the sky, or died against the giants' relentless clash. The population of the storms had increased after the apocalypse for obvious reasons, but Noah had ignored that event since it didn't involve him. Moreover, he wasn't sure of how many of those creatures could survive in an environment filled with rank 9 existences even if they limited their presence to the peripheral stormy regions. "What are you even trying to do with these magical beasts?" King Elbaz asked as curiosity filled his gaze. "Well, consider heaven and earth as a massive force that can't stop spreading its influence." The old rulers responded while waving their hands to create an orange image that depicted the higher plane. All their actions end up causing consequences, and this feature intensifies as they get closer to their victory. The old rulers described the various threats that heaven and earth had to face through those orange images. They depicted the monster looming over the sky, the dragons, and the city, and they used different intensities of their shade to highlight how heaven and earth had affected those forces. Noah's group didn't need a reminder of those forces to understand how heaven and earth had affected them. The dragons were on the losing side right now because they came from the ruler's old version, while the other two seemed to grow stronger as the world's defeat grew closer. Still, their interest in those images intensified when they saw a fourth light materializing next to the city. Noah and the others could see themselves representing a faint version of the other massive threats standing against heaven and earth. "We can't say much about the monster outside the sky," the old rulers announced, "but we can see how your rise to power is affecting the balance of the world. Heaven and earth must have enemies as long as they remain separate from the world. The dragons and the magical beasts as a whole are growing weaker, so you and the other threats are getting stronger to balance that event." One of the lights that depicted Noah's group intensified and left to disappear among the storms. The old rulers didn't fail to use Alexander's departure to emphasize their explanation. "Our power doesn't come from heaven and earth," Noah reminded in a cold tone. Noah could accept that the original idea behind his existence had some connection to heaven and earth, but he would never see the ruler's power as the source of his improvements. "We aren't implying that you grow stronger because of heaven and earth," the old rulers corrected. "The world has a funny way to balance things. It doesn't need to do anything, but everything naturally strives to a preset balance, which is exactly the reason behind this mess and our past defeat. It takes only a small ripple to move everything toward the balance. Our meeting is forcing our existence to feel again. We don't know if we are recalling or developing emotions, but we are sure that you have caused this change." Noah wanted to say many things, but he decided to remain silent in front of the ruler's words. His companions shared his emotions and the complicated thoughts that had surged in his mind. They were all wondering where the old ruler's changes would lead. The group had accepted to deal with the cauldron even if they knew that giving more freedom to the old rulers might create a new threat. After all, those beings were the reason behind the current heaven and earth. Even a major defeat or a separation from the main existence might not be able to change their core. Noah and the others had to keep the old rulers' changes in check to make sure that they didn't end up returning to their previous state and create a second major opponent. They wouldn't hesitate to take them out if they started to walk on a troublesome path. "Look at us," the old rulers continued. "Your request made us decide to improve the magical beasts, our original opponent. Maybe we are adapting our existence to the new state of the world and reinventing ourselves inside the role of heaven and earth's opponents. The old ruler's complicated reasoning partially worried Noah's group, but it also brought good news. Improving the magical beasts would definitely cause problems for heaven and earth and slow down the arrival of their victory. The only problem with that process was the inevitable connection that the old rulers would build with those magical beasts. Noah didn't even want to consider if the old heaven and earth regained their existence only to become a better version of their original form. They would be able to conquer the world without facing the corruption of their law at that point. "What do you plan to do with these troops?" Wilfred eventually asked once the silence of his companions became suffocating. "We'll send most of them back among the storms," the old rulers explained. "They will probably incur in heaven and earth suppression. Those capable of surviving it will transform into new threats for the world and empower the magical beast side in this war. I bet that you will keep the others here," Noah guessed, and his tone clearly expressed his doubts. "We offered the city to you during our first encounter," the old rulers replied. "It's still yours to take, together with the Xianxia apes and the other magical beasts. Yet, something tells us that you'll keep refusing them." Noah fixed his cold eyes on the orange figure. Its facial features were still unclear, and the same went for the rest of its body. The changes didn't affect that expression of the old ruler's memories, but it didn't quell Noah's doubt either. The old heaven and earth could still lie if they had recalled how to do it. "Go," Noah ordered. "'Cause a mess and buy us more time. Improving the magical beasts is a good plan, so make sure to be thorough." The sudden answer left the old rulers and his companions surprised, and his departure from the separate space only intensified that feeling. King Elbaz and the others quickly followed after him, and they didn't hesitate to question him once they made sure to isolate an area inside one of their habitations. "I believe I don't need to tell you how dangerous this game is," King Elbaz stated once the group made sure that the old rulers couldn't hear them. "We are giving the old rulers the chance to retrieve and improve their old power. We might have to face the best version of the original heaven and earth if this goes bad." "We'll face it then," Noah snorted. "We are playing with forces that we can barely touch or affect. Risks are necessary. Just make sure to become strong enough to face all the mess that our decisions cause." The experts returned to their respective training areas after a short conversation. They didn't have much to say. King Elbaz was only worried about the potential consequences that their actions could have, but he was also aware that they were out of option. Letting the world continue to move on its previous path would have only led to heaven and earth's victory. Noah's decisions might have worsened the situation and put the higher plane on a worse road, but the experts had to prefer it over an inevitable defeat. The old rulers might regain their original power, but that was a possibility that Noah and the others had to accept. It didn't matter if the world ended up obtaining two threatening versions of heaven and earth. Everything was better than a loss caused by a lack of time to improve. It didn't even matter that the old rulers seemed to benefit a lot from Noah's influence. They wouldn't only regain their previous power with that trend. They would even remove the weakness that had led to their defeat, but that was another risk that the experts had to accept for the sake of obtaining more time. A faint pressure landed on Noah's mind after he returned to his training area. He could almost feel the world advancing toward its final act, and he could see how his existence wasn't part of it. Still, that feeling didn't bring new options. Noah remained the peak rank 8 existence that he was before. He was only more anxious about how fast everything around him was moving. His focus inevitably moved to his mind. Noah had a center of power ready to advance. He could sense his mental walls touching the edges of the higher realms, but they didn't want to move forward. Even the many training methods available inside the city didn't make them take the last step required for the breakthrough. His mind wasn't actually stuck at the same level. The organ continued to enlarge. It simply did it so slowly that Noah struggled to keep track of its improvements. The issue ended up making Noah angry. He had the chance to obtain an important improvement, but his center of power seemed to oppose it. The problem didn't even involve his existence. There appeared to be an invisible force locking it into the 8th rank and keeping breakthroughs away. Noah connected the issue to the unique place that the breakthrough to the 9th rank held in the cultivation journey. Bringing an existence to that realm involved the creation of a new center of power that contained the special fuel generated by the laws. The process was personal and differed depending on the true meanings, but the talk with Alexander had confirmed that what they learnt from Lord Lewis was generally correct. Noah liked to be prepared for the breakthrough, but he didn't think that those requirements would turn into an actual limit. The only explanation he could think of for his mind's situation was that his other centers of power still required some time to reach the absolute peak of the 8th rank. That prevented a joint advancement to the 9th rank, which seemed a requirement in the cultivation journey. Noah initially felt the need to play by the rules. He didn't want to mess things up when it came to such an important event in his cultivation journey. After all, his problems didn't come from a bottleneck. He only had to wait for his other centers of power to reach the peak of the 8th rank before worrying about his situation. However, the slow and steady study of the dragon spheres and his failures in developing new techniques slowly made his desire to approach the breakthrough to the 9th rank through the proper paths crumble. Also, the old rulers provided the experts with regular updates about the packs sent into the storms, which only intensified Noah's urge to be part of that mess. This was the first species capable of containing 3 different elements. It's a pity that heaven and earth's lightning bolts destroyed most of them. These snakes had dragon's blood in their fabric. No wonder they managed to defeat a giant avatar armed with middle-tier sparks. We need to do better with these wolves. Their power is decent, but they need to obtain a proper resistance to heaven and earth to survive these regions. Similar reports reached Noah's training area every year. The old ruler's voice seemed to grow livelier as time passed. He could hear their excitement toward those experiments grow. It was as if the old heaven and earth were loving creating a special army meant to fight the corrupted fairness generated by their new version. Noah felt the need to join those battles. The dullness of the training area grew unbearable as the years passed. The city gave him everything he needed, and he knew that those benefits were rewards for his feats. Yet, he grew unable to accept them as happily as before after seeing the world changing right in front of his eyes. Sword Saint and some of his companions shared his feelings, and even King Elbaz ended up experiencing the same emotions after many years passed. In theory, the city was a paradise for King Elbaz since it gave him the chance to follow countless experiments at the same time. However, he also started to feel the monotony of that environment. The group had yet to realize that, but their existences had grown addicted to the defiant influence that they spread. Their power benefited from how their laws affected the world, especially now that they were close to the 9th rank. It almost felt like a necessity to be outside and transform the environment. I can't do that, Noah found himself thinking whenever his boredom reached its peak. I have the chance to do everything without facing any risk this time. I can't be stupid. My Danteon is too close to face risks. Noah happened to think another time. My body still requires a lot, but that only proves how I should give myself some time. Why would I even need the knight rank anyway? Noah wondered a few years later. My power can already affect existences in the 9th rank. I am a rank 9 existence even if my cultivation level has yet to reach that point. What's with this rush even? Noah tried to convince himself after a few more years. Steadiness brings the best foundation. Do I really want to risk everything I went through to get my mind to the 9th rank sooner? What can I even gain with a rank 9 mind? Noah cursed. I might understand the spheres quickly, but that's it. I should even become able to develop better techniques. I guess understanding the overall nature of the sky is another benefit. Maybe I should stop thinking about this. The situation inside his mind worsened so much that Noah found himself requesting more materials he needed without being aware of that. His existence tricked him into failing to calculate his requirements and necessities until the matter became too obvious. That trend became impossible to ignore after Noah saw countless drugs meant for his mind, Xianxia runes, and other resources created tall piles inside his training area. Fine, I'll do it. Noah eventually let go of his restraint when he accepted that he couldn't go against his existence. I'll force my mind to reach the 9th rank. Noah didn't recklessly approach his project. He probably was the best expert in the entire world regarding reckless training methods, but he had friends that surpassed him in many fields. King Elba's knowledge about inscription methods had never stopped increasing, and his growth had even quickened exponentially after remaining in the city for so long. He was the first expert that Noah suff, but his answers weren't conclusive. The breakthrough to the 9th rank is too personal to have opinions, especially for existences who wield higher energy. It's a matter of harmony, but I can't be certain without enough data. Why would anyone even try to reach the 9th rank with centers of power so close to the breakthrough? King Elbas mostly offered complaints and doubts. His approach to the matter was purely scientific. He wanted to study data, tests, results, and apply them to multiple existences before giving an opinion. It seemed that his law didn't allow him to rely on vague statements. Only truths could come out of his mouth, so he never gave proper answers. Still, the conversation with the expert brought Noah's focus on a field that he had almost chosen to ignore. The 9th rank required an additional center of power with an ethereal nature, and Noah felt confident that he needed something similar for the breakthrough of his mind to work. Noah couldn't apply his old and barbaric methods to his current level. The divine ranks wanted more than simple increases of power, even if his existence was ready to reach the 9th rank. That restriction forced Noah to study the actual rules for the 9th rank before deciding how to break them. Yet, the maximum expert in that field that he could think of was unreliable at best. He even wondered whether that complicated existence was already trying to betray his trust. "Do you want the secret behind the 9th rank?" The old rulers repeated Noah's question while the two existences sat inside the white separate area. "We thought you already knew it." "I don't want to know how to reach the 9th rank," Noah explained. "I need to understand the requirements for the breakthrough from a purely technical perspective. Why do existences need a separate center of power? How necessary is it to have your entire existence near the peak to approach the transformation?" Noah tried to remain vague with his questions to the old rulers, but they always managed to look through him. It was hard to deal with such strange entities, especially since they didn't think according to the standards usually involving other existences. "You ask bizarre questions for someone who is preparing a breakthrough," the old rulers revealed as a faint smile appeared on their featureless face. "Don't think that we overlooked the increasing requests for resources. Why would you even need so many Xianxia runes otherwise?" "Let's not talk about this," Noah ordered. "I want to know more about the topic to see how impossible my project is." "It's quite impossible," the old rulers revealed. "These limits don't come from heaven and earth. They are something that the world naturally activates as a response to your existence. It's a defensive method aimed to preserve your power." "But it's a normal limit, right?" Noah continued. "How hard can it be to ignore it?" "Many have tried before you," the old rulers explained. "It's not a matter of completing a partial breakthrough. It concerns preventing the 9th rank from being a failure. Your existence might be ready to advance, but your centers of power want to get there together. Having only part of them in the next rank only creates conflicts in the understanding as a whole." The explanation made sense, but it also didn't. Noah wasn't a stranger to unbalance. He had spent most of his life with centers of power at different levels, and they had often benefited him rather than hold him back. However, his next breakthrough would involve matters far more complicated. The 9th rank would give him access to powers that went beyond laws, so he could vaguely guess the nature of the troubles that an unbalance could generate. When it came to the mind, Noah could imagine how he would become unable to think about the world as an array of laws that created matter and gave it meaning. He would have a center of power striving to become a world while his dantian and body remained busy gathering fuel to reach the same state. His mind could basically stop helping the other centers of power because it would live in a completely different realm. The premature breakthrough could force Noah to complete the rest of his growth to the 9th rank with fewer assets. He might end up cultivating without a sea of consciousness. "We do understand how suppressing an urge can be impossible once reached that level," the old rulers continued. "We know that better than every other existence in the plane. We received countless warnings about our path in the past, but stubbornness is part of what makes us strive forward. We thought that the solution was in our grasp, but we ended up causing a war that has lasted for eras. Should I just stop and ignore my existence?" Noah asked. Isn't that worse than failing at my level? You are here because of your doubts, the old rulers revealed. Part of your existence fears this approach, but receiving vague answers is only making you believe in your talent with even more intensity. The orange figure heaved a rare sigh, and Noah felt able to sense ancient helplessness accompanying its voice. He could confirm that the old rulers had started to feel again, but that detail wasn't important now. Only the path ahead mattered. An existence goes through a transformation in the 9th rank. The old rulers did their best to explain the matter using the entirety of their knowledge. It's a qualitative change that surpasses every other breakthrough. You shouldn't consider it as a simple advancement. It's a step that opens the path hidden in the universe. Imagine going back to the state of Immortal and restarting your cultivation journey. The experts in the 9th rank are nothing more than mortals in the system of the universe. We only caught a glimpse of that greater path, but we failed to step on in. Those words generated waves of shock in Noah's mind. He had long since desired someone who confirmed that ranks past the 9th existed in the world. He had sworn to create new realms even if the universe's limit ended up being the 10th rank, but it seemed that he wouldn't need to do anything. The world had already solved one of his future issues. Now, the old rulers continued. Imagine being immortal without a brain, a hearth, or another vital organ. That will be your state in the 9th rank if you decide to advance with a single center of power. You would have a shell meant to be at that level but nothing able to fill it. The problem is in the shell then, Noah guessed. Your existence is like a nutrient now, the old rulers added. You are a tree trying to give birth to fruit with the nutrients accumulated throughout your life. You can generate it early, but that would leave it in the open for who knows how long. It will surely become dry if you leave such an incomplete product in the open. The conversation with the old rulers didn't last much longer. They did their best to explain the issue using multiple metaphors, and Noah felt enlightened after hearing all of them. He had experienced insights and caught glimpses of answers in his life, but nothing could compare to his current understanding. For the first time in his life, Noah didn't only know how to get to the 9th rank. He also understood that level of power in ways that his companions ignored. Even Alexander might fail to reach that knowledge of his current state until he spent millennia experiencing his power. The issue was as complicated as King Elbaz had hinted it to be. It wasn't even a matter of energy or understanding, not mainly at least. The problem came from the frailty of the incomplete superior state achieved through shortcuts and forced training methods. A fruit in the open, they say. Noah thought as he returned inside his training area and inspected his piles of resources. The issue isn't the difficulty of the task. The problem is that I might really be able to do it. Noah wasn't letting his urge seep inside his thoughts now. His reasonable side had tried to make him ignore that project before, but it had started to approve the matter after learning so much from the old rulers. When Noah removed all the issues connected to the understanding of the laws, he could see the breakthrough for what it really was, and the process appeared feasible due to his vast experience in similar fields. The cultivation journey forced him to create a new center of power that would become the foundation for his new state. He had to become immortal with divine powers, which hinted at forsaking his mind, body, and Danteon to focus on the superior path. Noah would have decided to abandon his project if he didn't see a path among those complicated explanations and metaphors. Still, the old rulers had tried to convince him that something incomplete wouldn't work when he had the power to tamper with that completeness. The new ethereal center of power would naturally come out flawed if Noah forced only his mind to advance, but a solution to the issue existed, and he found it in the very nature of the different breakthrough. The flawed status would come from the fact that only part of his existence was advancing, so he didn't have to rely on the natural process to create the new center of power. The regular cultivation journey could take care of that part for him, but it didn't say anything about artificial approaches. Noah could solve the issue by creating the ethereal organ before the actual advancement. Of course, that idea brought new problems. Noah would have to predict what his existence would require once he reached the 9th rank to create something accurate. The new center of power could turn out to be unsuitable for the rank 9 version of his law, and it might even fall short when it came to enduring its power. Noah had to approach the project carefully and create a wide room for miscalculations in advance. The new center of power had to be ductile and immense since it would be impossible to change its nature and enlarge it once his centers of power began to fuse with it. Moreover, it had to include his black hole, which prevented him from using other rank 9 experts as an example. The sheer difficulty of that problem would normally force everyone to abandon that reckless idea and go back to their steady cultivation. The raw number of risks involved with something that would affect their existences so deeply that anyone would feel scared in front of them. However, for Noah, having a path to follow had always been more than enough. I only have to create a rank 9 center of power capable of containing the nature and power of my existence. Noah laughed in his mind as he lay on the floor and let his mind wander. I can't forget that the organ has to be ethereal but able to hold heavy fuels like the higher energy. Right? I can't commit the slightest mistake either because it would ruin my prospects. I'd rather not go full heaven and earth and start taking my anger out on weaker existences for eras due to a failure. The jokes in his mind ended when he started thinking about the issue properly. Part of him still wanted to abandon that project and follow the steady path, but he felt almost drawn by the many ideas that it caused. Noah was a hybrid, but his species was artificial. He had a 4th center of power that contained higher energy, but both came from his experiments. His darkness was a variation of the breath, created after spending years testing various versions of the same power. Everything about him seemed to have come out from experiments. His mind was the only center of power that didn't endure heavy modifications, but it had inscriptions running through its walls, and it radiated the scarlet color of his bloodlust. Moreover, Noah had constantly used the ethereal figures of his blood companions and personal methods to enlarge it, so he couldn't really consider its current level as natural. It felt almost necessary for his new center of power to follow that trend. Noah had built his existence piece by piece, so letting the rules of the cultivation journey dictate how he had to step on the next realm felt improper. He had a path and the means to fulfill it. A living being shouldn't need anything else. My dantian will advance after my mind, Noah thought as he began to plan the path ahead to gain an idea of the shape of his new center of power. The black hole will follow, and that will be the first major problem. The new dark matter has to be part of my existence, and the energy that it will carry is almost impossible to evaluate. Noah already understood that the actual capacity of his new center of power had to stand past every realm ever known to cultivators and hybrids. He had to create something far vaster than his black hole only to hope to contain its improved version. I strongly believe that my body will patch things up after its breakthrough, Noah thought, but that will be the last center of power to advance. Moreover, I don't know how much I can rely on my hybrid advantages at that level. In theory, the depths of the new realm should affect my flesh, but it's better to experience unexpected events. A clear idea of his current power took form in his mind. That wasn't even the starting point to his project, so he quickly moved to his first actual step. He had to create a loyal prospect of his breakthroughs to understand how powerful his new center of power had to be, but he had already thought of a method when it came to that issue. Noah's ambition allowed him to improve materials and existences to make them reach their full potential, and he wasn't immune to his own power. Creating a controlled copy of himself and evolving it to gain an idea of what he had to strive to contain immediately became his first step in that insane project. Creating copies of one existence wasn't exactly an easy matter, especially for laws as troublesome as Noah's ambition. He believed himself to be far more dangerous than the rulers, so he couldn't allow for two versions of him to exist at the same time. Still, Noah couldn't even hold back from making the copies accurate since that would only give unclear results. His issue forced him to change the training area and request other materials to make sure that everything remained under his control. Copying himself wasn't the main issue. Noah had access to the dark matter, which could become everything he needed it to be. Forcing his higher energy to replicate his existence ended up relatively easy since that fuel was a core part of his law. The problems came later when his creations gained his mind. So, a small humanoid figure surrounded by countless inscriptions announced, "I'm not Noah. You are the real Noah, and you have created me to improve yourself." Noah felt a headache growing inside his mind as he inspected the scene inside the orange inscriptions. Those formations featured a tiny version of him that leaked small trails of dark matter whenever it spoke or moved. Yet, it carried an almost identical version of his centers of power and existence. I hope these things work, Noah thought while looking at the inscriptions and the two massive orange crystals that aimed their pointy tips at his tiny copy. Noah had to bring the workshop to a new level to copy himself. He had to meditate for many years to develop a blueprint and invest many valuable materials to create tiny versions of his centers of power to build that small replica. He had even added chunks of his energies to make sure that everything was as perfect as possible, which led him to his current situation. "You don't talk," the tiny version exclaimed while wearing a pensive expression. "Right, we don't talk much in these situations." The tiny version started to inspect its surroundings. It showed cold smiles at the many defenses in place. It seemed to rejoice whenever it realized how much effort Noah had put in making sure that nothing left that room. "Are we so scared of ourselves?" the tiny Noah asked. "You already know the answer," Noah sighed. "There can't be two of us." "I know," the tiny Noah replied in an excited tone. "Though you know that I won't die easily. I live, so I want power." Noah couldn't find a proper answer. He knew himself better than anyone else in the world, so he understood his tiny version's feelings perfectly. That small replica carried his ambition, which naturally made it desire to be the original and reach the peak of the world. "We must be desperate to do this," the tiny version laughed. "What is it now? Is the final battle approaching?" Noah didn't answer. He didn't want to do anything that could trigger the tiny version's ambition, even if he knew how pointless his hopes were. After all, he was about to give it a lot of power. "I know your desires," Noah eventually declared. "I know your dreams. I know you. You aren't stupid either. You are aware that your existence is only a flawed version of my power." The tiny version showed a cold smile that didn't reveal any emotion. It was the first time that Noah saw something so deep and unclear, and a tinge of pride inevitably appeared inside his mind. However, his speech had to continue. "I know that you won't give up on life easily," Noah added. "I'm not asking you to. It's not in our nature. Yet, when you are about to die, remember that causing fewer problems will only quicken my progress." "Are you trying to appeal to my mercy?" the tiny version asked while wearing a frown. "Are you sure you made everything correctly? That doesn't sound like me." "I'm appealing to your ambition," Noah explained. "My ambition. We strive to seize power to destroy the sky and venture toward the stars. We'll suffer and risk losing if you oppose the process too much." "Why do you even bother to say this?" the tiny version scoffed. "You know us. We won't give up, even as a fake." "I know," Noah answered in his mind before stretching his hand forward. An orange barrier materialized when his hand reached the inscriptions. Those protections forced him out of the insides of the prison, but Noah already knew that. He had requested those arrays for specific reasons, so he was aware of their functioning. A dark aura started to seep out of Noah's palm while it remained attached to the orange barrier. The energy managed to pass, but his skin remained on the other side. That was another feature that he had requested. He needed to fill the insides of the formations with his ambition to trigger the transformation, so orange light had to make some exceptions. "Are we really sure this is the right path?" tiny Noah asked. "Are we so desperate to discover the road ahead?" "Yes," Noah quickly answered as his ambition continued to fill the insides of the formations. "It might work then," the tiny version replied. "Desperation is a great fuel. We had always been great at channeling it. Focus on your improvements for now," Noah reminded as the ambition seeping out of his palm intensified. The tiny version was an exact copy of himself, but it had smaller centers of power. Advancing would be far easier for it, especially with Noah's ambition involved. The process started immediately. Noah pressed on one of the lines in front of him, and resources appeared inside the prison. The ambition began to improve the items right away, but he made sure that his small copy seized its benefits. The tiny version grew in power and size as the process continued. It never became as big as Noah, but its cultivation level eventually stepped into the 9th rank. Its smaller organs and ambition allowed it to become stronger faster than him, and Noah didn't hesitate to take note of the feelings experienced when watching the breakthrough. Noah had replicated the conditions for a natural breakthrough. His methods weren't exactly perfect since that was only his first time creating a copy of himself, but he still learned something important that he felt sure he would carry to the final experiment. The ambition generated by the tiny version had developed the ethereal center of power. The potential that its law had accumulated made it gather enough fuel to turn its true meaning into a force that it could wield like never before. Yet, before it could enjoy it a bit, Noah activated the other formations and started to suppress his copy. "Not yet," the tiny figure roared. "You just gave me power in the 9th rank. I can fight." The tiny version ended up fighting back against the orange light converging toward it. Slashes, singularities, and various attacks that Noah knew far too well shot out of the being's figure and landed on the orange light that didn't slow down at all. The situation seemed desperate, but the copy didn't give up. "You'd better use my life for something incredible," the tiny version eventually announced when the inscription had the best over it. "Of course," Noah announced while watching the copy shattering into a wave of dark matter that vanished under the orange light radiated by the formations. The first test had been a success. Noah had confirmed what fluid he had to use for the ethereal organ. Now he only had to repeat the process until he felt confident enough to complete his project. The project worked. Noah now had a suitable path, a starting point, and the right environment to pursue his experiments. Nothing held him back either, so he went all out. Dealing with his first copy had felt strange, but things only worsened as the experiments continued. Noah had to learn from that experience, so he had to push the copy's level forward little by little to see how the ethereal center of power grew and behaved. Still, that only made the copies express his personality with even more intensity. The first one already was an almost perfect replica, so the new ended up showing him how his nature would evolve as he advanced. A fake death for a fake existence. Don't you dare to fail. We have always been good at hurting ourselves. Maybe the darkness is where we belong. How can the stars shine so brightly even as my consciousness vanishes? All the copy's dying words hit Noah deeply, but he could go over them after remaining in a daze for a few hours. Yet, an intense image had slowly started to take control of his vision due to how often he saw it. The copies had slight variations in their personalities. The level at which Noah stopped them also modified their dying words. Still, they all shared the same cold stare. Seeing it only once didn't do much to Noah's mind. Having to go through 10 of them didn't bother him either. However, that image transformed into a curse that kept reappearing in his vision even when he wasn't busy with his experiments. That defiant and careless look that the copies showed in front of their death reminded Noah of his starting point. It forced him to remember what he was before devolving the entirety of his existence to power, and the process affected him more than he liked to admit. The emptiness that spread inside Noah whenever he recalled what he had once been seemed able to make his foundation shake. The complete aloofness that he had once filled his existence threatened to reappear inside him stronger than ever as his experiments continued. His flaring ambition was the only thing that allowed him to remain sane. Noah was killing himself over and over again. He was even paying a great deal of attention to the whole process. His entire focus was on memorizing the various emotions, changes, and reactions that his copies experienced, so facing those challenging drawbacks felt only normal in his mind. Those drawbacks seemed to come from his very existence. The world wasn't affecting the matter, and heaven and earth had no influence there either. Noah was alone against himself, and the process inevitably weakened his mental state. Noah had already died, but his first death became a pleasant memory in front of that hellish period. Something seeped into him whenever he memorized a new aspect of the replicated breakthrough or growth. He experienced the empty acceptance that his copies felt as their bodies dispersed, and everything became almost too much to endure after spending an entire century in that state. On the other side, Noah's understanding of his breakthrough increased at an incredible pace. He memorized the countless variations, flaws, and possibilities that his future path could generate. He saw many versions of what the 9th rank would bring, and a silent realization eventually appeared inside his mind. This won't be enough. Noah concluded after losing count of how many experiments he had witnessed. The tiny copies didn't express his real power, but they carried his true core. Noah could vaguely calculate how strong he would become if his existence advanced through normal methods, and that prospect felt too weak for his projects. Noah didn't only want to fight and win against heaven and earth. His desires went far beyond that simple achievement. He had to reach the very peak and stand many realms above the others. His destination wasn't the sky. He needed enough power to continue in his journey forever. His impossible requirements were something that a rank 8 existence couldn't completely understand, even one as unique as Noah. Still, he could guess how the normal path wouldn't grant him the power that he needed to fulfill his desires. The breakthroughs experienced by the copies actually made him worry about his chances against heaven and earth. As his experiments continued, it became almost obvious that he had to tinker with his breakthrough to improve the power that he would obtain after stepping into the 9th rank. His unreasonable urge had turned out to be a warning cry from his existence. His law had told him that he had to do something to keep the sky like a mere stepping stone in his mind. That understanding generated two very different forces inside Noah. One was the emptiness that the reoccurring deaths of his copies originated. The other came from his desire to bring his foundation to a level that suited his desires. His ambition couldn't remain only a fuel anymore. It had to become his very foundation, since no other force in the world knew the depths of his goals. Noah couldn't use the demonic deduction technique to improve reasonings that involved his creation, but the many years spent experimenting allowed him to slowly build a blueprint that could provide what he looked for. The initial idea behind the creation of an artificial ethereal center of power inevitably changed throughout the experiments. Noah had believed that replicating the effects of the breakthrough so that his mind could have space where to expand and remain would have been enough. However, it became clear that he needed more, and that forced him to increase the level of craziness of his project. Creating the best possible version of the center of power that his breakthrough would generate wasn't enough. Noah had to go beyond the standards set by the current level of his mind, dantian body, and black hole, so that the final state of his existence could accomplish the many feats that he had planned. The new project saw Noah handling the breakthrough in reverse. Generally speaking, the current level of his centers of power would set the size, capacity, and nature of the ethereal organ developed once stepping in the 9th rank. Yet, his artificial version needed far more of those aspects. Of course, his idea could lead to many problems. In theory, the centers of power had to flood the ethereal organ with their energy and create the unique fuel that every rank 9 existence had. Instead, Noah wanted that structure to be able to contain far more than what his centers of power could produce in their current state. The increased size, capacity, and improved nature would cause problems in the long run if his centers of power failed to meet those superior standards. Moreover, Noah didn't have methods to improve his organs at his current level, so he could only handle that matter once they reached the 9th rank. Noah was basically gambling on his ability to improve his centers of power once he stepped in the 9th rank, but he didn't mind betting on himself. The experiments didn't show anything promising, but he didn't have options. His existence wouldn't settle for less. He had to give it everything he had, and that moment slowly approached. Noah took many breaks to dispel the lingering emptiness that had started to fill his mind. He even made sure to focus on other fields for entire decades to ensure that his conclusions didn't come from the desperate desire to end that difficult process. Yet, the blueprint for his new center of power eventually took form, so the project moved toward its final phases. It was time to start the actual creation of the center of power, which required a completely different training area. Noah had benefited a lot from the restrictions and defenses of his former habitation. He would have failed to suppress many of his copies without them, but he needed something else now. The new training area was a large circular room that had a conical hole at its center. The deep structure featured multiple steps with various inscriptions meant for different features, but Noah only cared about those that could increase the density of ethereal materials. The core material for his ethereal center of power had to be his ambition. Noah had confirmed that during his first experiment, and his conclusions didn't change during the years spent with the other copies. The issue was gathering it in a pure and suitable form. In theory, Noah still didn't have access to the right ambition meant to create the ethereal organ. His centers of power would normally need to reach the 9th rank and naturally fuse their energy to build the ethereal structure. However, he had to follow a completely different path, which started with making the core material with his own hands. Noah had given a lot of thought to the matter and had eventually decided that replicating the normal breakthrough was only a waste of time. Taking his darkness, mental energy, dark matter, and primary energy, evolving them through his law, and fusing them felt pointless when he could directly improve his ambition. The problem was that his ambition didn't technically exist as a proper force at his current level. It was an influence that could taint other materials and his energy, but it didn't have an actual shape. Noah could think of a few methods that could allow him to isolate his ambition. Tainting a simple material and slowly destroying it with opposite laws before enveloping everything with his dark matter could work. Still, the old rulers could provide a specific training area for that, and he found no point refusing it. The inscriptions on the steps of the conical hole lit up when Noah approached them, but he only moved and activated those involved with his project. He didn't recognize most of those orange lines, but the old rulers had given him a detailed description of their functions, so preparing them for the process ended up being relatively easy. Noah immersed himself inside the hole after everything was ready. He never touched its bottom. He floated in a cross-legged position right in its middle as the inscriptions around him activated and applied their effects on his existence. The inscriptions could be gentle, but Noah directly made them apply their most invasive approach. He knew that his existence would oppose the procedure, so going through multiple tests to find a balance between pain and efficiency sounded like a waste of time. It was better to go all out once and put an end to that phase of the project. Tentacles made of orange light shot out of the inscriptions and entangled themselves to Noah's figure. They transformed into cylindrical tubes that applied an intense suction force once they completely covered him. Immense pain immediately filled his mind, but he didn't scream nor roar. His cold eyes even remained open as he fixed his gaze at the bottom of the hole. The suction force didn't affect his centers of power. Noah felt as if they ripped away from him something fainter and deeper. He felt weak as the process continued, and pitch-black drops of a dense liquid started to flow from the tube's bases. The process was stealing Noah's potential, the same energy that he used to apply the effects of his ambition. He could feel the power accumulated after defeating opponents far stronger than him leaving his body and disappearing from his existence. He would have even forgotten about his achievements if he didn't protect those specific memories during the process. A black puddle slowly formed at the bottom of the hole as the process continued. Noah suppressed the pain until his potential was on the verge of depleting before interrupting the inscriptions. The tubes disappeared at that point and he shot out of the structure in a hurry. The weakness that had filled his existence made him lose control of his movements and crash on the training area's walls. Noah had the energy to stand, but his centers of power didn't want to work. They felt that he had to go through that moment on his own. Noah didn't curse nor roar. His eyes soon opened, and the ceiling became the main target of his cold gaze. That iconic gesture had intensified after the many years spent staring back at his dying copies, but no one could notify him about that detail. He only felt that he was natural to wear that expression. The memories that the inscriptions had tried to rip away from his existence started to flow through his vision. Noah reviewed his many incredible achievements many times, and potential eventually built inside his being again. The inscriptions could separate Noah from his potential, but his existence had earned it through blood and efforts. Simply taking it wasn't enough to leave him without it. His law knew that he deserved more, so it gave more as Noah reminded it of what he had accomplished throughout his life. Noah felt able to move again after his ambition restored his potential. However, he still decided to spend a few months cultivating in silence and reaffirming his determination before going back into the hole and repeating the process. A single extraction of that energy wasn't enough to satisfy the insane requirements that Noah had come up with after experimenting with the copies. He needed to remain in that area for a while. The companions were the only witnesses of Noah's struggles. They even shared part of his emotions, and their bodies shook whenever they experienced what he went through. The cycle of pain and weakness continued for many years, and he didn't stop even after the black liquid filled the hole. He needed more than he had ever amassed in his entire life for that project. Needless to say, the continuous extraction and refill of his potential eventually lowered what the ambition could recreate. Noah sensed that he lost part of that energy from time to time, even if his memories remained intact. Still, he didn't mind that too much. Even his existence allowed that weakening of his potential peak due to the importance of that project. The training area offered multiple containers capable of storing that dense material, but Noah didn't trust the old rulers enough to rely on them even when it came to those tools. His dark matter could easily take care of the matter, and that phase of the experiment soon ended. Noah had everything at that point. It was time to create the actual ethereal center of power and fuse with it. Noah had a large amount of the dense pitch-black liquid extracted by the training area, and the blueprint for the ethereal center of power was already in his mind. He only had to complete a few more steps, but the project had reached its last phase. The old training area didn't suit his needs, so he needed to change it. Moreover, moving often would slow down an eventual study from the old ruler's side, so he didn't hesitate to list his requests and settling in a different structure. The new training area didn't have much. It only featured reinforced surfaces and a few useful functions that Noah didn't need. He only had to work on the materials that he had gathered previously now. The inscriptions in place were only a precaution. The liquid was the correct material, but Noah couldn't use it in its current form. It was a dense mass made of his potential, but it still belonged to the 8th rank, even if it embodied the very power to touch the superior realm. The liquid was nothing more than another version of Noah's potential that had no connection with his existence. It was identical to his law, but he didn't share any mental link. Condensing the liquid so that it could naturally evolve into something stronger was a viable option, but Noah didn't want to reduce the amount of material at his disposal. He needed to push it to the 9th rank without affecting its quantity, which required his ambition. Noah had worked together with King Elbaz when creating the black landmass and building items that could spread his ambition in different regions. He knew how to replicate those tools, and the process was even easier inside that isolated environment. The reinforced walls didn't let anything escape on the outside. Noah could use the workshop to create dispensers meant to enhance the ambition naturally radiated by his figure. The dark world also enhanced the natural properties of the training area, so everything soon became packed with his influence. Noah put the special items in the corners of the training area and filled its insides with liquid dark matter that carried similar effects. Even the slightest influence naturally radiated by his figure transformed into a massive force that threatened to affect the inscriptions on the surfaces. Still, the dark world did its best to keep those effects in the insides of the room. The special liquid created by extracting his potential floated at the center of the training hall, right above Noah. He sat cross-legged under the dense sphere hovering above his head while he focused on images that intensified the innate release of his influence. Noah's ambition tried to affect the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and the inscriptions, but most of its effects converged on the floating sphere due to the impact of the dark world. The black pitch liquid became even denser during that slow but constant process, eventually reaching its desired state. The liquid's fabric solidified when its power stepped inside the 9th rank. Noah had successfully created something that stood in the last realm of the cultivation journey, but the achievement barely fazed him. His focus was on far heavier matters. The advancement of that potential marked the beginning of the last phase of his project. It was now or never. Everything was ready for the creation of the ethereal center of power, and Noah made sure to suppress his last brim of hesitation before standing up and retrieving the dark world. The waves of dark matter even grabbed the items at the corners of the room and brought everything inside the separate space. The crystal sphere tried to fall when it lost the support of the dark matter, but Noah easily kept it above his head with his mental waves. The black hole filled his insides with higher energy and created a small version of the dark world that expanded through his organs, blood vessels, and muscles. Noah felt stuffed, and black flares came out of his mouth when he opened it and pointed it toward the core material. The dark matter enveloped the crystal sphere again, but it carried a different purpose at that time. The liquid higher energy dragged the huge item toward Noah's mouth as a blueprint lit up inside his mind and controlled the workshops in the dark world inside his body. Noah's knowledge of space allowed him to shrink the huge item. His power wouldn't usually be able to affect a rank 9 material so heavily, but the dark world created a unique environment that worked perfectly against the sphere and its nature. He could change the crystal's shape at will without affecting its actual power or fabric there. The sphere could enter Noah's mouth with its new size, and the workshops promptly tore apart pieces of his centers of power before fusing them with the crystal. A chunk of his dantian, a shard of his mental walls, and a portion of his spine separated and flowed toward the item made of enhanced potential before everything entered the black hole. The fourth center of power took care of perfecting that fusion. Noah's mind was basically standing at the edges of the 9th rank, but the black hole could still express more power in its current state. The superior nature of the higher energy made that organ able to transform and improve the crystal without needing additional empowerment. The unique environment created by the dark world was enough to avoid restrictions. Noah waited for the dark world to complete its task, and a sharp pain eventually spread from his chest. Flares of a massive power tried to shoot out of his figure and flow into the training area, but the black hole prevented any dispersion of energy. The pain only intensified during the wait, but Noah didn't do anything to quell his sensations. That process was far beyond his power now. The next moments would decide whether he would explode or obtain what he needed. Faint trails of dense black smoke eventually came out of his back. That strange energy seeped through his skin and gathered along his spine while deciding which form to take. Noah could already confirm that the size of his ethereal center of power was already bigger compared to his copies. But the process didn't stop there. The strange energy expanded and filled his entire back before stretching forward. The black energy transformed into a backpack-like structure before continuing to expand. The faint container almost stretched as far as the walls before stopping and gaining unclear edges. Its actual limits seemed to flicker, but Noah only confirmed the success of his project at that site. That ethereal center of power was far bigger than everything developed by the copies, but that wasn't its greatest feature. Noah's new organ only had fake edges that he could theoretically expand. He still didn't know how, but he had left that chance open in case his calculation turned out to be wrong. Noah had made sure to leave some space for his growth. His current poor judgment couldn't condemn his cultivation journey. The faint black energy began to disappear and force its way inside the fabric of the world. But another sharp pain followed Noah while he was busy inspecting the nature of his creation. His mental walls started to tremble, and mental energy naturally flowed toward the new center of power. The sudden event didn't surprise Noah too much. He didn't expect it to happen right after completing the ethereal center of power, but he had long since been ready for it. Noah's mental sphere had been on the verge of the 9th rank for years already. The lack of the ethereal center of power was the only feature that stopped it from advancing and reaching the last stage of the known cultivation journey. However, that limit disappeared once the borderless ethereal center of power took form. Noah had forcefully unlocked the path to the 9th rank by creating an artificial version of what his core organs would have eventually built on their own. His mind suddenly found space where to expand, so it didn't hesitate to start the breakthrough. Alexander had confirmed that the breakthrough to the 9th rank didn't cause mandatory tribulations. The knowledge obtained in the mortal lands had turned out to be true. Heaven and Earth system only put limits before the heroic and divine ranks, but it didn't set anything for the existences that approached the peak. Noah had already wondered and found an explanation for that feature. The existences that could approach the 9th rank had already spent an entire cultivation journey surviving the 3 mandatory tribulations of the system. Sending them again when they were about to reach the peak was simply pointless. Heaven and Earth preferred to send stronger or unique punishments meant to counter each specific existence, and Noah was sure that they had something ready for him. Yet, he was inside the old ruler's city, so nothing arrived. The world couldn't even sense his breakthrough. The faint worry that the old rulers could do something to interfere with the breakthrough reached Noah's mind. Still, he wouldn't care too much about that after spending centuries developing the ethereal center of power inside their structures. Moreover, his companions decided to come out as soon as they sensed their master losing control of his thoughts. Night, Duanlong, and the demonic sword shot out of his body and took their place around him. The parasite also joined that gathering by making a series of roots pierce Noah's right palm and surrounding him with those corrosive materials. Snore and Shafu wanted to help, but they were too big for that training area. They limited themselves to stand at the edges of the separate space and prepare themselves for every threat that dared to approach their master. Of course, Noah could use his understanding of space and the dark world to create better defenses that included his bigger companions. Still, the sudden arrival of the breakthrough and his faint indifference didn't make him invest time in preparing those protections. He didn't believe that something in his arsenal could protect him if the old rulers decided to attack or something else managed to seep through the city's formations. Mental energy spread inside the ethereal center of power, but that fuel was still too weak for the high standards that Noah had set. Most of it dissolved as it entered that ghostly structure, but a few small brims remained. The ethereal center of power didn't stay still either. It had only stabilized before, but Noah had yet to reabsorb it closer to his body. The faint blackness that made its edges turned almost invisible as it shrunk back toward Noah's figure. The mental energy trying to flood its insides didn't manage to stop that process. Noah had two very different sensations trying to take control of his mind. The first was the odd feeling generated by the ethereal center of power condensing over his back and transforming into an invisible force that remained connected to his existence in ways that even he ignored. The ethereal center of power was artificial, so his Danteon, body, and black hole felt that something was off when they obtained access to its space. They had the innate urge to fill that space, but they also knew that their time had yet to come. That urge became almost unbearable at times, and part of their energy inevitably fell into the ethereal center of power due to that instinctive sensation. Still, the insides of the blackness shattered it. It was clear that rank 8 fuels didn't belong to that realm. They couldn't even touch it due to the lingering pressure that it contained. The second sensation mostly featured pain. Noah's mental walls trembled to no end as his mind enlarged past the limits of the 8th rank and completed the breakthrough. The mental sphere continued to send massive quantities of mental energy toward the ethereal blackness, but that center of power didn't accept anything below the 9th rank. Only the tiny brims of fuel that had managed to step into that realm managed to remain inside that area, but they couldn't affect that incredible structure built from Noah's potential. Noah's mental sphere soon became empty, but the breakthrough ended at that point. The center of power began to generate a denser and more powerful version of his usual mental energy that quickly filled its insides before flowing toward the ethereal blackness. Everything happened so quickly that Noah didn't have the time to inspect his new mental energy before it disappeared again. His mental walls were still stabilizing, so pain continued to fill his consciousness and obstruct his inspections. Yet, he trusted his centers of power enough to let everything happen without his supervision. The new mental energy could finally fill the ethereal blackness without being destroyed by its lingering pressure. The new center of power inflated in a dimension that felt different from the spaces that Noah created through the shadow domain. It didn't even seem to be similar to the areas that contained mortal lands among the void. It was something completely different and extremely personal. Understanding dawned upon Noah while he continued to struggle through his pain. He recalled that rank 9 existences had to become worlds, and his ethereal center of power set the beginning of that space. Noah now had a personal dimension defined by the edges of the world created by his existence. That area was utterly black, heavy, and unsuitable for life, but it also was the perfect culmination of his cultivation journey. The only issue was its incompleteness. The new mental energy didn't even fill 1/10 of the total space inside the ethereal center of power. Moreover, a force sent it back toward Noah's mental sphere after it had bathed among the potential for a few seconds. Noah's mental sphere had generated new mental energy during those moments, but the arrival of the empowered fuel sent everything into chaos. The insides of his mind didn't suffer through proper changes, but his mental walls did, and that transformation forced him to endure something similar to a second breakthrough. The transparent mental walls that carried a faint scarlet color darkened as the empowered mental energy crashed on their surface and fused with their fabric. Noah's mind had reached the 9th rank, but the ethereal center of power didn't accept that level. The potential in its blackness had forced its standards on the mental energy that had affected the mental sphere once flowing back inside Noah's body. The second phase of the breakthrough began, and Noah saw only darkness during that process. The second phase of the breakthrough wasn't painful, but Noah still didn't manage to study much. The empowered mental energy had strange effects on his mind that he couldn't completely understand. It almost seemed to cloud his senses on purpose during the process. Still, Noah could finally think somewhat properly during that phase, even if his mental energy continued to flow toward the ethereal blackness and return to aid in modifying his mental walls. It almost felt normal for the mental sphere mind to go through that second phase when Noah thought about it. He had built the ethereal blackness to have far higher standards than the center of power that his organs would naturally generate. Those standards became requirements after the breakthrough that triggered the transformation. Expectations built inside Noah as the process continued. He couldn't wait to see the new power that his mind would wield after the breakthrough and transformation. The process forced Noah to remain immersed in complete darkness. His consciousness, eyes, ears, and senses couldn't capture anything. He had experienced something similar only during his first death. The only difference at that time was his awareness. He could think even if he didn't feel his mental energy. He could breathe even if he couldn't inspect the expansion of his lungs. His blood continued to flow, but Noah only knew that it did. He couldn't watch its course through his blood vessels. That state of apparent death was pure torture. Noah had experienced pain in countless forms, had gone through deep sorrow, and had just survived the cold gazes of his copies. However, that emptiness was suffocating. One eternity could last 1 second, and the same went for the opposite process. Noah had long since grown used to losing track of the passage of time, but everything was different in that state since he couldn't sense the hours flowing. He couldn't feel anything other than his thoughts. The process felt to last for so long that Noah started to wonder whether he had died and his existence had reached a state of non-death. His thoughts went on supreme thief and great builder since they had died and returned to life. He believed that they had experienced something similar before the Legion resurrected them. Noah thought about many things, but most of them were nothing more than assumptions generated by his boredom. He had been able to sit in the same position for centuries and millennia at times, but those experiences were nothing compared to what he was going through now. He felt forced to invent games to kill time, but they grew old rather quickly. A normal human would have long since gone crazy in those conditions. Even many experienced cultivators wouldn't be able to endure that long and tedious process that didn't provide any exciting input. The second phase of the breakthrough was nothing more than a seemingly infinite wait among the complete blackness. A tremor eventually ran through Noah's body, and he roared in excitement when that happened. He didn't know if he had actually shouted since his sensation had yet to return, but he had felt that quivering, and that was enough to confirm that the procedure didn't kill him. Took a while, but his sensations eventually started to return. Initially, they were nothing more than isolated events happening once every eternity. Yet, they slowly began to happen more often until Noah became able to control them. Noah didn't control the actual sensations. He thought about moving his body, and tremors appeared. He planned to do something else, and another feeling spread through his senses. It seemed that his consciousness was slowly adjusting itself to its new state while being fully awake. He simply couldn't feel much. That realization made Noah hold back from trying to summon his power since he didn't know what damages he could cause in his current condition. He believed that no one would dare to disturb him inside the training area, but it was better not to take risks, since he didn't know the limits of his new level. Flashes of orange light eventually appeared in his vision and generated another wave of excitement. Noah had never felt happier to see that radiance so similar to the initial heaven tribulations, but he quickly understood that something was off. The light felt different, almost distant. Noah felt able to sense its power and laws, but he couldn't see it as part of the world anymore. It seemed to belong to something far away. It didn't take Noah much to understand that the light didn't change. His perception came from inside the personal world created with his existence, so everything naturally appeared distant. He had basically applied a barrier between him and his surroundings. The effects weren't as intense as the shadow domain, and they didn't apply any restriction or limit to his senses. That was his new perspective. Noah's mind had become part of the personal world created by his existence, so it naturally put some distance from his surroundings. The flashes of light happened more often until the training area reappeared in Noah's vision. He could see his worried companions, the familiar inscriptions on the surfaces, and the faint marks caused by his previous procedures. He could even sense the lingering energy of his flames on the ceiling. "I did end up roaring," Noah laughed before closing his eyes and focusing on his mental sphere. The new state of his center of power left Noah speechless. He had always thought that his mental sphere had been the organ that had gone through fewer changes throughout his cultivation journey. Nevertheless, that idea became completely wrong now. Noah's mental energy was the same ethereal black liquid, but its density had increased. It had gained a mud-like texture that contained an incredible amount of power and influence. He almost felt able to lift mountains with that fuel. Still, the greatest changes happened with his mental walls. They had gained scarlet shades due to his bloodlust, but the new mental energy had transformed them. They had turned them so dark that Noah struggled to see the demonic deduction technique. He actually had to activate it to make sure that the breakthrough didn't sweep the inscriptions away, and he partially regretted that second spent among his enhanced thinking speed. The violent thoughts that his mind generated when it fed on the bloodlust contained on the new mental sea were so intense that the air around him shattered. Noah's eyes even began to shine with a blinding dark red light that suppressed the orange shades in the training area. Moreover, they weren't simple thoughts anymore. They had transformed into urges. Noah found himself raising his hands toward the inscriptions above him and spread his influence during that instant immersed in his violent thoughts. The urge ended before Noah could activate any technique, but disbelief still filled him when he saw that black lines had appeared on those orange inscriptions. His destruction was ready to burst and damage them. He had become able to affect some of the old rulers' creations, and that feat had barely taken any effort. However, the most striking change in his perception came from how he saw the laws. Noah had been able to inspect the true meanings that filled the matter for millennia already, but they appeared as minute parts of a larger system now. It was as if his consciousness had stopped looking at the plane's bricks and had started to see the world as a whole. Noah's initial worry about the forceful advancement of his mind vanished when he confirmed that he could still study laws. Yet, he couldn't help but lose interest in them. They were the source of energy that his body and Dantian needed, but they appeared almost weak and meaningless in their single form. The lack of interest didn't affect Noah too heavily. He could force his mind to focus on the laws and continue their study. It only required some effort now. The benefits of his new state far surpassed those negative aspects. Noah was inside a training area suitable for rank 9 existences, but he felt able to see its structure as a whole. The various inscriptions and materials created an intricate array inside his mind that his mental waves could study in mere seconds. The intense nature of his mental waves then quickly found ways to replicate and destroy that structure. It didn't matter if Noah's other centers of power couldn't even hope to keep up with his mind. The latter still managed to develop suitable plans that could make those weaker organs useful in affecting the world with Noah's laws. Another sticking aspect of his new center of power came from the newfound intensity of his mental waves. The mental energy usually found it hard to be as effective as the other fuels when it came to spreading an influence. However, that wasn't true anymore in Noah's case. The matter didn't only involve his mental energy. The dense mud-like ethereal energy was intense in its expression of Noah's existence, but it still couldn't match Dantian and body. Yet, everything changed when it seeped past the mental walls to spread into the environment. The blackness contained in his mind's fabric came from a fusion with the improved mental energy generated by the ethereal center of power, which was the best expression of Noah's existence even in its incomplete state. The thoughts that left his mind gained his influence inside the mental walls and spread it to the world. Noah didn't need to do anything specific to spread his influence. In the past, unfolding his consciousness and adding darkness could create an environment where his ambition thrived. Now, a few thoughts were more than enough to generate similar effects. The intensity of his law would also be higher since that power came from a superior and deeper form of expression of his existence. The benefits of the breakthroughs weren't over. Noah found his thinking speed, mental capability, and the various features connected to his study and understanding of laws improved far beyond his expectations. Still, those abilities felt like mere appetizers when he focused on the ethereal center of power. The new organ basically didn't exist in the world. Noah could see and feel it only because he was part of the personal world that it created, but it wasn't a dimension accessible by others. Entering it would be akin to touching the insides of his dantian or mind. The ethereal center of power simply was a larger and more powerful version of those structures. That personal space was mostly empty. It only contained a version of the mental energy that Noah's mind feared. That feeling didn't come from its destructive abilities. It was an innate reaction to the consequences that it would cause. I retain my original abilities then, Noah concluded after that quick inspection. The main effect of Noah's ambition consisted in its ability to make him ignore the gaps among stages and ranks through forced empowerments. His centers of power would pay the price for that sudden burst of might once its effects were over, and their dangerousness would depend on the level achieved during the temporary power-up. Noah could still use his ambition in the old way, but the ethereal center of power had unlocked a new ability. It had given him the chance to apply the rank 9 version of his law, even if only to his mind. That's so tempting, Noah thought as he inspected the energy inside the ethereal blackness. His instincts screamed to warn him about the dangerousness of that fuel. He didn't need to think for too long about the matter to understand the cause of that reaction. The ethereal blackness was the strongest aspect of his existence now, and he had even built it to be far more powerful than his current existence. It was unclear how dangerous the drawbacks connected to an eventual use could be. Noah even realized that the incomplete state of the ethereal blackness didn't allow it to reveal its true power. In theory, the fuel inside the center of power would be the result of the fusion of his energies. However, he could only fill it with his rank 9 mental energy, which restricted its effects to the mental sphere and gave it less than a quarter of its final power. Still, Noah's instincts felt scared. It didn't matter how incomplete that energy was. They didn't care about how powerful it could become once the dark matter, the darkness, and the primary energy fused with that fuel. Everything was telling him not to use that ability. Why am I even trying? Noah cursed in his mind before going over the matter and picking one of the 4 spheres inside his separate space. Noah knew that holding back had never been in his style. Moreover, testing how dangerous that new power was felt necessary now that he was in a safe area surrounded by experts who could save him if something went wrong. He would never get a better chance to test that fuel. Noah wouldn't test such a dangerous power only to see how severe its drawbacks were. He wanted to add some benefits to the experiment, and he obviously thought about the dragon spheres. They were his main hope to improve his battle style and expand his law, so exploiting a temporary power-up of his mind to study them seemed proper, even mandatory. The only hesitation was in the choice of the sphere to study during the temporary empowerment. Noah could pick one or all of them, but it seemed fair to aim for a vague balance since his latest project had probably brought the stability of his existence to its limits. He wanted to restore some harmony by improving the aspect of his law that had remained behind for obvious reasons. Time, Noah sighed while inspecting the sphere in his palm. His hesitation slowly vanished as determination filled his entire being. His companion retook their defensive positions, but their purpose would probably be to call for help in that situation. Noah closed his eyes and focused the entirety of his consciousness on the time sphere in his hand. Understanding immediately started to flow toward his mind since his mental waves could study the material far faster now. However, that process felt like child's play once he activated his new ability. It only took a mere thought to activate the ethereal center of power. Noah even limited its help to a small brim of its empowered fuel to make sure that the drawbacks wouldn't kill him. The energy directly materialized at the center of his mental sea. The ethereal blackness was Noah's existence, so it didn't need connections to reach the insides of his centers of power. It was already there. The arrival of that pitch-black brim of energy caused a chain reaction that made the entirety of his mental sea boil. Even his mental walls trembled and released waves of pain, but Noah barely felt them. His mind was too busy devouring the time sphere to mind those sensations. The process seemed to last for an eternity, but it only kept Noah busy for an instant. He fell on the ground right afterward, and his eyes became empty when the drawbacks arrived. Noah's thoughts didn't move at all. He had become a creature made of pure instincts, but he instinctively understood that that state would last until his mental sphere started generating mental energy again. Still, the maimed dragon sphere entered his vision, and he could see how a quarter of it had vanished. The mental coma ended once Noah's mind started to produce thoughts again. Still, the event didn't make him start another project right away. His mind was full of understanding of time, and he needed a bit to absorb it. The sudden burst of power obtained when the ethereal blackness empowered the mind made Noah go through an entire quarter of the time sphere. That almost brought the amount absorbed on par with the space sphere. The absorption of the time sphere had lagged behind the others since the beginning of his training with them. Yet, the sudden power-up had allowed him to almost catch up with his second last. Noah still needed to let his mind fully comprehend and transform that understanding into something that suited his existence, but he believed that the process wouldn't take much. The benefits of having a rank 9 mental sphere remained evident while Noah lay on the floor of the reinforced area and let this mental sea handle the wave of information that had fused with it. His understanding over time increased and merged with his law, becoming one of its aspects. It had been nothing more than a vague idea before, but its state had completely transformed in those short hours. Of course, having almost matched the amount of knowledge of the space sphere didn't make Noah's aspect of time as influential as the former. A raw understanding wasn't enough when it came to a single existence. Noah was a world now, but he still had to develop his own version of some laws. He couldn't gain power over something under heaven and earth's control without endangering his cultivation journey. The dragon spheres contained a general understanding that involved multiple laws since they came from the old world, but Noah couldn't use all of them. He had to limit himself to what suited his existence and develop something personal, something that his ambition would accept as an aspect. Moreover, Noah's destruction, creation, and space had existed before obtaining the dragon spheres, so the absorption of knowledge obviously went faster. His aspect of time wouldn't become stronger than the others even if he fused the entirety of the understanding in the sphere with his existence either because he had a weaker starting point in that field. Noah's creation, destruction, and space had come from his own understanding, while time had basically appeared after receiving the dragon spheres. Their foundation was on completely different realms, but time would grow quickly now since it was still in its initial stages. Noah could feel his existence changing as his mind fueled his aspect of time with the new understanding. His energies changed as they gained a new nature, and that transformation naturally affected his ethereal blackness. A small change affected the entirety of Noah. That feature already existed before, but it appeared faster now. It seemed that everything about him had to adapt as quickly as possible, and the source of that behavior was his ethereal center of power. Noah wasn't only body, mind, dantian, black hole, and everything in between anymore. He was the very space defined by the ethereal blackness. His existence had already stepped on the realm of the world. It was simply relatively small in that field, especially when he considered heaven and earth's vastness. I can already add time to my attacks at this level. Noah thought as his existence continued to absorb the wave of information obtained by the dragon sphere. Calculations happened in Noah's mind. He quickly went through all the reports about the magical beasts sent by the old rulers into the storms to understand the current situation of the higher plane and decide his next move. The magical beasts were doing well, if not more. Many years had passed since Noah began his experiments with the ethereal blackness, and the old rulers didn't waste those centuries and millennia. They had continued with their own plan to mess things up for heaven and earth, and Noah couldn't help but sense their faint excitement when he read the reports. The first wave of magical beasts sent into the storms had suffered many losses. Only a few specific improved species had managed to go past heaven and earth's suppression and settle in those regions. The rulers had eventually taken care of them, but that struggle had provided the city with more information about eventual flaws in the whiteness. The old rulers didn't hesitate to exploit those flaws by improving some species according to specific features. Those creatures became more resilient against heaven and earth's method as time passed, and they even ended up bringing more packs into the city. Still, heaven and earth eventually created counters that could defeat those specific features and forced the old rulers to change their approach. The battle between the old and new rulers consisted of a war of counters fought with two seemingly endless armies. One of them featured improved magical beasts, peculiar existences, or strange hybrids. Instead, the others had heaven and earth's lightning bolts, their many inscribed items, countless assets in the 9th rank, and the almost complete control of the world. It was impossible to declare a winner. The old rulers had quickly created breeding grounds inside the city to balance his losses of troops, and heaven and earth had eras of experience in fighting those creatures. No side would win as long as both continued to fight. They were too good at what they did to lose. Noah could only feel happy about those reports. The old rulers were doing what he had tasked them to do. They were attracting part of heaven and earth's attention and diverting most of its efforts on suppressing those recurring threats that expanded among the storms. Some magical beasts had even created packs that have conquered a few dead zones and regions, but they were a minority that the world could take care of at some point. The chaotic environment would usually give Noah a perfect chance to leave the city and pursue his interests, but he didn't feel ready yet. He had just gone through a massive breakthrough, so all his abilities required tests and eventual improvements to express the new state of his existence. He didn't want to bring old or unfinished techniques into a world that could destroy him if he weren't careful. Moreover, Noah didn't have an actual plan for now. He could help the transformed magical beasts expanding and spreading their features across the entire fauna of the storms, but his priority would remain on eating most of his enemies. The idea of resuming a long hunting session before improving didn't sound exciting. Noah decided to wait and settle everything he could before moving toward new projects. He didn't have actual plans, but he had a goal. He had to wield far more power than anyone else. Noah eventually decided to remain outside of the world's struggles for a while. It felt pointless to leave when he could earn so much in terms of knowledge and power. He had every resource he wanted at his disposal, so moving right away wasn't the best choice, in his opinion. The seclusion didn't stop there for Noah. Reports continued to flow. Messages reached his mental sphere, and even his companions grew bored of that long period. Yet, he was a completely different existence when he came out of the training area, and everyone could see that. Everyone noticed Noah's return among the streets of the city. His companions had also spent a long time in seclusion, but they had come out of their training areas long before Noah. Many had even gone on solitary trips, while others had started to help the old rulers with the battle between magical beasts and punishments. King Elbaz had secluded himself longer than the others due to the immense knowledge available inside the city, but he had also interrupted his training before Noah. Most of his efforts had gone in helping the old rulers modifying the magical beasts at that point, but he didn't choose to do that out of his antagonism with heaven and earth. He only wanted to apply what he had learnt. Noah's return alerted everyone, be it magical beasts, Xianxia apes, cultivators, or hybrids. His companions had done their best to keep themselves busy during that period, but excitement built inside them when their leader reappeared. Their decision to wait for Noah didn't come from their status as underlings. They would have probably left without even saying goodbye if something major happened or appeared. The world lacked challenges suitable for their level. They were out of adventures that could benefit their state substantially and that weren't impossible for now. The experts wanted to wait for Noah because he was their source of crazy plans, but he had to disappoint them at that time. He didn't have anything strange or incredible at hand, but he believed that his return among the storms would change something and give him the chance to come up with one of his unreasonable ideas. Still, the reunion made all the experts throw questions at Noah since his cultivation level didn't respect what they had learnt about the 9th rank. It actually went against their knowledge, so they wanted to hear his explanations on the matter to make sure that they were approaching their path ahead correctly. Even the old rulers showed their interest in the matter. They had advised Noah against that project, but everything seemed to have gone well. He had even gained more power than they had initially predicted. The matter isn't as complicated as it sounds, Noah explained as the group sat in the white separated dimension inside the orange mineral. I had two paths in front of me, the easy and the crazy. You can guess which I picked. How did you stabilize the breakthrough of a single center of power without affecting the potential of your existence? The old rulers asked. Two spots on their face started to glow with more intensity. The path to the 9th rank is personal, but it still has restrictions that cause heavy repercussions to who breaks them. You even became stronger. The experts didn't miss the slight hesitation in the last part of the old ruler's statement. Even the mighty existences who had managed to put the world into their clutches appeared stunned in front of Noah's achievement. Noah obviously wouldn't reveal every detail of his feat to the old rulers. It didn't matter how much their structures had helped him in the project. He still didn't trust them enough to share information that could end up hurting him in the future. However, they had probably already learned something since Noah had used their inscriptions. Moreover, his friends were there, so he wanted to do what he could to help them. It might be too late to apply eventual modification if he waited until the group left the city. "I built it," Noah revealed while taking a sip from the cup in front of him. "My mind required something else to advance, and I didn't like what I would naturally develop, so I built a center of power that suited my requirements." The experts and the old rulers didn't initially realize how massive and dangerous that task had been. Still, they slowly began to understand the complexity behind the project, and astonishment inevitably filled their minds. Noah had tinkered with the potential of his very existence. He had basically decided that he could achieve more than what his centers of power prospected. "You won't know if it worked until all your centers of power reach the 9th rank," King Elbas stated as disbelief seeped into his voice. "Something like that," Noah laughed. "Better that reach the peak only. I don't want to become like them, and you all know that I would probably follow that path in that case." The experts couldn't argue. They knew Noah and their own madness enough to understand that stopping wasn't an option. They would continue on their path even if they failed because that was the very essence of their life. Everything would simply be messier in Noah's case due to his troublesome ambition. There was a high chance that he could end up like heaven and earth. "I can't walk the same path," King Elbas quickly concluded. "Me neither," Sword Saint revealed. "I think that's the whole point," Divine Demon explained. "Alexander had to acknowledge the nature of his species to advance. Instead, my heir is built to break the rules. It's as if he can reveal his true potential only when he leaves the safe path. We'll probably experience something similar but personal." The experts had started to grow used to Divine Demon's serious moments. The expert was slowly gaining more and more of his lost awareness. His personality had remained uncaring and overbearing, but he didn't seem to have the same crippling forgetfulness, not all the time at least. "Built to break the rules," the old rulers repeated as the two lights on their face seemed to take the shape of eyes. "Is it only a matter of laws then?" "Don't offend me," Noah snorted as his mental waves leaked out of his figure due to the faint anger that those words had generated inside him. "I built my existence piece by piece. You don't get to disregard my success as a simple matter of laws." The intense pride that accompanied his dark mental waves threatened to affect the separate space. Large black patches appeared among the whiteness of that area and destabilized its structure. It almost seemed that his existence wanted to steal that dimension. "Forgive us," the old rulers quickly responded. "It wasn't our intention. We still struggle to differentiate between existences and laws." Noah glared at the orange figure, but he eventually managed to calm down. He didn't expect such a violent reaction to his feelings either, but the event wasn't entirely in his control. His instincts had long since fused with his mind, so they had also intensified with the breakthrough, and that made it hard to suppress them. "I might be a bit unstable," Noah realized in his mind, and the lack of questions coming in his direction made him decide to stand up. "What's the plan then?" Wilfred asked. "The same as always," Noah announced. "We keep fighting until heaven and earth throws something powerful at us." "What happens after we kill it?" Stephen questioned. "We continue until all of us are in the 9th rank," Noah explained. "Then we keep going until we reach the peak, and heaven and earth are forced to throw themselves at us. Killing them will open the path to the 10th rank." Noah became more aware of his mental instabilities as he continued to interact with his companions. His pride, greed, and hunger would flare at times and force him to concentrate on suppressing their effects. His friends didn't take those rash behaviors to heart, but Noah felt worried that his new mental energy could hurt them by mistake due to the new power that it had acquired. The lack of solutions to the issue forced Noah to do his best to keep his emotions and instincts in check. It wasn't anything new for him since he had already experienced a temporary lack of complete control in the past. It was a bit harder to handle now due to the insane level reached by his mind, but he knew that only experience could get him used to his new power. The partial reveal about Noah's approach to the 9th rank gave a broader vision of the path toward the peak to his companions, but it didn't change how they intended to reach the breakthrough. The main issue was on how personal each law was. Trying to imitate another existence could ruin everything they had accomplished in those years. Noah's companions had to accept the mandatory uncertainty that accompanied the path toward the 9th rank. They could only find the answers inside themselves, but they often arrived only after specific events. Alexander had to be in front of his perfect counter, and Noah had to face the consuming dullness of the cultivation journey. Those two events featured a completely different level of danger, but they carried the same importance when viewed from the expert's perspective. It was rare for the breakthrough to arrive naturally. Experts like Sword Saint would have already approached it otherwise, since their sheer cultivation level was ready to move to the next realm. However, the event seemed to require a burst of motivation that a long period of seclusion couldn't give in standard cases. The only option that the experts had was to accept Noah's idea to go out in the world and join the mess caused by the magical beasts under the old ruler's command. The stormy regions were bound to give them something that could push their cultivation level forward. Heaven and earth would have to take care of the matter otherwise. Noah and the other 7 experts exited the city after completing the necessary preparations for the journey. The group didn't know if they would ever return to the Orange Town at that time, but they didn't want to lose every possibility to contact the old rulers, especially since they owned knowledge that could benefit them even in the 9th rank. The preparations only involved special inscribed notebooks directly connected to the city and unique items for each expert. Noah and Sword Saint ended up joining Divine Demon in his simple request for wine, since they didn't want anything else from the old rulers. Their existences already had everything they needed. The special inscribed notebooks didn't only work as communicators. The old rulers could keep the experts updated on the movements of the magical beasts under them and generate a simple map through their advance among the storms. Providing aid to platoons struggling against heaven and earth's punishments would inflict the harshest damage to the rulers, but the experts weren't after short-term achievements. The fact that those creatures were on the losing side meant that their improved species had reached their limits, and helping them would prevent the old rulers from enhancing it further. Noah and the others wanted to avoid slowing down the growth of that army, so they decided to reach the packs that were already winning against heaven and earth. In their minds, their arrival would force heaven and earth to rely on harsher punishment, which was what most of them wanted. As for Noah, he only desired food that could satisfy the insane requirements of his body. His dantian wasn't a problem, since it would naturally grow faster than the other center of power. Approaching the storms with a rank 9 mental sphere made Noah aware of all the small details he had been unable to notice before. The chaotic laws seemed to have a faint nature hidden under their raging behavior. That feature didn't dictate their actions or flow, but it made them more suitable for specific roles. The winds weren't a force that generated lands and different environments randomly. Heaven and earth had given roles to the chaotic laws released by the sky, so they always ended up creating what they planned sooner or later. Noah couldn't understand why the rulers needed to be so secretive about their plans, but he suspected that the matter had nothing to do with their potential enemies. It was probably mandatory to limit their influence on the chaotic laws so that they could be almost entirely faithful to their nature. Learning to recognize those hidden purposes allowed Noah to predict what each Gale would try to become. Most of those chaotic laws would fail to achieve their preset role, but he could still gain a vague understanding of heaven and earth's desires. His mind was unable to inspect their plan as a whole, but he didn't fail to memorize everything he saw. His existence would eventually become able to affect the entire world, and that knowledge would become helpful at that point. Large empty areas unfolded in front of the flying group of experts as they moved through the storms. Noah didn't want to negate the chaotic laws to his friends, so he used his consciousness to gather only those ahead. His mind shattered that energy into fuel for his body, but even the entire trip toward the pack of magical beasts barely managed to affect his flesh. That power simply wasn't enough. A battle eventually appeared among the storms ahead. King Elbaz and Noah noticed it before their companions due to their inscribed items and superior mind, so they could quickly lead their friends in the area. A series of dog-like creatures featuring shining orange fur floated among the storms as black clouds tried to encircle them. A few tall avatars of heaven and earth even stood next to the clouds to protect them, but it seemed that the winds were working against them. The avatars and the clouds released lightning bolts from time to time, but the dog's fur appeared completely immune to those attacks. Actually, the light that it radiated intensified whenever those blinding white attacks landed on it. The old rulers had created a species that countered heaven and earth's main offensive. Moreover, the dogs appeared able to control the winds around them. The chaotic laws in the environment created small platforms under their legs that allowed them to stand mid-air, and some of the gales even transformed into whips or sharp structures that tried to crash on their opponents. The avatars and the clouds had to waste a lot of their energy to fend off those attacks since they shared the creature's innate resistance to lightning. Those punishments never stopped losing power, but a blinding light eventually filled the area and revealed that a giant without facial features had materialized on the battlefield. The creature was in the middle tier of the 9th rank, but a brownish material made its body. A few holes covered its surface and allowed it to counter the winds, but the dogs didn't show any surprise at that scene. They prepared themselves to fight, but stupor appeared in their eyes when Noah landed on the giant's shoulder. Noah didn't care that the giant brown avatar was in the middle tier. He had been able to damage an item with similar power before his long period of training. His existence was on a completely different level now. However, the cauldron didn't do anything. It had only stood still in front of the relentless offensive. The avatar was the dog's counter, but it wouldn't let Noah attack it freely, and its offensive remained 2 tiers above the level of his body. Noah could feel the sheer power contained in the avatar's brown alloy seeping through his feet and trying to ravage his insides. Even standing near that creature seemed too much at his current level, but he didn't care about the injuries that he could suffer. The giant was nothing more than a massive amount of energy in his eyes. Noah's body and Dantian didn't suit that battle, but his mind felt perfect for the challenge. His superior center of power was already working to find flaws in the avatar's structure. His companions even revealed astonished expressions when they saw black lines spreading from the alloy under his feet. Noah had been on the avatar for mere seconds, but his mind was already spreading his destruction. It had taken his center of power no time to start affecting materials in the middle tier. That's how it should be, Noah thought as a cold smile appeared on his face. His ethereal blackness had yet to reach its full potential, but his mind was almost there. The latter had already benefited from the empowerment forced by his new center of power. The next improvements would arrive when Noah added his rank 9 darkness, dark matter, and primary energy to the fuel contained inside it. Still, his mind had already reached levels that heaven and earth couldn't categorize. Noah had forced his already monstrous might to go far beyond its limits, and the feat had given him something that only he could improve further. The demonic sword materialized in Noah's hand as a black handle came out of his chest. The color of the sky changed when the cursed sword came out in the open and forced his mind to unleash the bloodlust contained inside his mind. Storms directly shattered as that heavy pressure spread through the area and filled the world with Noah's intense desire to destroy everything. The dogs found themselves retreating until they managed to endure the bloodlust. Even in their improved state, they remained magical beasts, so Noah's mental waves ended up far more effective on them. His pride forced his violent thoughts to affect their simpler minds. Some of them directly lost control of their actions and fell prey to their innate aggression. Some of the dogs separated from the rest of the group and shot forward while controlling the remaining winds around them to transform them into various attacks that converged toward the giant. The latter had started to turn toward Noah after his recent display of power, but the incoming threat forced it to focus on the magical beasts again. Noah's mind took note of what the giant was doing, but he ignored that. His hunger almost burst out of his figure in front of that massive amount of energy. His blade descended while the black lines continued to spread through the brown alloy, and an explosion of black and dark red shades filled the area. The storms were almost about to reach the giant, but the wave of energy released during the attack made them crumble. The shockwaves even reached the mindless dogs and flung them back, but the impact didn't manage to bring some reason in their clouded minds. Instead, their aggression continued to intensify even if superficial wounds appeared among their orange fur. Noah's attacks had gained the chance to add his new understanding of time to their effects, but their power should have theoretically remained the same. His mental energy had never affected his slashes too much in the end. Yet Noah was his ethereal darkness now, and his sea of consciousness was part of it. His mind could express his aspects through mental waves and by fusing them with his attacks. He wasn't using more energy than usual, but his destruction forced them to ignore the limitations connected to the lack of fuel. That was the true power of the 9th rank. Noah generated power from nothing. The sole fact that his existence had reached such a breathtaking power made his aspects so influential that mere rank 8 energy could give birth to rank 9 attacks at ease. Of course, their power came from the intensity of Noah's destruction. He could make his creation empower his energy in a similar way, but that aspect wouldn't be able to do much in a battle unless he got creative. The waves of destruction eventually vanished and revealing how Noah was still standing on the Avatar's shoulder. Multiple cracks had appeared on the brown alloy on that spot, but they didn't seem deep enough to hinder its movements. The Avatar turned its featureless face toward Noah while a series of holes appeared on its surface. A dangerous sensation immediately filled his mind, but the winds previously accumulated by the giant shot out before he could perform an evasive maneuver. Everything in Noah's vision slowed down. The winds released by the holes resembled dense torrents that had gained part of the giant's brown shades. 9 different gales were aiming at Noah, and even one of them carried enough power to create a chest-sized hole in his body. The gales moved slowly inside his vision. Noah felt to have all the time in the world to think about the incoming technique. He could study the scene and compare his various options to decide what would benefit him the most in that situation. His mind was applying his understanding of time to the thinking speed. That feature fused with the power carried by his new mental waves and allowed him to see even middle-tier attacks in slow motion. The best course of action was dodging. It became evident in no time that Noah could avoid facing the attack completely if he deployed his improved movement techniques. However, he wasn't in the right mental state to perform an evasive maneuver. He only wanted to destroy the Avatar and take its energy, even if that meant suffering some injuries. Black lines appeared on the gales as they flew toward Noah. His destruction spread in the fraction of a second it took them to cross the distance between the holes and their target. Noah had enough time to spread his destruction and slash with his blades. His swords clashed directly with the gales before triggering the destruction accumulated on their structure, and the dark waves of energy filled the environment again. The experts in the distance remained speechless in front of the sheer power released in the environment. They wanted to join the battle, but the sole fact that Noah was going all out turned the entire area into a massive, deadly trap that they couldn't approach without suffering injuries. A figure shot out of the cloud of darkness. The experts saw Noah flying through the storms and stopping after vanquishing his momentum. Multiple cuts had appeared on his skin. Entire patches of missing flesh filled his torso, but his smile was wider than ever. The experts only had to take a look at the giant to understand the reason behind his excitement. 2 long marks had appeared on the Avatar's featureless face. They created a cross-shaped scar in the spot where a human would normally have a mouth. Noah glanced at his companions in the distance as his mental waves shattered the storms around him and made their energy converge toward his body. The drawbacks of the cursed sword didn't increase since his new power came from the destruction in his existence, so they had only managed to open a few injuries. Most wounds on his torso came from the explosion of the gales, which his slashes had to weaken after triggering the black lines on their structure. Yet, he had still suffered enough damage to require energy to heal. King Elbaz and the others heaved helpless sighs, shook their heads, or laughed at the sight of Noah's broad smile. Injuries filled his torso. Some of his internal organs were even in the open, but he appeared ecstatic. His companions didn't even need to wonder about the source of that feeling. They knew Noah well enough to understand that he was happy about his incredible battle prowess. On the other hand, Noah couldn't help but feel the awkwardness of the situation. He had led his companions into the hunt, but his power was making them unable to join it. At the same time, he recalled how his demonic form spell had put him in similar positions many times in the past. Just like the old times, Noah laughed internally. The problem with the battlefield was in the actual power that Noah released but in its destructiveness. King Elbaz and the others would have to use their peak defensive abilities only to remain around him. The smaller avatars and the remaining clouds sent a wave of lightning bolts toward Noah and his companions. Heaven and Earth wanted the brown giant to fight against the dogs since they had created it for that exact purpose, so they had to keep those experts busy while their counter destroyed the pack. The attacks didn't achieve the desired effects. Noah's group had fought against Heaven and Earth's lightning bolts throughout their entire lives. They weren't as good as the old rulers against them, but they could easily take care of a simple wave of rank 9 blows. King Elbaz and the others sent a wave of attacks against the lightning bolts. They had to use powerful techniques, but their idea of powerful had already ignored the world's labels. Instead, Noah didn't even need to slash forward. Black lines appeared on the incoming sparks before his bloodlust triggered the destruction inside them and shattered everything flying toward him. Noah's mental waves dragged every form of energy toward him due to the intense hunger he felt. He couldn't leave anything behind in his current mental state. "You can take care of them," Noah shouted while laughing happily. The other experts decided to ignore that Noah had gained a monopoly over the strongest opponent on the scene again. All of them couldn't wait to advance to the 9th rank, and one of their major motivations became making sure that he couldn't pull that off again. "How are we supposed to fight them when you cause a mess every time you attack?" King Elbaz complained while throwing inscribed items at the second wave of lightning bolts flying in his direction. "That's your problem," Noah shouted before laughing again when he saw that the black clouds had directly stopped trying to attack him. "Bring that thing away," King Elbaz ordered without bothering wasting time bickering with Noah. Noah shook his head, but his smile didn't leave his expression. He knew that it wasn't the right time to tease King Elbaz, but he couldn't help himself at times. Countless calculations happened in his mind as he glanced at the brown avatar. Noah took into consideration the massive size of the creature, gained a vague idea of its weight, and understood how much power he would need to push it outside of the battlefield. Noah knew that his power was incredible right now, but he wanted to avoid going all out against the appetizer. His instincts were filling his mind with intense raging feelings that threatened to affect his actions, but he didn't forget the reason behind that battle. His goal was to waste Heaven and Earth's energy, meaning that he had to bait out more opponents from the sky. It was better to let his companions handle the white avatars and the clouds. They didn't feel threatening at all at Noah's current level, but fighting them while fighting the brown giant could be an issue. Also, dividing the enemies among the group would give a chance to the other experts to join the battle, so Noah saw no reason to monopolize the entire battlefield. Dark energy that featured different faces covered Noah's body and improved the sheer power of his physical strength. He had already activated the new unstable substance, and its effects had turned out to be more than satisfying since his body had managed to remain in one piece against a middle-tier creature. However, that alone couldn't allow him to move the brown giant, and he suspected that even Isaac's technique wouldn't be enough. "Let's try that thing," Noah thought before shooting ahead. The white avatars and the clouds completely ignored his movements and continued to attack the other experts. The brown giant did the same as it fought with the dogs. Only those magical beasts reacted to Noah's arrival and retreated as fast as they could. The brown avatar felt forced to turn toward Noah. It couldn't catch the dogs when they retreated since they could make use of the storms lingering behind them to accelerate. The giant was relatively slow in comparison, but that didn't involve its attacks. The world in Noah's eyes slowed down as multiple holes appeared on the giant's side and chest. Dense brownish storms shot toward him and the escaping dogs. They resembled calm torrents during the slow motion. But Noah couldn't underestimate them since the Avatar had decided to send 20 of them against him at that time. Noah's recklessness had slightly quieted down after his last crazy offensive. He could decide to dodge the incoming attacks and repeat the previous exchanges only after sending the giant away from the battlefield. A tight array of white lines replaced the messy battlefield in his vision. Noah saw the world in terms of laws, ignoring all the superficial features they created with their power. Space wasn't alone in that array. Noah recognized time among some of those lines. Still, they appeared fainter since his understanding had yet to reach the intended level. Noah didn't need to move his words. His consciousness already filled the area, so he only needed to rely on the aspect of his existence to modify that array. His destruction broke some of those lines and created cracks that led to the void. His space bent others to shrink the distance between them. His time stretched the laws around him to give him the chance to perform more actions before the arrival of the gales. His creation used the lingering energy in the environment to rebuild a personal version of the array and cover the empty spots generated previously. That complicated process resulted in a temporary dimensional tunnel that Noah could enter to ignore every defense, aura, or barrier to teleport directly under the giant. The Gales had yet to reach his previous position when he appeared under the avatar. Still, the path traveled during his new movement technique exploded to transform into a massive crack connected to the void. The sprint had been instantaneous. Most experts would take it as a teleport if it weren't for the massive crack that appeared once the temporary dimensional tunnel shattered. Noah didn't even need time to materialize. He had simply moved from one place to another in the span of a fraction of an instant. Noah wasn't done. The world in his eyes transformed again. The lines that depicted the array of space and time replaced the whiteness, the storms, the brown avatar, and everything else. Pushing his opponent away with only his physical strength was impossible due to the sheer difference in their level, but he was far more than a simple brute. Space bent in multiple spots as Noah slowed down the time around him. His creation and destruction transformed the structure of the laws on which heaven and earth had built the world to create a unique environment that gave him a chance to move the brown avatar. To put it into simple words, Noah had condensed the lines behind the avatar and had stretched those that separated him from the creature. That gave him the chance to have enough seconds and room to gather power while reducing the requirements of his tasks. Noah didn't teleport under the wave of storms coming out of the avatar's chest casually. That was the spot chosen by his mind to maximize the effects of his attacks. The dark energy filled with faces gathered on his left arm as the demonic sword returned inside his body. The dark matter created additional black vessels inside his limb and increased the amount of unstable substance that his flesh could absorb at the same time. His muscles bulged due to that massive surge of power. One of the faces that never stopped flowing through his dark energy ended up being the middle-tier cauldron destroyed in the past. But Noah didn't have the chance to notice it during his cold mental state. His mind was making him ignore all the useless details in that situation and focus only on his task. Noah couldn't gain more than a few seconds with his current understanding of time. He could use many additional techniques to improve his power output, but that window allowed him to prepare only one attack. His punch was what his mind had concluded to be the ability that had the highest chance to succeed. The brown avatar noticed Noah and opened other holes inside its body to launch another wave of attacks. But its opponent's stance suddenly transformed. According to its senses, Noah had remained still for a couple of seconds only to appear with his fist stretched to touch the brown alloy. The punch landed on the giant and unleashed all the power that Noah had accumulated during that short time. Cracks opened on his arm and released a torrent of blood as the brown alloy fought back during the impact. The clash between that massive force and heavy creature ended up hurting him. But the avatar ended up retreating by an inch, which made its figure disappear. Noah ignored the injuries afflicting his arm and took a step forward to enter the modified space before the dimensional tunnel crumbled. Void appeared behind him as he moved forward until he found himself in front of the giant again. The environment around Noah and the brown avatar had transformed. He had affected as much space as possible. His range almost stretched as far as the edges of his consciousness. His attack had moved the two of them far away from the battlefield. The white avatars, clouds, dogs, and experts had disappeared. The giant and Noah were among raging storms that generated clanging noises whenever they landed on their bodies. The environment wasn't hard to endure for heaven and earth's puppet, but Noah ended up suffering a bit for the relentless blow. It was as if powerful punches were raining relentlessly on him. Noah didn't mind the intense storms since they didn't slow down his offensive or ruin his attacks. They only caused constant pain, but he barely noticed it at that point of his cultivation journey. The brown avatar required a while to understand what had happened. It had a vague form of intelligence inherited by heaven and earth. His thoughts had the shape of raw battle experience and priorities. so it couldn't help but hesitate when everything around it changed. Instead, Noah didn't let a single second go to waste. His consciousness expanded from that new spot and spread his bloodlust and destruction among the storms. The demonic sword returned in his hand, and his previous enhancements started to cover his entire body again. Black lines spread through the brown alloy as the storms in the area vanished and transformed into energy that Noah absorbed in no time. A sea of dark matter even spread from his chest and covered the now empty zone. The laws of the world changed to benefit his offensive and weaken the avatar, but the creature eventually started to move. The giant could destroy the dark matter with the slightest movement. The higher energy even struggled to envelop it due to the sheer difference between their levels. Holes immediately appeared among the dark world due to the simple opening of the passages meant for the dense scales. But Noah's attack arrived before his technique could suffer too much damage. Noah pointed his blades on one of the black lines, and their tips used the destruction inside it to pierce the brown alloy. He stabbed them as deep as he could before using everything he had to slash upward. The dark world enhanced the discharge of his destruction, but its dark matter shattered during the effort. Noah's higher energy couldn't endure the rank 9 power expressed by that aspect of his law, but he was already aware of that reaction. The brown alloy felt slightly softer due to the effects of the dark world. The technique had worked with his mind to create an environment that could affect the avatar. Still, the results weren't great. That approach only vaguely helped Noah, but he wouldn't refuse even the slightest help against that opponent. A long cut opened on the giant's torso. The damage was even more profound at that time, and it ended up affecting the many tunnels inside the avatar. Violent storms immediately burst out of that injury, but Noah didn't fear that involuntary attack too much now that it lacked its density. Black lines appeared among that wave of chaotic laws as they crashed on Noah and pushed him backward. His skin opened in multiple spots, but the storms continued to lose density during the process. Meanwhile, his destruction never stopped spreading, and it eventually reached the point when the winds shattered when they clashed with his skin. The attack that was pushing him away had turned into a wave of energy that the black hole improved as soon as it flowed inside his body. Noah had seen many injuries opening during the last exchange, but they started to close as he devoured the chaotic laws that the giant had accumulated. Still, the flaring storms had put Noah in a situation when he couldn't move freely, and the avatar didn't miss that chance. Noah was about to roar in excitement at the sight of his healed body, but his mind suddenly alerted him about the presence of dense storms descending toward him. The giant had seized that opportunity perfectly. Those gales seemed thinner than the previous ones, but they contained the same amount of power, and that increased their speed. Noah didn't have the chance to escape. He could only raise his blades and face the chaotic laws head-on. Noah saw the injuries that he had just healed opening again. His body was too weak to remain unaffected after a frontal clash with a middle-tier creature. His destruction weakened the storms that fell on him, but the impact still flung him downward and covered his body with wounds. Storms crumbled as Noah's consciousness continued to destroy the winds and force their energy to flow toward his descending figure. The impact and the fall didn't affect his awareness and concentration, so he healed as he struggled to disperse his momentum. A vast tunnel that the storms didn't hesitate to fill formed between Noah and the brown avatar. The empty areas could only last for a few instants after his consciousness left them, but Noah could fail to see how his opponent stretched its massive arm toward him. Holes appeared on the giant's limb as the storms closed to block his vision. Noah immediately understood that the avatar had started to prioritize him in that new environment. The world in his vision transformed into an array of lines as he prepared to deploy a movement technique. Gales shot out of the giant before Noah managed to stop himself. The dense attacks pierced the gales and reached him instantly, but his figure disappeared before they could land on him. 3 long fissures opened from Noah's previous spot and created large cracks in the sky. They went downward on the right and upward, with the last one reaching the giant's back. The avatar tried to turn, but the dark world suddenly expanded and applied its weakening effects. The brown avatar saw a long fissure opening on its back, and a wave of storms immediately shot out of it. The dark world fell apart as the creature finished turning to focus on its opponent, but it couldn't find anything behind it. Instead, A new crack opened and passed right above its shoulder to lead to its back again. Noah reappeared behind the giant and expanded the dark world again before launching another powerful slash. A second fissure appeared next to the second, and more gales escaped from its depths. Those winds seemed slightly calmer than the previous ones, but they didn't make him relax. Noah used his movement technique again as soon as holes opened on the giant's body. A crack that led to the void spread behind him as he sprinted to appear above the creature's head and unfold the dark world again. His slash followed, and another fissure opened on the brown alloy. The new movement technique made Noah almost untouchable. The only issue was in its flexibility since he only had a few seconds to set his direction. Noah had to change direction 2 times after the clash with the gales because he couldn't disperse his momentum before the arrival of the second attack. He had to create 3 different dimensional tunnels that allowed him to perform an inversion and shot toward the giant again. Everything was easier when the giant didn't affect his movements. Noah could use a hit-and-run tactic to remain untouched and cover the avatar with injuries. His energy consumption during that approach wasn't even high since he mostly relied on the aspects of his law. The only issue was on the void. Noah's consciousness used him as its center. His mental waves had allowed him to devour the winds around the giant during his offensive, but that prevented the world from fixing the cracks opened with his movement technique. It didn't take much before the cracks became so predominant around the avatar that Noah didn't find new available paths where to build his dimensional tunnels. The only option at that point was to retreat and change the battlefield, and his opponent didn't waste that chance to attack him. The avatar stretched its arm toward the retreating Noah as soon as it managed to focus on its figure. It had to endure his unstoppable offensive until now, but the large patches leading to the void that surrounded it had finally started to work as a natural shield. The brown arm stretched in the patches of sky that floated among the void to launch dense storms toward Noah. The latter had enough time to dodge, but he didn't want to mess with the area's stability even more than that. His blades rose to fight the incoming attacks, and injuries appeared on his body after the impact. Noah flew away and saw a second wave of storms shooting toward him, and he used his blades to fight them again. The winds and the 2 swords met for a brief instant before an explosion unfolded and flung Noah even further away. His body reached a pitiful state after facing 2 waves of attacks in a row. The bones of his arms became visible after they lost entire patches of flesh. His torso wasn't better off since his rib cage was completely in the open. A few organs even tried to fall from the openings among his muscles, but the dark matter promptly created a black layer that kept everything in its place. The second wave of gales made Noah leave the avatar's range. The creature's winds could still last until his new position, but he would have enough time to dodge them without relying on his powerful movement technique. The new position gave Noah the chance to heal. The storms around him vanished as their energy flowed inside his body, but his injuries were too deep to heal consistently in a short time. The gales that had reappeared around the avatar after his consciousness left the area closed the cracks quickly and created a path where it could charge after its opponent. The giant's state became clear after it left the patches of void transformed into parts of the world again. The avatar had multiple relatively deep fissures on its torso, head, and back. Winds continued to leak out of them, but that damage didn't seem to affect its overall power. Noah needed to inflict more severe damages on that internal structure of tunnels to weaken the avatar's offensive power. He even believed it to have a core that ruled over that ability somewhere inside that tough body, but it would take him a bit to dig deeply enough. The main issue in that situation was with his other abilities. The fight would be far easier if he could transmit his aspect of destruction to his instabilities before teleporting them inside the avatar. However, the effects would inevitably be weaker at that distance, and the giant would probably leave as soon as it lost track of him. Noah couldn't rely on his companions either. They could radiate his destruction due to their connection with his existence, but they lacked bodies as resilient as him. They might die after enduring 1 or 2 attacks, and Noah would never put their lives at risk when he could deploy other strategies. His hit-and-run tactic was working. Noah only had to keep going until the creature crumbled due to the numerous injuries that he could inflict. The avatar's internal structure or core would eventually stop working if he could fill its insides with damage, But heaven and earth seemed to understand that point. A sudden ray of white light pierced the storms while the giant moved forward, and Noah was too far away to stop it. The many cracks on the avatar's body disappeared as new brown alloy filled the empty spot. The creature healed in an instant. "Come on!" Noah cursed in his mind as his eyes went toward the sky past the storms. What's the point of doing this over and over? The results obtained after many attacks that featured the peak of his battle style vanished in mere seconds. A simple ray of white light had been enough to fix the avatar and bring it back to its top condition. The creature launched its wave of gales from the edges of its range. Those attacks could maintain their power until they reached Noah now, since the giant's internal structure was whole again, but he didn't dare to use his blades to stop them again. A crack opened next to the gales when they crossed the afterimage that Noah had left behind after performing his movement technique. The giant saw the dark world expanding again before a deep hole appeared on its chest. Noah had launched a piercing attack after reappearing in front of the avatar. The hole created by his thrust was narrow, but it reached deep into the internal structure that regulated the storms contained inside the brown alloy. The narrow hole pierced many tunnels inside the giant and created a new passage where the winds could leak. Yet, the gale that came out of the new opening ended up being far stronger than the previous attacks. The fissure was thinner than the normal cavities that the avatar created, so the winds that came out of it benefited from a more intense flow. That gale didn't have the dense properties that the avatar could apply to its attacks, but it was so fast that it managed to hit Noah. A hole appeared in his shoulder as he completed the preparations for his movement technique, but he didn't let that injury interrupt him. His mind had alerted him about its arrival. His body couldn't move as fast as his thoughts, making dodging it impossible, but it allowed him to maintain his concentration. Noah vanished and reappeared behind the avatar as a crack that led to the void appeared on his path. The dark world expanded, and another thrust came out of his blades. The quick gale arrived and pierced the side of his waist, but he didn't slow his offensive at all. That was simply a test that Noah needed to check which abilities would bring him near his victory faster. His previous approach seemed to be more effective, but he didn't mind launching 2 more thrusts to be sure of that. He didn't even care about heaven and earth since he had already developed a plan for the next descent of the light. The 4 narrow holes on the giant's body never stopped releasing intense winds capable of piercing Noah's innate defenses, but the creature's attacks managed to retain the same power. Noah resumed his previous approach at that point, and a series of deep cuts opened on the brown alloy after a few exchanges. The avatar was powerless against that speed. Noah's technique appeared as the final movement method. He only needed to activate it from a neutral position to be unstoppable. Still, the weaknesses of the movement technique became evident once the cracks connected to the void surrounded the giant. Noah had to retreat again at that point, and the avatar could use the intact patch of sky among those black openings to launch attacks after him. Noah had to rely on his swords to fend off a few waves of attacks, and the condition of his body inevitably worsened. The storms in the area continued to provide nutrients that stabilized his most severe injuries, but their energy couldn't fix him completely. The drawbacks of the cursed sword continued to hurt his body even when the giant didn't manage to hit him. The injuries caused by the weapon were superficial at best, but they created problems since his condition was already pretty bad. The black hole played a crucial role in keeping everything in its place. Noah could continue to rely on his superior resilience even if most of his muscles and organs had only a thin layer of dark matter covering them. Heaven and earth waited until the storms blew around the giant and closed the cracks connected to the void to send their light again. Noah was ready for that, and a black shadow came out of his body before a long fissure shattered the area between him and the descending white ray. Thick black lines spread through the ray of light when night appeared on its trajectory. Noah had to create a tunnel for his companion to make it reach the descending whiteness on time, but it immediately spread his destruction after it arrived. The pterodactyl's innate hatred toward the light and Noah's understanding of that energy fused to spread destruction meant for the blinding ray. Almost a quarter of that descending fuel turned black as lines spread on its structure. Night didn't hesitate to fuse with the world and shoot upward while releasing cries that resembled a crazy laugh. Everything had happened too quickly for the avatar to understand the nature of Noah's plan. The light, descending to restore its structure, shattered into a rain of white particles that tried to disperse into the world. However, a second fissure spread through the sky, and Noah's consciousness unfolded in the area. The storms disappeared in an instant, but his mental waves didn't stop there. Part of the energy meant to heal the avatar fell in the fissure created by night, but the rest fell prey to Noah's consciousness and transformed into nutrients for his body. Noah's condition had been terrible, but his body healed in an instant after receiving the energy meant for a middle-tier puppet. He even felt a surplus of fuel that his flesh didn't hesitate to absorb to increase its power. "This is the right feeling," Noah shouted in his mind as a roar escaped his mouth. His body had already classified rank 9 materials in the lower tier as ordinary food. Noah had to go further to obtain something that could satisfy his current hunger, and the energy contained in the light seemed to meet those requirements. Black flames gathered in his mouth and shot through the sky as he raised his head toward the sky. His roar expressed his ecstasy and conveyed his feeling to heaven and earth. If the rulers continued to heal their punishments, Noah would simply take that energy for himself. His chilling gaze then turned toward the brown avatar as night materialized next to him. Noah couldn't contain his hunger now that he had confirmed how effective middle-tier materials were for his body. He had finally found a prey worthy of his time, and his various plans about heaven and earth vanished from his mind. Noah didn't care about hurting the rulers anymore now. He only wanted that brown alloy for himself. Of course, he wouldn't refuse more energy from heaven and earth if they decided to send it. Night returned inside Noah's separate space as a large crack that connected his position to the avatar's head opened in the sky. The giant had grown used to that battle style by then, but it couldn't do anything to stop it. Even launching attacks in every direction and in advance couldn't work against him since he could move forward or opt for a weaker technique. Moreover, Night had countered the only flaw that heaven and earth had managed to find in his battle style, and its laughs resounded through the sky even after it returned inside the separate space. The pterodactyl continued to express its happiness as it inspected the battle with great attention. It couldn't wait for its chance to destroy heaven and earth's whiteness again. King Elbaz and the other experts had joined hands with the dogs and had started to fight against the white avatars and the crackling clouds as soon as the brown giant disappeared. The sudden event left everyone in awe of Noah's battle prowess, but it also inspired them to reach the 9th rank as soon as possible. The experts' offensive showed their desire to improve. They attacked violently and relentlessly, and their opponents soon failed to keep up. King Elbaz and the others had faced those lightning bolts long enough to have committed their structure to memory. Still, heaven and earth couldn't let that battle continue like that, especially since they knew how Noah's fight was going. King Elbaz's team was even clearing the avatar quickly. The rulers had to do something or their real target would run away. A blinding flash filled the sky above the group of experts and dogs when they were about to put an end to their battle. Only a few avatars and clouds still lingered in the area before that sudden radiance, but an army materialized after the light dimmed. The army was familiar for King Elbaz and the others. They had seen a far stronger version many years ago when the dragons had forced them to join a battle that was far away from the reach of their cultivation level. A swarm of white cockroaches led by a rank 9 cultivator in the gaseous stage had materialized high in the sky after the sudden blinding flash. The storms there had instantly disappeared due to the innate suction force generated by the thousands of specimens in the 9th rank inside the army. The weakness of those magical beasts granted them an easy path toward the higher levels of the cultivation journey. So heaven and earth could create entire platoons every few centuries. The strongest cockroaches among the swarm were in the middle tier, but the army featured many of them. Their auras fused with the power radiated by their weaker underlings and made it hard for the experts to calculate how many leaders that pack had. King Elbaz failed in the task even when he took out some rank 9 sensors from his space ring. The winged cockroaches weren't powerful. They would directly be at the bottom of any catalog of magical beasts if it weren't for their ability to fly. Heaven and earth had created them to counter the dragons. They were the exact opposite of those might creatures that could reach the peak of the food chain in almost every environment. Still, the terrifying power of the winged cockroaches came from their immense numbers. A single swarm could contain thousands of specimens in the 9th rank, which was a threatening force due to their disposable nature. Those magical beasts were frail, but they still touched the standards of the 9th rank. A platoon could decide to sacrifice most of its members just to let a few hundreds of them reach their target. That was enough to kill most opponents, especially when it came to large creatures like the dragons. Calculations happened inside King Elba's mind, but the new opponents didn't let him prepare any plan or inspection. Heaven and earth had already instructed the rank 9 woman hidden among the brightness radiated by the winged cockroaches about the situation. They only needed a few seconds to adapt to the change in the environment, and that time had passed. The swarm descended toward their opponents, and their target became evident right away. The experts had an overall low cultivation level, but their battle prowess was above the dogs. Yet, the winged cockroaches barely cared about them as they created shining gales that aimed at the improved magical beasts. The dogs immediately controlled the storms to launch a wave of attacks, but their abilities ended up dispersing before reaching their opponents. The winged cockroaches were simply too many. Their natural suction force could make the various winds crumble and transform into primary energy that fused with their bodies. Luckily for the dogs, Noah had decided to bring his group there, and that included King Elba's. The expert had already seen the winged cockroaches once, so his curiosity had made him develop special abilities meant for those creatures a long time ago. Of course, he had also adapted it to the new level of his existence before leaving the Orange City. King Elba's transformed into a wave of flames that made him teleport in above the pack of dogs. The gales made of winged cockroaches were converging in that position. The expert had thousands of rank 9 specimens ready to overwhelm him with their sheer power and numbers, but he raised his hand fearlessly. The space ring on King Elba's middle finger released a golden light as a small sphere that contained raging dense currents came out of the item and rose in the sky. The item resembled Noah's black hole, but it radiated a golden glow, and its edges weren't solid. Its texture made it look like a jelly that could maintain its spherical shape, even if its insides were rotating in various directions and creating multiple collisions. The sphere transformed as King Elba's fingers waved in the air. The expert modified the structure and fabric of that material to adapt it to its opponents. Its light grew darker while retaining its golden shades. Its shape also grew unstable as it neared the incoming winged cockroaches. Heaven and earth had an obvious weakness that an expert like King Elba's couldn't fail to exploit. The rulers always put themselves into their creations. That usually wouldn't create flaws since their products carried various features. Still, the matter was different for someone able to develop counters to existences in the span of a few exchanges. A small piece of the dark sphere separated from the main structure and transformed into a bullet that shot toward the gales of winged cockroaches. The material changed shape again after it entered the range of the specimen's suction force. It crumbled to become thin dust that followed the pull created by the cockroach's innate features. The dark golden dust appeared able to remain clear even among the whiteness radiated by that multitude of magical beasts. The winged cockroach's light couldn't suppress the dim radiance released by each grain that dispersed among the gales. Nothing seemed to happen after the cockroaches absorbed all the dust, but dim spots eventually appeared among the gales. Those creatures didn't care about anything and continued to charge forward, but even those in the front lines had to slow down when they saw dark golden runes appearing on their bodies. The rank 9 woman hidden by the whiteness made the swarm stop at that point. She could accept that King Elba's had the power to kill multiple lower-tier cockroaches at the same time. Heaven and earth had a whole library about his creations meant to explain how good he was. Yet, she didn't expect his technique to affect even the specimens in the middle tier. King Elba's was powerful, and his law allowed him to reach defying levels, but heaven and earth had never treated him like Noah. Beings 2 tiers above his cultivation level should be untouchable for him. However, the gales kept darkening as more and more cockroaches died. Only the middle-tier specimens seemed able to survive longer, but the dark golden runes on their bodies never stopped growing. It wasn't hard to understand the nature of King Elba's creation. The dust had the properties of a disease meant for creatures that carried heaven and earth's influence. The expert had even made it hard to dispel since the symptoms fed on the ruler's power to intensify. The middle-tier flying cockroaches saw the dark golden runes becoming bigger until they filled their entire bodies. Some of them would fuse with them while others would directly die. Something strange happened after a few middle-tier specimens managed to stabilize the disease. Faint golden shades fused with the white light radiated by their bodies before spreading into the glow of the magical beasts nearby. That different halo changed the nature of the pure white light and transformed it into its own copy before affecting the other magical beasts. Even the weaker creatures stopped dying at that point and developed dark golden runes on their bodies. Those inscriptions covered them before making them radiate the pale golden glow. It seemed that some winged cockroaches had naturally developed antibodies against the disease and had even spread them on their own. The tainted auras worked as a trigger that altered the nature of their structure and allowed them to resist King Elba's terrifying technique. The winged cockroaches were weak, frail, but also simple. They barely required energy to mutate and transform into a version of themselves that could resist special adverse conditions. King Elbas snorted when he inspected the middle-tier specimens that had survived the disease. His attack had killed many magical beasts, but the swarm still counted thousands of members. He needed something different now, but his normal methods couldn't do much against that vast mass of rank 9 creatures. The dark golden sphere that had remained in the sky during the spreading of the disease, but it shot back in King Elba's grasp when he summoned it. The jelly-like material lost its dark shades before another tiny piece of its structure separated and transformed into a lens that flew before the expert's right eye. The mutated cockroaches resumed their descent while King Elbas was still busy using his item to study the army. They recreated the shining gales that converged toward the dogs. But something was clearly different from before. The matter didn't involve only the pale golden glow that they radiated. They appeared slower and weaker. The mutation didn't necessarily make them better than their previous version. That was almost impossible when it came to King Elba's creations. The expert had built his disease after testing its efficiency and ability to hurt even creatures that developed immunity. He had made sure that tainting a living being with his runes would weaken them even if they were resistant to the other symptoms. The creature's weakened state didn't stop them from remaining fast, but King Elbas didn't move. He stood still as his fingers tapped invisible buttons that made the sphere change shades again as he gathered information through the lens. Scarlet shades quickly appeared on the sphere before another tiny piece separated from its structure. The gales of winged cockroaches were almost about to overwhelm King Elbas, but the small chunk of the jelly shot toward before exploding into a sea of golden waves that carried red lines all across their surface. The sea expanded quickly and forced all the gales to pass through it. Nothing seemed to happen, but the winged cockroaches suddenly started to die again right before reaching King Elbas. Tiny corpses rained from the gales before exploding into small puddles of blood. None of them developed immunity, but the rank 9 cultivator high in the sky forced creatures to stop before all of them could cross the sea. The winged cockroaches regrouped and tried to fly around the sea, but King Elbas waved his hands to make it follow the creatures. The expert didn't leave any path open, and that forced the cultivator to call back the army. King Elbas showed a proud smile, but a heavy aura suddenly filled his surroundings. A white halo spread right under the golden sea and revealed the rank 9 cultivator once the light dimmed. Everyone could inspect the woman's features at that point. She had long brown hair and dark eyes. Her skin was dark, but it naturally radiated a bright glow capable of making the golden waves above her pale. The rank 9 cultivator inspected the sea, but a frown appeared on her young face when she failed to understand its nature. The event confused her beyond reason, and her pissed eyes eventually fell on King Elbas. "What is this thing?" the woman asked. "This isn't higher energy." King Elbas' smile broadened, but an intense coldness filled his eyes. The knowledge of heaven and earth's followers was scary. No secret could last against that force as long as it existed under the sky or in its range. "Are you my challenge?" King Elbas asked in a firm voice as the sphere in his grasp floated toward the center of his chest. "Are you my stepping stone for the 9th rank?" King Elbas' chest transformed into flames that started to rotate around the sphere. The jelly-like item lost its scarlet shades and regained its pure golden color as the expert enveloped it around his fingers. The lens on his right eye flashed as it started to inspect the rank 9 cultivator. He was ready for the battle. I don't know what your group has started to believe after the hybrid's breakthrough, the woman scoffed, but you can't be farther from the truth. Power must come from inside. The woman raised her hand and touched the sea with her fingers. The structure started to shatter right away as cracks spread over its surface. Golden shards that carried scarlet shades fell from the sky and created a beautiful rain. But King Elbaz wasn't in the mood to admire that spectacle. The woman kept her eyes fixed on King Elbaz as his technique fell apart. But she frowned again when she felt that something was off. She quickly raised her head and noticed that some of the pieces of the sea were stable enough to remain in their place. The event shocked the cultivator. Her technique should be matchless inside the gaseous stage, but King Elbaz's creation was too strange. The dense energy that he used was different from the higher energy, but it carried even more power. Moreover, it had an innate resilience that its new form shouldn't have. That wasn't a matter of fairness. King Elbaz and the others were already past the limits that heaven and earth had imposed on the world. The problem was with the nature of his jelly-like material. It seemed stronger than the higher energy even when deployed to perform specific tasks, which shouldn't be possible. King Elbaz laughed before waving his hand and preparing himself to give a long bragging that explained how he was the best in everything he did. However, a wave of silver energy suddenly cut through the remaining sea and landed on the rank 9 cultivator. The attack had been so fast that even King Elbaz struggled to recognize its nature. Still, the energy that came out of the blow belonged to one of his companions. "Did you really have to do that?" King Elbaz asked while shaking his head. "I'm sorry," Sword Saint announced while materializing next to him. "I can't let this chance go." "That's not how it works," King Elbaz complained. "How would it work then?" Sword Saint asked. "I attracted her attention," King Elbaz explained. "I get to fight her." "That sounds stupid," Sword Saint commented. "Noah and Alexander switched roles last time." "It still doesn't allow you to steal my opponent," King Elbaz continued. "I'm not stealing her," Sword Saint corrected. "I'm cutting her." "How is that different?" King Elbaz shouted in an exasperated tone. "She's still yours," Sword Saint explained. "Just cut. The number of pieces depends on her." King Elbaz opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't think of anything fitting for that situation. The lack of sense of the last answer had defeated him. His desire to reach the 9th rank almost waned when he thought he had to spend it with those idiots. Why would you cut her if she already has an opponent? King Elbaz eventually decided to try a bit harder. Why would anyone need a reason to cut others? Sword Saint scoffed. You are strange. King Elbaz wore a blank face as his eyes moved toward his companions in the distance. Wilfred, Stephen, and Robert were doing their best to suppress their laughs. Instead, Divine Demon wasn't even trying to hide how fun he was having. The expert had even taken out a jug of wine from his space ring to enjoy the scene even more. Are you sure you don't want to switch sides? The rank 9 woman's voice resounded in the area as Sword Saint's silver energy shattered. The silver energy rained toward the ground in the shape of tiny shards and revealed the rank 9 cultivator. She didn't move from her previous spot, and the attack didn't even manage to hurt her. The expert checked that her hair was fine while showing complete indifference toward the battlefield. You don't get to join this conversation. King Elbaz cursed before a helpless sigh escaped his mouth as his eyes went back on Sword Saint. That's not how it works. You should make her summon counters for my existence before taking my place. It's common sense. It's pointless to cut something that I know I can cut, Sword Saint explained. The path ahead is hidden behind what I can't cut. King Elbaz rolled his eyes. It was annoying, but Sword Saint's words made sense, especially for his existence. Still, that didn't justify his actions. Why would I lose my chance to give it to you? King Elbaz honestly asked. Give me one good reason. Sword Saint turned toward King Elbaz for the first time during that conversation. His long eyebrows hid his seemingly empty eyes, but King Elbaz could feel his companions focus on him. Sword Saint's gaze was sharp, but it wasn't strong enough to hurt him while the golden sphere floated before his fiery chest. Because it's incomplete, Sword Saint stated while focusing on the golden sphere. King Elba's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Sword Saint to see right through him so easily, especially when he wasn't even sure if the expert was paying attention to his surroundings. Sword Saint resembled Divine Demon at times, but he was a completely different existence. His silence and fixation on the path of the blade didn't make him an idiot incapable of thinking about anything else. He was actually one of the smartest experts in Noah's group. His only issue was that he didn't care about anything unrelated to his law. Sword Saint's devotion toward the path of the blade made him appear crazy. He had made countless enemies in the past due to his habit of challenging every expert that he met. The situation had gotten so bad that he had left for the stormy regions when he was nothing more than a liquid stage existence. The years that Sword Saint had spent practicing and researching sword arts were also uncountable. The world carried the mark of his efforts. Mountains, plains, and other lands featured his cuts. Weaker experts saw them as inheritances, but they were nothing more than an expression of the depths of his knowledge. Their ability to instruct others about the path of the blade came from his desire to generate techniques that he had yet to see. His driven but simple life had awarded him with one of the sharpest minds in the entire Immortal lands. Sword Saint was a monster built on training. Part of the reasons behind his presence in Noah's group came from the latter's ability to find unreasonable opponents. After all, a maniac addicted to his practice required many training dummies, and Noah ensured that his life would never lack opponents. However, things had started to worsen after the return in the stormy regions. Noah's group was too strong for normal rank 9 experts but too weak for the insane threats that those areas hid. Sword Saint could barely get opponents during the period in between the 2 levels of battle prowess that the Gales contained. The fact that he had companions didn't help either, since he often lost the chance to fight existences that appeared vaguely interesting. Sword Saint would typically leave the group and travel through the storms on his own, but he still felt that he owed Noah for his past teachings. Moreover, he would go back to hunting mere lower-tier magical beasts if he were alone, and his existence was far past them. The expert planned to imitate Alexander. Sword Saint wanted to overcome the counters to his existence and step into the 9th rank before leaving the group. His new level would grant him access to stronger opponents, which were nothing more than better training dummies in his eyes. The only flaw in that plan was the lack of Noah's influence and ability to attract problems, but Sword Saint believed to have created enough mess in the last years to gain the status of a primary target. That should be enough to grant him opponents even without Noah. "You are strong," Sword Saint continued. "You would probably defeat her even if she wielded the perfect counter to your existence. But your law wouldn't advance anyway due to the incompleteness of your core." King Elbaz didn't know what to say. It felt annoying to see all the idiots in his group coming up with smart speeches whenever they suited them. Sword Saint's words were on point. His new power wasn't complete. He planned to finish it during the battle against his counters, but that wasn't his style. His creations had to be perfect to carry his name. King Elbaz had an extreme standard when it came to what he built, and he didn't respect it when it came to the golden sphere. The item was definitely powerful, but it was also incomplete. Noah had been the reason behind his decision to use it in the battle came. The growth of his leader's existence had made him restless. King Elbaz glanced at the rank 9 woman before heaving another sigh and turning his eyes toward Sword Saint again. He almost couldn't believe himself when he spoke altruistic words. "You can have her. I think you are failing to realize how bad your situation is," the woman announced. "Do you think that taking care of me will be easy? Do you think that heaven and earth are still underestimating you?" The woman raised one hand, and whiteness filled the areas around her. The winged cockroaches that had suffered from King Elbaz's disease lost their golden shades as they retrieved their original appearance. Moreover, more creatures materialized in the areas around them. It seemed that the sky had transformed into one massive swarm. The sky disappeared as the swarm took its place. Winged cockroaches materialized around the rank 9 cultivator and filled every inch of the area. They were so packed that they struggled to move their wings freely. The second army was far bigger than the first. Tens of thousands rank 9 magical beasts had appeared in the sky, and the experts trembled when they noticed the presence of a specimen in the upper tier among the swarm. A force that rank 8 experts should never have the courage to face had teleported above them. That seemed too much even for Noah's companions, but none of them showed fear. Calculations happened in their minds as countless plans surged and shattered. They would continue to fight as long as the faint hope to win existed. "You," the rank 9 woman announced while pointing at Sword Saint. "I'll give you the fight you want. Let the others fight with the others." King Elba's cold eyes inspected that interaction. It was unclear how much freedom the cultivators under heaven and earth had. Some appeared as complete fools, while others almost seemed to go against their leaders. King Elbas wanted to find an explanation for those differences and, if possible, generate a counter. "I'll give you a chance to fight me if you survive the cockroaches," the rank 9 woman announced when she noticed King Elba's inspection. Sword Saint didn't say anything. He didn't care that the rank 9 cultivator saw her victory as obvious. He had lost interest in everything that didn't involve his sword arts after confirming that he had found an opponent. King Elbas was different. He had never lost his instincts as a leader, and he relied on them often, even when Noah was around. The dogs were the flying cockroaches' targets, so their safety had the priority. King Elbas stored his golden sphere before waving his hand toward the pack of dogs under him. The rank 9 woman showed a smirk toward him as she turned to fly past the vast army. Sword Saint started to fly after her, but he suddenly recalled something that his solitary life had almost made him forget. Sword Saint turned to perform a deep bow toward King Elbas. That was the only thought outside of the sword arts that his mind allowed him to have before focusing on his task. The expert chased after the rank 9 woman right away, and the duo soon disappeared from the area. King Elbas snorted as a wave of golden flames enveloped the dogs. A fiery sea appeared and quickly condensed into a small sphere that acted as a separate dimension for those creatures. The item then shot toward King Elbas and fused with his figure before he teleported next to his companions. The magical beasts wanted to fight, but King Elbas couldn't let them play heaven and earth's game. Still, teleporting next to his companions didn't improve his situation too much. The experts were against one of the weakest species of magical beasts in the entire world, but the swarm had an upper-tier specimen. That threat might be too much to handle. "Do you have a plan, Xavier?" Divine Demon asked as his cold eyes inspected the immense army. His question generated surprise inside his companions. Divine Demon was in his serious mode in the middle of a battle. That was a rare sight even after his mind had started to show signs of stability. "Who do you think I am?" King Elbas snorted. "I have 272 plans. The only issue is that some of us end up dying in most of them." "How many where none of us dies?" Wilfred asked. "Depends," King Elbas revealed before turning toward his companions. "How alive you have to be to consider yourselves not dead." "Very alive," Stephen promptly answered. "A handful of plans then," King Elbas commented. "Are you really certain that you don't want to rely on luck? I promise that only 2 of you will die." "Die how?" Divine Demon asked. "By detonation after overloading your laws and throwing you in the middle of the swarm," King Elbas explained. "In one of the cases." "Give it up," Robert sighed. "Let's go with no deaths and an upper-tier corpse as a reward." "You have all become too greedy," King Elbas cursed before taking a deep breath. "Fine then. I need time to create a weapon. I don't care what you do or how you do it. Just prevent the cockroaches from affecting my inscription method. Focus your efforts on the upper-tier specimen. I'll place something to help." King Elbas waved his hand, and countless formations came out of his space ring. The whiteness of the sky, intensified by the winged cockroaches seemingly stuck in their position, paled in front of the golden light released by the immense number of inscriptions stored in his device. Layers over layers of formations gathered around the group and created connections even if they belonged to different structures. Those inscriptions went from the 7th rank and reached the lower tier of the 9th rank. They seemed the King Elba's lifelong accumulation of defensive methods. He was using everything he had ever created. The various formations fused to create a golden disk that had the group as its only empty spots. Golden lines eventually stopped flying out of King Elba's space ring and fixed the last flaws that the structure still carried. The inscriptions seemed to have a mind of their own as they strived to the best shape that they could obtain. The defensive method released a humming sound when everything stopped. The experts' eyes widened when they sensed the structure crossing the limits of the lower tier and stepping into the middle tier. King Elba's had created something so powerful while remaining a simple rank 8 cultivator. "This is so beneath my level," King Elba's commented while showing a disgusted expression whenever his eyes landed on a seemingly flawless spot of the disk. "That area needs a second refinement. That spot has a different shade. Look at that. It's even trembling. Following Noah is forcing me to be sloppy." The experts around King Elba's exchanged a glance after they checked all the spots that he had pointed. They didn't see anything off. Everything seemed perfect, but they silently agreed not to say anything about the matter. The cockroaches started to separate and give themselves enough space to flap their frail wings. They had finally freed themselves of the restraints caused by the teleport, but their timing made everything feel suspicious. It was as if they had received orders to start the battle only after the experts completed their preparations. The experts didn't take long to link that delay to the upper-tier specimens. Heaven and Earth's fairness had probably forced the army to give them enough time to prepare to balance the presence of such a strong creature. "Remember, focus on the upper-tier specimen," King Elba's ordered. "This awful formation should be able to handle the others even if they attack together." The rank 9 woman led Sword Saint in a part of the sky quite distant from the army of winged cockroaches. The storms only took a few instants to surround them, but neither cared about that hindrance. "Aren't you curious about my actions?" the rank 9 woman asked when she stopped and turned to focus on Sword Saint. "The explanation when it comes to divine existences is always the same," Sword Saint replied before waving his hand and shattering all the gales in the area. "Your law rules your actions, and that also applies to the copies created by heaven and earth." "Correct," the rank 9 woman exclaimed. "You aren't as stup dash dot." The woman couldn't finish her line since a silver slash crashed on her body and filled the area with intense sharpness. That power was so fierce that it naturally created an oval zone where the storms couldn't enter. "It's useless." The rank 9 woman's voice seeped out of the silver energy as it shattered and crumbled to reveal her intact figure. "I'll tell you a secret. Your path is wrong. Heaven and Earth didn't even bother to create a counter because you'll never reach the 9th rank. The rank 9 cultivator's words barely affected Sword Saint. Every expert who approached the 9th rank would have doubts about the path ahead or face events capable of shattering beliefs. A statement from one of Heaven and Earth's followers didn't even come close to make his existence shake. The sharpness that was keeping the area devoid of storms converged toward the rank 9 woman. Silver light flashed, and an explosion followed. Sword Saint's iconic radiance hid the cultivator's figure, but no satisfaction appeared on his face. Sword Saint started to create an ethereal silver sword a few seconds before the arrival of cracks among the sharp light that had covered his opponent. The rain of shards happened, and the rank 9 woman reappeared, revealing how she had managed to avoid injuries again. "This last attack of yours had the power to hurt rank 9 existences," the woman announced, "but it doesn't make you worthy of the 9th rank. Many experts before you have crossed the gap among stages before failing during the breakthrough. It's almost sad." Sword Saint didn't speak. His ethereal blade flickered as it destroyed the gales that had returned in the area with its soul aura. The weapon created a zone devoid of chaotic laws on its own, but even the winds in farther areas crumbled when it started moving. Multiple sword arts unfolded at the same time. Sword Saint seemed to perform a simple slash, but his blade morphed and created countless ethereal afterimages that generated different attacks. Hundreds of techniques happened in the span of a single second, and everything turned silver. Sword Saint didn't usually rely on attacks with a large area of effect. He had deployed countless sword arts during his last technique, but they had mostly generated single slashes that carried different features. None of them discharged its power on the sky. The silver halo that filled the area and cleared a vast chunk of the sky came from the sharp shockwaves that the impact with the rank 9 cultivator generated. The discharge of energy was massive. That attack carried the same power that had managed to leave a mark on the middle-tier cauldron. It went beyond what normal gaseous stage cultivators could handle. Still, the sharp silver energy crumbled and transformed into a rain of bright shards that dispersed as they continued to fall toward the storms far away. The rank 9 woman reappeared, and Sword Saint finally accepted that something was off when he saw that she didn't suffer any injury again. "You don't get it, do you?" The cultivator sneered while checking her hair. "Your existence is peculiar," Sword Saint commented while lifting his long eyebrows to study his opponent with his white eyes. "Are you similar to Defying Demon?" "Please." The rank 9 woman laughed. "Noah Bulvin is a flaw, so it's in his nature to steer others away from the paths that might make them end in heaven and earth system. Yet that's just an innate feature that he has transformed throughout his growth. It's not a proper law." "You must be blind to say that," Sword Saint responded while shaking his head. Sword Saint had actually started to consider the cultivator's previous words after witnessing how easily she had stopped his last attack. Nevertheless, her statement about Noah's power made him accept that she was delusional. "I think you misunderstood me," the woman added while placing a hand under her chin. "Noah Bulvin's ability to affect flaws concerns the inherent potential. It can force techniques and living beings to go beyond what their imperfect original ideas can generate. His destruction carries some of those features, but it doesn't rely on it, not completely at least." "You are forcing your argument into your speech," Sword Saint scoffed. "Nitpicking on what his power affects makes no sense. He can destroy because he is a destroyer," the woman continued, uncaring of those critiques. "He doesn't study the true nature of flaws. He only knows how to find and trigger them, but that's just a barbaric application that his ambition manages to bring on the same level of proper laws." "So, you admit that he can match you without relying on his law?" Sword Saint laughed. "I feel no shame in doing that," the woman announced. "He would have forced me to ask for counters from the sky, but the same goes for Xavier Elbaz. You can't do that. I suppose that has something to do with your existence, right?" Sword Saint guessed as a broad smile appeared on his face. "What do you do? Do you enhance innate flaws? You might have just become the perfect training dummy then." Sword Saint's determination in his search for perfection was boundless. It was hard to define how happy he felt to have found someone capable of showing flaws that he didn't see. He couldn't wait to exchange a few more blows against his opponent and find ways to improve even more. "Please," the woman corrected. "I don't enhance flaws. I feed on them. Perfection is an unreachable state. You can always find something to improve as your rank increases. Those mistakes are necessary, which is why techniques crumble when I absorb them." That explanation seemed to go against what the cultivator had previously stated. She had said that Noah and King Elbaz would have made her rely on heaven and earth to counter, so there had to be a weakness in her law. "I'm taking you seriously in case you were wondering," the cultivator continued. "Other experts would manage to hit me before I complete the absorption. That doesn't happen with you." Sword Saint slowly realized how to connect the woman's initial words to her latest explanation. She had spoken about perfection, which was what he strived for when it came to the sword arts. He wanted to seize completeness in that field, but the rank 9 cultivator believed that to be an impossible state. "Using your powerful defenses won't make me waver," Sword Saint grunted before raising his ethereal blade and preparing himself to launch another attack. The woman didn't move from her spot. She waited for that attack to arrive without the slightest trace of fear in her eyes. Her aura carried pure confidence that the incoming blow wouldn't be able to hurt her. Sword Saint prepared himself to make his blade descend, but his immense experience told him that the attack would fail. He checked multiple times whether his instincts had fallen under the effects of an external force and played many simulations inside his mind. Still, everything led to the same conclusion. He felt unable to cut his opponent. "Do you understand now?" the woman asked. "You search for something that can't exist. Maybe you are talented enough to study everything that the sword has to offer, but one day someone else will develop something that you didn't know. The same is true for stronger beings. They will still be able to improve your techniques due to their higher power." Sword Saint's eyes widened, but his belief continued to hold strong. Yet, the woman added something that made the crumbling of his existence start. You have wasted your life chasing after perfection. Your efforts have been remarkable, and the same goes for your cultivation level. But this is your limit. Sword Saint couldn't help but finding some sense in the woman's words. He had never been delusional, so he had always considered mistakes and flaws that could affect his belief. The sword's path was immense, and it could even appear endless at times. But the expert felt confident in his ability and dedication. He would reach the end of that path and embody the final blade. His relatively smooth growth had also been one of the main reasons behind his firm belief. Sword Saint had needed help at times, especially during his meeting with Noah in the Immortal lands. Still, he had always managed to overcome his bottlenecks, and those achievements had managed to bring him on the edges of the 8th rank. One step forward was enough to reach the next realm. Sword Saint almost laughed at how easily his firm conviction could crumble. He had found materials that he couldn't cut throughout his life, but that difficulty always came from a sheer difference of power. The nature of the materials didn't affect Sword Saint's ability to cut them. He could target every type of fabric with his immense knowledge in sword arts. Even existences that countered the true meaning of his law would eventually shatter once he found a technique capable of piercing them. Still, he had never experienced something so blatantly hopeless that didn't involve the difference between cultivation levels. Sword Saint didn't let the cracks that had appeared in his existence put him down. His instincts told him that his efforts were pointless, but he disregarded them. He raised his ethereal blade and started deploying his sword arts in a precise order. It didn't matter if the process took millennia or eras. He would continue to attack until one of his techniques showed the slightest effectiveness. The woman shook her head before silver light engulfed her. Cracks quickly opened in that energy, but more attacks fell on her and increased the size of the area affected by Sword Saint's slashes. The expert didn't speak nor breathe. Sword Saint had reverted to the mental state he usually used during his training. He transformed into a mere humanoid chunk of flesh whose only purpose was to perform all the techniques contained inside his mental sphere. The woman didn't move. The slashes weren't hurting her, and Sword Saint could feel it. The sky slowly shattered due to the countless powerful attacks releasing their power in the same spot. But the chaotic laws couldn't fix them due to the sharp energy accumulated in the area. Only Sword Saint and the rank 9 cultivator existed in the area. The slashes couldn't affect the experts. Sword Saint simply reabsorbed the sharpness that touched him, while the woman appeared impossible to damage. A strange trend slowly became evident after countless exchanges happened. Sword Saint's attacks grew weaker every time they failed to hurt the woman, while the latter became stronger as she absorbed the flaws in those attacks. Sword Saint couldn't confirm it, but the woman had been sincere in her evaluation. She wasn't attempting to steer her opponent away from his path. Sword Saint's laws had actual flaws that the 9th rank would never accept. Sword Saint's weakening accelerated as more attacks flew out of his figure. He could see his cultivation level falling as his existence saw large cracks opening on its structure. His law was crumbling, and he couldn't do anything to stop the process. Only hurting his opponent would restore his belief, but nothing seemed able to leave a wound on his opponent. The expert eventually had to interrupt his offensive even if he had gone through only a fraction of his knowledge. His falling cultivation level made him incredibly weak, and he ended up struggling to raise his arms to slash again. "Are you done?" the woman asked when Sword Saint stopped and tried to muster his strength to resume his offensive. The silver light that had accumulated in the area transformed into tiny shards that vanished after falling across the sky. The rank 9 cultivator became visible again and revealed how the relentless offensive didn't even manage to tear her white robe. Sword Saint didn't listen to her. He had overcome everything in his cultivation journey through sheer determination and training. He would do the same during that challenge or die trying. "I can give you a way out," the woman eventually suggested while inspecting the sheer determination shown by Sword Saint. "Forsake your law, let me absorb its flaws, and join heaven and earth. You'll gain access to the vastest collection of sword arts in the entire world. It actually suits your existence pretty well." Sword Saint's hair and eyebrows fell as his existence continued to shatter. The ethereal blade in his hands transformed into a small knife due to the loss of power, but he managed to wave it, and a weak slash flew toward the cultivator. The silver slash shattered before reaching the woman. She could only shake her head when Sword Saint's cultivation level grew even more unstable. It remained in the solid stage, but it barely felt worthy of the 8th rank at times. "My name is Camille," the woman tried again. "Lady Camille for you. I can reserve a special place for you in heaven and earth system if you desire. They can turn you into the most complete embodiment of the sword. They will make you touch a level of power that you have only dreamed. Are you important?" Sword Saint laughed as he went bald and his long eyebrows completely disappeared. "I thought you followers were nothing more than gears." "Most are," Camille revealed. "Others have a special place in the system due to our unique laws. My ability to absorb flaws can help the rulers greatly in their path toward the 10th rank. And what will be of you once they succeed in the breakthrough?" Sword Saint laughed again, but a cough interrupted his action. The expert didn't waste that chance to turn his cough into slashes that flew toward Camille, but they didn't produce any result. They only made the cultivator heave another helpless sigh. "We will live as part of heaven and earth," Camille explained. "The rulers aren't monsters like you rebels believe. You only happened to appear while they were in the middle of completing their path." Sword Saint saw pieces of his skin separating from his body and falling toward the incoming storms. His cultivation level still touched the peak of the solid stage at times, so the winds didn't kill him when they filled the area again. Yet his time was running out. He could sense that his existence was on the verge of shattering completely. "Why are you even trying?" Camille asked in an annoyed tone. "You couldn't hurt me at your peak. How can you do it now?" "I need to try," Sword Saint weakly explained. "I gave you a better path," Camille rebuked. "You can achieve what your law wants if you join heaven and earth. What's even holding you back? Honor? Pride? Is Noah Bulvin's influence so powerful that you can't think on your own anymore?" "That's not my field." Noah's voice suddenly seeped through the storms and resounded around Sword Saint and Camille. Camille's eyes widened in surprise as she turned toward the source of the voice. She noticed how a massive figure moved through the storms and shattered them during his passage. The dark shape eventually cleared the area around the two experts and revealed itself in its entirety. Sword Saint and Camille could see Noah sitting cross-legged on the brown giant's head. A chunk of that brown alloy was in his hands, and a series of huge holes filled the avatar's torso. The puppet was inactive, but his mental waves were keeping it in the air. "So," Noah announced while taking a bite of the brown alloy and spreading crunching noises throughout the area, "are you dying on me, Sword Saint?" The crunching noises caused by Noah filled the area and left Camille speechless. She knew he was fighting against the brown avatar, but she didn't expect his battle to take that turn. Camille could accept that Noah had defeated the avatar. The middle-tier creature was the dog's counter, but it didn't have any specific ability that targeted him. It was simply strong, but that wasn't enough against him. The word surprising didn't apply to Noah. The unexpected became normal with him, and Camille knew that far too well. Her astonishment came from how easily he was eating the brown alloy. After all, Noah had a mere rank 8 body in the upper tier. That center of power probably represented the best possible structure that skin, flesh, muscles, and organs could gain, but it remained 2 tiers weaker than the avatar. Camille had to inspect Noah's bites multiple times to understand what happened. Black lines would appear on the brown alloy in his hands while it neared his teeth. His destruction gave him the chance to eat a material in the middle tier as if it were a normal meal. "You won't save him," Camille announced while pointing her palm toward Sword Saint. "I won't let you." "He won't let me?" Noah laughed before turning toward Sword Saint. "Am I right? Why would I want to survive to live as a maimed law?" Sword Saint weakly snorted. "See?" Noah asked while glancing at Camille. "You don't need to be worried about me. Not until he lives at least." A wave of coldness spread from Noah's consciousness and cleared the entire area from the storms. He bit the brown alloy again as he fixed his reptilian eyes on the rank 9 cultivator. Countless thoughts on how to destroy her filled his mind, and she felt able to hear all of them. Camille felt an innate fear trying to take control of her mind. Her first instinct was to call heaven and earth, but her surroundings grew dark as Noah's consciousness tainted the whiteness. She could still reach her leaders through special methods, but they wouldn't be able to find her under that darkness. "What's the issue?" Noah asked while turning toward Sword Saint. "I initially thought you would have been the first of us to reach the 9th rank. Now, Alexander is somewhere among the storms while you are about to die. Life sure is funny." "She is right," Sword Saint coughed. "My path was wrong. I can't achieve perfection in my path." Noah had missed most of the previous interaction between Camille and Sword Saint. He had been on his way back from the battle against the brown avatar when he sensed the two experts. His consciousness had managed to spread there during the last exclamation of the rank 9 cultivator, but that was it. Seeing Sword Saint in that state surprised Noah. He had been honest before. He would have never expected that monster to face such bottlenecks before the 9th rank. His life was even in danger now, which made the whole situation far stranger. "We all learnt that the path doesn't end in the 9th rank," Noah announced. "Maybe your perfection will come later. You aren't the type to give up due to the length of the journey." "I had to achieve it now," Sword Saint explained. "And that doesn't solve the issue. Perfection doesn't exist." Noah could immediately understand how he would approach far differently. He had never sought perfection, and finding out that his path was longer than he had predicted would probably make him happy. Still, Sword Saint was different. The sole thought that he had chased after an impossible idea for countless years was turning his existence into dust. "Can't you find a way to fix it?" Noah asked as his eyes fell on the brown alloy in his hands. "I won't appreciate your premature death. My law is deep but not vast," Sword Saint explained as he crouched among the sky due to the sense of weakness that filled his body. "I dedicated my everything to one field, which has turned out to be a lie. Nothing will remain of me after losing it." Sword Saint's life was a mystery. He had spent so long fighting random experts met on his path and alone in the storms that the stories about him had turned into legends from a distant past in the old society of the Immortal lands. Noah didn't know much about the expert's history either, but he was one of the few who had survived after crossing swords with him. That meeting in the Outer Lands had taught Noah about Sword Saint's value. The expert was a monster who could match his existence with nothing more than sword arts. A law that featured only one aspect was able to defeat techniques that defied logic. Still, Sword Saint's sheer power wasn't the only part of his existence that had left Noah surprised. The latter had been able to notice the expert's relentless efforts and steeled resolve. Noah actually believed that no one could remain behind in the cultivation journey with those two features. "Your understanding of the sword path is so deep that the ground carries it even after falling into mortal lands," Noah reminded. "An imperfect understanding," Sword Saint replied as his complexion paled and more flesh fell from his figure. "How did you get that imperfect understanding?" Noah asked. "It didn't magically fall in your hands. I can find another feature that is as strong as your sword arts." Sword Saint frowned. He could immediately understand what Noah meant, but everything felt pointless without his previous law. His determination was incredible, but that alone was meaningless for him. "My determination came with a purpose," Sword Saint contradicted. "I'm just will without meaning now." "Seize a meaning then," Noah suggested. "You didn't lose your understanding, and your determination is still there. The issue is with your desire to reach perfection. Just throw it away since it's killing you." "I need it," Sword Saint whispered. "A desire is necessary to generate action, and I can't find it inside me." Noah glanced at the sky before inspecting his surroundings. Storms in the distance created a vast, circular empty area. They hindered his vision and prevented him from gazing at the space now devoid of the immortal lands. "Do you think that we left our mark in the world?" Noah asked as his mind wandered among deep thoughts. "I found your mark in the mortal lands. I think something of us will remain for a long time, if not forever." "What are you saying?" Sword Saint asked as his body seemed to reach the breaking point. Your knowledge and determination made you reach the highest point under the sky, Noah explained. The world has seen your devotion, and it has experienced its effects. Maybe it will help you. Sword Saint was about to die. He had nothing to lose anymore, so he did what Noah had suggested. Of course, he had given a personal meaning to those words when they entered his mind. Sword Saint let go of his attachment to perfection and mustered the entirety of his remaining strength to straighten his back and spread his arms. His legs shattered during that action, but he barely felt it. He let everything flow away from his figure until only two aspects of his old law remained. The expert's knowledge about the sword arts and his determination fused to give birth to the feeling that had made his journey possible. Silver light shone from the cracks that filled his broken body and spread his deep dedication into the world. Sword Saint was giving himself up. The world could do whatever it wanted with his feeling. The expert only wanted everything and everyone to understand how deeply his devotion was. Camille was about to mock that effort. The world belonged to heaven and earth, and everything had entered the sky after the apocalypse. The marks that Sword Saint had left throughout his life had long since before part of a greater existence. However, tears started to fall from Camille's eyes as that dedication moved her feelings. A monstrous roar then came out from the sky as rain engulfed the area. Everyone could see how each of those white drops had the shape of a sword. It was hard to explain what was happening to the world. Sword Saint was only a shadow of his former self. His cultivation level barely allowed him to stand. His body was so fragile that the softest wind would shatter it into countless pieces. Yet, Sword Saint didn't summon his power. He didn't even try to cause a reaction in his surroundings. He was only showing the pure feeling that his long cultivation journey had generated, and the world wept. The devotion toward the sword was the core drive behind Sword Saint's path. That feeling was similar to Noah's ambition. It fueled the expert's determination and understanding, but it had never shown itself into the world. That changed once Sword Saint lost everything and abandoned every hope. His aspects fused to return to the original idea that had given birth to his astonishing path, and the world approved it. The way of the sword was endless, but it had laws, and they acknowledged the expert. His feeling was so touching that even a cultivator belonging to heaven and earth system ended up in tears when she experienced it. Noah wore a solemn expression. At first, he thought that the world was willingly giving to Sword Saint power connected to the path of the sword. However, that turned out to be false. The world wasn't free to do what it wanted. Almost everything belonged to heaven and earth, so it was hard for such a massive event to happen unless it involved something that even the rulers couldn't control. Being almost in complete control of the world didn't make heaven and earth rule over laws. They could move energy at will and generate a wide range of true meanings due to their new fuel, but some forms of general understanding existed even above them. Space, time, destruction, creation, and more were vast fields that contained many laws, some approachable only by existences beyond the 9th rank. The sword path was one of those true meanings, and it answered Sword Saint's selfless devotion. Of course, Noah couldn't understand that. He studied the event and created countless hypotheses, some even close to the truth, but he couldn't be sure of any of them. He only confirmed that Sword Saint had managed to summon a force that went beyond heaven and earth. Heaven and earth screamed in anger, but Noah could sense different chaotic emotions among that monstrous cry. There was something that the rulers of the world should never express, even when they lost control of their actions. He felt their fear inside that voice, the fear that only something that went beyond their understanding could generate. The white sky contained most of the energy and understanding of the world, including the sword path. Heaven and earth had even absorbed countless experts who carried laws related to blades, so their existence had an abundance of those true meanings. They almost had a monopoly over them, but everything changed after something above them acknowledged Sword Saint's devotion. The rain of sword-shaped drops contained raw understanding and power. It shared some features with the 4 spheres that Noah had obtained from the dragons, but it also carried a qualitative difference. That white water-like fluid wasn't something that Sword Saint had to study. It was a reward. Noah's hunger intensified, but he suppressed that urge. He even retracted the features of his consciousness that could affect that majestic event. The sheer amount of energy carried by the rain was enough to build a rank 9 existence from scratch. His body would probably grow extremely close to the breakthrough or directly face it if he absorbed those drops. However, he didn't want his greed to kill Sword Saint, and he feared what could happen after disturbing that event. Getting in the way of something that could make heaven and earth scream in pain and fear wasn't exactly a smart move. Noah felt slightly tempted to create a mess to understand what stood above the white sky, but he refrained from doing so. Part of him even felt glad that Sword Saint's near-death state made that choice so easy. The drops curved when they risked hitting Camille or Noah. They even stopped falling when they were about to cross Sword Saint. The rain transformed into a floor made of tiny white swords that bathed in the silver light generated by the expert's devotion and let it change their structure. Noah committed the event to memory. Laws could have many behaviors according to their meanings, but they could never steer away from that path. They were forms of energy that had reached a deep state, but they weren't existences that could act as they wished. Still, the sword-shaped drops proved that knowledge wrong. Each drop contained various chunks of laws. All of them appeared incomplete, but they all belonged to the sword path, and they didn't hesitate to transform to answer to Sword Saint's devotion. Their shades changed as they generated a vortex that had the expert as its center. It didn't take much before a whirlpool of laws formed around Sword Saint and forced both Noah and Camille to retreat. More true meanings separated from the sky and fell into the vortex to join the reconstruction of the expert. Sword Saint had given his life to the sword path, so the sword path would give him life. That was the least it could do in front of such a moving gesture. A silver radiance filled the area and generated a pressure that Camille and Noah struggled to ignore. The cultivator tried to fly back again to avoid that force, but countless cuts opened on her back as soon as she tried to move. Noah attempted to do the same, but white marks appeared on his side and stopped his retreat. The whole area was on the edge of a sharp sword now. The slightest movement would make the experts slide on that blade and create injuries. Both Noah and Camille understood that it was better to remain still until the process ended. The rain soon started to fall, and the sword-shaped drops completed converging toward the center of the vortex. A blinding silver radiance pushed the whiteness back and stopped the two experts from inspecting the scene. Noah even failed to make his consciousness converge toward that area because his mental waves shattered whenever they moved. The radiance quickly dimmed, and the experts could finally see Sword Saint again. Noah revealed a wide smirk at his appearance and cultivation level, while Camille opened her mouth in surprise. Her opponent didn't only release a different aura now. He had also healed all its injuries. Moreover, Sword Saint reappeared as a rank 9 cultivator that didn't have a single center of power stuck in the 8th rank. The energy that he had received as a reward for his determination was so massive that he had managed to complete 3 breakthroughs in a matter of minutes. The time required to approach and overcome breakthroughs into the 9th rank usually involved entire years of seclusions and reckless actions meant to trigger the event. Still, Sword Saint had long since approached the limits of the 8th. He had only needed a slight push to step into the 9th rank completely. Noah saw how Sword Saint hair had regrown. The same went for his long eyebrows, but his eyes managed to shine on the environment anyway. They radiated his new reassuring feeling and the deep gratitude felt toward forms of energy that he would encounter only if he went past the sky. The aura radiated by Sword Saint was terrifying. It was sharper than before but also peaceful. He existed to cut because it was in his nature. He was a living blade that the sword path had accepted into that field. Camille didn't know what to think in front of that scene. The whiteness around her dimmed, but those effects didn't come from Noah's existence. Her connection with the rulers even made her aware of the astonishing truth. Heaven and earth had actually grown weaker during that breakthrough. That event wasn't only astonishing. It also felt terrifying, especially for a cultivator who belonged to heaven and earth's system. The rulers represented the peak of the journey in that world, but those who had managed to witness the scene could vaguely understand that something above them existed. That understanding wasn't even the end. That stronger power had forced the sky to separate from some of its laws. Even the mighty heaven and earth couldn't oppose that urge. The awe and innate fear that cultivators, magical beasts, and hybrids resisting the rulers started to wane as soon as a weakness appeared. The rulers weren't unbeatable. They could bleed in the form of white tears. Noah didn't know how many experts had managed to take a glance at that incredible event, but he exploded into a laugh anyway. It felt hilarious how such a blatant show of weakness had appeared when heaven and earth were so close to taking control of the world. Even existences belonging to the ranks that you can't reach have started to hurt you. Noah mocked as he lay on the brown alloy to enjoy the dim whiteness seeping through the storms past the range of his consciousness. Maybe I will lose, but you won't win. There is no victory in your path. Both Camille and Sword Saint heard Noah's relaxed insult toward the rulers, but the sky didn't react. Heaven and earth had stopped screaming, but the entire world could study the consequences of that event. That dimness wasn't something that they could fix without sacrifices. All of you, hear my words, Noah laughed. The breakthrough of a rank 8 cultivator has managed to hurt the rulers of the world. His laughs were hammers that made Camille's mental sphere shake. Each insult that heaven and earth failed to address only worsened her condition. Leaders weren't flawless, and she knew that far too well. Even beings that could almost approach the 10th rank couldn't avoid those features. However, the rulers had suffered due to the actions of a rank 8 cultivator. That would make everyone question their actual power. Shut up! Camille shouted as denial took control of her mind and tried not to make her go over those thoughts now. Are you for real? Noah revealed his cold smile as he returned to a sitting position and fixed his reptilian eyes on her. You would probably switch sides right away if I were to invite you into my organization. Camille's eyes widened before she diverted her gaze. Still, the proofs of heaven and earth's weakness were everywhere now. She could see the dimmer whiteness that filled the world. Would you really invite me? Camille asked with a tinge of hesitation in her voice. I wouldn't care too much. Noah shrugged his shoulders. But you have another role already. Maybe in your next life. Role? Camille questioned before Sword Saint's sharp aura expanded and shattered storms that even Noah's consciousness couldn't reach. Camille slowly turned her head toward her previous opponent. She could see Sword Saint's seemingly empty gaze shining from behind his long eyebrows. Even he wasn't able to hide the piercing eyes that the breakthrough had given him. I need to test a few things, Sword Saint announced, and his words shattered Camille's eardrums when they reached her ears. Blood flowed from Camille's ears as she started at the newly advanced rank 9 cultivator. His might didn't make any sense. Sword Saint had just stepped into the gaseous stage, but her body was unable to endure the power that he generated with his simplest gestures. She couldn't even dare to imagine what would happen to her once he launched a proper attack. Moreover, there was something off with Sword Saint's cultivation level. Eventually, every existence gave birth to a personal version of the breath that would further transform into a personal law. The 9th rank would improve that fuel further. However, everything still carried the world's vibe. Noah's existence wasn't an exception. He defied every logic and had multiple features, but Camille could still somewhat feel that it had come to life in her same world. That wasn't a matter connected to heaven and earth. It was similar to a scent that everyone born under the unique environment illuminated by the whiteness carried. Sword Saint didn't carry that scent. Actually, Camille wasn't sure how to describe him at all. He had a foreign aura around him that clearly stated how the world under the sky wasn't his home. Is everything all right? Noah asked as he resumed to eat the piece of brown alloy in his grasp. I've never been better, Sword Saint laughed. The sword has chosen me as one of its avatars. Sword Saint's laughs opened cracks connected to the void in the area. Cuts also appeared on Camille's body. Large red spots immediately tainted her white robe, but she didn't move. She remained in a daze as she tried to understand how strong her opponent was. Is that even fine with you? Noah questioned his friend without hiding the doubts in his voice. The sword path didn't belong to Sword Saint. He had become one of its embodiments, but that meant depending on a higher power. Noah could never accept that due to the nature of his existence. This is what I've always desired to achieve, Sword Saint exclaimed while spreading his arms and lifting his gaze toward the sky. I can live my life perfecting, improving, and discovering fields connected to the sword path. Isn't that the same as before? Noah continued. I am connected to the path now, Sword Saint revealed. I'm not a single existence wandering in the dark anymore. Noah scratched the side of his head in confusion. It was hard for him to understand what Sword Saint meant since he didn't have access to the connection with the higher form of power. Noah guessed that Sword Saint had established a healthier and freer version of the relationship that heaven and earth had with their followers. Still, he noted to question his friend properly once he was over with Camille and his tests. Why don't you kill me already? Camille asked. I'm not a training dummy. I have the pride of a cultivator who has lived following her beliefs. Camille had suffered more injuries after Sword Saint's past movements, but nothing too serious had happened. Yet, she didn't like to be locked in that situation. Death was better than listening to two existences ready to advance in the cultivation journey while waiting for them to kill her. Don't hurry it, Sword Saint snorted. I've retained my foundation, but my understanding is far deeper. I see things in ways that I can't even describe. I don't think words could exist to explain them. For example, look at this. Sword Saint was excited beyond reason. He lifted his arm to prepare one of his techniques, but that gesture generated a silver slash that shot ahead at high speed. Camille happened to be in its trajectory, and her figure ended up severed into two parts. Oh! Sword Saint uttered in a slightly disappointed tone before shooting a vague, hopeful glance toward Noah. Don't even think about it. Noah dismissed that silent request. Let's go back to the others. Maybe Elbaz has a puppet that suits you. Sword Saint did his best to explain his new state as the duo flew back to their companions. Noah couldn't completely understand his friend's descriptions due to his lack of knowledge for matters that went past the 9th rank. Still, a vague idea formed in his mind after the expert relied on a few metaphors. The sword path turned out to exist as a form of energy that went beyond laws and worlds. Sword Saint couldn't exactly describe it since he remained a rank 9 cultivator. Still, his connection with that power allowed him to express how he had felt during the breakthrough when his mind had touched that realm. Imagine every idea and law about the sword, Sword Saint explained. They all belong to the same vast path, and the universe resonates with them. I sensed a complicated array of notions built by brims of understanding collected from countless different existences far away, hidden in the darkness, untouchable. The explanation made some sense. Noah's superficial understanding came from what he had learnt from the old rulers about the difference between existences and worlds. The latter seemed to have innate laws, so it felt normal for the universe as a whole to have a similar structure. It was pointless to look for the origin of everything. Noah preferred to focus on the current state of the universe since knowing something about those fields would probably help in the breakthrough to the 10th rank. Sword Saint could grant him access to a perspective that he couldn't gain under the sky, so he didn't hesitate to pester him with questions. Sword Saint happily answered since his understanding also grew during that interaction. He and Noah were trying to gain access to a world that their current power and situation didn't allow them to study properly. Law isn't the exact word for that power, Noah thought as he summarized the vague answers that Sword Saint had managed to give. They should have similar functions, but they don't seem to follow the same evolution of the existences. An existence was a law that would evolve into a world. What came after was hard to imagine since the experts had nothing around them that could give hints, but they guessed that it would involve the expansion and the thickening of their personal dimensions, at least at first. Instead, worlds were different. They were an array of laws that executed precise functions without ever taking part in the struggles on their insides. Traces of wills would appear only during enemy attacks or similar catastrophes, but it felt pretty evident that they had no desire to improve. Sword Saint could almost confirm that something similar existed on a far vaster level with the universe as a whole. Arrays containing all the laws connected to the same path stood somewhere among the blackness of that immense structure. As for what they meant, Noah could only guess. However, one feature appeared almost clear after hearing Sword Saint's descriptions. Those arrays weren't like heaven and earth. They didn't steal nor devour other laws. They seemed to obtain them as soon as someone expanded the fields connected to their core ideas. According to Sword Saint, The array meant for the sword path already had versions of his previous techniques since copies or originals had appeared during the eras that had preceded his birth. His formless slash was the only ability that came directly for him. Sword Saint didn't sense the entirety of the array, but it had been easy for him to resonate with the techniques that already belonged to his existence, that had allowed him to find his formless slash in a mighty structure that existed in hidden areas of the universe. The array's seemingly harmless nature and their vastness made Noah believe that they were simple rules of the universe. They probably existed to keep track of the evolution of the different paths created by the existences. He even wondered whether they were a counterpart to cultivators and other beings meant to balance the power in the universe. That would transform the universe into an ecosystem where worlds and existences balanced each other and kept everything stable. Noah couldn't take them as recorders of everything that happened in the various worlds since they had given energy to Sword Saint. They had fuel, but using it didn't sound like its main purpose. His thoughts also went on the stars that had existed in his vision since his revealing experience in the Royal Academy. They could be some of the arrays felt by Sword Saint, or they could represent existences that had become strong enough to illuminate the universe with their personal words. It was annoying to invest time in answers Noah couldn't find, but that process felt necessary. It would give him a range of options and hypotheses ready for when his existence could understand those topics properly. Also, it fueled his ambition to wonder about how that structure could affect his path ahead. What if an existence finds the array that has accumulated all the different laws and aspects of the general path? Noah eventually asked while turning towards Sword Saint. What if you find the sword array? Will it absorb you? Will you absorb it? The sword array shouldn't have any reason to absorb me, Sword Saint responded while scratching his chin. It already has me. Everything I develop will appear there if it has connections with the sword path. This happened even before my evolution to an avatar. Do I have to look for the destruction array after leaving this world? Noah wondered. But that means searching for the life, space, time, greed, hunger, ambition, and probably something else array. That's a lot of arrays. Maybe you need that to embody the entirety of those general ideas and reach the areas past the universe. Sword Saint added to that reasoning. Hopefully without turning into a giant version of heaven and earth in the process. Noah joked. Anyway, the arrays must be part of the journey after the 9th rank. I even think that we might need to give energy to the universe at some point. What makes you think that? Sword Saint asked. We reach these levels by taking fuel from worlds until our existences become able to generate energy on our own, Noah explained. The universe would have shattered if everyone kept taking endlessly. That's very vague, Sword Saint commented. We don't know enough about the universe to define clear paths or establish answers. Who knows? Everything might be even more personal after the 9th rank. Sure, Noah scoffed. Personal while an unclear array of something everything you accomplish. I feel the need to eat them already. Sword Saint laughed when he saw Noah's exasperated desire to become stronger and jump into that higher realm. He didn't even become a complete rank 9 expert yet, but he was already coming up with plans meant for the journey after that. Noah, Sword Saint eventually said in a slightly hesitant tone. I must imitate Alexander. I know. Noah sighed as his mood also turned serious. You'll probably leave after this battle. It's fine. That's how our path works. A heavy mood was about to fall on the duo. Sword Saint had even checked the insides of his space ring to find some wine from the Orange City. But a strange scene unfolded at that point. The two experts had never been too far away from King Elba and the others, so reaching them wasn't an issue. Yet, they didn't expect to see such a fiery and messy battlefield. An immense 9-headed fiery hydra in the middle tier roared as winged cockroaches assaulted it from every direction. The creature was trying to reach the upper tier specimen, but it kept failing while the army pierced its body. The golden flames released by the creature burnt most of the cockroaches, but the upper tier specimens managed to make its heads explode every time it charged ahead. The heads grew back quickly, but the hydra clearly took its energy from external sources. Noah and Sword Saint didn't take long to notice the disc with their friends sitting cross-legged on it. However, their bodies were a mess. All of them resembled nothing more than dried-up skeletons. "I think I found your training dummy," Noah announced, and Sword Saint smiled coldly. The middle-tier Hydra appeared connected to the disc, but the structure wasn't losing power every time the creature regenerated one of its heads. That fuel had to come from somewhere else, and the expert's dried-up state explained everything before Noah and Sword Saint could even formulate questions. Both of them could immediately guess that the experts had relied on King Elbaz to create something that could fight back against the immense army and the upper-tier leader. Still, their current condition was worrying, especially since none of them reacted to the arrival of their companions. The Hydra was a problem. The creature was keeping the flying cockroaches at bay, but the experts didn't appear able to fuel its power any longer. Its failures in killing the upper-tier cockroach also increased its energy consumption. Noah and Sword Saint had the chance to focus on the cockroaches and hope that the Hydra would disappear afterward, but they didn't know how long it would take to kill the upper-tier specimen. Even their incredible power had limits. The experts might die if the duo took too long vanquishing the White Army. Noah and Sword Saint had to prioritize severing the connection between their friends and the Hydra to avoid taking risks. Luckily for them, severing was their specialty. Noah and Sword Saint didn't need additional words. The former statement had been enough to make their attention converge on the disc. Both of them drew their blades, and sharpness instantly filled the area. "Can you see the connection?" Noah asked as he activated his many empowerments. "Of course." Sword Saint smirked as his hands began to radiate a silver light. "Can you open a path?" "Of course." Noah laughed. Sword Saint had owned techniques capable of affecting ethereal forms of energy and mental connections even before his breakthrough. Those sword arts were even stronger now that he had stepped into the 9th rank and had become an avatar of the sword path. Noah was aware of his friend's power, so he delegated the severing of the connection between the experts and the Hydra to him. Instead, he would have to handle the faint golden barrier that surrounded the experts. King Elbaz had gone all out during the battle. The army had high chances of killing him, so the defenses deployed in the area carried the entirety of his accumulation. The Hydra and the disc appeared incredibly powerful, but Noah noticed something strange when his consciousness studied them to spread his destruction. Black lines appeared on the disc's edges as soon as Noah's metal waves landed on its surface. There seemed to be a deep flaw in the item structure, and Noah's destruction appeared to be one of the triggers. He felt able to expand the effects of his law at an unfathomable speed. No middle-tier item had ever seemed so weak. Noah believed in King Elbaz so much that he didn't let that apparent weakness misunderstand its nature, and the disc quickly confirmed the vague guess that had appeared in his mind. The black lines on the golden surface continued to expand until they took the shape of the horned head of the hive. The drawing was a clear statement. King Elbaz had created a backdoor for his reckless plan, and he had even tuned it around Noah's power. The latter didn't feel the need to use the entirety of his power anymore. Various energies covered his swords as he pointed them toward the disc, but his ambition didn't take part in that process. "Ready," Noah voiced. "Go already," Sword Saint shouted happily. Noah released his piercing slash. A torrent of dark energy came out of his swords and fell on the disc. He had made his attack wide on purpose so that all the black lines accumulated among the golden radiance could activate at the same time. A faint impact was enough to make everything explode and create a huge passage in the item structure. The disc lost a massive chunk of its peripheral area before opening on its own. A passage appeared on the barrier around the experts, and Sword Saint didn't hesitate to seize that chance. Sword Saint didn't execute any special movement. The energy around his hands started to tremble until it released high-pitched noises. The expert clapped his hands at that point, and a shockwave shot forward. Noah made sure to pay attention to the expert's attack since it could carry meaning that matched his law, but it felt hard to follow the movements of the energy. The silver radiance released by Sword Saint's hands transformed into an invisible attack after it started flying through the sky. Sword Saint's energy changed state mid-air. It went from a simple discharge of sharp power to a current made of empowered mental waves that had the shape of a massive blade. The secret behind the attack was in the difference of power between breath and mental energy. Generally speaking, mental waves were frail and weak compared to what a Dantian could generate, so Sword Saint would have had problems severing a mental connection with a middle-tier creature. However, Sword Saint's art temporarily turned the breath ethereal and allowed it to affect mental realms while retaining part of its power. It used to lose a lot during the transformation, but his recent breakthrough had improved that aspect. The attack crossed the opening created by Noah and targeted the ethereal connection that existed between the experts and the Hydra. The pieces of the golden barrier that were still in one piece turned silver after Sword Saint's energy regained its previous nature, and cracks inevitably spread. The cracks expanded even on the outside of the barrier as that silver light continued to shine. Noah and Sword Saint remained speechless when silver lines appeared on the peripheral areas of the disk. They resembled the same structures Noah created through his destruction, but they didn't carry his aura. They only featured the same purpose. Sword Saint's energy activated the silver lines and caused even more destruction on the disk. It didn't take much before the entire structure fell apart and exploded into a mess of golden light. Flames appeared from time to time, and 5 figures eventually shot out of that radiance. King Elbaz, Wilfred, Divine Demon, Stephen, and Robert revealed ugly expressions as they neared Noah and Sword Saint. King Elbaz ended up enduring many hateful gazes shot in his direction, but he didn't matter too much. Everyone was still alive, so he had kept his part of the deal. Care to explain? Noah asked without hiding how hilarious the scene of their dried-up state was when paired with their frowns. The idiot has connected us to the Hydra without telling us all the risks, Wilfred announced before coughing to no end. King Elbaz gulped pill after pill, and his condition improved quickly. His complexion returned to a healthy state in a matter of seconds. The scene only angered his companions, but he soon handed a few drugs to all of them. "I kept you all alive," King Elbaz announced in a raspy voice, "and I seem to remember how all of you were in a bad position. Look at us now." The other experts couldn't deny that the plan had actually worked. They didn't manage to win, but they had stalled long enough to make Noah and Sword Saint return. Also, the pills helped their condition quickly. King Elbaz had given to all of the drugs meant for their existence, so their effects ended up being quite incredible. "We only need to kill the Hydra before it dash," King Elbaz tried to explain, but his expression froze when his mind saw what was happening now behind him. Noah's eyes widened when he saw the Hydra finally managing to catch the upper-tier cockroach unprepared and burning it with its flames. The surge of power that followed the event filled the sky with golden fire and forced Noah to bring everyone away with his dark world. When the group came out of the darkness, they noticed how the army was no more. Only the fiery creature remained in the area, but its power had stepped into the upper tier. "Elbaz, I'm going to need more explanations," Noah stated at the sight of the upper-tier Hydra. "I told them that it was better if some of them died," King Elbaz announced without showing the slightest shame. "Do you even control that thing?" Sword Saint asked. "We never had control over it," Wilfred snorted. "So it has gone berserk now," Noah commented while pointing his curious gaze toward King Elbaz. "Is that the reason behind your desire for the life sphere?" "Exactly," King Elbaz replied. "Did you build back doors?" Noah questioned. "It's a new inscription method," King Elbaz explained while moving his gaze where no one could look straight at him. "It had back doors during the first 6 deaths. The pills that King Elbaz had given to the wounded experts quickly improved their conditions. A new life filled their flesh, but they remained pretty pale. Still, it seemed that their centers of power were ready to deploy their peak might. The only unclear aspect concerned their current durability, which forced Noah to avoid making plans that involved a long fight. Everyone looked at King Elbaz. His last line had hinted at a troublesome answer, but his aura revealed intense pride. The cultivator didn't care about the problems that he was causing at all. He was only enjoying the results of his new inscription method. "Did you copy me?" Noah eventually asked as his mind sent information about the Hydra in the distance. "I didn't copy anyone," King Elbaz shouted while turning toward Noah. "Your application of the higher energy is childish. You have one of the most flexible materials in the world, and you use it to create vaguely hard-to-kill puppets. The demonic sword, Night, Snore, Dwanlong, Shafu. and the parasite peeked out of Noah's body and fixed their threatening attention on King Elba's. The sight was quite hilarious due to the different sizes of each companion, especially when it came to Shafu and Snore. Still, no one dared to laugh or make jokes in front of their chilling aura. "You only feed on dark matter," Noah complained while looking at the root that had come out of his shoulder. "Why did you even come out?" "The plant wanted to eat," Duanlong commented. "It does nothing but eating," the demonic sword added. "Though it has good dark shades," Knight praised. "It's only a parasite," Snore scoffed. "That thing is dangerous," Shafu said in a deep voice while moving its gaze toward the Hydra. The scene left the group speechless. They knew about Noah's companions, but they had never seen them joining their bickering. They didn't even know how intelligent they actually were, at least for some of them. "Do you really live with so many voices in your head?" King Elbaz asked as a helpless sigh escaped his mouth. "No wonder you have a death wish. Back inside you go," Noah announced as dark matter covered the companions and dragged them inside the separate space. Truth be told, his companions had felt a bit bored lately. They continued to grow, and Noah even deployed them in specific battles, but they had reached the point when their power stood in between easy fights and impossible struggles. They had to wait for the next breakthrough to become a core part of his prowess again. But the matter wasn't as immediate as it looked. All of them were unique existences, so Noah had to personally oversee their arrival in the 9th rank. They might even require a specific process to fulfill their potential and remove their main weakness in that part of Noah's cultivation journey. Heaven and Earth would probably be Noah's last opponent in the world, but that would involve countless counters that he had never dared to make his companions face fully. Yet, that weakness had to go away if they wanted to remain useful. The adapting ability of the Hydra felt incredibly interesting when Noah inspected it. He didn't know how King Elbaz had pulled that off, but he would probably need to study that new inscription method to bring his companion's power to a superior realm. "Noah, you can't learn that," King Elbaz warned in a severe tone when he noticed Noah's interest in the Hydra. "My new inscription method requires my knowledge and my plan to reach the 9th rank. You would need to change your existence to learn it." "What about letting me see it properly?" Noah asked. "You know how I feel about showing imperfect methods," King Elbaz replied. "Dragon spheres," Noah mentioned. "I agree," King Elbaz promptly shouted, but his voice soon turned serious again as he changed the topic. "You might need to leave behind some of them." "Nonsense," Noah asserted. "They are part of me." Noah was wearing the cold and driven expression that he usually showed whenever he was ready to do something crazy. So King Elbaz didn't add anything. The other experts around them also remained silent as their eyes moved between the duo and the Hydra. The creature was still busy stabilizing its new power, but it would soon turn toward them. "Do we run?" Robert asked to break the silence that had fallen after Noah's statement. "It has an innate connection with my power," King Elbaz explained while shaking his head. "It would find me even inside the Orange City." "What a pity," Wilfred dramatically shouted. "I guess we have to part ways." "It has been fun teasing you with the pig," Divine Demon announced. "Do you remember stuff now?" Wilfred asked Divine Demon. "It's hard to keep track of your behavior. A demon never reveals his secrets," Divine Demon proudly announced, but Robert and Stephen showed skeptical expressions at that statement. "He probably doesn't know either," Robert whispered. "Is it bad if we tell him?" Stephen asked in the same low voice. "You have also fueled its power," King Elbaz continued to explain, doing his best to ignore everything happening around him. "The Hydra will find all of you." The explanation forced everyone to turn serious. Only Noah and Sword Saint would be safe there, but they had no intentions to run away. Noah had already started to radiate a faint hunger, and Sword Saint's eyes shone to no end when he thought about the possibility of facing an upper-tier creature. "Do you think we can defeat it?" Noah honestly asked. "It will depend on how strong Sword Saint has become," King Elbaz revealed. "It's not a proper magical beast. It's only a mass of energy with an intense attraction toward life. It's like the winged cockroaches, just bigger, stronger, faster, smarter, better, and definitely created by someone with a more artistic sense." "Can we skip to the part when I cut it?" Sword Saint pleaded. King Elbaz had to give up on his bragging at that remark. "Fine. First of all, dash dot." A rumbling noise cut the explanation short. Something that resembled a lightning bolt fell from the sky and filled the area with blinding light. The experts couldn't see anything for a few seconds, but they felt a wave of dense power sweeping them. That force tried to push them away for a bit, but it didn't inflict any injury. The experts had to wait for their eyes to grow used to the light since something was preventing their mental waves from expanding toward the spot where the light fell. Even Noah found it hard to push his consciousness forward. There seemed to be a similar power blocking it. Once their vision returned, the experts could see how an immense white sword had pierced the Hydra and had stabbed the ground far away under them. A cultivator sat cross-legged on the blinding handle of that colossal blade, and his angry eyes didn't hesitate to point at Sword Saint. Understanding what was happening felt almost too easy. The immense blade, the anger in the cultivator's eyes, and his fixed stare toward Sword Saint hinted at the expert's recent breakthrough. He suffered when the array sword path forced its laws to go to Sword Saint. Noah concluded in an instant as his eyes coldly studied the expert. The cultivator was tall and skinny. His cheeks were so caved in that everyone could see the shape of his skull. Long gray hair fell from his head, but it seemed to lack multiple patches since completely bald spots appeared when it fluttered in the soft wind lingering in the area. The expert's eyes were completely white. They didn't have pupils or irises, but the cultivator didn't appear blind. Everyone could feel the direction of the organ's focus and the emotion that they carried. The cultivators that descended from the sky usually had haughty figures, but the expert sitting on the immense sword appeared on the verge of death, at least when it came to his physical features. His cultivation level still raged firmly, which revealed its stable position in the solid stage of the 9th rank. The immense sword had severed the Hydra in half, but the creature's flames tried to link the two pieces back together. Still, their attempt attracted the cultivator's attention, and he limited himself to slam his palm on the blade's handle. The simple gesture made the blade radiate blinding white light again, but Noah was ready at that time. Dark matter promptly appeared in front of the group and created a transparent cover that could block the radiance while allowing them to see the events unfolding in the distance. The light gathered at the bottom of the sword before flowing toward its tip stabbed in the ground. The event lasted less than a second and generated a sharp shockwave around the weapon that replicated those movements. The entirety of the Hydra ended up being on the path of that sharp descending force. The creature had enough time to raise its 9 heads and spit flames, but its struggles turned out to be pointless. The shockwave cut through everything and severed King Elbaz's creation into a series of tiny golden flames. The small flames tried to fuse back together and give birth to a weaker version of the Hydra, but they found themselves unable to restore their previous connection. They even started burning each other due to the different nature obtained after the attack. The tiny flames had a deep desire to live. They tried to shoot toward the storms, but the cultivator had spread the empty area even more during his arrival. Those fiery dots dispersed before they could even cover half of the path required to reach the chaotic laws. The cultivator snorted once the last flame disappeared. He stood up and pointed its angry eyes towards Sword Saint again, but he didn't say anything. He seemed to study the expert for reasons that the group couldn't understand. The joking mood of Noah's group had vanished as soon as the solid stage had lain on the area. They wouldn't fear an upper-tier creature created by King Elbaz because they knew that their companion knew how to counter it. Moreover, the Hydra had advanced to the upper tier after burning the army of flying cockroaches, which meant that its requirements were relatively poor. All its power probably went on its offensive and regenerative ability, but its innate defenses appeared far below average. Instead, the sole idea that they had to face a proper cultivator in the solid stage made their mood grow solemn. They weren't ready for that situation on multiple levels. Most of them were exhausted after the previous fights, and the sheer difference in their power was enough to prove how hopeless that situation could be. "You ants have overstepped," the cultivator announced in a hoarse voice. "You shouldn't have touched the sky." King Elbaz and the experts who had fought against the swarm slowly moved their eyes toward Sword Saint and Noah, but the latter tilted his head to point at his companion. The others cursed internally to learn that they were really guilty of messing with the sky, and countless plans tried to form inside their minds. The situation didn't improve even when they inspected it from different perspectives. Doom awaited those who dared to face a solid-stage cultivator. That was the true peak of the world, while most experts had yet to step on the last rank of the cultivation journey. Plans, defiance, and luck couldn't do anything in front of pure power. Noah saw the very reason why he had embarked on the cultivation journey standing in front of him. In his mind, the threat that the solid-stage cultivator posed to his group proved that everything was pointless without strength. Noah prepared himself to deploy everything he had, and similar resolves filled his friends. Holding trump cards back was pointless in front of the threat of death, but their eyes sharpened when a tremor ran through their opponent. The cultivator's power flickered for an instant. It moved from the solid stage to the bottom of the gaseous stage. It even threatened to drop into the 8th rank, but the expert quickly regained control of himself. However, the scene that unfolded in his vision had changed drastically. Noah and the others were still standing in the sky. They didn't deploy their weapons nor prepared techniques during that short moment of weakness. Yet, their mood was completely different, and the same went for their expression. 7 cold smiles filled the cultivator's vision. The hopelessness that his arrival had spread was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a chilling feeling replaced that tension. "Elbaz, give me something capable of awakening my mind," Noah ordered. "We are talking about one of the best drugs in the world here," King Elbaz complained. Noah didn't add anything else. He limited himself to stretch his hand toward the expert, who heaved an annoyed sigh while taking out something from his space ring and placing it in his friend's palm. Noah studied the pitch-black pill in the lower tier at the center of his palm. Its shades and the aura that it radiated showed how King Elbaz didn't make that drug while having himself in mind. It had created it for Noah, and the latter could even guess when that had happened. "Did you make it when you saw the new level of my mind?" Noah teased. "It just happened," King Elbaz dismissed. "Do what you have to do before he decides to attack." Noah didn't need King Elbaz's reminder. He threw the pill in the air and tilted his head back as his consciousness shot toward the enemy cultivator. A small brim of the energy contained inside his ethereal darkness flowed toward his mental sphere at that point, and the world sensed by him transformed. Countless inspections followed by a sea of destructive ideas filled his thoughts for a period he could easily misjudge as millennia. In truth, only 1 second went by between the activation and end of his superior mental state. Yet, that time was enough to understand everything he needed to know to win that battle. It would be brutal and bloody, but it was doable, and that was enough for someone like him. His mind tried to fall into a coma due to the side effects of that immense boost in its capabilities. Still, the black pill fell inside his open mouth at that point. The drug melted, and a scorching sensation filled his mental walls. They quickly restored his mental sea under the effects of that urge, which prevented his sea of consciousness from going limp. The sense of weakness that followed the use of the ethereal center of power didn't stop Noah from remaining at his peak. He knew what he had to do to win that battle. Everything else depended on his resilience. His ambition surged as the dark world expanded. Mental waves flowed toward his companion as the workshops activated and the dark matter created a unique environment. The study of the solid-stage cultivator had involved many of his features. Noah's mind instinctively tried to find ways to destroy that threat, which required thorough inspections of the various elements of his existence and state. That knowledge allowed Noah to deploy techniques meant to counter the expert. His dark world and workshop could adjust their power freely, so he didn't wait to activate them. "What do you think you are doing?" The cultivator's hoarse voice resounded through the dark world, even if the technique should have prevented the spreading of sound waves. The expert's words transformed into sharp waves of energy that made the entirety of the dark world crumble. Noah had boosted the technique's power with his ambition and had forced it to touch the 9th rank, but he couldn't stretch its life for even a second. The dark matter and the workshops shattered, but a dense layer of higher energy made sure to protect the important assets contained among the black liquid. A different view unfolded in front of the cultivator's eyes. There had been only 7 experts before, but he found an entire army of peak rank 8 six-armed dragons in front of them now. Hundreds of magical beasts with bodies that leaked dense black trails acted as the first line of defense, and some even carried the cuts caused by the sharp words that had managed to pierce the protections created by the dark world. Truth be told, those creatures were what had remained of all the dragons that the workshop had managed to build during the short instant gained by the dark world. Noah's ambition had empowered that process too, giving it the ability to create almost 1,000 disposable magical beasts, but only a tenth managed to survive those casual words. Noah had deployed every counter that his mind could generate in the second right after his inspection. His dark matter, dragons, and dark world were carrying features that the cultivator would theoretically struggle to pierce. Yet, nothing mattered in front of that sheer difference in power. Noah didn't show any fear, but his instincts screamed. They reminded him about something that he had understood as soon as his consciousness had failed to inspect the cultivator in its normal state. That battle was out of his reach. His power couldn't make him win, but he wasn't alone. Wide and astonished gazes converged toward Noah. He had sent the contents of his plan through his mental waves before. His friends had learnt how everything had to go, and their first reaction was to meet his eyes and check that he had really meant that. His nod gave birth to gasps, but determination soon appeared on the experts' faces. Divine Demon and Wilfred stepped forward to fly next to Noah. Robert, Stephen, and Sword Saint unleashed their auras to prepare their abilities, and King Elbaz retreated while deploying a series of inscribed items that filled the area with golden light. Everyone knew what they had to do. The plan could work. The experts had seen it unfolding in their minds when Noah's mental waves had reached them. However, they couldn't be happy about it because their chances of survival remained low. "How is your mind?" Noah growled. "I can use that ability without challenges," Divine Demon responded. "I can use many of them now." "We have a plan then," Noah nodded. "A plan fitting of a demon," Divine Demon smirked. "Can you not be happy about your role?" Wilfred sighed while glancing at King Elbaz in the backlands. "I should have spent more time on the inscription methods." "It's too late for regret," Noah announced. "Your place is among the cannon fodder now." "I would have picked a different name to describe us," Divine Demon commented. "Let me guess," Wilfred joked. "It has Divine Demon in it. Can you summon your energy before this guy remembers how to attack?" Noah reminded. The inspection had revealed how the solid-stage cultivator wasn't stable, but the sudden drop in his cultivation level had already hinted at that. Yet, Noah had discovered how deeply that instability affected the expert. Heaven and Earth had lost part of the laws connected to the sword path during Sword Saint's breakthrough. The lack of that foundation in their existence made them unable to keep some of their copied true meanings active, especially those with a deep connection to blades. The solid-stage cultivator was one of them, and his existence had appeared quite chaotic during the inspection. The expert basically couldn't summon powers that he had used for most of his life. Heaven and Earth weren't even focusing on him, so he was experiencing a constant weakening and destabilization. Rank 9 cultivators were worlds. They didn't have differences when it came to centers of power if something was affecting their existence as a whole. The group's opponent was in the same situation, and his mind was suffering from the same instabilities that afflicted his law. He wasn't letting Noah and the others prepare for the battle. He was simply unable to recall how to attack. Noah didn't summon his companions or demonic sword. He couldn't deploy anything so weak in that battle. Only his body and disposable resources had to do. His unstable substance flowed through the black vessels as his ambition and empowering technique spread through the dark world, the disposable puppets, and his body. Multiple rank 9 auras spread through the world, with the most intense flowing out of Noah's body. His empowerments could bring various assets to the 9th rank, and he limited himself to those he could afford to lose or survive the imminent clash. Wilfred had nothing to lose except for his life, so he put everything into his body. His muscles budged, his veins popped, and his size seemed to increase. His belly even expanded as his centers of power tried to bring his overall physical prowess beyond his normal limits. Divine Demon waved his hand, and pieces of the world separated on their own to transform into energy that he could use. Large openings connected to the void covered the area while the expert wore his fiendish figure. He became bigger than Wilfred, but he didn't seem to have lost his reason at that time. The three of them were the only member of the group with bodies strong enough to have a slim chance to resist the expert's abilities. They had to be the front line in the battle until King Elba's Sword Saint or the others found a way out of that situation. Their role was the most dangerous among their group, but none of them dared to back down. Noah didn't need to wait for a gesture from his companions. He knew exactly when they were ready to fight, and he didn't hesitate to unfold the dark world again at that point. The sea of dark matter appeared almost solid now. It created an oval area that covered a long chunk of the sky. Still, Noah's instincts warned him before he could make the dragons shoot forward. The dark matter enveloped the group and made it teleport into a different part of the dark world before a second immense sword fell in the middle of the technique and shattered everything. Even the movement ability suffered from the simple weight that the blade carried with it. The empowered dragons, the dark world, and the teleport fell apart when the blade descended into the environment. Its sheer weight released a sharp pressure that didn't let anything survive. All the disposable creatures crumbled and the almost solid dark matter shattered during that simple attack. The pressure forced Noah and the others out of the teleport, but he made sure that the three meant to endure most of the blows ended up blocking part of the attack. Noah, Divine Demon, and Wilfred saw massive wounds opening on their bodies. Chunks of their flesh directly disappeared, and the same went for their internal organs. "I guess that's the best I can do," Noah thought as pain spread from every inch of his body. The dark hole sent dark matter to cover his injuries and slow down the weakening of his tissues. It even copied the missing organs and black vessels that would affect his battle prowess in his absence. Part of that energy also flew toward his two heavily injured companions. But it couldn't be so thorough with its patches since it didn't know how the experts worked. The experts under the trio ended up suffering only slight injuries since their companions had endured most of the blow that had reached that position. Their eyes wanted to go on their three friends, but they didn't waste that chance and focused their attacks on the solid stage cultivator. Noah didn't joke when he called the trio cannon fodder. Their role in that impossible battle was to endure blows that would kill their friends or leave them with long-lasting injuries. Noah and Wilfred's hybrid status made them the best for that task, which Divine Demon's power was simply unreasonable. He could replicate the superior resilience that only magical beasts should have through his fiendish form. Robert threw a massive dark purple sphere toward the solid stage cultivator, and Stephen surrounded the attack with his invisible energy. Instead, Sword Saint waited as his hands glowed with a silver light. He wanted to attack, but he had sensed that King Elba's was up to something, so he let him go first. The massive sphere of toxic energy was incredibly slow in the solid stage expert's eyes. He raised his hand and failed to launch an attack, but the event didn't faze him. His mind wasn't working well enough to produce emotions of actual reactions, so it remained stuck on its initial desire to cast an ability. The solid stage expert could try to launch an attack many times in the time that the toxic sphere would take to reach him. There was a high chance that he would succeed in stopping it, but a series of golden mirrors suddenly materialized around the expert and released golden beams that converged on his body. Many of King Elba's items had crumbled during the second sword's descent, but some had survived, especially those with annoying abilities. The golden mirrors could turn ethereal and affect the stability of every material, but their actual offensive power wasn't exceptional. The golden beams pierced the cultivator's figure without opening any injury on his body. They almost appeared harmless due to the lack of evident effects on the solid-stage cultivator. But their purpose soon became clear. The solid-stage expert's cultivation level fell again. More hair fell from his head as patches of his scalp separated from his skin. The moment of weakness made it lower his hand and gave the toxic sphere the chance to reach its target without meeting any hindrance. Dark purple light filled the area without managing to get past the golden radiance that lingered in safe spots of the battlefield. That direct hit gave the experts hope, but their expressions turned dark when they saw that toxic energy shattering. Robert and Stephen spat multiple mouthfuls of blood as that violent destruction of their abilities spread until their existence. Robert managed to disperse those adverse effects by throwing away part of the tainted purple energy inside his body. But Stephen had it far worse. His determination didn't come in different aspects, so that backlash ended up affecting his core. Stephen suddenly grew weaker. His cultivation level felt the need to fall from the peak of the 8th rank, but Sword Saint attacked at that point. He discharged the silver energy in his hands to create a wave of sharp power that fused with the environment. The solid stage cultivator walked past the rain of dark purple drops that had surrounded him after destroying the sphere. Those toxic beads shattered to transform into primary energy when they touched his skin. His innate defenses seemed to protect him even when his level fell, but they couldn't stop the next attack. Silver light began to shine on the cultivator's skin. The sharpness radiated by Sword Saint seeped inside his flesh and started to sever everything in its range. The expert's innate defenses didn't seem to activate at all against that attack. The sharpness peeled off the cultivator's skin and made his flesh explode into a gory spectacle. Confusion appeared on his face before even that body part transformed into a skull that only had a few bloodied patches hanging from it. The cultivator transformed into a skeleton that made Noah remember at his first meeting with Scully. But he didn't take any satisfaction in that event. He could still see a few muscles, organs, and the centers of power sending energy to the expert's existence. The battle appeared far from over, but his group had confirmed that Sword Saint techniques were effective. Stephen gasped for air as the force spreading through his insides vanished. The last attack had forced the solid stage expert to lose control of his aura in the distance, so Stephen could finally stabilize his existence. He felt the need to hide and seclude himself for centuries to fix the damage suffered in that exchange, but the power released by his figure intensified when he decided otherwise. King Elbaz controlled his mirrors and made them take their place around the expert again, but they crumbled when a surge of sharpness flowed out of his figure. The few muscles still lingering on the expert's skull twisted to create a wicked smile, and the same hoarse voice from before resounded in the sky even if that skeletal body didn't have vocal cords anymore. "That's what you have stolen," the cultivator announced. "Give me more. Give it back." The recent weakening didn't make the cultivator's level fall into the liquid stage, so the attack that followed his announcement forced everyone to deploy defensive abilities again. Lights with different purposes filled the confirs of Noah's eyes before his darkness shrouded everything. The dark world expanded as soon as his instincts alerted him of the incoming threat, and he immediately teleported everyone away. A third immense sword fell on the environment and forced Noah, Divine Demon, and Wilfred to endure most of the shockwaves that the event generated. Their bodies fell into pieces, but warm golden light enveloped them and aided their healing properties. King Ebaz had even made those items perfect for each existence in his group, so their power was technically incredible. The shockwaves sent everyone backward, but Sword Saint didn't hesitate to launch another attack. He relied on a simple wave of silver energy at that time before creating a blade that flew forward and dug a huge hole in the cultivator's chest. The latter's level fell again, and it finally abandoned the solid stage. The sudden fall of the expert's cultivation level wasn't a temporary weakness caused by instabilities. His existence had continued to destabilize due to the absence of core aspects of his law, and the exchanges with Noah's group only quickened that process. Moreover, heaven and earth seemed to have no intention of fixing his state. Noah believed that the expert had gone rogue and was attacking them on his own since Sword Saint naturally attracted his existence. But he didn't know whether to expect something afterward. It felt strange for the rulers to ignore his group after what had happened, but he could also justify their decision to remain silent. Noah couldn't even imagine how heaven and earth must feel after losing important laws gathered throughout the eras. Their existence was already unstable, so he guessed that Sword Saint's breakthrough had worsened that feature. The rulers would probably need to go through a long period of stabilization that involved throwing away laws that opposed their new state. But the chaos of the battlefield didn't let him remain deep in his thoughts for too long. His body was still falling apart, and his two companions tasked to be part of the cannon fodder were in the same situation, if not worse. King Elbaz's light was enveloping them, but there was a limit to how much power it could provide to three experts that had immense requirements. Divine Demon was the only one who could vaguely stabilize his shape since the world kept shattering on its own to give him energy. The whiteness that made the battlefield was nothing more than a mass of tiles full of fuel for his technique, and he seemed able to affect it intentionally now. seeing the only real weakness behind Divine Demon's law disappearing as he approached the 9th rank felt scary. His companions couldn't even begin to think what he would be able to do without limits applied to his miraculous ability. Wilfred struggled to absorb enough energy from the golden light. He even ate pieces of magical beasts that he had stored throughout the years, but his innate healing abilities had never been great. His species was incredibly strong and resilient, but it fell off when it came to other features. Noah ended up being the worst of the three. His condition appeared decent due to all the dark matter covering his injuries, but he was feeling the structural limits of his body in that situation. The issue wasn't with the sheer power released by the cultivator's attacks. He would suffer less damage than his companions because his body was stronger. Yet, his incredibly high requirements made him unable to recover since he never had access to enough energy. That forced Noah to remain injured while his companions healed little by little. His condition was the best after the first exchange, but it had reached the last spot now, and he could only delay the worst possible outcome for now. The life-saving pill won in the bet with King Elbaz came out of the separate space and melted among the waves of dark matter. The same happened to most of the resources that he could quickly recover with a few hunts. His only regret came from the brown avatar contained inside Shafu since he had no way to turn it into energy quickly. Even the dragon could barely contain it. The sacrifice of most of his stash activated Noah's instant healing and brought some relief to his condition. King Elbaz's pill turned out to be so amazing that layers of muscles reappeared above the torn and damaged organs. His state remained awful, but that was enough to keep him at his peak for a bit longer. This should be enough to kill the cultivator, Noah thought after sensing the drop in his opponent's cultivation level. The three experts exchanged a nod before shooting ahead and approaching the liquid stage cultivator. They didn't have to stick to the cannon fodder's role now. It was finally time to pay their opponent back for what they had to suffer. Robert and Stephen joined their three companions when they saw them charging ahead. Only King Elbaz and Sword Saint remained behind since they were more important in that battle. Stephen shone with a newfound power that covered the charging group with an invisible barrier. Large bullets made of the same energy shot forward to converge toward the liquid stage cultivator, and the other experts didn't hesitate to join that offensive. Divine Demon opened his monstrous mouth as a blue light gathered in his throat, and a beam soon shot forward. Robert created a rain made of toxic drops that engulfed the area, and Wilfred accumulated his physical to prepare for the imminent clash. Noah didn't want to use even more of his ambition or summon his companions against an opponent with unclear power. His abilities were empowering his body, Dark World, and Workshop, so he limited his offensive to them. The Dark World expanded and recreated the previous favorable environment. The new power of Noah's mental sphere and the empowered state of his technique allowed him to adapt different patches of dark matter to the various abilities flying through it without removing the weakening effects on the cultivators. Stephen saw his determination intensify. The rain's drops became bigger and released toxic gas, and patches of additional muscles appeared on Wilfred's arms to increase his peak power output. Moreover, an army of peak rank 8 dragons appeared due to the workshops set all around the Dark World. Some even materialized in Noah's hands so that he could throw them. The liquid stage cultivator was still trapped in his confused state. His centers of power simply stopped working at times, and his level continued to fall since his existence didn't stop crumbling. The storm of attacks converged on his body before he could even realize that something was flying in his direction. A series of explosions resounded in the area once their attacks slammed on the cultivator, but the experts didn't feel satisfied. They could sense that their techniques had failed to pierce past the innate defenses. They had only weakened them. King Elbaz seemed to understand their mental state since a series of golden swords suddenly entered the Dark World. Noah didn't even study those weapons. He directly used the dark matter to transport them right before the liquid stage cultivator, where they immediately activated their effects. The swords stabbed the cultivator, but they didn't open injuries. Instead, they pierced past his innate defenses and created openings that led directly to the internal organs still hanging from that skeleton. The experts didn't hesitate to launch another wave of attacks that converged in those spots, but the cultivator's eyes became aware of his surroundings before the offensive could reach him. Activating abilities in time to stop those techniques seemed impossible, so the skeleton decided to detonate the 3 immense swords stabbed on the ground. The event had been too sudden. The 3 swords weren't inscribed weapons. They were part of the cultivator's shattered existence. They probably were one of his strongest abilities when his law still existed, and the expert had even created them when his cultivation level was still in the solid stage. The world in Noah's eyes slowed down when the wave of power radiated by the detonation was about to engulf him. Calculations happened in his mind, but he didn't reach any promising conclusion. He didn't have enough influence on space and time to dodge that attack or teleport himself away. His centers of power instinctively activated all the defenses they were capable of, but his consciousness went dark anyway. Noah felt vague sensations reaching his mind and spreading through his body. His sea of consciousness was too powerful to leave him completely unaware of his surroundings, but he couldn't understand much anyway. White light slowly appeared in his vision as his mind forced itself to wake up. His destruction felt at home when his senses regained some clarity and allowed him to inspect the environment. The new dim whiteness of the sky filled his surroundings, but black patches tainted it. Space had shattered in multiple spots, but Noah couldn't see any storm around him. They were nothing more than vague images far away in the distance, but even his powerful eyes couldn't study them. Still, Noah could see how those storms felt unable to fill the massive empty area that had formed due to the detonation of the 3 swords. It was as if the attack carrying solid-stage power had created a new dead zone among those regions, and the reason behind that emptiness felt close to Noah's existence. Destruction and sharpness filled the sky. That dead zone seemed perfect for Noah's existence, but he didn't feel any happiness when gazing at it. His group had just faced one of the strongest attacks that the cultivation journey had to offer. It sounded strange for him to be alive. His body was a mess of torn flesh, shattered bones, and missing organs, but his centers of power were fine. Those severe injuries would annoy many cultivators and even some hybrids, but they were only a matter of energy for Noah. That damage felt too little for what he had to face. A second inspection of the environment and the words of his companions revealed how he had accomplished that. Turned out that Noah didn't do much. His empowerments were already boosting his body when his consciousness turned dark. His black hole and companions had to handle everything from that point. The black hole had given birth to a unique layered dark world meant to weaken the cultivator's sharp energy. The technique didn't do much, but it managed to taint a small part of that array of power with Noah's destruction. Duanlong and Shafu had activated their pulling force to draw as much energy as possible from the sharp waves engulfing Noah, and the parasite had even decided to throw roots forward relentlessly. His chest was even in the open, so the plant didn't have skin to pierce. The sharp energy managed to get past that almost imperfect state, but those abilities didn't just disappear. Shafu, Duanlong, and the parasite continued to apply their weakening effects whenever they found a chance to expand their power. The same went for the dark world, which never stopped sending dark matter forward. Snore became part of the main offensive there, even if its power fell short too. The raging dark matter coming out of its mouth and contained in its feathers tried to stop the wave of sharp energy, but it crumbled in less than a second. It managed to gain an instant for the other abilities and spread Noah's destruction even more, but that was it. Night and the demonic sword were willing to come out and die if the situation required it. Their lives wouldn't have made Noah gain much, but delaying the main force of the sharp wave by even an instant felt worth it. Luckily for them, the struggle didn't require their sacrifice. Noah's abilities didn't allow him to face a solid stage attack head-on, but he had just gotten a powerful item from his previous battle. Shafu didn't hesitate to throw the maimed brown avatar out of its separate space and use it to shield its master from part of the sharp energy's power. Those abilities expanded and crumbled in an endless cycle that pushed Noah high in the sky as the middle-tier avatar worked as a shield. Yet, the brown giant eventually shattered, and his body had to endure the remaining power discharged during the detonation of the immense swords. Noah could only be happy about the outcome of that exchange of abilities. He had faced something that he didn't have the power to survive, but he was still alive. Everything accumulated until then, and the nature of the sharp energy had given him the chance to overcome that challenge. Noah had been lucky that the sharp energy had expanded in every direction. He wouldn't even come close to surviving it otherwise. Still, he was aware that even monsters among monsters would struggle to live through that threat if they didn't have his accumulation, and that made him think about his companions. The area around Noah was full of primary energy. It contained part of the power that the sharp wave dispersed in the attack and the brown avatar had released during its destruction. The storms didn't even dare to fly there, so most of the fuel was still around him. His consciousness expanded and dragged even the slightest brim of energy inside him. Noah didn't spare even the shattering space. Every trace of power in his surroundings had to belong to him. The shards of space and the vast cloud of primary energy contained enough power to restore most of his body. Noah almost went back to his peak, but he felt weak, especially mentally. His muscles could fight, but his mental sphere felt heavy after that near-death event. Where are they? Noah thought once he managed to stabilize his condition and trigger his innate recovery. King Elbaz and Sword Saint had been relatively far away from the center of the explosion, so Noah believed them to be quite fine. They probably were farther away even, so he soon stopped looking for them. Divine Demon was a monster, memories or not. Noah didn't know if he could actually survive the sharp wave, but the expert had his complete trust. His other companions were an issue. Wilfred would probably survive due to his hybrid status, but that wouldn't prevent him from suffering serious injuries. A quick look at his previous condition would have been enough to explain how deeply that energy had affected him. It was only normal for those with weaker bodies to suffer more. Instead, Robert and Stephen were among the weakest in the group, and they probably didn't have enough advantages of items that could give them a chance to survive the threat. They weren't even in the 9th rank, so damages to their centers of power could put an end to their cultivation journey. Noah descended at full speed while checking every corner of the environment. The dead zone appeared immense, but he didn't have problems making sure that everyone was safe. His body had just recovered, so his consciousness expanded even past its normal limits. He had overcome the attack of the solid-stage cultivator in the end. His ambition had intensified, and that forced his other centers of power to express more energy. Nothing interesting had entered his range even when he was about to reach the ground, but he eventually noticed a familiar face. He found Robert, and his poor condition made him wear a dark expression. The expert was a gory mess, and a side of his head had completely disappeared. Noah checked how deep that injury was with his consciousness, and his expression darkened even more when he saw a mental sphere with cracks and holes. Dark matter immediately flowed out of Noah's chest to envelop Robert with properties that could benefit his existence. However, that sent more information to Noah, and his expression gained a peculiar coldness. Robert was floating in the sky close to the ground. The energy that lingered in the environment and the power flowing out of his organs were keeping him afloat. Noah had even found him moving toward the storms due to that slow momentum. The expert was still alive, but his body was beyond recovery. Everything outside and inside of Robert was in pieces, cracked, or simply non-existent. Only his face still carried human features, but that didn't feel too true since almost a third of it had completely disappeared. His centers of power weren't better either. His mental sphere was about to fall apart. Cracks spread throughout his mental walls, and many holes leaked the evaporating mental sea. His dantian had multiple cuts that left a path for his breath. The organ was even slightly flat due to the clash with the sharp energy. The layers of dark matter managed to put an end to Robert's weakening, but Noah soon noticed that he couldn't stop him from falling apart. He would have to rebuild too much. His destroyed body was only the last of the problems. His dantian and mental sphere required a complete rebirth. Robert woke up while Noah inspected him. The sole return of his awareness widened the cracks on his mental sphere. His center of power seemed unable to handle life anymore. "It's not too bad," Robert voiced a weak laugh. "I've come back from worse." "Don't talk," Noah ordered when he saw shards of Robert's mental sphere falling inside his dark matter during his phrase. "I'm afraid I won't follow the orders this time." Robert laughed again before frowning due to the pain that his shattering mind sent. Countless ideas appeared in Noah's mind. He reviewed the entirety of his cultivation journey in an instant to search for something that could tell him how to save Robert. A few ideas could work as long as Noah only focused on keeping Robert alive and disregarded his current cultivation level and potential. He could absorb his consciousness inside his mind, record the current state of his existence, and replicate it later on when building another body. Noah could replace all the matter in his centers of power to create temporary organs that would save his consciousness and existence. Then, a long session with his ambition might make Robert able to go through a second rebirth. The process didn't have many chances to succeed, but it was better than nothing. Noah could turn Robert into a blood companion before freeing him. The expert would lose his current existence, but Noah felt confident in creating something quite similar. After all, Robert had experienced his rebirth under his guidance. Noah even considered activating the ability of his ethereal center of power to find better answers or expand his consciousness event further. Finding King Elbaz wouldn't be a problem at that point, and he might be able to help him figure out a solution. Even Divine Demon could play his part in that process with his miraculous law, but wasting time to summon others was a risk since it was very likely that most experts had fainted or were recovering. Noah didn't want to gamble away precious seconds when he was already there. "Noah, stop," Robert begged when he understood what his leader's cold expression hid. "My underlings aren't allowed to die," Noah stated. "That's between Rule 3 or 4 of my organization. Pick the number you like the most." "Only the first rule is important," Robert laughed. "And I broke it for a long time." "Robert," Noah said in a serious tone. "How many laws do you want me to throw away?" Robert asked. "How many chances do I even need to have before I decide to give up?" "This was bad luck," Noah announced. "You can't expect to face a solid-stage cultivator before the breakthrough to the 9th rank. Yet, you are in perfect shape," Robert smirked without putting the slightest envy in his tone. "And I'm floating aimlessly while I wait for my death. Is your power luck?" Noah remained silent. He could answer, but he didn't want to destroy Robert's last hope to live either. Still, he had to admit that his companion was right. Robert had already switched existence many times. Even Noah didn't know how much potential he would have left after another rebirth. "Are you asking me to let you die?" Noah questioned him while the demonic sword appeared in his hand. "I can make it quick." "I want you to make it quick," Robert explained. "But don't kill me with your words. My existence lives because of you. Take it. I know it will fit your law." Noah's expression became even colder, but two existences suddenly entered the range of his consciousness and made him focus on those areas. His dark world immediately expanded and sent waves of dark matter toward those presences before teleporting them next to him. Stephen puked blood after materializing next to Noah. The teleport didn't cause that event. His abdomen had a large hole that stretched from his dantian until his heart. He was also missing an arm, and the other was busy carrying a fainted Divine Demon. Divine Demon was still in his monstrous form, but he had lost most of his body. His figure was nothing more than a head attached to a triangular chunk of flesh that stretched until his dantian. Everything else had disappeared, but an invisible aura was keeping his insides in place. "He managed to make part of the energy turn," Stephen explained with a tinge of shame. I hid behind him when everything exploded again." "He would probably praise you for that," Noah scoffed. "That monster lives for wine, dragons, and demons." Stephen wanted to complain, but his voice failed to come out of his mouth when he saw Robert's state. Studying the amount of dark matter enveloping his body and filling his injuries was enough to explain how terrible his condition was, especially when it came to his head. "Xavier won't come and perform a miracle just to brag for a few days," Robert mocked. "Stop buying time." Stephen could understand most of the situation after that short interaction, and sadness inevitably filled his face. He and Robert had ended up getting close in those years since they shared their position at the bottom of the group. He felt unable to say anything when Noah sighed and stored the demonic sword. "Are you sure?" Noah asked. "Losing yourself among the darkness isn't too bad." "I have faced the darkness twice already," Robert shouted. "Heaven and earth have forced me to abandon my first law, and you have given me the chance to abandon their true meaning. Hurry up now. I want to experience becoming part of the monster that will destroy the sky with my last moment of awareness. As you wish, Noah whispered as an azure light came out of his eyes. It has been fun, Robert exclaimed when Noah placed his palm on his maimed head. It has been incredibly fun, Noah repeated, and the two exchanged one last smile before Supreme Thief's ability activated. A wave of memories flowed inside Noah's mind. He saw flashes of Robert's life before the first change of his law when heaven and earth had yet to force him to join their system. His power still had something to do with corrosive abilities, but those images were too vague for Noah to gain a clear understanding. The second wave of memories was even worse in terms of clarity. Most of them were simple while light and vague thoughts. Robert wasn't even himself during the period under heaven and earth's rule. Those mighty existences had forced him to modify his very core, transforming him into something that he barely recognized. Then, darkness cleared that blinding light and gave birth to a clear wave of memories. Noah saw everything from the events on the other side of the immortal lands to the last battle against the solid-stage cultivator. Intense emotions filled that part of Robert's memories. The anger toward the rulers was predominant, but Noah also found happiness. His companion could finally cultivate freely after his rebirth, and that was the best feeling in the world for someone who had to join heaven and earth's system unwillingly. A tinge of awareness still existed inside those memories. Noah could feel Robert's consciousness as he searched for his core, and calm gratitude seeped out of them. Robert had done his best and failed. That was how the cultivation journey worked, and he felt no regret about it. He had lived an incredibly long life, switched sides of the world multiple times, and his gratitude still existed now that his existence was becoming part of his leader. Noah didn't have to look for too long to find Robert's core. His mind opened on its own to reveal what remained of his law after the deadly injury. A cracked dark purple core eventually came out of Robert's consciousness and entered Noah's mind. The power of the mutations gained after the rebirth still raged strong, but heaven and earth had become immune to them by then. Anger accompanied that feature as the main aspect of his existence, and the same went for a vague curiosity that allowed his toxic energy to evolve. Noah couldn't turn that law into an ability. He could consider it a different version of his destruction, which would make it superfluous in his arsenal. Still, Robert was born from dark matter and ambition, so Noah could see himself inside that core. The core melted once Noah finished studying it. His mental waves wanted to devour that power to expand his mind, but he stopped them. He couldn't treat Robert as mere energy. The expert had to become part of him and fuse his aspects with what made the ambition so powerful. The corrosive aspect of Robert's law fused with Noah's destruction. The latter could sense his understanding deepening even if his mind was one step above his companion. The absorption had brought a new perspective that broadened that idea and granted Noah access to new uses. The faint curiosity split to fuse with his destruction and creation. That aspect also deepened the analytical properties that often accompanied his attacks. But their addition didn't create massive changes. Noah's law already enveloped that perspective, so the absorption only made his ability stronger. The anger ended up creating greater changes in Noah's mindset. He had always clashed with heaven and earth, but that mostly happened due to their constant suppression. He wanted to pierce the sky, but only because it stood in his way. Noah had come close to feeling hate for the rulers when the Crystal City had kidnapped his companions. Still, that feeling had waned after learning more about their existence. Noah could understand heaven and earth. He would have taken a different approach in front of the same failure, and he probably would have handled the control of the world more personally, but he could relate to their drive to reach the 10th rank. Noah couldn't hate them for being willing to use the entire world to push their level forward. Part of him actually respected the rulers for remaining past the peak of the cultivation journey even after acknowledging their failure. Most experts couldn't survive a simple change in the aspects of their laws, but heaven and earth never stopped transforming their existence, and they still stood at the top. Things changed when Noah felt Robert's deep anger toward the rulers. The feelings that had originated from the injustice suffered after his first defeat were impossible to ignore. Robert's anger flowed in his greed, hunger, sharpness, and overall ambition, adding different features to those aspects. Noah was a superior existence, so that feeling transformed when it became part of his defying law. Everything began to feel too bright, even if Noah's eyes were shut. The innate pressure radiated by the sky transformed into an annoying reminder of how easily the rulers could mess with his life. Even the air that Noah filtered through his power after heaven and earth made it toxic for his existence reminded him of his true nature. Heaven and earth cursed those who opposed their system, but that also gave them a unique status. The empty monster outside the sky was the most striking example of that effect. Noah suddenly discovered the power in his curse, and new abilities appeared as his existence finished absorbing Robert's law. Shatter the sky. Robert's voice resounded for the last time inside Noah's mind before his existence vanished from the world. Noah opened his eyes as the icy blue color of his reptilian eyes grew darker. Robert's body turned into dust among the cloud of dark matter after losing its law. That material still contained a bit of his power, but Noah didn't want it. Still, he couldn't let it disperse in heaven and earth's world, so he eventually accepted that burden. The dark matter devoured what remained of the expert. A mighty companion who had spent millennia with Noah had disappeared from the world. His force had lost one of its pillars, and his mind could only think about exacting a price from the rulers. "Gather the others," Noah ordered while waving his hand and retracting the dark world. Currents of dark matter entered Stephen and Divine Demon. The higher energy made up for the missing organs and brought some relief to their centers of power. Noah couldn't heal them, but it could help their innate recovery and stop the worsening of their injuries. "Is that it?" Stephen asked in a disappointed tone. "Robert dies and we dash dot. You might want to be careful about your next words," Divine Demon interrupted in a chilling voice. The arrival of the dark matter had awakened Divine Demon and had allowed him to herd Stephen's doubts about Noah's leadership. That was unacceptable when their opponent contained an unclear number of experts at the same level as the sword cultivator. "It's fine," Noah said while floating toward a seemingly random spot in the dead zone. "He is just angry. I'll make sure to convey that emotion." Both Stephen and Divine Demon felt confused, but they didn't question Noah. They couldn't imagine that he had started to feel the beings connected to heaven and earth more clearly, and he could see one of them standing in areas where his consciousness couldn't reach. Noah's figure pierced the sky and reappeared near the edges of the storms. A skeletal cultivator was on the ground, wandering as he searched for the expert who had stolen laws from heaven and earth. His cultivation level had fallen at the bottom of the liquid stage, but he appeared more stable than before. "Where is he?" A hoarse voice came from the skeleton when he sensed Noah. "We will use your death to build a new home among the storms," Noah explained as roots pierced his palm and took the shape of a sword. "The storms will never accept you," the skeleton laughed. "The foundations of these lands belong to heaven and earth. We'll find a way," Noah declared coldly while pointing the sword toward the skeleton. "We are demons. We build on corpses." A black drop fell from the tip of the roots after the announcement. The ground melted when the liquid touched it, and the corrosion released a dark purple gas that dispersed in the whiteness of the sky. The skeletal cultivator was stable but not in the best mental condition. He pointed his hand at Noah when he refused to give a proper answer, and a sword shot out. The blade was white and big. Its tip alone was 3 meters tall as it flew toward Noah and closed the distance between him in no time. Noah's mind had never been sharper. It worked at full power and benefited from the anger inherited from Robert. It studied the might behind the cultivator's attack in heaven and earth system, and black lines quickly covered the entirety of its structure. The sword exploded before it could reach Noah. He didn't wave his hands nor move, but the attack detonated and released a storm of tiny shards. Some tried to land on him, but they melted and released dark purple trails when they got close to his figure. The expert was in the liquid stage, but the fall in his cultivation level had turned him into an existence that stood even below newly advanced entities. Noah wouldn't feel confident against a normal opponent at that level, but he saw a path toward victory there. Moreover, something didn't allow him to back down. "Move aside already," the skeleton screamed while raising his arm. A giant sword materialized above Noah. The weapon started to fall as whiteness shone from its structure. Still, it vanished from his senses when the world in his vision transformed into an array of lines. The skeleton's eyes flickered when he sensed a change in the structure of the world. He instinctively waved his hands backward, and a sword started to materialize behind him. Yet, sword-shaped roots landed on his right forearm and interrupted his attack. The half-materialized swords continued to fly forward and triggered Noah's defenses. He had sprinted behind the expert, but he didn't manage to be quick enough to attack before him. Black lines appeared on the unstable swords, but they crashed on the defensive aura that had started to surround Noah before his destruction could affect them properly. They shattered and melted during the clash, but shards managed to pierce that protective layer and fly toward his body. Holes opened in Noah's figure. His body was basically in the 9th rank with all his empowerments, and it could even match magical beasts fairly deep into the lower tier. However, his opponent remained a liquid stage cultivator, and even his damaged attacks could hurt him. The shards pierced Noah from side to side, creating holes in his chest, shoulders, and arms. Still, his gaze didn't waver. He continued to stare deep into the expert's white eyes while he let his roots go crazy. His understanding flowed toward the parasite and empowered its corroding power. Noah had forced the plant to generate ranged attacks in the past, but the aspects of Robert's Law had fused with that ability to give birth to a dense fluid that had both intense and invasive properties. The dark purple liquid released by the roots could instantly destroy everything unable to resist its power, but it changed its approach against stronger assets. The skeleton's innate defenses had the shape of swords piled onto each other to create an armor that hovered above its figure, but dark shades started to spread from the spot where the parasite had landed. The parasite couldn't corrode it, but it managed to infect the powerful defensive method with its dark purple liquid. The shard that had hit Noah tried to push him backward, but his insane physical prowess allowed him to remain in his spot, so the plant could continue applying its effects. Noah even tried to dig his sword-shaped roots forward, but cracks opened on his weapon as he pushed the expert backward. He couldn't pierce the cultivator's innate defenses with his physical prowess, but the corrosive liquid eventually destabilized that armor of swords. The cultivator was preparing a second attack, but Noah's weapon suddenly pierced his innate defense and landed on his bones. The parasite promptly made its roots grow, and they entangled themselves around the skeletal arm before the expert decided to jump backward. The roots didn't want to let go of the expert, but the latter severed their connection with the parasite by making his figure release a wave of sharpness. Everything on his bones shattered at that point, but he quickly noticed that his arm was no more. It had fallen during his retreat. Part of the release of sharp energy hit Noah and opened multiple cuts on his figure, but that didn't stop him from charging ahead. Yet, his target wasn't the retreating cultivator. He stopped next to a spot that released dark purple gas. "You aren't even connected to your main body," Noah complained while picking the item releasing the toxic gas. The parasite had learnt from Noah's destruction during the attack, so it had focused on the shoulder to sever the entire arm. Still, the small chunks of roots that had survived the sharp waves by hiding behind the bones had continued to consume the limb after falling on the ground. Noah noticed how those roots mostly lost energy. They had no connection to the parasite, and they weren't big enough to contain that power by themselves. The bodies of the cultivators weren't too valuable, and that was even truer for that skeletal limb, but it remained a rank 9 material. A wave of fiery dark matter came out of Noah and burnt the limb and roots to absorb their power. The energy contained inside the arm managed to close a few superficial cuts, and he could only sigh at that sight. He remained injured, but his condition didn't matter too much as long as he could destabilize the expert's mind even more. The cultivator had grown angrier after inspecting that scene. Noah had actually managed to hurt him on his own. He couldn't let that insult go, but Noah acted before he could raise his free hand again. The expert directly summoned a giant sword behind him, and Noah materialized there for an instant, but a crack that led to the void opened in that spot when he sprinted again. He reappeared in front of the cultivator's chest, and his sword-shaped sword landed on the part of the barrier that defended his rib cage. "You won't have it, S-dash," the cultivator started to shout. But surprise filled his confused mind when he saw Noah's weapon piercing his innate defense in a matter of seconds. The roots had required half of their previous time to overcome the defense. Noah had learnt more about that innate technique after piercing it once, so he could destroy it even faster. An array of black lines also spread further than the dark purple liquid while the armor of swords continued to shatter. The cultivator had to divert his attack toward the roots that landed on his rib cage. He couldn't let them apply their effects for too long. But he suffered injuries even if he retreated quickly and launched a sharp wave of energy that severed Noah's attack from the parasite again. The expert landed in the distance, and his sternum fell apart once his feet touched the ground. His heart was in the open now, and only his ribs continued to protect his organs. He didn't know how it was possible, but Noah was actually defeating him. Noah felt stronger than ever. Cuts and holes made him bleed, but he barely felt them. His mind was cold even if destructive thoughts and anger filled its insides. Mere bones couldn't oppose his attacks. The cultivator couldn't do anything after Noah pierced the armor of swords. The expert's attacks also failed to deal enough damage since Noah's destruction acted as a defensive shield that was highly effective against abilities that he continued to study. It was as if Robert's laws had reached perfection after making its aspects flow in Noah's ambition. Each of its properties had found its true path when paired with unstoppable physical strength, a mind meant to find flaws, and a true meaning that could empower everything he had. Noah had literally transformed in minutes, and the cultivator could only remain in awe in front of his relentless offensive. The cultivator's skull didn't move, but his hoarse voice still resounded in the area. "What are you? Why can you pierce me?" Noah could explain in detail how his mind continued to study the expert's existence and increase the efficiency of his corrosiveness. He could tell him how those features didn't only apply to the parasite and the destructive aura that lingered around his figure. He could reveal how that was only part of his power, but words were useless now. A slash shot out of the sword-shaped root in Noah's hand after a simple wave of his hand. The attack was massive and carried so many properties that even a stable mind would struggle to recognize. The greed and hunger carried by the slash made the ground shatter and forced its energy to flow inside the curved attack to increase its size and power. Those aspects even relied on specific parts of Noah's destruction and creation to increase the dangerousness of their influence and improve the blow without destabilizing its structure. The slash released intense sharpness capable of seeping into the very fabric of space and time. The cultivator saw it flying toward him, but he felt unable to move or dodge it. The world had already recorded his impact with the attack and had turned it into an unavoidable event. Trails of dark smoke came out of the slash. The dark matter was the strongest and most flexible material in the world, so it replicated the effects of Noah's flames and the parasite's corrosiveness. His destruction also did its part there, and it added the knowledge gathered by his mind to make everything more effective against the cultivator. Anger filled the slash too. Noah knew that his opponent was part of heaven and earth system, so his new feeling activated and improved the effectiveness of his attack. There was simply too much in that single attack, and Noah could add even more. He still had the companions, the dark world, his army of disposable puppets, the stronger effects that the demonic sword could generate, the superior power of the cursed sword, the shadow domain, and his ethereal center of power. The laws of most existences that reached the 9th rank would only carry one or two aspects, but Noah had so many that he could pick which ones he considered to be more effective in each situation. Even the liquid stage cultivator with his confused mind could acknowledge him as the strongest monster that had ever stepped on the immortal lands. The slash slammed on the cultivator and created a hole in his innate defenses. The armor of swords shattered as flames, sharpness, black lines, and a corrosive substance spread throughout his chest. He had to make one of his giant swords fall next to him and make it release its shockwaves to get rid of those abilities. The exchange left the cultivator severely weakened. His cultivation level resumed falling as his existence started to crumble again. Noah's attacks had managed to shatter the stability that the expert's clarity had brought. It didn't take much before he reached the peak of the gaseous stage and lost even more body parts. The cultivator didn't give up. He raised his arm toward the sky and spread his aura forward. His broken existence seemed to create a connection with the wild layer far away in the distance to call for help. Noah didn't want to test himself against heaven and earth's counter at that time. He had too much in his mind. He had even thought of a way to quicken the improvement of his battle prowess. He couldn't let the rulers slow him down now. The array of lines replaced the world in his vision. Noah sprinted in front of the skeleton while leaving a large crack connected to the void behind him. But he noticed that something was off when he was about to pierce the expert with his sword-shaped root. The skeleton didn't have facial muscles anymore. Its eyes were even completely white, so it was hard to read his expressions. However, the desperation that had seeped into his aura was impossible to miss. He was looking at the sky, but the sky wasn't looking back. Noah stopped to look in the same direction. He felt almost able to see the connection that the cultivator had built with heaven and earth, but nothing was flowing toward the storms. The rulers were silent as if they didn't recognize their followers. Their system can't recognize you because they have lost the original laws, Noah explained quickly. What? The skeleton asked while lowering his head, but the sword-shaped root pierced his heart. Noah had used his previous line to keep the expert surprised long enough to pierce the armor of swords with the roots. The corrosive substance and the black lines spread through the cultivator's organs, and pieces of his maimed body started to fall or turn into dust. The cultivator tried to summon his power to free himself of those substances, but Noah stabbed his other hand through the innate defenses and grabbed the skull before his opponent could release any attack. The armor of swords was too weak now. To his empowered body was more than enough to pierce it. An azure light started to shine from behind Noah's reptilian eyes. He dived deep into the expert's confused mind and searched among messy thoughts and shards of his mental sphere for his core. That existence would have many missing spots and feature multiple instabilities. But Noah didn't care. He only wanted those ideas. The confused thoughts were a messy cloud that made his exploration troublesome. Noah even found giant ethereal swords floating around and reacting to that foreign presence. But his black mental waves were too powerful there. He could even release his bloodlust to clear the area quickly, but he feared that he would damage the cultivator's existence due to its frail state. A white core eventually appeared in his vision, and Noah didn't hesitate to seize it. When he opened his eyes, he found that ethereal mass of energy in his palm. Noah couldn't absorb something created by heaven and earth right away. It would only self-destruct inside his mind. Still, it wasn't hard for him to start a process that could purify that energy. A dark purple liquid came out of his skin and forced the connection and influence of heaven and earth to leave the white core. Sizzling noises came out of that existence until it darkened and found a new unstable form. Noah put that energy inside his mind and let his mental waves contain its unstable structure. He had already developed an ability due to Supreme Thief's technique, but he didn't want to limit himself there. He had other plans for that existence. The skeleton shattered after losing his existence. The dust that came out of his already destroyed body flew toward Noah and helped fix his injuries. The effects were barely noticeable, especially as Noah deactivated his empowerments. The unstable substance, Isaac's ability, and ambition left him with a deep sense of weakness that slowed down his requirements and forced the black hole to invest more energy in dispersing stress. Still, he didn't face any deepening of his injuries, and his body remained stable. Those drawbacks appeared unable to affect Noah deeply. His body was advancing slowly, but each step taken forward consisted in a massive increase in power. The same went for the black hole due to its connection with his dantian. The latter's improvements would multiply after reaching the fourth center of power. Noah's potential increased after that victory. He had gone from succeeding in forcing his breakthrough and expanding what his centers of power could achieve to fighting a middle-tier puppet and a solid-stage cultivator in a relatively short time. He didn't actually defeat the expert at his full power on his own, but the battle had been so out of his range that his achievements had still fueled his ambition. I need a bit more for my dantian, Noah concluded in his mind after inspecting the state of his centers of power. The experiments with his copies had shown him how his centers of power could reach the 9th rank. His dantian could technically follow a regular path and expand as energy flowed in its insides and his influence intensified. Yet, most tests saw the organ using the accumulated potential to jump into the superior realm. Noah had already seen how much his dantian would normally need, so he had to go beyond that to achieve the same results obtained with his mind. The ethereal blackness had enough space to make it grow after the breakthrough, but Noah wanted to establish a good foundation instead of improving it once it became a proper rank 9 center of power. It wasn't hard to get a vague idea of how much Noah would need to execute that plan, but it was definitely scary. Truth be told, his existence was ready to step into the superior realm. Spending some time cultivating would be enough to bring him to a level where his current potential could close the gap that separated the Danteon from the 9th rank. Still, his ambition didn't allow him to settle for perfection. He needed more. I need to fight middle-tier and liquid stage opponents from now on. Noah sighed when he thought about how steep his requirements had become. And I still need to use the energy in the ethereal blackness to make the last push. Going past his monstrous potential was only the first step. Noah's ethereal blackness had the last word on the matter. His Danteon had to experience the same double empowerment as his mind and reach levels of power that even he didn't know how to describe. Noah didn't even want to think about his body. All his copies had struggled to make it advance, and filling the requirements for the chrysalis had always required materials at an insane level. The closer I get, the longer the path stretches. Noah thought as he let his mind drift away in that moment of peace, but his memories didn't let him remain in that state for long. And more blood gets spilled. Noah continued his previous thought before pointing at the spot where the cultivator had died. Dark matter seeped out of his fingers as the dark world expanded. Workshops appeared to help transform the higher energy and creating a simple structure. Noah knew that King Elbaz would have to modify that building later on, but he wanted his dark matter to stay at its core. Robert had been a good underling and companion, so heaven and earth needed a reminder that could resist the storms. Noah wasn't even afraid that the rulers would try to take it down since they had already shown how busy they were. The dark matter transformed into bricks that carried the specific features dictated by his mind. Noah wanted to replicate Robert's existence while applying some modifications to prevent it from killing those who couldn't resist his toxic abilities. Ambition, anger, corrosion, and the ability to mutate heaven and earth's matter took the shape of walls, floors, ceilings, and roofs as a large obelisk grew from the ground and stretched toward the sky. Familiar presences entered the dark world as Noah continued to build that monument. He recognized his companions, and King Elbaz slowly approached him from the side. King Elbaz appeared fine, but his complexion was pale. He had been at some distance from the detonation of the 3 immense swords, but he had still suffered injuries that even his unique body couldn't hide. The cultivator frowned and widened his eyes whenever Noah committed what he considered to be errors. However, he forced himself to remain silent, especially since the ambition radiated by each brick, tile, and wall eventually fixed everything and even surpassed what King Elbaz could do with a single energy. "We need to stop and recover," Noah stated once the building reached its completion. "It's the perfect chance to create a lasting reminder of Robert's life." All the experts had gathered by then, and Noah had sensed King Elbaz arriving with Stephen and Divine Demon. He had to know that Robert had died. "He might have cheated death more than you," King Elbaz commented. "Can you even say that he died when his existence still lives through you?" "Stephen sure talks a lot," Noah scoffed. "Did you miss that spot on purpose? Or do you like to make me angry?" King Elbaz asked while pointing at one of the bricks on the obelisk. "Everyone likes to make you angry," Noah replied. "And I didn't miss anything. Do I really need to show dash?" King Elbaz started to make an arrogant remark, but Noah's ambition fixed the flaw during his line and forced him to fall silent. King Elbaz's expression eventually turned serious before an obvious statement came out of his mouth. "We weren't ready for so much. Do you think the other breakthrough will cause something similar?" "I hope they do," Noah replied. "Do you have any idea of how much heaven and earth have lost because that madman managed to touch structures that go beyond worlds?" "I definitely need to hear that story again," King Elbaz responded. "Also, that will only bring more threats that we can't handle." "Then someone else might die," Noah explained before turning toward his companion. "I know you like to be prepared for everything, but heaven and earth have devoured laws for eons. We are literally against everything, so you have to accept the risk of the unknown." I'm not divine demon, King Elbaz snorted. You can't push my power forward through challenges. My underling died today, Noah sighed. Heaven and earth lost a dying pawn while we lost a pillar. We still don't know how much Sword Saint has affected them, so we will consider this as our loss. Let's avoid it next time. You are already pushing your existence past what your centers of power can handle, King Elbaz responded. What more can you do? What more can we do? Our opponents are simply strong. I have a few ideas for myself, Noah declared. So you all should get some. You are going for something crazy again, aren't you? King Elbaz asked. We should start classifying the levels of crazy, Noah suggested. Though I wouldn't know where to put this anyway. Noah completed the obelisk and let King Elbaz step in. The structure enlarged as golden materials turned it into a proper palace with Noah's creation at its center. Needless to say, the golden materials turned black in a matter of hours, but King Elbaz had predicted that outcome. He had even helped it by adding Noah's influence to his calculation and favoring its expansion. The pace was initially barren, and the experts would have accepted it in that state, but King Elbaz didn't let anyone inside until it reached the level of perfection that had to accompany his name. King Elbaz added inscriptions to create reinforced training areas. He spread formations throughout the entire dead zone to connect the storms to the structure and provide a stable energy source. He even built multiple halls meant for each expert. It would be hard for Noah's group to find someone who could do a better job than King Elbaz, even if they explored the entirety of the storms. Still, he made sure to leave the central obelisk empty. That structure was a symbol that no one wanted to taint with their influence. Gathering and political meetings might happen there one day, but the 6 experts were past that. They preferred to keep it as a monument that perfectly depicted Robert's existence. All the experts needed to recover. Dealing with rank 9 existences was always troublesome, especially for experts who had yet to gain access to rank 9 centers of power. Their worlds could affect laws and leave lasting injuries, and something similar had happened to the group. Only King Elbaz, Noah, and Sword Saint had managed to avoid those consequences. King Elbaz was simply a monster who had already studied the sword cultivator's existence and created a counter to his influence. Sword Saint carried the aspects of the sword path that the expert wanted to retrieve, and Noah had a rank 9 mind that allowed him most of the superiority that centers of power in a higher realm could apply. Divine Demon, Stephen, and Wilfred didn't have it too hard either, since the sword cultivator's existence had been on the verge of falling apart since the beginning of the fight. He could affect matter and other laws, but his influence couldn't compare to stable true meanings even if he had initially been in the solid stage. The easier process didn't shrink the time that the experts needed to recover. They had all suffered severe injuries that risked spreading to their centers of power, so they had to take care of them. Moreover, rebuilding bodies from scratch could be a pain depending on how strong they had to be. Only Sword Saint was virtually completely fine after the battle. His new understanding of the sword path and the role that his companions had given him had prevented him from suffering injuries. Also, he was a real rank 9 existence now, so he could express far more power than his peers. Sword Saint had planned to leave as soon as the battle ended, but he knew that Robert's death was partially his fault. He didn't regret his actions nor blame himself, but his friends had lost one of their pillars because of him, so he delayed his departure to make sure that everyone would recover completely. Noah ended up being one of the first among the group to recover completely. He had already healed before the battle through the remaining solid-stage energy and the fuel left by the brown avatar, so his injuries only came from his clash with the already weakened cultivator. Noah spent a bit cultivating before contacting King Elbaz and confirming that he was ready to receive him. He had a lot in his mind, but he wanted to study a few things before approaching his future projects. "Don't tell me that this is about the puppets," King Elbaz asked when Noah entered his training area. "Don't call them puppets," Noah scolded as a series of cries came out of his chest. Warm golden light filled King Elbaz's training area. Multiple brighter lines spread from under his cross-legged figure and stretched on the various surfaces. Flames came out of the walls from time to time. It was as if King Elbaz had spread his existence throughout the area to increase the amount of energy that he could gather at the same time. Still, that power didn't seem to go to his centers of power. Are you drawing more power than us from the palace? Noah asked. I'm not you, King Elbaz snorted. Each training area gains access to the same amount of energy. I only absorb it faster, so I get the refill before all of you. Noah laughed before disregarding the matter. He could also exploit the palace's structure, but he didn't need more energy at that level. It was almost useless for him to absorb storms. How did you create a puppet capable of adapting to each attack? Noah went right to the point. I know I did my best with my higher energy. A few arrogant comments won't distract me from what you are doing. You could have definitely done more with your higher energy, King Elbaz commented. Oh, please, Noah teased. Who came begging the darkness hybrid to create the higher energy that you couldn't make? I barely remember that stuff, King Elbaz exclaimed while turning his gaze. Can the great Xavier Elbaz even forget things? Noah teased again while sitting on a spot at some distance from the expert. Maybe he isn't so great. King Elbaz voiced a sigh before playing with the space ring on his finger. He appeared hesitant about revealing his new ability, which surprised Noah since his friend liked to brag about his achievements. You can't use this method, King Elbaz eventually revealed. Do you want to know it anyway? How can I know that I won't succeed before you? Noah scoffed. I'm serious, King Elbaz repeated. This isn't something that you can approach. You would need a deep understanding in every inscription field ever created just to start working on it. Do you have it? Noah asked. Of course not, King Elbaz declared. That's impossible. Not even heaven and earth can achieve so much. You would have to exist since the beginning of time just to have a chance to learn everything. Why did you even start it then? Noah frowned. You are curious, not dumb. Because I saw a path, King Elbaz explained. My path possibly. In theory, I could have made up for the missing fields by regressing current methods and finding their origins. That has given birth to new ideas until I found something else. Come on, Elbaz, Noah cursed. Don't grow shy on me. King Elbaz heaved another sigh before stretching his arm forward. The golden jelly-like sphere that he had used against the swarm of flying cockroaches. Noah could study it easily, but he couldn't find anything too strange there even after inspecting it with his rank 9 mind. The jelly seemed a regular lump of King Elbaz's higher energy. It was denser than his usual flames, but the expert had experimented so much with his golden power that nothing could surprise Noah anymore. This is incomplete, King Elbaz stated, but it's on the right path. On the way to recreate forgotten fields, I found a power capable of uniting them all. The energy of the magical beasts is the primordial fuel capable of becoming everything, so something that contains everything must exist. I'm trying to create the realm above the higher energy. Noah gasped in surprise before wearing a pensive expression. His mind quickly analyzed King Elbaz's words to see if he could find some sense in them, but everything felt out of his reach. The primary energy could turn into everything. Noah had created his first version of the darkness with it. He had even used that fuel in many techniques, and his hybrid status had taught him its remarkable properties. The lack of nature of the primary energy was the very reason why magical beasts could absorb different types of breath, without requiring special techniques or similar methods. Yet, those were rules that applied to the human and heroic ranks. Noah and King Elbaz were gods. They dealt with laws. They had already abandoned their search for stronger energies to focus on deeper meanings since that was the source of true power. Noah treated the higher energy as a superior fuel and the main material for his creations. The Dark World's ability to modify the environment surpassed the power applied by domains, and Noah could even adapt it to different situations. Still, the nature of his dark matter had some value only if it reached a decent level. The fact that it was a higher form of energy didn't matter on its own, and the same would apply to anything superior. Noah could see the benefits of gaining access to something even stronger than the higher energy, but he didn't know how it could become a path toward the 9th rank. Moreover, he couldn't understand how it could gain what King Elbaz was claiming. It was one thing for a fuel to have no limits in the number of shapes it could achieve, but the opposite sounded impossible. I know what you are thinking, King Elbaz announced. I have no actual proof that the state above the higher energy will generate the effects that I hope. I've only seen it for a brief moment. I know it's possible, and that's enough. Noah inspected King Elba's expression with blank eyes. He didn't want to show anything, but the expert knew what was going through his mind. King Elba's could see Noah's doubts and worries. If I die, I die, King Elba's added as determination filled his gaze. I can't deny my nature. So, the Hydra was only a test? Noah asked. Indeed, King Elba's confirmed. I can't approach this path arrogantly. I have to recall how it was back then when I first started cultivating. I need to start with small things and perform countless tests until I can finally seize results. Noah scratched the side of his head as everything became clear in his mind. He couldn't use King Elba's method to improve his companions. He had struggled for a long time to push his attacks past the state of singularities. The sole idea of doing the same for his dark matter without ruining his existence sounded impossible. Noah wouldn't even know how to approach that project. He couldn't use King Elba's tactic because his knowledge in the inscription methods was non-existent compared to the expert. Moreover, he didn't even feel curious about that path. His ambition usually pushed him to jump on everything that could give him more power, but it found that experiment too unrealistic even to appear interesting. You have actually managed to leave my ambition speechless, Noah commented. The sky might shatter if you said that again, King Elba's laughed. How would it even work? Noah asked while standing up and releasing part of his primary energy. Darkness and dark matter followed before creating 3 spheres that contained the different fuels. Noah saw only a simple difference in density and power level there, but King Elba's thought of that as a system that ended with something above the higher energy. The energy of the magical beasts existed before heaven and earth forced the breath to be the new baseline, King Elba's explained. The initial energy gained elements on its own and acted as the foundation of laws. The higher energy goes beyond that. It might be too young as a branch to study a general functioning, but I believe it can touch the realm of laws even if its base power shouldn't allow that. The suppression that Noah could apply with the dark world in the heroic ranks resembled a weaker version of the domains. He could accept King Elba's statement, but the latter was still far away from connecting everything to his idea. I've noticed a common trend in the higher energy, King Elba's continued. It gets more general and tries to envelop more aspects of the world in most cases. You have your dark matter, but my flames are quite flexible too. I don't know how much I can use divine demons since power goes against everything I exist for, but I have found something similar in your woman. June's black lightning was an energy that allowed her perfect circuit to generate more power. The desire for an endless battle existed inside that power, but King Elba's statement sounded on point. It was definitely more general than the breath. This trend should lead to something even broader, King Elba's concluded. It should be the final energy in the field created by the magical beast's energy, and I believe it will have opposite but similar properties due to its position in the system. The topic felt completely normal to him, but Noah found himself reevaluating his ideas on the matter. Sword Saint's breakthrough has only proven me right, King Elba's exclaimed when he recalled something. He has shown how there are rules that go beyond laws, systems inside systems. I'm trying to gain full mastery over this one, to put it simply. And you dare to call me crazy? Noah smirked while dispersing the energies in front of him. Maybe I affected you after all these years spent together. You definitely did, King Elbas said in a tone that sounded like a curse. But you don't get to call anyone crazy. I know that what you have in mind is even worse than my idea. Noah limited himself to smile and check the insides of his mind. His thoughts went on the sword cultivator's cracked and flawed existence, Chandal's ability, and Isaac's skill. He looked at Supreme Thief's technique too, but he didn't linger there for too long. I told you mine, King Elbas stated. You tell me yours. You know I can absorb core abilities from cultivators that prove themselves unworthy of their power, right? Noah began to explain. It comes from Supreme Thief's power, King Elbas responded. I know. It wasn't hard to connect everything once seeing it in action, though those requirements are strange. Most abilities are expressions of an expert's existence, Noah said while ignoring King Elbas. My stronger mind gives me access to proper aspects of a law. In theory, I can steal aspects and existences that suit my ambition and use them to deepen my understanding. It won't be random like with heaven and earth. I plan to bring a stable and constant improvement to my foundation by hunting down rank 9 experts. That might actually fit you, King Elbaz revealed after an initial moment of surprise. You have managed to help Alexander with your mental waves too. Another thing, Noah added. I can simply throw away the aspects or existences that I get, so I can potentially give them to you all. King Elbaz remained silent in front of that tempting offer. The aspects of a law usually had limits since they covered only powers directly connected to each existence. For example, Noah's understanding of destruction was deep, but it couldn't compare to the death dragon since the creature was born to carry all the laws connected to that true meaning. That might hurt us all, King Elbaz immediately stated. It can work for you due to your unique existence, but each improvement will slow down your journey. Also, you have to make sure to keep everything connected to your ambition and don't stray away from your path. I know the risks, Noah commented. But what can we do? Heaven and earth have armies amassed throughout eras, and we can't hope in another sword saint. I've seen them ignoring a solid-stage cultivator as if he were nothing more than a pawn meant to die. How much power do you think they hold? We are the best experts who have ever walked on these lands, King Elbaz proudly announced. Each one of us will be as strong as 10 of them once we reach the peak. What if they have hundreds of disposable assets? Noah asked. What if they get too scared and kick us of the sky before we can become a real danger? What are you even suggesting? King Elbaz replied. We have always known how difficult it was. That's why we are pushing our limits past every reasonable level. I'm just saying that it might not be enough, Noah sighed. The next time heaven and earth throw a solid-stage cultivator at us, we are dead. We need to be more. We risk becoming heaven and earth with your plan, King Elbaz complained. That's the point, Noah explained while standing up. You don't have to accept anything unless you find it suitable for your existence. Moreover, we wouldn't take heaven and earth's path. They need many laws to become a world, but we must remain loyal to our true meanings. Deepening our aspects is the only way to increase our potential. Noah believed in those words. He had decided to push his ethereal blackness to be more than his centers of power would have initially built for that same reason. Heaven and earth were too strong, and even the best among the best couldn't face them. The same weakness that Noah believed to have afflicted his companions. They were strong, incredibly so, but they remained existences. His group counted 7 experts now that Robert had died. They would probably become the best warriors the world had ever seen, but they remained 7 against an uncountable army. Noah had considered every option, and victory was achievable. In the best option, his group would manage to make heaven and earth lose a lot of power, continue to defeat their punishments, and bring all their enemies together in a grand final battle. The other view saw the rulers finding a way to ignore their fairness and throwing something too strong for them. Noah didn't want to rely on others, but he acknowledged when he had to compromise. He couldn't win on his own, but the dragons and the monster outside the sky were unreliable. If possible, he preferred to rely only on his companions, but that meant that they had to become stronger than the other potential allies. However, existences had limits that everyone built throughout their cultivation journey. Even someone like Noah had found himself feeling short of power when he found himself in front of the 9th rank. The others had to be worse than him, and he couldn't ignore that issue. King Elbaz could only heave a sigh when Noah's explanation ended. His leader wasn't wrong, but everything felt too unreasonable. Even his path had turned into a mad search for something that he had only gazed at once. We don't have much to do anyway, King Elbaz eventually announced. Finding opponents is what we do. Maybe we'll find something that we can't refuse and join your crazy plan. How confident are you that it won't affect our journey? I have no idea. Noah shrugged his shoulders, and his gesture left King Elbaz speechless. I only tried with Robert's existence, but he doesn't count since he is a child of my dark matter. I wanted to test everything after learning about the Hydra, but alas. Get out and don't come back unless you have clear data, King Elbaz shouted. "It will work," Noah promised while walking outside the training hall and waving his hand. King Elbaz shook his head once Noah finally left alone. He felt pissed after going through that long discussion when Noah was only going over his ideas. Yet, his thought eventually went on his impossible project, and he found himself staring at the golden jelly. King Elbaz had relied on the understanding contained inside the life sphere to move forward in his experiment. He would have probably reached similar results if he spent enough time studying those laws, but the first process was simply faster. The difference in terms of millennia of training would be immense. An idea that King Elbaz instinctively tried to suppress spread through his mind at some point. His existence might not be enough to concoct the final energy. That power could be something that simple existences shouldn't reach. Noah wore a cold expression while he moved toward the training hall. He didn't speak about his idea to King Elbaz randomly. The expert had often helped him understand if his ambition was leading him astray. Noah needed a second opinion, and he had obtained it. He only needed to prove King Elbaz right now. Noah reached his training area in no time. His hall was dark, reinforced with every type of shield that King Elbaz could imagine. It could also expand at will since the expert had tuned it with Noah's understanding of space. It was basically a separate dimension that didn't need to leave the actual world. His mind had already decided where to start. Noah currently had 3 foreign techniques in his mind belonging to Supreme Thief, Isaac, and Chandel. They appeared suitable for some aspects of his law and his general true meaning. In theory, he could already improve his existence. Slow and steady, Noah thought while sitting at the center of his training hall. Just like I hate it. Noah had time to test a few projects while his companions recovered, and he didn't hesitate to approach that pressing idea. His focus converged on Chandel's ability, and its functioning unfolded in his mind. His understanding of time had long since become good enough to study the differences in the laws that his existence and Chandel had approached during their journeys. The actual effects of Chandel's ability involved the halting of time in a small area, while Noah's understanding focused on bending it. They belonged to the same field of laws, but they were pretty different. Still, Chandel's ability was raw, basic, and Noah had even needed to complete it back then. Supreme Thief's ability activated and used its effects on Chandel's understanding. Noah could study that power in ways he had never done before, but everything felt too weak. He barely noticed when his mind threw those ideas in his aspect of time. Noah didn't feel different either after the absorption. He had gained a vague idea, but he would have to expand his understanding to bring its power to the 9th rank. His focus went on his remaining 2 skills at that point. Supreme Thief's ability involved his greed, hunger, and pride, while Isaac's technique would affect his pride and his ambition as a whole. Noah needed to pick one of them to see what to fuse with his existence first, but even his mind couldn't find a perfect answer. Supreme Thief's ability felt like the obvious choice in Noah's project to deepen the aspects of his laws. He wouldn't be able to use the actual stealing skill during the process, but he wouldn't need it anymore afterward since it would belong to his existence. Moreover, Supreme Thief's ability affected only the aspects of his law, not the actual ambition. Greed, pride, and hunger were part of his true meaning, but not its foundation. Noah would prefer to affect his ambition only after gaining a bit of experience in the process and confirming once more that everything was working well. Also, approaching Isaac's ability would be far easier after he gained access to the entirety of Supreme Thief's understanding. Yet, the decision had a completely different perspective that involved the depth of the understanding of those abilities. Isaac was a mere rank 8 cultivator in the solid stage who had joined Heaven and Earth system. Instead, Supreme Thief was a rank 9 monster who had been able to come back to life. The difference between their power was immense, which would definitely affect the procedure, especially in its length. Truth be told, Noah wasn't even sure he could absorb Supreme Thief's ability into his existence without affecting himself due to the difference in understanding. His greed, pride, and hunger might change into something that his ambition didn't accept if he let the process transform those aspects, and Noah didn't want to end up like Heaven and Earth. The procedure already carried inherent risks, and Noah wasn't famous for his safe approaches. Still, he had to put limits in front of him when it came to such important parts of his journey. One mistake would ruin his path forever. He would see millennia of struggles falling apart in mere seconds. Isaac it is, Noah eventually concluded. The choice didn't bother Noah too much since Isaac's ability was incredibly similar to his ambition. They actually appeared to be born from the same core idea. His ambition could amass potential capable of boosting the level of every aspect of his existence after he succeeded in an incredible feat. Noah's existence wasn't only that, especially when it came to the influence that he could spread in the environment and the benefits received by those around him, but its core ability remained the empowerment. Isaac was similar. His existence founded its power on the enemies he defeated and created an energy that could boost most of his attacks. It worked as a limited version of the ambition's potential, and Noah found fusing them quite reasonable. The effects that two different abilities would usually lead to something inferior to the power that a single superior technique could generate. The issue was in the conflicting properties between the skills. It didn't matter how similar they were. A few features would always differ, and that alone would cause problems. I wonder how strong my ambition can become after this, Noah thought as he prepared his mind for the process. Noah didn't even need to think about the preparations that his mind needed. He had completed so many experiments and mental battles in that ethereal environment that the dark matter almost acted on its own after entering his center of power to provide its help. The process was quite important for Noah. Deepening his aspects and absorbing new abilities were almost a necessity in his mind. Still, the part regarding his ambition was far more significant, not only because it was the core, foundation, and authentic expression of his existence. His potential would play a crucial part in making his Danteon reach the intended level that surpassed what his talent and accumulation wanted it to obtain. Increasing the quality of that power would slow down his future advancements, but it would also give him a stronger fuel that would help in his main project. Noah activated Supreme Thief's ability, but he didn't immediately focus on Isaac's skill. He let the dark matter accumulated inside his mind copy the properties of the azure light and enhance its effects. The dark matter didn't take much to complete the task. It even managed to isolate the properties of the mental walls to make sure that the process was as smooth as possible. After all, Supreme Thief's technique targeted abilities, not existences, so Noah had to keep the light active and dig deeper into what he had stolen to obtain what he wanted. The understanding was everything. Azure light shone on the ethereal area isolated by the dark matter. Intense greed seeped out of Noah's figure as his concentration reached its peak. The piece of Isaac's existence that caused its ability slowly melted and fell on the radiant barrier of dark matter. Pure understanding tried to fuse with Noah's higher energy, but he let it pass and reached the mental sea downward. Noah immediately felt hot. His Danteon churned, sweat appeared on his body, and the black hole started to rotate at full speed. His consciousness struggled to keep track of what was happening in his surroundings' mental sphere. His entire existence felt dizzy as understanding poured inside his ambition and pride. The pride's aspect deepened. It gained understanding in areas that Noah had never studied since that feeling had always been deeply connected to his magical beast side. Instead, he was gaining a similar power but expanded on the pure cultivator side, which gave Noah a complete view of the field. Still, his existence shook whenever the drops of understanding fell on his ambition. Noah sensed a foreign force touching him deeply and giving him power as it tried to change what it was. Isaac had based his ability on the rebels of heaven and earth system killed, while Noah had given it a broader purpose when he turned it into his technique. The dark matter purified that understanding further, but something belonging to the original meaning remained, so it obviously tried to fight or change Noah's ambition. However, Noah had access to a rank 9 mind. His mental sea started to radiate his intense pride and act as a second filter for Isaac's understanding as soon as problems arrived. Noah's condition slowly stabilized as his existence managed to limit the effects of Isaac's understanding to his potential. His ambition almost split to give more room to that energy, and the process eventually ended. Deep breaths came out of Noah's mouth as he inspected his body after he opened his eyes. He was fine. His figure didn't change, his existence had also remained the same, and his centers of power were okay. He continued to feel dizzy, but the feeling came from his insides since everything had yet to adapt to the new state. Noah even checked his potential. He initially remained surprised when he saw that it had shrunk, but he quickly understood the reason behind that event. His power didn't diminish. That fuel had simply gained a denser state that expressed its new ability better. That's also complete, Noah thought as he used part of his potential to empower a chunk of dark matter in his palm. Noah recalled exactly how much potential his higher energy needed to reach its solid state, so he felt pleasantly surprised to confirm that the requirements had almost halved. He didn't manage to multiply the effects of his ambition, but that result was already incredible. The hard part was over. The more challenging part was about to begin, but Noah approached it only after gaining confidence in the new power of his potential. Countless tests went by as Noah grew used to his new potential. The drawbacks were harsher due to the almost double power that the fuel carried, but that didn't scare him. The process would mainly require his mind, so eventual empowerments wouldn't hurt him too much due to its rank 9 status. Noah spent the rest of his time perfecting his imitation of Supreme Thief's ability. His black hole was also peculiar as a center of power, so it could endure the drawbacks fairly well, but he wanted to know exactly what he was doing. It turned out that simply copying the technique wasn't enough to obtain satisfying effects, but that was almost expected considering Supreme Thief's level. Noah had to spend some time and tinker with the workshop to create a diagram capable of activating a spell practically identical to the expert's ability. Noah could succeed in the task relatively easily since he could let the lines shape themselves while the light of Supreme Thief's ability shone on them. He used a foundation of greed, pride, hunger, and ambition to make sure that his version would have the same features without losing power. The replica's power couldn't match Supreme Thief's technique completely, but Noah felt confident that everything would be fine once his potential activated. His priority was on confirming that his version worked flawlessly and expressed similar meanings, and he had achieved those results. Supreme Thief didn't have only greed in his existence. Those features didn't end at his pride either. The expert expressed curiosity, carelessness, and other aspects that Noah didn't want, or, rather, he couldn't accept for fear of hurting his law. The next step after confirming the power of his copy consisted in the creation of a filter made of dark matter. Noah had to make sure that nothing dangerous flowed toward his existence. That would make the ability part of its power, but he couldn't find better solutions. It was even better to apply the filters after the ability melted rather than trying to removing them before the technique activated to avoid remnants and similar issues. The creations of filters took longer than the last task, but the testing phase was at fault there. Creating the actual membrane of dark matter wasn't hard. The problem was confirming that it worked as intended without testing it by melting Supreme Thief's ability. Noah had to create multiple versions of his copy and test them with the filter. Each different technique tried to imitate and highlight the features that he didn't want his existence to absorb, so everything took a while. Knight also had to patrol the membrane of dark matter inside his mind to make sure that the undesired features didn't reach the mental sea. The pterodactyl's keen senses when it came to laws were perfect for the task, especially if the ambition empowered it. The creature would obviously suffer severe drawbacks, but it was willing to pay that price to help Noah. Noah eventually started the procedure. The dark matter created a special environment inside his mental sphere before activating the copy of the ability. Supreme Thief's technique began to melt, and his ethereal figure even materialized at some point, but that didn't make Noah stop. He felt pretty sure that the old monster would have approved his methods. Part of the melted understanding managed to seep past the filter while the rest remained above the dark matter, condensing and storing it in a different part of the mental sphere. It was a pity to throw away those aspects, especially since some seemed to suit his friends. Noah felt a scorching sensation as understanding flowed inside his greed, pride, and hunger. The procedure didn't touch him as deeply as before, but the feeling was more intense now. It turned out to suit his hunger far more than he had initially expected. Supreme Thief had made his law seem like an independent force that escaped his control at times, but it was far more than that. Noah could only describe it as something as unreasonable as the magical beast's instincts. The absorption eventually began to slow down. The understanding inside Supreme Thief's technique appeared immense now that he was trying to seize it, but dividing the process into multiple phases would only make him lose part of it. The ambition activated, and new power spread throughout his mind, black hole, and night. The new state didn't make Noah's mind nearly as strong as when he used the ethereal blackness, but it met his requirements. Its consumption of potential wasn't even troublesome, so he felt confident in keeping those effects active for a long time. The process went smoothly for a while, but a few issues eventually appeared. Supreme Thief was strong. His rank 9 cultivation level wasn't just for show, and the same went for his aspects. That single ability that he had given to Noah contained so much that he started to fear the arrival of changes. The procedure had gone on for a while when that problem appeared. Noah could interrupt it and work on what he had absorbed. He had already replicated Supreme Thief's ability in the end. Creating something even better wouldn't be a problem even without his entire understanding. The same went for his greed, pride, and hunger. They had deepened by a lot. Noah already felt stronger than ever. He could stop everything and settle for what he had gained. However, Noah had played it safe before, and his current opponent was a mere shadow of a rank 9 expert who carried similar aspects. Stopping everything now would only declare how his existence wasn't ready for that level of power. Noah wore a resolute expression while his eyes remained closed. His potential started to flow toward his greed, hunger, and pride to give them a chance against that mere shadow of Supreme Thief. The arrival of the potential stopped the slight changes that Supreme Thief's aspects were trying to apply. His understanding continued to flow smoothly into Noah's mental sea, but it didn't manage to transform anything anymore. Noah kept going for quite some time. His denser potential could keep him empowered for far longer than before. He almost struggled to realize how powerful he was getting with those procedures, but the battle against Supreme Thief's ability made sure to give him an idea. A struggle that seemed to last centuries ended with the azure light vanishing from the insides of Noah's consciousness. He suddenly didn't find his target anymore, but his mind promptly made him aware of the outcome of the procedure. He had won. His aspects had absorbed Supreme Thief's understanding without changing. The effects of the potential vanished as Noah relaxed. His back ended up on the floor as the assets affected by his ambition started to experience drawbacks. His mental walls tried to tremble, but they appeared too stable to fall prey to that power. The same went for the dark world. The gales of dark matter in its insides became wild in some spots, but the other areas suppressed them. Instead, night cried in pain as its unique body began to change shades. The drawbacks almost seemed to push the pterodactyl to a state when it couldn't keep its material form anymore. Noah found himself unable to help Night because his mind grew confused after his pride, greed, and anger lost power and went limp. He could only store the pterodactyl inside the black hole and let the organ handle it. He needed to rest right now, but a cold smile never left his face due to his recent success. Noah let his aspects, companion, and centers of power disperse the stress that the procedure had brought. He couldn't wait to study his new abilities and adapt his attacks to the deepening of his existence. But the stability of the palace concerned him. The obelisk and the buildings next to it were rank 9 items, but Noah felt that his battle prowess had stepped forward once again. Time flowed quickly as everyone inside the palace recovered. Noah focused on his power to let his mind predict what his new understanding could generate, but he didn't test any attack. His existence wanted to own that new understanding properly, and only long periods spent studying himself could provide that. Noah didn't need to invest too long studying his gains from Chandal's ability, but he couldn't underestimate the changes the other two techniques had brought. They weren't actual modifications, but they required a thorough inspection anyway. The procedure had affected his pride, greed, hunger, destruction, creation, and overall ambition, which had deepened and gained new powers. They had preserved their nature, but Noah could sense how he was different. The world in his eyes had acquired new meanings, and the same went for his ability to affect it. He could express more, and his actual limits remained unclear while he held back from testing attacks. The experts eventually started contacting each other and leaving their training hall. Recovering at their level took a long time, but the palace had helped them enormously, finally bringing them back to their peaks. Noah found himself in one of the large halls inside the palace at some point. His companions had created a circle on the floor after sitting and taking out wine to accompany the meeting. They had a few important topics to discuss, and Noah didn't hesitate to explain his project. "That's not something that everyone can do," Wilfred explained. "I understand the potential benefits behind this project," Stephen stated, "but mere leftovers won't be enough. We would need to hunt heaven and earth's followers to improve significantly." "That's the plan," Noah responded. "I've thought about it for a long time. We can't improve faster than heaven and earth. They will always have counters ready for us. We can avoid it a few times, but I don't think we'll last until the peak of the 9th rank at this pace. Remember that it's a deepening, not a change," King Elbaz remarked. "It's about embodying the strongest version of ourselves by seizing the experience that our lives couldn't offer." Noah and King Elbaz exchanged a meaningful glance. The cultivator had expressed his doubts during their last meeting, but he now seemed to have changed his mind. "We are at the edges of the end," Divine Demon commented while staring at the booze in his cup. "I agree with your idea, but I can't use it. My existence doesn't allow it." "That's not surprising," Noah laughed before turning toward his other companions. "You have aspects that make sense, so we'll eventually meet experts that share understanding in similar fields. I can take it and give it to you, but everything else has to come from your techniques. I can't affect the procedure too much when it has to become part of your existence." Noah took out something from his mind to prove his point. The azure curiosity taken from Supreme Thief's technique appeared in his palm and attracted his companions' attention. They could see how that energy could instantly bring deep understanding, but they could also sense its source. King Elbaz looked at that understanding for a few seconds before stretching his hand. He and Noah exchanged a nod before passing that azure energy. King Elbaz glanced at the azure lump with hesitant eyes once it reached his palm, but he stored it before falling prey to his own curiosity. "How are we going to attract heaven and earth's followers?" Stephen asked. "The rulers are bound to understand something at some point. With the same method that has brought us at this level," Noah explained. "We come up with crazier plans once the previous ones stop working. I believe we can still exploit the old rulers' magical beasts for now. Once that fails, I'll think about something else." No one complained about that approach. The experts didn't have many options anyway, so continuing to affect the stormy regions remained the only viable plan. Their only hope was that more tactics would become available after their power increased. Sword Saint remained silent throughout the entirety of the meeting. His breakthrough had been peculiar, so he knew that he couldn't use that training method. Also, his departure was imminent, so it didn't feel right to affect that meeting. "Are we ready to depart?" Noah eventually asked, and the unwavering glances of his companions were enough to answer. The group quickly left the palace. King Elbaz contacted the old rulers to gain an idea of the current state of the expansion plan while everyone else turned toward their rank 9 companion. "This is a goodbye then," Sword Saint announced in front of those smiling faces. "Don't cut the sky before me," Noah joked. "Hurry up then," Sword Saint scoffed. A series of salutes happened, but Sword Saint's figure eventually left the area to return among the storms. The group had lost another powerful asset. Only 5 of them had remained, and they knew that their numbers would continue to decrease. "Heaven and earth are still silent," King Elbaz explained after his conversation with the old rulers ended. "Their followers have started to appear in specific areas, but the modified magical beasts have mostly expanded their influence. The plan is going well." "Is there something special with those locations?" Noah asked. "They seem to hold chaotic laws that heaven and earth want to preserve," King Elbaz replied. "Do we destroy them?" "Yes. Let's piss them off," Noah confirmed, and the group didn't hesitate to depart. The 5 experts left the palace behind as they entered the storms again to fly toward specific targets. They believed that heaven and earth couldn't send proper punishments now, but that wouldn't stop them from messing with their plans. Noah didn't say anything, but everyone knew that his plan was in motion. The hunt for heaven and earth's followers had begun, and the ruler's temporary weakness was a perfect chance for them. They could become stronger before the next tribulation arrived. Years had to pass before the group could reach their destination. A peculiar region where the storms blew in a precise path eventually unfolded in their eyes. The chaotic laws seemed in the process of creating a palace of some sort, but Noah and the others didn't bother to inspect it for too long. Their attention was on the flying cockroaches that filled the area with their white radiance. The rulers knew you would have come. An ancient male voice resounded in the area as soon as Noah's group left the storms. Rats always try to attack when the real predators look away. For experts in the gaseous stage appeared above the unstable structure made of gales and pointed their confident gazes at the group. Noah and the others didn't show any fear at that sight, but a wave of coldness quickly enveloped their figures. That was only the first of the many battles that they had to win to succeed in their plan.